What place is this? Lin Feng rubbed his throbbing temples, glancing down at his military uniform, a sense of bewilderment washing over him as he surveyed his surroundings. Then a clear sound echoed, jolting Lin Feng awake from his daze. The Supreme Overlord system is at your service. A voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind. Your first task is to investigate the world you inhabit. System? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Yes, you have perished in your original world, and now you have traversed to a new realm. I am your system, the voice explained. Do you have any questions? Wait, let me process this. Lin Feng raised a hand. First, how did I die? You may seek the answer within your own memories, the system replied. My memories? Lin Feng frowned, attempting to recall the events preceding his transference. That group of fools engaged in internal strife while facing external threats. A glint of ferocity flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as a realization dawned upon him. It seems you have recalled, the system chimed with a hint of cheerfulness. As Lin Feng sifted through his memories, the history of his original world gradually came into focus. In the year 2326, humanity officially entered the interstellar age, embarking on a frenzied expansion and colonization of the stars. During this period, humanity encountered other civilizations, igniting wars in their wake. Over 5 centuries, humanity faced a multitude of hostile civilizations, engaging in countless conflicts. Yet most of these civilizations were incapable of even leaving their home planets, utterly powerless to impede humanity's advance. A century prior, a prodigy emerged, and within a mere 50 years, he ascended to the pinnacle of humanity's interstellar military history, marked by his extraordinary individual prowess and distinctive style of warfare. Throughout 50 years, Lin Feng participated in nearly 100 interstellar battles, his hallmark being the complete eradication of all sentient life from hostile civilizations. As he articulated in a post-war summary, annihilation without mercy is the highest tribute to civilization. However, within those 50 years, his acts of genocide thrust Lin Feng into the eye of public controversy. Such inhumane acts of genocide should not be present in a highly developed human civilization. He is no hero of war if placed a millennium ago. He would be deemed a villain. Voices began to emerge within human society. Some may view the total extermination of sentient life, retaining only the inorganic, as an abhorrent war crime, but I deem it efficient. Lin Feng stated in a military court. This statement stirred a tempest within human civilization, culminating in Lin Feng's removal from all positions and a lifetime ban from the Interstellar Expeditionary Forces. By the year 2874, humanity faced its most formidable enemy to date, an extraterrestrial civilization with technology surpassing that of Earth. Soon, the two civilizations erupted into fierce warfare, with humanity suffering continuous setbacks, ultimately reaching a moment of existential peril. In the shadow of impending doom, a call was made to the reclusive Lin Feng. General Lin, we apologize for the previous decisions made by the High Command. We are now confronted by a civilization far stronger than ours, and we stand at the brink of annihilation. We implore you to return and assume command of this war. Wasn't I banned from participating in the Interstellar Expeditionary Forces forever? The now aged Lin Feng, with his white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, slowly rose, his ironclad demeanor still intimidating the emissary. All judgments against you from 50 years ago have been rescinded. You have been reinstated as the highest general of the human alliance. The emissary bowed, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Survival is the primary necessity of civilization. Lin Feng opened his wardrobe, gazing at the military uniform that hung there. Regardless of circumstances, I remain a part of human civilization. When the survival of civilization is threatened, every individual within it must strive with all their might. I will serve as the supreme commander of this war, but only on the condition that I possess the highest authority over all resources of human civilization. Lin Feng methodically donned his uniform. During this time, I have studied the history of humanity's internal conflicts during the era of our home planet and gained considerable insights. Effective immediately, all of human civilization shall enter a state of war. Survival is the primary necessity of civilization. When the survival of civilization is threatened, every individual must exert themselves for its continuance. Lin Feng proclaimed from the podium. Until this war concludes, all previous societal structures shall be abolished, and notions of freedom and equality shall cease to exist. From this moment forth, all humanity shall focus on a singular task: obey orders. As the war progressed, humanity exhibited the innate trait that had persisted since their inception amid conflict. They could unleash a creativity far surpassing their usual capacities. With a surge in technological advancements during the war, the enemy forces began to falter. However, just as humanity was on the cusp of victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After Lin Feng obliterated the last life-bearing planet of the opposing civilization using a neutron weapon in the final battle, a massive annihilation cannon fired from humanity's rear struck the flagship Genesis, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In a flash of white light, Lin Feng awoke to find himself in this new realm. Indeed, he mused, shaking his head in resignation. In the face of formidable external threats, humanity can always unite against a common foe, yet, when such threats diminish, they inevitably plunge back into internal strife. Humanity will never cease waging war. When a common enemy exists, they will fight for the entirety of human civilization in the absence of a shared adversary. They will engage in battles driven by internal factional disputes. The system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, suddenly recognizing the familiarity of the system's voice. Zero? He finally recalled the source of this familiarity. It was unmistakably the voice of the intelligent control system Zero from the Genesis flagship. "All right, Captain, just a little jest." Zero's voice took on a playful tone. "I merely sought to lighten the atmosphere." "That's enough. Zero, your greatest flaw has always been your inability to discern the appropriate moments for humor. Moreover, please delete all the ancient Earth web novel content from your database." Lin Feng sighed. "So, what is the current situation? In truth, you have indeed traversed to another world. That annihilation cannon seems to have impacted us in some manner, causing me to detach from the Genesis and integrate within you," Zero explained. "Upon arriving in this world, I found the data here to be exceptionally peculiar, drastically differing from the conditions in our original universe. Please summarize the situation of this world." Lin Feng stretched and leaned back. "Herein lies the conundrum, Captain," Zero replied with a hint of exasperation. "My current capabilities only allow me to probe the circumstances surrounding you. If you do not venture outside, I can only infer some of the fundamental physical laws of this world based on the spatial structure around you, without acquiring any information regarding its civilizations." "I understand." Lin Feng rose to his feet. "Let us venture forth and discover what this world truly entails." Chapter 2, The Marvel Universe? Wait a second, I've become younger? Lin Feng arched his eyebrows and gazed at himself in the mirror. Perhaps it was the effect of time, travel. Who knows? Ling replied indifferently. After all, time, travel itself can't be explained by common sense. That's true. Lin Feng nodded in deep agreement. As the number one war criminal of human civilization, what he valued most was efficiency. Therefore, he never wasted his mental power on thinking about things beyond his cognition. Well, let's see what kind of world this is. Lin Feng turned on the TV and tuned to the news channel. The media is the first-hand information to understand a civilization. Tony Stark is missing in Afghanistan. As soon as the TV was turned on, this news caught Lin Feng's eye. Hearing this, Lin Feng knitted his brows tightly. Tony Stark. Why does this name seem so familiar? Have we encountered this civilization before? The world is remarkably similar to the home planet of human civilization. Ling's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The current time is 2008 AD, which is over 1,000 years before humanity entered the interstellar civilization, and based on this time node, the events and main characters in the news. The current time point is extremely similar to the worldview in a science fiction work before the interstellar era. Science fiction work? Lin Feng recollected that after being removed from office, he returned to his home planet. During his leisure time, he indeed engaged in a bit of revival. Unearthed numerous literary and film, television works from the pre-interstellar era of his home planet, and also had some acquaintance with Marvel movies. It has to be said that the data of online novels from the ancient period of my home planet in the database is quite useful. A tinge of pride colored Zero's voice. I've read quite a few Marvel fan fictions, and there are many elements in them that are quite in line with our current situation and can be used as references. How much of your functionality remains? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The Combat Assistance Module and the Data Analysis Module are both operational, and a vast amount of training data is stored in my database. Zero's voice took on a hint of earnestness. I'm confident that I can restore you to 30% of your original strength within a short period. Very well. If this were the movie universe we've seen before, that should be sufficient for the time being. Lin Feng nodded. Additionally, analyze the location where Tony Stark was abducted in the movie. Captain. Zero interrupted Lin Feng. I can't access the satellite at the moment. I have no way of knowing the topography and landforms of this world. Use the topographic map of our home planet for comparison. A glimmer shone in Lin Feng's eyes. The construction of this world is based on our home planet, isn't it? Yes. Zero's voice carried an uncommon solemnity. However, there's still a problem now. What problem? Lin Feng took a deep breath. We don't have sufficient energy for data analysis. Ling felt a bit helpless. At present, I exist by relying on your spiritual force. All my thinking needs to utilize the activities of your brain. The structure of brain neurons can provide me with computing power comparable to that of a supercomputer. Yet this requires a vast amount of energy. Obtaining energy is relatively straightforward. A faint smile curved the corner of Lin Feng's lips. Since this place is based on the social structure of the pre-interstellar era of the United States, there should be no issue if I learn about their characteristics back then. Oh, free shopping, indeed. As he said this, Lin Feng rose to his feet, glanced at the military uniform on his body, furrowed his brows slightly, then gently made a scratch on his right arm. The military uniform began to flow like running water. After a series of twists and transformations, it turned into an ordinary casual outfit. Should my basic physical fitness remain unchanged? Lin Feng gently clenched his fist, felt the power that was countless times weaker than before his time, travel, and nodded slightly. The cosmic energy absorbed by this body originally was not applicable to the current universe, but the improved physical fitness still remained. Well, let's go and replenish some energy. Lin Feng stretched himself, pushed the door open, and walked out. Don't panic. Don't call the police. I only need some food. In a supermarket. Lin Feng pointed a gun at the clerk's forehead while using his other hand to rummage through a large quantity of high-energy food. Relax, I won't act rashly. This store isn't mine anyway. The clerk shrugged his shoulders, looking completely indifferent, as if already accustomed to such a scene. Sir, be careful not to let the gun go off. Rest assured, my hand is steady. Lin Feng stuffed energy bars into his mouth. He had absorbed a vast amount of cosmic energy in his original world. This power was known as the primordial creation energy. The primordial creation energy would subtly transform a person's body. At the same time, it could evolve various means of attack, especially the post-interstellar era weapons that took the primordial creation energy as the basic energy source possessed the power almost capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Now, the transformation of Lin Feng by the primordial creation energy was manifested in his extremely powerful digestive system, no matter what kind of food it was. Once it entered Lin Feng's digestive system, it would be decomposed in an extremely short time and quickly transferred to provide energy for Zero's calculations in his brain. Found it. Zero's voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind. A region in the former Afghanistan area of the home planet with a similarity of 70 to that in the movie has been found. Very good. Lin Feng nodded, picked up a pile of energy bars, and left the supermarket. Chapter 3. The stars just as Tony Stark had just disappeared. He crafted the prototype of a steel armor by hand in a cave within 3 months. Lin Feng gently tapped the table in front of him with his right index finger. So, our time is limited. I'm currently synchronizing the primordial creation energy of the Marvel Universe according to the physical laws here. Zero's voice sounded in his mind. This process will take approximately 1 month. That is to say, you have 2 months to absorb the new primordial creation energy. Very well. Then, in this 1 month, I have to make some gadgets. Lin Feng stretched himself. Additionally, import all the materials regarding the Marvel Universe from your database into the memory center of my brain. I need to have a profound understanding of this world. No problem. As Zero's voice faded, Lin Feng leaned backward, closed his eyes, and prepared to receive the memory transmission. Presently, the only thing worthy of gratitude is that although my body has reverted to the state of 23 years old, some of the transformations I received after the age of 23 have not vanished. Lin Feng raised his hand, pulled out a data cable from the back of his head, and plugged it into the computer in the room. Zero read all the network data of this world. If the computing power of the internet is sufficient, leave a backup for yourself. No problem. Zero dispatched a data stream, which entered the network world of Earth in the Marvel Universe through the network cable, based on the information I've currently detected. The development course of this world coincides with the timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, yet the possibility of a variant universe cannot be excluded. All right, I see. Lin Feng nodded. It has been a month since he arrived in the Marvel Universe. Zero has already matched the original creation energy of this universe and calculated the optimal absorption method. Lin Feng's transformed body is also steadily and freely absorbing the original creation energy, gradually restoring his strength. After all, in the post-interstellar era, all human body transformations are based on the original creation energy, a power ubiquitous in the universe. Without the original creation energy as the basic energy source, most of Lin Feng's abilities cannot be utilized. Captain, I've detected 2 locations where the primordial creation energy is relatively intense, namely the Stark Tower and the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Zero's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Moreover, the concentration of primordial creation energy at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is 6 orders of magnitude higher than that at the Stark Tower. So, could it be the Infinity Stones? Lin Feng stroked his chin. The Infinity Stones emit primordial creation energy, and the reactor at the Stark Tower was reverse, engineered from the Space Stone. Does it thus possess the aura of primordial creation energy? This possibility is quite high. Zero expressed agreement. So, what we need to? No need. Lin Feng shook his head. The Stark Tower is highly sensitive at the moment. It's inappropriate to go there rashly. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., are you worried that we won't be discovered by Hydra soon enough? In Afghanistan, a blue light emerged within the underground cave where the Ten Rings gang was hiding. This doesn't look like a Jericho missile. Einstein moved closer to Tony. Of course it's not a Jericho missile. Tony shrugged. This is a mini-arc reactor. I have a large one at home powering my factory. This should be sufficient to prevent shrapnel from entering my body. What can it generate? Einstein nodded towards the arc reactor. If I'm not mistaken, and I'm always right, it can generate 30 petajoules of energy per second. A glint of confidence shone in Tony's eyes. That's enough to keep your heart beating for 50 lifetimes. Einstein's eyes were filled with amazement. Exactly. Or it could power a rather large object for 15 minutes. As they spoke, Tony walked up to the table and took out several sheets of manuscript paper. This is the way we escape. What is this? Ethan looked puzzled. Spread these papers out and have a look. Tony stacked several sheets of paper together and laid them flat on the tabletop. Under the illumination of the lamp, a design blueprint of an Iron Man armor emerged vividly on the paper, which was astonishing. Ethan's eyes were filled with amazement. It's time we set off. One morning, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Ordinary thermal weapons on Earth can no longer harm us. Yes, in just 2 months. Your cultivation speed is astonishing. Ling's voice carried a tinge of gratification. Merely those terrorists from the fake Ten Rings gang can no longer cause you any harm. Indeed. Lin Feng stood up and stretched vigorously. The clothes on his body flowed and converged on his back, forming a single-person aircraft. Lin Feng walked to the balcony. The jet nozzles of the aircraft on his back erupted with intense light. With a deafening bang, all the surrounding glass shattered, and Lin Feng turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing the sound of forging iron coming from the cave, a faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Ling, it seems we've come at just the right time. We don't need to change the basic process of the birth of Iron Man. Just making some minor alterations will suffice. Lin Feng observed the situation inside the cave through the nano-robots attached to his military uniform. For instance, boom, a deafening roar resounded. The bomb that Tony and Ethan had previously tied to the door was detonated. The terrorists sensed something amiss and began to take action. It was time for us to step in as well. Lin Feng walked slowly towards the direction of the cave. His steps were as if meticulously measured in advance, with the distance of each stride being exactly the same, a veritable boon for those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. We needed more time. Ethan stared blankly at the progress bar on the screen. I'll go and buy us some time. Ethan came to his senses, turned around, and faced the door. Stick to the plan, Ethan. Stick to the plan. Tony, who was immobilized on the rack, shouted. Meanwhile, Ethan had already rushed out with a gun in hand. What a haphazard marksmanship. Lin Feng curled his lips as he watched Ethan drive away a group of terrorists while shooting into the air and roaring. Oh. After running through a tunnel, Ethan froze in place upon seeing a large group of terrorists pointing guns at him. Should I call you brave or naive? Lin Feng's voice suddenly came from the cave entrance behind the terrorists. Who? Some of the terrorists immediately turned their guns towards the rear. You can refer to me as the Stars. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips. The Stars was his favorite pre-interstellar era game in his younger days. The numerous efficient means of warfare in it fascinated him. A gentle hum filled the air. Lin Feng's lips still curved in a warm smile, yet centered around him. Ripples began to stir in the air. Chapter 4. The Iron War Suit. With a low hum resounding, rippling waves spread out from Lin Feng as their epicenter. Gazing at those ripples, the terrorists were rather perplexed. One of them stretched out his hand to touch the air ripple, and in the very next instant, a piercing scream escaped his lips. Starting from the tip of his right finger where it made contact with the ripple, the terrorist's skin and muscles gradually melted away, revealing the stark white bones. In merely a few seconds, the terrorist who had touched the ripple was transformed into a complete skeletal specimen, devoid of even a trace of flesh and blood. As the ripples expanded, more terrorists were engulfed, their flesh vanishing, turning into white bones. Ethan beside him felt as if his entire worldview had been shaken. The whole cave was filled with a blood-red mist, and the stench of blood assailed Ethan's nostrils. In Ethan's horrified gaze, the red mist composed of flesh and blood was gradually being absorbed by Lin Feng until the air was completely purified. Lin Feng let out a long, contented sigh. Indeed, the simplest way to obtain the primordial creation energy was still to absorb the flesh and blood of living beings. Who are you? Ethan's voice quivered slightly. I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly. You can also call me the Stars. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed from within the cave. A steel door seemed to have been struck by an enormous force from the other side, forming a huge bulge. It's coming. Lin Feng approached Ethan's side, gazing at the iron gate with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Bang! Another deafening noise resounded as the heavy iron gate was sent flying by a powerful iron fist. Lin Feng slightly shifted his body to avoid the hurtling gate, then looked at Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit with a faint, ambiguous smile. Ethan? Tony was evidently taken aback for a moment. Then, he noticed Lin Feng standing beside Ethan and the pile of white bones at their feet. Who are you? What's with these white bones? These were the terrorists. Lin Feng shrugged. Let me introduce myself, Mr. Stark. I'm Lin Feng, and you may also call me Stars. Lin Feng. Tony furrowed his brows. Eyeing the military uniform on Lin Feng. Are you from the East? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Are you here to rescue me? Tony lifted his faceplate. In fact, I'm here to save him. Lin Feng pointed at Ethan beside him. With that thing on you, you surely won't die, but doctor. Ethan here basically had no chance of survival. Mr. Stark, I've answered all the questions I can. Now may we leave? Lin Feng looked at Tony. Wait, I still have something to take care of. Tony walked step by step towards the outside of the cave, gazing at the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries piled outside. His expression was somewhat complicated. Hey, better not use that thing of yours. Lin Feng pressed down Tony's raised arms, which were about to spout flames. Destroying them by burning with flames, you're surely not afraid with your battle suit. But what about the one standing next to you? Do you have another way? Tony looked towards Lin Feng. Naturally, Lin Feng snapped his fingers gently. The weapons piled on the ground disintegrated instantly, turning into a heap of scrap metal. In fact, before entering the cave, I had already rendered these weapons ineffective. Thank you. Tony glanced at Lin Feng with a somewhat complex expression. Let's go. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, waved his hand gently, and the Iron Man armor on Tony disintegrated in an instant, falling to the ground. An invisible force lifted the three of them up and flew towards the nearest military base of the United States in Afghanistan. Well, see you later. Also, don't let the military know about my existence. Lin Feng placed Tony and Insun at a location several hundred meters away from the military base, then soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the horizon. Shit. Tony looked in the direction where Lin Feng had disappeared, feeling a sense of frustration for the first time. After all, the power level demonstrated by Lin Feng was far beyond what he had envisioned for his Iron Man armor. We found Stark. Just a few seconds after Lin Feng disappeared, the military detected the traces of Tony and Insun. How about the Hummer H1? Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, who had been searching for Tony during this period, also received the news and rushed over, a relieved smile on his lips. Hiki. Tony smiled and closed his eyes. He had indeed experienced a great deal these days. Next time, will you ride with me in the same vehicle? Rhodes put his hand on Tony's shoulder with a serious expression. Huh? As Tony stepped off the plane, he arched an eyebrow at Pepper, who was waiting. Your eyes are red. What? Were you shedding tears for your missing boss? It's tears of joy because I loathe job hunting. Pepper's lips curved into a smile. Yeah, The vacation is over. Tony got into the car. Sir, where to? Happy glanced at the rear view mirror. To the hospital. No, not to the hospital. Tony cut Pepper off. I was imprisoned for 3 months. Now I only want to do 2 things. First, I want to have a cheeseburger. Second, you're really unbelievable. Pepper wore a resigned expression, as if she had thought of something. No, it's not what you think. Tony shook his head gravely. I'm going to hold a press conference immediately. Hogan, drive. Let's find a cheeseburger first. Wait. The car had just driven a few blocks when Tony suddenly stopped happy because he saw a familiar figure standing by the roadside. Mr. Lin? Tony opened the car door and walked up to Lin Feng. Mr. Stark. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips as he handed a cheeseburger to Tony. Thank you. Tony took the cheeseburger. Did you wait for me here on purpose? Yes. I'm going to your press conference and thought I'd catch a ride with you. Lin Feng's face remained fixed in a smile. Besides, you shouldn't mind if I buy a large amount of Stark Industries stocks at rock bottom prices after you announce the closure of the weapons manufacturing department, should you? How did you know all this? Tony's brows knitted tightly. I am knowledgeable about many things. We can have a leisurely conversation later. However, at the moment, I think you should head to your press conference. You've just returned, and it's not proper to be late on such a grand occasion. You're right. Tony took a deep breath. Get in the car. Let's go together. Chapter 5. Hail Hydra Look. Who's back? Tony's car arrived at the press conference venue. And Obadiah immediately rushed forward and gave him a big hug. Tony, we were planning to visit you in the hospital. I'm fine. Tony gently patted Obadiah's arm and casually took out a cheeseburger from Lin Feng's pocket. You just have to have a cheeseburger, don't you? There was a smile on Obadiah's face. And this is a friend. Tony waved his hand. Met him on the way. He intended to come to my press conference, so I brought him along. Miss Potts. As Tony walked towards the microphone, a white-haired man with an incredibly high hairline approached Pepper. May I have a word with you? The press conference is about to start. There'll be a Q&A session. Pepper shrugged. I'm not a journalist. The white-haired man shook his head and handed over a business card. I'm Agent Phil Coulson. I'm affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Isn't that name a bit too long? Lin Feng came over from the side. And this is? Coulson looked at Lin Feng. This is Tony's friend. In fact, I'm meeting him for the first time today too. A professional smile hung on Pepper's lips. Additionally, the Department of Defense, the CIA, and the FBI have all paid us a visit. We're an independent department with a more precise and focused objective. Coulson interrupted Pepper. We'd like to know the specific details of Mr. Stark's escape. I'll add it to the schedule, all right? Pepper glanced at Coulson. In fact, you can ask me this question directly. A smile played on Lin Feng's face. As a friend of Mr. Stark, Miss Potts doesn't know me. When do you think Tony and I got acquainted? Your name? Coulson's expression turned solemn. I'm Lin Feng. A constant smile still lingered on Lin Feng's lips. However, for now, I need to finish watching Mr. Stark's press conference. Well, Obadiah stood in front of the microphone, momentarily at a loss for words. Then he looked down at Tony, who was sitting on the ground in front of the microphone platform. Everyone, could you please take a seat? Tony fished out another cheeseburger from his pocket. All of you sit down so that you can all see me, and we won't seem so formal. It's so good to see you again. Tony looked at Obadiah, who was squatting beside him. I didn't get the chance to say goodbye to my father. I had no opportunity to bid farewell to my father. Tony took a bite of the cheeseburger and looked down at the reporters. In fact, I had some questions to ask him. I wanted to inquire about his perspective on the company's actions, whether he had ever struggled or doubted. Or perhaps if he was exactly the man depicted in the documentary. I witnessed the killing of young Americans. And the weapons that took their lives were precisely those I had created to safeguard them. Tony's expression grew solemn. And I also realized that I had become a part of an irresponsible system. Mr. St. Stark, a reporter raised his hand. Hey, Ben. Tony looked at the reporter. What did you experience and where? I opened my field of vision. Tony slowly rose to his feet. And I became aware that I could do something for this world, rather than merely manufacturing explosions. Therefore, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries. Effective immediately. It won't be long before you make a fortune. After the press conference, Tony walked up to Lin Feng. Yeah, I think, Lin Feng said. Until this thing is exposed, the stock price of Stark Industries will keep dropping. Lin Feng tapped the arc reactor on Tony's chest. What are you going to do? Short sell us? Tony raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. After seeing this thing on your chest, I'm not that stupid. The smart thing to do is to hold more when the stock price of Stark Industries hits rock bottom. Ha ha ha. Tony let out a hearty laugh. Forget it. In terms of pure technological strength, I'm not as good as you. But your wisdom is unparalleled, Mr. Stark. Lin Feng pointed his finger at his temple, a subtle and meaningful smile playing on the corner of his lips. You are the one cursed by knowledge. What? Tony was taken aback. All right, Agent Coulson, let's go. I'll tell you everything I know without reservation. Without waiting for Tony to ask, Lin Feng turned to Coulson and left the press conference with him. First, Coulson was about to pose a question when Lin Feng held up a hand to interrupt him. You better take me directly to Director Nick Fury. Chances are, your clearance level isn't high enough to know what I'm going to say next. A smirk curved Lin Feng's lips. Bring him to the headquarters. The voice of Director Fury came through Coulson's earpiece. Yes, sir. Coulson nodded. Mr. Lin, let's go. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the two of them slowly took off right in front of Coulson's horrified eyes, heading straight for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters. I still can't understand why that fool Alexander Pierce made you the director. Lin Feng looked at the black baldy in front of him, his eyes filled with disdain. You know Director Pierce? Fury frowned. Of course. Not only do I know him, we're quite familiar. A strange smile played on Lin Feng's lips. As the current director, you have your trump cards, and naturally your predecessor, Director Pierce, had his own. You may summon Director Pierce to verify. Additionally, I hope you won't act rashly. As he spoke, Lin Feng abruptly yanked open the drawer in front of Fury and retrieved the pager inside. Indeed, I'm well aware of what your trump card is. Barring unforeseen circumstances, even if you call her back now, the outcome of our confrontation remains uncertain. Then we shall await the arrival of Director Pierce. Fury's single eye fixedly stared into Lin Feng's eyes, as if attempting to discern something from them. Pierce. As time passed, Pierce also arrived at Fury's office. Lin Feng rose to his feet with a look of pleasant surprise and stepped forward to greet him. Long time no see. You. Pierce's expression was somewhat awkward. He had no idea what this stranger in front of him was up to. At this moment, Lin Feng had already stood before him and gave him a hearty embrace. Hail Hydra. Lin Feng whispered the sentence into Pierce's ear, his eyes glinting with an eerie light. Chapter 6 The Extinction Plan. Yes. It's been a long time since we last met. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the furrowed brows that Pierce had been instantly relaxed. When did you come back? I've been back for a few months, enjoying the life of an ordinary person for a while. Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile. Later, when I saw that old Stark's son was abducted, I made a trip and rescued him. Mr. Lin, these years. Fury's brows were tightly knitted. After all, his greatest reliance was Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, who roamed the universe righting wrongs. From the conversation just now, it seemed that this Lin Feng in front of him had also drifted in the universe before. Don't worry, I'm different from your Ms. Carol. I'm not some interstellar rover. Lin Feng said with a smile, shaking his head. However, where I was before is classified information, and I can't let you know for the time being. All right, Fury. Pierce patted Fury on the shoulder. You can rest assured. We can trust Mr. Lin. I used some of my abilities to rescue Tony Stark. That's all I can say. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Feng waved his hand. As if remembering something, he added, Oh, right. Since I've just returned, I should give some gifts to the younger generation. You can go and take a look under the Antarctic glacier. I believe you'll make some unexpected discoveries. With that, Lin Feng pulled Pierce and left Fury's office without looking back. Hail Hydra. When they reached a secluded place with no one around and no cameras, Pierce heaved a sigh of relief. I want to know, who are you? Me? I'm the very origin of Hydra. Lin Feng utilized nanotechnology to transform himself into a monster with tentacles all over his face, and then slowly reverted to human form. He had long sorted out the situation regarding Hydra in the Marvel Universe. He knew that Hydra's belief was an inhuman named Hive who was exiled into outer space. And now, he was about to pretend to be the identity of this Hive and slightly take control of this Hydra, which was neither too large nor too small and had a bit of technological prowess. You are Hive. Pierce's gaze became somewhat dull. In fact, although most branches within Hydra knew the legend of Hive, they had actually regarded Hive as a purely theological issue and didn't think he truly existed. And now, seeing this being who had been deified within Hydra with their own eyes, Pierce was momentarily unable to regain his composure. In the Marvel Universe, the overall strength of humanity is still too weak. Lin Feng stroked his chin and pondered silently. Your Excellency Hive, what are your orders? Pierce asked cautiously. First of all, Hive was just my former name. The momentum around Lin Feng grew sharp. The momentum generated from being the #1 war criminal in human civilization and personally carrying out countless acts of genocide fully erupted. I have achieved a great evolution in the boundless universe. Now I am called the Stars. From this moment on, I am the faith of Hydra. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and placed it on top of Pierce's head. As my most loyal servant, the leader of Hydra, I shall bestow upon you the divine power from the stars. The military uniform on Lin Feng began to wriggle. Wisps of primeval creation energy coursed through Lin Feng's right hand into Pierce's brain, transforming his nervous system. Nanobots were employed to repair the defects within Pierce's body. During an operation to eliminate a primitive civilization, due to certain constraints, the rear of the human civilization prohibited Lin Feng from directly using large-scale lethal weapons for genocide. Consequently, Lin Feng directly established the so-called Starry God sect in that world. By means of nanobot technology, he turned a high-ranking native into his fanatical believer. What followed was rather straightforward. In merely half a year, the Starry God sect spread throughout the entire civilization. The entire primitive civilization became believers of the stars. And after this civilization was completely under Lin Feng's control, he issued an order that the entire human civilization couldn't comprehend. My believers, please end your lives immediately. Only in this way can you reach the paradise where I am. Thus, a primitive aboriginal civilization on a planet perished completely overnight, and Lin Feng was brought to a military court after this incident. Why completely annihilate a civilization that poses no threat and has even regarded you as their faith? The judge, holding the gavel representing the supreme law of the Human Federation, struck the bench in front. Only one civilization is needed to exist in this universe, and that is the human civilization. Lin Feng faced the judge with an unchanging countenance. At present, they regard me as their belief. However, when my life comes to an end and my exclusive creation prime energy mark fades away, human civilization will lose its absolute control over them. At that time, they might still integrate with us. This is precisely what I'm concerned about. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. In human civilization, there should be only one kind of intelligent life, and that is humanity. Remember the genetic contamination of the black hairless apes that almost led to the extinction of human civilization before the interstellar era? Speaking of which, it seems that this world is experiencing something similar. At this moment, Lin Feng's recollection suddenly ceased. The gene contamination incident must not be repeated. Humans must remain humans. No matter how many times genetic modification we undergo, we can only be humans, not some incompletely evolved species. Look at yourself now. A few seconds later, Lin Feng released his hand and handed a mirror to Pierce. I've become younger. Excitement sparkled in Pierce's eyes. First of all, Hydra needs to do one thing for me. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and a pill took shape in his palm. Reverse engineer this pill. After mass production, put it into the drinking water around the world. What is this? Pierce took the pill from Lin Feng's hand. This is a genetic weapon. A cold glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Species with specific genes will lose their fertility upon contact with it and thus be completely eradicated. Hydra doesn't intend to eliminate humanity. On the contrary, we aim to rule over humanity. Pierce was somewhat conflicted. Despite undergoing transformation, he possessed abundant erudition. Although he held absolute loyalty to Lin Feng, he wouldn't turn into a fanatic. Rest assured, this genetic weapon isn't aimed at humanity. Lin Feng smiled faintly. On the contrary, it will enable us to eliminate a significant portion of inferior races. Oh no, those things can't even be called humans. They're merely some incompletely evolved black hairless apes. Nothing more. Chapter 7. Time to get to work. Can this enhance the overall strength of the human population? Pierce stared at the pill in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. But for now, don't we still need these people to do some manual labor? Rest assured, soon there will be substitutes for mechanical manual laborers. Lin Feng's lips curved slightly. You'll find out soon enough. There's one more minor issue. Pierce hesitated. What is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Won't enhancing the overall strength of humans impede our plan? Pierce's brows knitted tightly. You must know that I was once human too. Lin Feng placed his hand on Pierce's shoulder. All humans will become my subjects. Empowering them now is laying the foundation for our future. Moreover, humanity is about to face a huge threat. Pepper, what's the size of your hand? Pepper, who was watching the news, received a call from Tony. Come down. I need you. What's the matter? Piper entered Tony's underground laboratory. Show me your hands. Tony lay on the bed, and the arc reactor on his chest emitted a faint blue glow. So small, but it's sufficient. Looking at the hands Piper raised, Tony nodded. Come here. Good heavens. Piper stared at the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Is this the thing that sustains your life? It was before, now it's an antique. Tony played with the new reactor in his hand. This will sustain my life for a period in the future. It's an upgraded version. But I'm facing a slight obstacle now. Obstacle? What do you mean? Piper looked puzzled. Nothing much, just a minor issue. Tony pulled out the arc reactor from his chest. There was an exposed wire beneath it that touched the groove wall, causing a short circuit. I need you to reach in and pull that wire out. Mr. Stark, I suggest you not ask a beautiful lady to put her hand into the pile of electrolyte in your chest. Lin Feng's voice suddenly came out from the laboratory speaker. Miss Potts, trust me, putting your hand into Mr. Stark's chest is definitely not a pleasant experience. Lin, how did you manage to do this? Tony furrowed his brows. Sorry, I might have hacked your system by accident. Also, sorry, Jarvis. The door of the laboratory opened automatically, and Lin Feng walked in. With a gentle wave of his hand, an electromagnet flew directly out of Tony's chest. Lin Feng took the new arc reactor from Tony's hand and then directly inserted it in. You're welcome. Lin, I suggest you change the habit of entering someone's house without permission. Tony stretched his body, removed the sensors on his skin, and slowly stood up. What should I do with this? Pepper still held the arc reactor that Tony had replaced in her hand. Destroy it. Tony shrugged. Don't you want to keep it? Pepper looked at the arc reactor in her hand. As far as I know, Mr. Stark doesn't have the habit of being nostalgic. Lin Feng yawned. However, to be fair, your muscles are really well trained. After all, I spent 3 months forging iron in a cave. Tony smiled and started to turn around to tidy the table. Mr. Lin, what brings you here this time? Nothing much, just came to have some fun. Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile, pointing to his eyes. I said, I know a lot of things. Are you trying to tell me that you have the ability to predict the future? Is that possible? Tony took a deep breath. Predicting the future is not completely impossible, but the conditions are extremely harsh. One either needs to completely perfect the grand unified theory, or needs to rely on some special external forces. Lin Feng found a chair and sat down. Of course, I have neither of these. However, although predicting the future is basically impossible, space travel is indeed very likely to occur. What is happening now? Is it history to you? Tony furrowed his brows. No, it isn't. Lin Feng shook his head. What happened here is like a movie to me. Do you know the theory of the multiverse? Lin Feng took over the permissions in Tony's laboratory. I'm from another universe. I accidentally breached the barriers between universes under the attack of a class weapon and came here. In my universe, someone once acquired some special abilities. Witnessed all the story developments in this universe, and made these stories into shit. Tony cursed. At least this is more acceptable than knowing that my life is set by some author. What achievements will I have in the future? Can you tell me? Did my ideas succeed? I can only say that you became one of the guardians of this world. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This might not change, but the specific details should vary greatly. After all, I'm here, aren't I? The butterfly effect, right? Tony clicked his tongue. What's more, I might not just be a butterfly. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a bright light. On the scale of the entire universe, we should all just be butterflies. Tony smiled. In my original universe, I'm not just a butterfly. Lin Feng straightened his back. I should have had quite an impact on the universe I was in. Very well, let's not dwell on these matters. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be preparing to perfect the prototype armor you created in the cave, right? Correct. As he said this, Tony became excited. Coincidentally, let's take a look together. However, before that, could you please return Jarvis's permissions? I need him. No problem. Lin Feng was also somewhat excited. Witnessing a character from a film or television work he had watched performing classic operations from the movie in reality was an extremely novel experience, even for Lin Feng. Then let's get started. Tony clapped his hands. Jarvis, get to work. Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice sounded in the air. Additionally, Mr. Lin, I hope you won't do what you did before. Being locked down really isn't a pleasant feeling. Jarvis, I apologize to you. Lin Feng waved his hand. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. Jarvis, create a new project document and label it Mark II. Chapter 8 Mark II. Should I store the file in Stark Industries database? Jarvis quickly created the new document. No, I don't know who I can trust at the moment. Tony shook his head and, by the way, activated the 3D projection of Mark I. Just save it on my private server. Is it a secret project, sir? I don't want this thing to fall into the wrong hands. Tony adjusted the projection of Mark I and began to clean up the redundant parts. Perhaps in my hands. It could do some good. Well, let's give it a try. A few days later, Tony completed the thrusters for his feet, stood in the very center of the basement, and turned on the video recording device. How about it? Will I succeed this time? Tony looked at Lin Feng. One has to try first to find out, doesn't one? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of watching the show. It seems it won't be a success. Tony pursed his lips. All right, activate manual control. Let's start slowly. Let's see if 10 of the thruster energy can achieve lift off. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand. What's wrong? The mood Tony had just built up was instantly shattered, and he looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. The energy is too high. Lin Feng shrugged. A 10 energy thrust will smash you right into the wall. TSK. Then what amount is normal? Tony clicked his tongue. First, make the auxiliary thrusters for the hands. Lin Feng waved his hand. Without the hand, held auxiliary balance, you absolutely can't fly. You're right. Tony nodded in deep agreement, and then turned back to his work. A classic scene. The recording system in Lin Feng's right eye captured the moment Tony put the 3D projection of the hand-held thruster device on his hand. I've been ringing the bell. Didn't you hear the intercom? Pepper came down carrying 2 cups of coffee and a box. Mr. Lin, I didn't want to disturb your work. Since I wasn't sure about your taste, I made you a cup the same as Mr. Stark's. Thanks. Lin Feng raised his cup in acknowledgement. Didn't you say you wouldn't make weapons anymore? Pepper looked at Tony struggling to lift the thruster on his arm, a bit puzzled. Yes, I don't make weapons anymore. This isn't a weapon. Tony raised his arm and pointed forward. This is a flight stabilizer, completely non-aggressive. As a charging sound rang out, a beam of light shot out, and the huge recoil sent Tony's entire arm flying up. A bit awkward. Lin Feng sneered. So this is the so-called not a weapon, right? I really didn't expect this. Tony shrugged. Obadiah is upstairs. He's waiting for you. Pepper pointed upstairs. Okay. I'll go right away. Tony drained the coffee in his hand. Wait. Lin Feng stopped Tony. Let me show you something. What is it? Tony frowned. Look at this. Lin Feng held out his hand, and a light screen appeared in his palm, projecting in the air. It was a video taken by terrorists after kidnapping Tony. Where did you find this? Tony looked up abruptly. At Stark Industries headquarters, on your own computer. Lin Feng shrugged. Understand? I see. Tony took a deep breath and turned to go upstairs. Don't let him know I'm with you. Lin Feng called out. Don't worry. Tony waved his hand. How about it? Tony glanced at Obadiah, who was playing the piano, then swept a look at the pizza placed on the coffee table. Is it not going smoothly? Bringing pizza all the way from New York doesn't mean things aren't going well. Obadiah rose from the piano. If you went, it might go more smoothly. You told me to keep a low profile, and I did as you said. Tony shrugged and picked up a piece of pizza from the box and started eating. How about it? Not going well. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Tony, who came downstairs with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Obadiah wants the parameter blueprint of the mini-arc reactor. Tony shook his head. We all know who he'll sell this thing to, don't we? Keep working and don't think about those things. Lin Feng waved his hand. On the 11th day, we carried out the 3rd test. Tony put on all the thrusters on his hands and feet, stood in the middle of the basement. Take it slow. This time, we start from 3. Having said this, Tony glanced at Lin Feng's half-smiling expression, then changed his mind. Forget it. We start from 1. 3, 2, 1. Boom! With a burst of explosive sound. 4 jet nozzles simultaneously emitted a violent burst of fire, and Tony slowly levitated. Very good. A glint of excitement flashed in Tony's eyes. This time, start from 2. 5. Well, I don't feel inclined to be here. Tony hadn't yet grasped the essence of controlling the direction and flew straight onto his row of sports cars. Just as the jet nozzle was about to burn through the car's body, Lin Feng extended his right hand, gently pulled backward, and drew Tony back. The effect was rather satisfactory, wasn't it? A hint of smile lingered in Lin Feng's eyes. I have to say, Tony, you truly are one of the greatest geniuses in this universe. 1. Tony adjusted his body posture and hovered in mid-air. Is there anyone else who can reach my level? As far as I know, there's a guy who can set sail as a pirate just by wearing a straw hat. A weirdo who nails his face skin on, and a little raccoon. Lin Feng shrugged. Anyway, Tony slowly descended to the ground, his eyes glistening with excitement. I can fly. With the sound of mechanical transmission, robotic arms extended from around Tony's body, covering him with pieces of the Iron Man armor. It will freeze. Lin Feng uttered calmly. What? Tony was taken aback. Remake it with aerospace materials. This one will freeze when flying at high altitudes. Lin Feng stretched. How do you know that? Tony was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that Lin Feng actually knew what would happen in this world. So, you've seen me wearing this armor getting frozen in mid-air and falling down. Tony clicked his tongue, his expression somewhat complicated. After several days of joint research, Tony had come to regard Lin Feng as a friend. However, the thought of his friend witnessing so many embarrassing moments of his made him cringe with embarrassment. He decided to hand this thing over to Rhodey later. It could be considered an account to the military. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Let's continue." Chapter 9 records are meant to be broken. Jarvis, reconfigure the outer shell metal. Use the gold, titanium alloy from the Seraphim tactical satellite. This should ensure the outer shell remains intact without affecting the thrust-to-weight ratio. Tony picked up a cup of coffee and asked Lin, "What problems would occur if I test with the one we just had?" "First, when it rises to 40,000 feet, you'll experience engine failure, and all power systems will completely malfunction. You'll plummet from 40,000 feet in the air," Lin Feng replied. "Of course, during the fall, you manually open the flaps and the power system resumes. However, due to the weight of the armor itself, after the engine fails above the roof, you'll smash straight through the roof, the piano beneath it, and the ground, eventually landing on this blue sports car." "Shit, luckily I didn't rush to test it," Tony cursed under his breath. "Sir, shall I render it according to your plan?" Jarvis' voice sounded in a timely manner. "Do your best." Tony looked at the pure, gold armor model. "Is gold a bit too ostentatious?" "Yes, sir. After all, you need to be low-key," Jarvis replied. "How about this? Let's add some fiery red." Tony looked at the vintage car beside him and waved his hand. Jarvis then began to act on the originally brilliant golden 3D model of the armor. Patches of fiery red emerged. "Come on, let's give this a try." As the armor was completed, Tony waved his hand, and several robotic arms extended. Pieces of the armor covered Tony's body surface. "Yes, this is the very sense of machinery." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. "What? Isn't the technology in your world highly advanced?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Yes, precisely because of the advanced technology, I've never seen an armor assembling process with such a strong sense of machinery. Since I was born, we've been using nano armors like this one." Lin Feng stretched out his arm, and nano particles began to wriggle on his arm, forming a set of silver, white arm guards. "Shit, this thing is really convenient." Tony widened his eyes and looked at the armor on Lin Feng's arm with great curiosity. "Well, aren't we going to conduct a test?" Lin Feng retracted the armor on his arm. "Don't worry, you'll master this technology too." "Okay." Tony took a deep breath, put on his faceplate, and said, "Jarvis, are you there?" "At your service at all times, sir." "Activate the front view display." "Activated." "Import the structure of the house from the local interface." Tony surveyed the surroundings, and a large amount of data was recorded on the display panel of the faceplate. "Good. How about it?" "I've uploaded it successfully, sir. We're online and ready to go." Jarvis's voice came from inside the armor's helmet. "Can we conduct a simulated test?" "Very well. Data is being inputted and preparations for the virtual test are underway. Inspect the control surfaces." "As you wish, sir." With Jarvis' words fading, parts of the machinery within Tony's armor began to move, from the jet thrusters at his feet to the mechanical transmission on his back, and then to various equipments on his arms. After a few seconds, all the components within the armor completed their self-checks. "The test is completed. Preparing to shut down and commencing diagnosis." Well, Tony interrupted Jarvis. "Check the weather and air traffic control and monitor ground control." "Sir, before a formal flight, we still need to carry out a great deal of calculations." Jarvis attempted to stop Tony's actions. "Here's the thing, Jarvis." Tony interrupted Jarvis again. "Sometimes we have to start running before we can learn to walk." "Ready? 3, 2, 1. As Tony assumed a take-off pose, bright flames spurted from the feet of the Iron Man armor. Tony slowly hovered up, adjusted his posture, and then rushed out through the garage door. "Woohoo!" Tony let out an excited shout. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng smiled faintly. The military uniform on his body turned into nano particles that began to flow, forming a set of silver, white armor. He took off right behind Tony, soaring into the sky. The operation is quite smooth. Tony and Lin Feng flew past a Ferris wheel. A child inside, licking an ice cream, stared wide-eyed at the two flying in the air, not even noticing that the ice cream had fallen to the ground. "So, how does it feel to fly?" Lin Feng's voice resounded within Tony's helmet. "Lin, you've hacked into my communication system again." Tony sounded rather vexed. "Haven't you gotten used to it yet?" Lin Feng laughed and soared into the sky. "Come on, let's have a race. The record of Mark II is 40,000 feet, right?" Tony's tone was tinged with excitement. "What's the record of the SR-1 fighter jet?" 85,000 feet, sir." Records are meant to be broken. Come on. Tony shouted excitedly, then shot up into the sky, flying neck and neck with Lin Feng. Keep going. Higher. As Lin Feng and Tony continued to climb, they quickly broke through the clouds. The starry sky, how wonderful it is. Lin Feng spread his arms, removed his helmet, and breathed in the thin oxygen above the clouds. Jarvis, what's our current altitude? Tony looked at Lin Feng, who had taken off his helmet in the air. In some astonishment, we're at 90,000 feet, which means we're in the stratosphere. Jarvis explained. Then how did he take off his helmet? Tony pointed at Lin Feng with an incredulous look on his face. Mr. Lin's body structure is not exactly the same as that of an ordinary human. I discovered this problem a long time ago. There seemed to be some mechanical devices inside his body. Lin. Tony flew next to Lin Feng. What's up? Lin Feng put his helmet back on and turned to look at Tony. How did you do it? Tony decided to ask Lin Feng directly. It's the combined effect of genetic engineering and mechanical technology. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Without any protection, I could even survive briefly in outer space for a few hours. Shit. The technology in your era is really advanced. Tony sighed. It's all for the needs of interstellar warfare. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. After all, we can't let our soldiers die instantly when their armor is broken. The battle armor is more like a restrictor to the human warriors in my world. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Wearing this battle armor actually restricts our performance instead. After all, these nano materials can't withstand the physical power when we burst out with all our strength. As he spoke, Lin Feng squeezed hard, and the nano battle armor in his palm shattered directly and then quickly replenished again. Unimaginable. Tony felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. Alarm. Alarm. Due to solar activities, the system is severely affected by electromagnetic interference. Suddenly, a violent alarm sounded inside Tony's helmet. Chapter 10 Solar Storm. Shit, what's going on? Hearing Jarvis' alarm, Tony's face changed drastically. The next moment, the thrusters on his battle armor stopped working directly, the light on the helmet went out, and he plummeted from the sky. Zero, what's the situation? I don't remember such a thing happening in the movie, Universe Timeline. Lin Feng dived down, chasing after Tony, who was in free fall. There was indeed a solar storm in the movie, Universe Timeline. Zero replied calmly that this situation did not occur in the original movie. It is highly likely that the Mark II didn't fly high enough. Wait a minute. The Fantastic Four? Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. So, another Earth genius in the Marvel Universe has also appeared? Ridiculous. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. A ray of primeval creation energy emerged from his hand and surged into the arc reactor on Tony's chest. The reactor that had shut down was activated by this ray of primeval creation energy, and Tony's armor resumed its operation. Icons flashed before his eyes. Just as he was about to smash into the ground, the thrusters on the hands and feet of the Mark III erupted with intense light. Tony traced an arc in the air and took off again. Hoo-hoo ha 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 ha. This was Tony's heartfelt joy. In fact, although the moment of falling from a high altitude made Tony feel a bit panicked, he quickly composed himself because he believed that Lin Feng wouldn't watch him smash into the ground and turn into a pulp. Lin, did you see that? Tony laughed as he flew up to Lin Feng. That was quite thrilling just now. Indeed. But I think you need to add an anti-electromagnetic radiation function to the armor. Lin Feng shrugged and flew in the direction of Stark Mansion. You're right. Tony followed closely behind, and the two returned to Tony's basement. Aren't you going to take a look at that? Lin Feng pointed to the box that Pepper had sent over earlier. What? What's the significance of this? Tony unwrapped the paper packaging. Inside was a glass box, in which lay the miniature arc reactor he had crafted by hand in the cave. A line of words was engraved on it. Tony Stark has a warm heart. Tonight, the red carpet at the Disney Concert Hall was ablaze with excitement. Tony Stark's third firefighter family's charity dinner was being held here. The news footage appeared on the screen. Jarvis, have we been invited? Tony furrowed his brows. I have no record of an invitation, sir. Jarvis's voice sounded. Jarvis. Apply anti-electromagnetic radiation paint to the exterior of my armor. Tony poured himself a glass of chlorophyll juice and then downed it in one gulp. Palladium poisoning? Lin Feng looked at the cup Tony had just emptied. Yes. Tony heaved a sigh and tapped the reactor on his chest. This thing allows me to survive for now. Yet it's also accelerating my death. It's quite a contradiction, isn't it? Indeed, it's a bit of a contradiction. However, why didn't you ask me? A faint smile curved Lin Feng's lips. What? Tony was taken aback, and in the less than a second he was stunned. Lin Feng had already placed his right hand on Tony's chest. A white light emitted from Lin Feng's palm, and the nanomaterials from his own armor also entered Tony's chest. A few seconds later, Lin Feng withdrew his hand, and several shrapnel pieces were in his palm. I've removed the shrapnel. You no longer need to have the arc reactor lodged in your chest. But likewise, if you continue to use the Mark III, the palladium element will still erode your body. Lin Feng placed the shrapnel in a small vial. What about it? Want to keep it as a memento? There's really no need. Tony shook his head. Well, I'll be off then. I'm going to find out why the charity gala named after me didn't invite me. All right. Lin Feng stretched himself. I filled the hole in your chest with nanomaterials. In the coming period, the newly grown body tissues of your own will gradually replace my nanomaterials. In other words, return it to me when you're done using it. No problem. Tony waved his hand, randomly picked a sports car, and with the roar of the engine, rushed out of the garage. Zero. Sitting in Tony's boss chair. Lin Feng leaned back. In this universe, the most important things should be the 6 Infinity Stones, right? Currently speaking, yes. But we're not sure if there is the existence of a multiverse in this Marvel universe. Zero replied calmly. If there is, the things we can obtain would be numerous. In addition, we can also get in touch with some aspects of the magic side. We possess the ability to directly use the primeval energy of creation. That is to say, we have a characteristic that other mages don't have. We don't need to borrow magic power from those dimensional demons, but can directly release magic with our own power. That's right, Zero affirmed. However, as visitors from another universe, we can't determine the attitude of the Ancient One towards us. Can we? Rest assured, the Ancient One only defends against those dimensional demons who seek to invade Earth. Since we were able to arrive here without being directly rejected by the universe, it means we have integrated into this cosmos. Lin Feng rose to his feet. After all, the Marvel Universe possesses a sentient cosmic consciousness. In other words, our current nature is that of humans in this world. Even if humans were to engage in a fierce internal conflict to the point of self-extermination, the Ancient One would not intervene. Isn't that right? Ling picked up Lin Feng's words. Exactly, that's the case. The Ancient One can view the timeline, but won't interfere with its changes. Comparatively, I even think that the time variance authority created by Kong the Conqueror poses a greater threat. They are merely a group of ordinary people armed with special weapons. What does it matter? Ling expressed a hint of disdain. What if Kong the Conqueror himself takes action? Lin Feng shook his head. From the plot of Ant-Man 3, we can see the combat power of Kong the Conqueror. Although Kang the Conqueror didn't showcase his strength in the Loki series, considering they are the same Kong, he shouldn't be too weak. That's true. Ling pondered for a moment. So, we must hasten to enhance our combat power. Moreover, we need to elevate the quality of humanity as soon as possible. Chapter 11 The Wormhole Generator completed. Lin Feng had been tinkering in Tony's basement for quite a while and finally finished his work. At this moment, Tony also returned from the dinner party. How was it? Was your conversation with Obadiah smooth? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He had a showdown with me, yet didn't admit that he was the one who had the terrorists kidnap me. Tony slumped in the chair, gently shaking his head. Additionally, I encountered a journalist. Did he show you the scene where the town of Cormilla was attacked by terrorists, and the attackers used weapons produced by Stark Industries, even including Jericho missiles? Lin Feng had anticipated it, knowing what would happen at this dinner party. You always seem to know everything. Tony let out a sigh. I need to remind you that Ethan is in Cormilla right now. It's his hometown. After escaping from the cave, he decided to do something for his hometown and then returned. Lin Feng played with the small device in his hand. What? Tony suddenly stood up. Jarvis. Equip Mark III with a weapon system and adjust the hand. Assisted thrusters to achieve a lethal effect. Lin, I need your help. Tony turned around and looked at Lin Feng. If you can't control the situation, I'll step in. Lin Feng nodded. Thanks. Tony took a deep breath. Walked onto the grid-shaped floor in the middle of the room. Jarvis, suit me up. The sound of mechanical transmission rang out. Several robotic arms extended from the ground around Tony, equipping him with the Mark III Iron Man suit. One of the most classic transformations of Iron Man in the Marvel Universe, isn't it? Lin Feng leaned on the sofa, watching the scene full of mechanical aesthetics. Yes, it's quite a novel experience to witness all this. Zero replied with deep conviction in Lin Feng's mind. From then on, our Iron Man never put on his armor with a smile again. Hey, Tony. After Tony finished suiting up, Lin Feng suddenly interrupted his thoughts. To be honest, I've had a question since I watched the movie back then. Lin Feng pointed to his head. With this hairstyle of yours, won't your hair get caught when you put on the helmet in this way? Hey, I just managed to build up my emotions. Tony glared at Lin Feng with some dissatisfaction. All right, just trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Lin Feng waved his hand. Go solve your problem. You can rest assured with me backing you up. However, I won't intervene unless you're in extreme danger. No problem. Tony soared into the sky, producing a piercing sonic boom and trailing a series of sonic boom clouds behind him before disappearing into the horizon. Zero, let's set off too. It's just the right time to test this little gadget. Lin Feng tossed the cube in his hand up and down, then pressed a button on it. Hum, a humming sound rang out, and an energy ripple spread out from around the cube. A mass of blue mist rose from the cube and gradually formed a blue portal. Not bad. Lin Feng smiled faintly and stepped forward, entering the portal. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared above Kumala town. Your technical prowess is as impressive as ever. Zero exclaimed in Lin Feng's mind. The wormhole technology Lin Feng had just employed was developed by the Pan-Blue Star human civilization community, capable of achieving spatial jumps. Most importantly, this kind of wormhole didn't possess the terrifying gravity found in the wormholes of scientific knowledge. In other words, when opening the wormhole, it wouldn't impact the surrounding environment. Originally, there was a simple wormhole generator inside Lin Feng's battle armor. However, upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, due to the different spatial rules of the two universes, the wormhole generator from his original universe naturally couldn't be used. Therefore, Lin Feng disassembled the wormhole generator and modified it according to the spatial rules of the Marvel Universe. He even deduced some characteristics of the Tesseract based on Tony's arc reactor and integrated them into it, resulting in a wormhole generator with zero delay, which could instantly teleport to any corner of this universe as long as the coordinates were available. With sufficient accumulation of the primordial creation energy, he finally didn't need to use primitive things like thruster-based aircraft. Lin Feng stretched himself vigorously. There was no sign of thruster-based jet under his feet, yet he could float steadily in the sky. This was an anti-gravity device driven by the primordial creation energy as the power supply, a technology that the Pan-Blue Star human civilization community had breached long ago. Of course, advanced technology brought terrifying energy consumption. If using a micro-arc reactor like Tony's, I'm afraid the energy of one arc reactor could only supply the device to fly for less than an hour. Humans are always engaged in mutual slaughter. Lin Feng hovered in the air, looking at the scene below, his brows knitted tightly. The Jericho missile soared into the sky. A multitude of cluster warheads descended, kicking up billows of smoke and dust. Hordes of terrorists were bursting into civilian houses, firing randomly inside, shooting down anyone who dared to flee. Women and children were spared, while all men were to be executed. The new leader of the terrorists was barking orders loudly, and among the crowd about to be executed was Ethan. Damn it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and snapped his fingers softly. In a moment unnoticed by the terrorists, a small portal appeared beneath Ethan's feet. The next instant, Ethan was by Lin Feng's side, grabbed by the nape of his neck by Lin Feng. Lin? The moment Ethan saw Lin Feng, hope welled up in his eyes instantly. Can you save them? No. I can't. Lin Feng shook his head. This is a problem for Tony to solve, not mine. But the civilians down there are being killed. Ethan was somewhat puzzled. Ethan, perhaps you don't know me well. Lin Feng looked at the massacre scene on the ground. I hope humanity can make significant progress. Yet that doesn't mean I will hold human lives in high regard. Or rather, what I care about is the survival of the entire human civilization, not every individual human being. The entire human civilization is now facing a huge crisis, and I want to unify all of humanity. Lin Feng let out a sigh. So, the rest is up to Tony. Unifying humanity can't rely solely on me. Tony also needs to establish a certain degree of prestige. May the influence of the butterfly effect not be so significant. At least, let the uncontrollable changes occur after the Battle of New York. What? Ethan didn't catch Lin Feng's final murmur clearly. It's nothing. However, the massacre is about to end. Look, he's coming. Lin Feng pointed into the distance with his other finger. A beam of fire approached from afar. Just as the terrorists were about to execute the next batch of people, a figure in gold and red crashed to the ground. Chapter 12. The Primordial Energy Aggregate, the Superhero Lance. It has to be said that the most valuable part of Tony's armor should be its shock absorption. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Tony, I've rescued Ethan. Go ahead. No problem. Tony slowly got to his feet. Rat-a-tat-tat. Looking at the figure in gold and red, the terrorists frantically pulled the triggers. Bullets poured onto the surface of the Iron Man armor but caused no harm. Bang! Tony stared at the bullets and stepped forward, punching the first terrorist who shot at him into a wall not far away. Then, the charging sound rang out. and the repulsor beam on his palm instantly took care of the terrorist around him. When he turned around again, he saw several terrorists holding guns manufactured by Stark Industries against the heads of the refugees. There's no instant noodles. A string of unintelligible gibberish came out of the terrorists' mouths. Although he couldn't understand, Tony could sense the threat in their words. The radiance in Tony's palm gradually faded away, and he lowered his hands. Just as the few terrorists in front of him relaxed their vigilance, Tony had already taken aim. A dainty device emerged from his shoulder, and several miniature homing missiles instantly eliminated several terrorists. Dad, a child ran over and embraced a man who was originally about to be executed by the terrorists. What a heart-warming scene it was. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. You still have humanity, don't you? Ethan stared at Lin Feng with a somewhat dazed look in his eyes. I've always had humanity, but for the survival of human civilization, I have to abandon most of my personal emotional needs. Lin Feng shook his head. No matter when, the overall interests of human civilization are of utmost importance, even if some people have to sacrifice in the process. But, bang, a loud noise came from below. That was Tony crashing through a wall, directly dragging the new leader of the terrorists out from the other side of the wall and throwing him to the ground. I'll leave him to you. The jet nozzles on Tony's body burst into intense flames, and he slowly ascended into the sky. With a turn, he vanished into the horizon. Boom, a deafening roar resounded. A shell hit the side of Tony's breastplate, triggering a violent explosion, and Tony plummeted to the ground from the air. Lin. Tony let out a groan. You're not in any danger, are you? Lin Feng curled his lip. Shit, even this had happened? Tony cursed and slowly climbed out of the crater, and then saw a tank not far away. Bang. Another shell was fired towards Tony, but Tony merely tilted his body slightly, and the shell flew past his body. Whoosh. The arm gauntlet of Tony opened, and a miniature missile rose. With a soft whistling sound, it was launched and hit the tank, yet there was no reaction. Tony showed no sign and just turned around and walked forward. A few seconds later, that tank exploded with a deafening sound and was instantly reduced to pieces. Tony's ability to show off is indeed remarkable. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Tony walked step by step towards the terrorists in front of him, completely ignoring the bullets fired at him. Right under the gaze of the terrorists, he slowly ascended into the air. A charging sound rang out, and a thick beam cannon was fired towards the terrorists' ammunition depot. A large number of weapons and ammunitions exploded with a roar, and Tony rushed out from the flames and disappeared into the sky. Wait a minute. Lin Feng stopped Tony. What's up? Tony stopped. Are you going back like this? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Is there any problem? Tony was a bit puzzled. Do you think the detection system of your America is just for show? Lin Feng snorted. If you fly back like this, within 5 minutes, military fighter jets will pester you. Air. Seems so. Tony scratched his head. All right, I'll send you back. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and opened a wormhole leading to Tony's basement. Let's go. Holy crap. Tony, who passed through the wormhole, opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Is this space technology? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. I have enhanced the wormhole generator on my battle suit, enabling it to conform to the spatial rules of this universe. Is your technological prowess truly so advanced? May I analyze this technology? Tony's eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. Do not forget, in the universe I came from, human civilization was an interstellar one. For a civilization capable of venturing beyond the solar system, space, jump, and quantum communication technologies are essential. After all, the cosmic speed limit is the speed of light. It can't be that a 5-minute battle is preceded by a decades-long journey, right? Lin Feng shrugged and handed the wormhole generator to Tony. The space jump technology is actually not that difficult, and the structure of this device is quite simple. You could even replicate it with ease. The real challenge lies in the nature of the energy that needs to be input. What kind of energy does it use? Tony held the wormhole generator in his hands with great care. Such cutting-edge technology was a treasure to him. In my universe, we call it primeval creation energy. Lin Feng replied. This energy permeates the entire universe, but to utilize it, it must be transformed by living organisms. Transformation by living organisms? Tony was taken aback for a moment. Yes, you can simply think of it as the Eastern practice of cultivating immortality. Lin Feng nodded. We absorb the primeval creation energy that pervades the universe through our own bodies. The primeval creation energy then reacts with living organisms, giving rise to new characteristics. After this reaction, we can release it, and the wormhole generator can only be powered by primeval creation energy. In fact, your universe possesses unique and advantageous attributes. In our universe, The primeval creation energy is uniformly distributed throughout the cosmos, with the concentration of this energy being identical in every corner of the universe. However, it is different here. Lin Feng let out a sigh. In this universe, the primeval creation energy can be artificially concentrated because there exist within your universe energy aggregates that can condense into a tangible form and manipulate the entire universe. One could even say that these aggregates are the controllers of the universe. All substances that originate from these energy aggregates possess elements that can increase the concentration of the primeval creation energy. For instance, the arc reactor on your chest. Chapter 13. Ironmonger. These energy aggregates are known as infinity stones by the advanced intelligent life forms in your universe. Theoretically, there should be 6 infinity stones, and one of them is on Earth. Your father's arc reactor was developed based on the Tesseract, which serves as the carrier of this particular infinity stone. Therefore, your arc reactor itself has the power to aggregate the primeval creation energy. So, how should I utilize this energy? Tony took a deep breath. This is the method by which we absorb and utilize the primeval creation energy. Lin Feng handed Tony a storage device. Of course, to understand these things, you'll need to learn Chinese, for text translated solely by machinery will have many semantic omissions. All right, I understand. Tony solemnly accepted the storage device from Lin Feng and carefully put it away. When the time is ripe, I will make public the cultivation method of the prime foundational energy, granting every human the opportunity to cultivate. Lin Feng rose to his feet. As I've said before, humanity is facing a tremendous crisis, and what I aspire to do is to endow the majority of humans with the ability to protect themselves amidst this crisis. I understand. Tony nodded. I will safeguard these things well. 3 days later. Shit, Lin, something's wrong. Lin Feng received a call from Tony. What happened? Lin Feng put down the tools in his hands. The prototype of my arc reactor was stolen. Tony replied through gritted teeth. Obadiah? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, it must be him. Presumably, Obadiah has a modified version of the Iron Man armor based on the Mark I. Given that his conditions far exceed those of your time in the cave, this armor should be quite large. Lin Feng shrugged. Normally, he will directly extract the new version reactor you're using from your chest, and you will have to use the old version reactor to power the armor. Even so, you managed to win at that time. I see. A glint flashed in Tony's eyes. If, in the timeline without Lin Feng's presence, he could defeat Obadiah, who was using the new version reactor with the energy efficiency of the initial version arc reactor, then now, with Obadiah using a reactor inferior to Tony's, there is even less reason for him to lose. Additionally, Tony, I must remind you of one thing. Lin Feng's expression was uncharacteristically solemn. You must understand that last time, Obadiah was discovered by those SHIELD agents. Thus, he was unprepared. However, a problem has now emerged. No one has disturbed him. Tony furrowed his brow. Yes, so Obadiah will make some preparations. And when he knows clearly that the power source in his hand is inferior to yours, he will choose to seek something outside the field that can threaten you. Pepper. Tony's gaze dulled for an instant. Then he snapped back to his senses in a flash. Jarvis, suit me up. Lin. Tony looked at Lin Feng with a somewhat complicated expression. I know, but it's still the same thing. Lin Feng stood up. As long as neither you nor Pepper is in mortal danger, I will absolutely not intervene. That's enough. Tony took a deep breath and soared into the sky, hurtling straight towards the direction of Pepper's house. Miss Potts. Obadiah Stane unfastened his helmet, the machine gun on his arm pointing at Pepper's head. From this moment on, you're fired. But you still have one last bit of value. Stane. Tony's voice approached from afar. Obadiah turned his head and saw a streak of fire hurtling towards him. He quickly put on his helmet, and the machine gun on his arm unleashed a hail of fire at Tony. But it was of no avail. Tony had already crashed through the adjacent wall with him, passed through a container truck, and landed on the road. In an instant, a chain reaction car accident occurred on the road, with a large number of vehicles crashing into one another. Obadiah hoisted a car parked in front of him and turned towards Tony. Obadiah then set it down. Tony looked at the family of 4 inside the car with a solemn expression. Collateral damage, Tony said. Obadiah, still holding the car, was about to smash it down. Transfer power to the chest, Tony commanded, and then fired a beam cannon from the position of the arc reactor on his chest. The blast hit the breastplate of the Ironmonger, sending Obadiah flying backwards and causing him to lose his grip on the car. Shit. Tony cursed as he caught the car. There were children in it, and he couldn't let it smash to the ground. Ma'am, please. Before Tony could finish, the woman driving the car had already shrieked and stomped on the gas pedal. The thrusters at Tony's feet flared with fire as he overtook the car. Then, he landed a punch on Obadiah's helmet. However, Obadiah merely tilted his head slightly, then grabbed Tony and smashed him to the ground, stomping on him with one foot. Stark Industries was built by me from the ground up. No one can stop me. Obadiah stomped on him repeatedly, then lifted Tony up and hurled him into a bus. Not even you. Obadiah sneered. A missile rose from his shoulder and was fired into the bus. A deafening explosion ensued, sending Tony flying. As he fell, the thrusters on his armor glowed, allowing him to hover steadily in the air. Built from the ground up by you? Then why is Stark Industries named after my surname? Tony asked mockingly. Impressive. You've upgraded your armor. Obadiah did not respond to Tony's words, but laughed to himself. But I also have my own upgrades. A sound of mechanical transmission rang out, and the machinery at Obadiah's feet began to transform. A burst of flames and thick smoke that would enrage a climate. Activist girl billowed out, and the ironmonger slowly ascended into the air. Sir, his armor seems to be able to fly as well. Jarvis's voice sounded in Tony's helmet. Yes, I have eyes. I can see that. Tony was a bit helpless. Jarvis, take me up. Yes, sir. The thrusters at Tony's feet blazed brightly, trailing a plume of fire as he shot straight into the sky. Jarvis, keep climbing. Surely there won't be another solar storm today? Tony kept ascending towards the high altitude. Jarvis, not too fast. Let him catch up with me at around 45,000 feet. Yes, sir. Jarvis controlled the speed, gradually closing the distance between Obadiah and Tony. Your idea is quite brilliant, Tony. Obadiah grabbed Tony's ankle and pulled him into his embrace. Zero, I have to say, this scene is really rather affectionate. Isn't it? Lin Feng, hovering in the air, looked at the scene below. Yes, Captain, you're quite right. Zero let out a soft laugh in Tony's mind. My armor is more advanced in all aspects. Obadiah squeezed Tony's neck. Your thinking is too conservative. Is that so? Tony raised an eyebrow. Then how did you solve the icing problem? What icing problem? Obadiah was momentarily stunned. In that split second of his distraction, the power of his armor suddenly failed. You'd better check it thoroughly. Tony knocked on Obadiah's helmet, shards of ice flying, and Obadiah plummeted down. Chapter 14, Bright Farm. Tony Stark, you'll come to no good end. Obadiah, whose energy had been exhausted, struggled to climb out of his armor. It has to be said that Obadiah was also a rather remarkable scientist. He could even anticipate the situation of energy depletion in advance and installed a manually operated opening device inside the armor. Obadiah, I've got evidence of your connection with terrorists. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Before Tony could finish, a silvery, white figure suddenly landed behind Obadiah, punching through his chest and clutching his heart in hand. Lin, you. Tony stared at the heart in Lin Feng's hand, somewhat dazed. What? Do you want to spare his life? Lin Feng crushed the heart in his hand. After all, he's my uncle. Tony sighed. You know, Obadiah watched me grow up. Hey, Tony, snap out of it. Lin Feng slapped the back of Tony's head. You don't have an uncle. Your father was an only child. Besides, the corpse on the ground is named Stain, not Stark. He's just a conspirator who wanted to kill you and seize your company. Lin, sometimes, I always feel that you don't possess emotions at all. A tinge of sadness still lingered in Tony's eyes. I am not without emotions. I can merely exercise complete control over them with my reason. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Why? Doesn't living like this make one exhausted? Tony was somewhat perplexed. What else can I do? Lin Feng let out a sigh. You know, in my universe, humanity has long been blinded by its own might. I am the sole hawkish general within the entire human ethnic group, and no one can comprehend my ideology. What ideology? Tony raised an eyebrow. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. A searing light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Among all civilizations in the universe, they're in a hostile relationship. When civilizations meet, there is only one option, and that is for one side to completely exterminate the other. Isn't that a bit too radical? Tony was hesitant about Lin Feng's view. This theory is derived from a literary work of the human civilization in my universe. The name of that work is The Three-Body Problem. Lin Feng looked up at the night sky. Survival is the primary need of a civilization. Civilizations keep growing and expanding, while the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. With these two obvious axioms as the foundation, it is not difficult to see that conflicts between civilizations are inevitable. Later, I conducted an experiment, and it indeed proved this point. The universe is like a dark forest, and every civilization is a hunter in the forest. Tony picked up Lin Feng's words. Indeed, This book also exists in our world. In fact, I've delved into it particularly. However, isn't this theory a bit too pessimistic? Refute me. Lin Feng shrugged. The establishment of the Dark Forest Law hinges on one crucial premise, namely, someone fired the first shot and was heard by other hunters. A glint sparkled in Tony's eyes. Are we really going to debate here? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and opened a portal. Then, Lin Feng leaned on Tony's large sofa and said, "All right, continue to expound your viewpoint. I have a small question. What if the hunter who fired the shot installed a silencer on the gun? It's still the same problem." Lin Feng shrugged again. The silencer you mentioned can be taken to represent a relatively high technological level. On a cosmic scale, the number of civilizations that might fire a shot is huge. You can ensure that every civilization within this number possesses a silencer. However, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "You're right about one thing. This universe indeed isn't a dark forest. You see, I knew it. This universe is a bright farm." Lin Feng interrupted Tony. "What?" Tony was stunned. "This universe is a bright farm. Civilizations may kill each other, but in most cases, they don't truly perish, because this isn't a forest but a farm with an owner." A tinge of solemnity showed in Lin Feng's eyes. "Are you saying that gods really exist? Better not make such jokes." Tony waved his hand. "The so-called deities are merely more powerful intelligent beings that came into existence earlier than us." Lin Feng shook his head with a hint of resignation. In the mouths of advanced civilizations, these beings are referred to as celestials. The celestials were the first batch of intelligent life forms born beneath the first firmament. Wait, Tony raised his hand. What exactly is the first firmament? The first firmament was the first universe within this cosmic system, a sentient universe. Lin Feng sighed. The current level of human civilization is still too low, and you know nothing about the history of this universe. After the first firmament shattered, it transformed into a vast number of multiverses. The universe we are in now is one of the multiverses. And these celestials planted a seed on every planet with intelligent life. What kind of seed? Tony sensed that something was amiss. The seed of a new celestial. Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. The celestial race grows by absorbing the souls of intelligent beings. When the number of intelligent beings on a planet reaches a certain level, the celestial will emerge, and the planet it parasitizes will shatter directly. War can promote the development of civilization and technology, and technological development, in turn, can boost the growth of the population. Therefore, war is permissible, but genocide is not. Shit. What's the use of you telling me all this now except to fill me with despair about the future? Tony gritted his teeth. You asked by yourself. Lin Feng shrugged. And my goal is truly ambitious. I'm going to take down the owner of this bright farm. Chapter 15. I am Iron Man. So, in your opinion, there is a celestial being slumbering beneath us right now? Tony pointed at the ground beneath his feet with a solemn expression. That's right. We probably have about 10 years. There seemed to be a spark in Lin Feng's eyes. In 10 years, if we can't directly eliminate the celestial being, we should at least have the ability to preserve human civilization after it wakes up. Interstellar immigration? Tony raised an eyebrow. Correct. Within 10 years. Either I'll lead humanity to eliminate the celestial being, or we'll emigrate most of humanity, ensuring the behemoth beneath our feet never wakes up. Lin Feng took a deep breath. These things on me can't be analyzed with humanity's current technological level. Thus, we need more. What do you mean? Tony furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. Although the overall level of humanity in this universe isn't advanced, there is one advantage. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Some humans possess extremely powerful individual strength. Some? Tony raised an eyebrow. Yes, Tony. You're not the only superhero. Lin Feng patted Tony on the shoulder. This is what I need to do. I need to gather and unite those humans with special abilities. Only then can we achieve more. Your words sound like those of a Soviet. Tony shrugged. In fact, I'm from Dacia. Don't we share similar ideologies with the Soviets? Lin Feng shrugged. However, this was the truth. Mankind must unite, especially those of us humans with greater power. Or rather, we need to form an alliance. Should I ask Jarvis to play the Unbreakable Alliance at this moment? Tony raised an eyebrow. No. But you can directly play something like the Internationale. Lin Feng curled his lips. All right, I'm serious. I'm not joking with you. I not only want to establish an alliance, but also make the whole world aware of this alliance, understand us, and let them know that the crises from outside the Earth are everywhere. And only we can protect them. What's the point? Tony frowned. It's simple. Lin Feng looked into the distance. The existence of superheroes is necessary. But we can't let ordinary people take it for granted that we protect them. This isn't conducive to future development. The so-called with great power comes great responsibility is nonsense. Power comes with ability, and it is the power that corresponds to responsibility. We can't let humans think that they can skip this intermediate step and directly link ability with responsibility. All right, I won't stay any longer. Those annoying guys from S.H.I.E.L.D. are coming. With that, Lin Feng pressed the button on his arm. A portal opened, and Lin Feng stepped into it and disappeared. Everyone has received the official report of last night's Stark incident. At the press conference, Rhodes was speaking, while Lin Feng sat in a corner of the press conference, quietly waiting for the official start of the Marvel Cinematic Universe Year 1. There are unconfirmed reports that a robotic prototype of Stark Industries malfunctioned and caused substantial damage to a certain block. Fortunately, one of Tony Stark's personal bodyguards arrived in a timely manner. Iron Man, quite a resounding name. Tony looked at the newspaper in his hand, while Pepper Potts, who was doing his makeup, was beside him. Of course, this name wasn't quite accurate, considering my battle suit was made of gold titanium alloy. Are you certain that the name Iron Man is truly resounding? This name makes me feel that you're an oil worker from the East. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice came through Tony's earpiece. Shit, Lin, did you install a bug backstage at the press conference? Tony looked around. Oh, Tony, I certainly wouldn't do that. Lin Feng shook his head. However, the room you're in now is filled with miniature cameras and listening devices installed by S.H.I.E.L.D. I just hacked into their frequency. Lin, you really are everywhere. Tony shook his head helplessly. All right, stop talking. Here comes the agent from this agency with a rather long name. Here's your alibi. Coulson handed a card to Tony. You were on your yacht. We have port reports to prove you were in Avalon all night, along with sworn testimonies from your 50 guests. Perhaps you could say it was just me and Pepper, and we were alone on the island. Tony looked at the speech in his hand and shrugged. Just read from the speech. Coulson remained expressionless. Stain isn't mentioned here. Tony flipped through the speech in his hand repeatedly. This has been taken care of. He's gone on vacation. The accident rate of small private planes is rather high. But what about the cover story for the bodyguard? Tony raised the speech in his hand. Do you expect people to believe this? This isn't the first time we've done something like this, Mr. Stark. Coulson didn't explain more to Tony. Just read according to the official statement. Don't worry. This matter will pass soon. You have 90 seconds. Coulson glanced at the time and then turned to leave. Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement and he won't take questions. Thank you. 90 seconds later, Rhodes invited Tony onto the stage. It's been quite a while since I last saw you all. I'll just read from the script this time. Tony stepped up to the microphone and took out the speech from his pocket. Some people speculate that I was involved in the previous robot incident. Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you really expect us to believe that it was just a bodyguard in a battle suit who happened to show up? A reporter interrupted Tony. Even though I know this is a bit confusing, but questioning the official statement is one thing. And making wild accusations that I'm a superhero is quite another. I didn't say you were a superhero. The female reporter waved her hand. Exactly, good. Because that's far-fetched and fanciful. Tony stammered a bit. I'm clearly not cut out to be a hero. I have a bunch of character flaws and have made so many mistakes. Just read from the script. Rod leaned close to Tony's ear and interrupted him. All right. Tony nodded, raising the speech in his hand. The truth is. At this point, Tony glanced at Lin Feng, and the latter smiled and nodded gently at him. Tony, as if relieved of a heavy burden, put down the speech in his hand. I am Iron Man. Chapter 16 The Tesseract, I am Iron Man. As Tony's words fell, the entire press conference site erupted. Lin Feng, in the corner, heard this, smiled faintly, and vanished from the spot. Well, Tony has officially become Iron Man. According to the timeline of the movie universe, who comes next? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The next one is Dr. Banner, the host of the Hulk. Zero's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. The power from beneath all things. I really want to study it thoroughly. Lin Feng let out a sigh. According to the setting of the movie universe, can I defeat the Hulk now? It's a bit difficult, but it should not be a big problem. Zero replied, the Hulk won't appear in New York for a few days. We still have time to enhance ourselves. Of course, we need some assistance. The Tesseract. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Zero, contact Pierce. Yes, Captain. Hail Hydra. A bespectacled, bald Indian descent man came to Lin Feng's home. Agent Sitwell, thank you. Lin Feng took the box from Sitwell's hand. What I'm about to do involves secrets. You can leave now. Hitterville lowered his head and left Lin Feng's residence. Tony, head to the Stark Industries building. There's a massive item that requires our joint research. After Hitterville's departure, Lin Feng promptly connected to Tony's communication. All right, I'm on my way. Tony's words were accompanied by the howling wind. You're outside? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. Yes. I just destroyed another terrorist stronghold that was using Stark Industries weapons. Tony's breath was slightly uneven. Okay, stop flying. I'll come get you. Lin Feng gently clenched his right fist, and a portal opened. Tony rushed out directly. Just as he was about to crash into the wall of Lin Feng's house due to his inability to stop, Lin Feng casually raised his hand, and Tony came to a halt. Shit, Lin. Even if my shock absorption system is effective, you can't play tricks on me like this. Tony opened his faceplate, grimacing as he spoke. Whatever. Lin Feng opened another portal, then kicked Tony into it. Lin Feng picked up the box and followed closely. The portal closed behind him. Now, in front of them was the huge arc reactor at the headquarters of Stark Industries. You're going to use this? Tony pointed at the massive reactor in front of them. Yes. I wonder if you've noticed, there are many redundant parts in this reactor? Lin Feng looked at the arc reactor in front of him, his eyes filled with admiration. I have to say, Tony, your father was truly a genius. What? Have you discovered something? Tony raised his eyebrows. There are indeed many anomalies in this arc reactor. The excess capacity of the energy pathways inside is set too large, and there are also some completely unnecessary structures. Exactly. Do you know the reason? Lin Feng stared intently at the reactor in front of him. Could it be? Tony seemed to think of something. Was this thing not actually prepared for palladium? Exactly. Lin Feng opened the box in his hand, revealing the cube with a pale blue glow inside. Jarvis, scan it. Tony leaned closer to the tesseract and observed it carefully. The energy intensity on this cube is astonishingly high. Jarvis's voice sounded. However, I can't observe its internal structure. Lin, could this be? Exactly. One of the 6 infinity stones, the carrier of the space stone, the tesseract. Lin Feng took the tesseract out of the box. You must have noticed that there is a cube-shaped extra space inside this large-scale arc reactor, surrounded by a large number of energy pathways. So, the tesseract is the real thing that powers this device. Tony's eyes sparkled. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Now, I'm going to install this thing, and then, I'm going to practice cultivation inside the arc reactor. What? Tony was taken aback. I had this thing brought out from SHIELD. Now I need a large amount of primeval creation energy. Soon, an individual with extremely powerful strength will appear. Is it an enemy? Tony furrowed his brows. No. He is one of us, yet his mind is not quite clear at the moment. Or rather, his mental state is roughly equivalent to that of an infant or toddler, but he possesses extremely powerful strength. If I want to subdue him, I must defeat him in battle. Therefore, I must promptly enhance my basic physical fitness. Could I know who that person is? Tony took a deep breath. Do you know Dr. Bruce Banner? Lin Feng cautiously inserted the tesseract into the interface of the arc reactor. Him? Was that thing created by him? Tony apparently knew that Bruce Banner had profound attainments in biology. No, that's himself. Lin Feng shrugged. In a laboratory accident. He was affected by gamma rays and acquired a persona that could transform into a huge green monster, with his power growing stronger the angrier he gets. The incident at Caltech? Tony seemed to recall something. Exactly, it's him. Lin Feng sighed. Dr. Banner should be in Brazil now, but barring any accidents. He will appear in New York in a few days. I have to possess the power to subdue Hulk before that. Having said that, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the clothes on his body turned into nano particles, which condensed into a disk beneath him, carrying him slowly as he flew and entered the interior of the arc reactor. Then he sat cross-legged and frantically absorbed the vast amount of primeval creation energy condensed by the arc reactor. I still find it hard to imagine that this guy can enhance his physical strength by absorbing energy. The so-called cultivation of immortality actually exists. Tony looked at Lin Feng, who was bare-chested inside the arc reactor, and let out an exclamation. Jarvis, constantly observe the energy changes within the arc reactor. Whether you can analyze anything or not, record everything that occurs inside. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied, and then a large number of cameras, microphones, and energy sensors were directed towards Lin Feng's direction. Tony, it's a futile effort. You have no possibility of discerning this energy movement pattern. First, study carefully the materials I gave you. Only when you've truly absorbed the primeval creation energy, once will you have the possibility of discovering the pattern and detecting the primeval creation energy. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Feng seemed to be able to perceive everything outside. All right, Tony sighed. Then you continue your cultivation slowly. I'm leaving now. Chapter 17, The Birth of the Abomination Captain. Zero's voice emerged in Lin Feng's mind, interrupting Lin Feng, who was immersed in cultivation. Has the Hulk appeared? Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Yes. There was an incident of a green monster attacking at the California Institute of Technology yesterday. Zero explained, judging from the rather blurry footage at the scene. It should be the Hulk indeed. Very well. Lin Feng stood up, and a disc composed of nanobots beneath him lifted him up and flew out of the arc reactor. Next, we only need to do one thing, and that is to await the appearance of the abomination. When these two behemoths start fighting in New York, it will be the time for me to showcase my power to the world. The original form of abomination, Blonsky, after being enhanced by the super soldier serum, became extremely irascible and developed an obsession with seeking opponents of equal strength. It might not be easy to subdue him. Zero's voice carried a hint of concern. No, you're wrong. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. The way to deal with such a person is quite simple. That is, directly beat him until he submits and until he's terrified. Once he's afraid, he'll be very obedient. Lin, you're awake? Reminded by Jarvis, Tony arrived at Stark Industries. Yes, I've been sitting here for 3 days. It's high time to stretch my muscles a bit. Lin Feng stretched lazily. Oh, by the way, there's something I need your help with. Go ahead. In the next few days, there will be a huge battle in Harlem, New York. Both sides of the battle possess extremely powerful forces. I can defeat them, but I can't control the collateral damage. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Feng looked into Tony's eyes. When a car is broken, replace it. When a house is damaged, give a new one. I'm quite experienced in such matters. That's what I did after my battle with Obadiah. Tony smiled. You mentioned before that we should establish an organization, right? I've been pondering whether to set up a fund for post-war reconstruction and compensation work. I was about to bring up this very issue. Such a fund is indeed necessary. Lin Feng nodded. Oh, by the way, has that black egg come to you these 2 days? Black egg? Tony was taken aback for a moment. Oh, you mean the director of SHIELD, right? Yes, he came to me. His idea coincides with ours. He also wants to establish a league of superheroes to counter the crises on Earth. His idea is quite different from ours. Lin Feng shook his head. I know about that Avengers initiative. That black egghead intends to have these superheroes step in when a crisis hits. But my idea is completely different. How so? Tony raised an eyebrow. Why must we be Avengers? Can't we be preventers? Lin Feng walked to the window. Look at the world outside. The lives of these people may not be wonderful or happy, but they're alive, aren't they? If we wait until a crisis befalls Earth before taking action, in the process from our intervention to the resolution of the situation, how many casualties do you think there will be? It's hard for me to give an exact number, but I can envision a scene of devastation. Tony sighed. But what can we do? We need to confine the wars outside our home planet. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled brightly, as if they could pierce through the darkness outside the window. Oh, by the way, home planet is how my universe refers to Earth. After all, it's the cradle of human civilization. What should we do? Tony took a deep breath. We need to become stronger. A flash of determination burst forth in Lin Feng's eyes. Become stronger at all costs. Regarding this point, I've already gained some insights into the cultivation method of the Genesis Prime energy that you taught me. Tony extended his hand, and a glimmer of white light emerged in the palm of his hand. This is the fruit of my efforts over the past 3 days. Very good. Lin Feng nodded. Since you've grasped the essentials, what comes next is to absorb the Genesis Prime energy in an orderly manner. It would be best if you reconstruct this arc reactor. With the Tesseract as its core, this place will be an excellent venue for cultivating the Genesis Prime energy. Yes, I will. By the way, you mentioned that there will be a great battle in a few days. Do you need my help? Not for now. Lin Feng shook his head. I also need to establish my prestige to some extent, and those 2 colossal beings should be perfect targets for that. I have to deal with them on my own. Also, in a few years, I'll return the Tesseract to SHIELD. At that time, a great battle will befall the Earth. That will be the optimal opportunity for us to truly emerge in front of everyone in the world. And it's also the last war on the Earth's native land, as I've envisioned. All right, I understand. Tony nodded. If you have an intense reaction, this will ensure you don't hurt yourself. Dr. Stern was strapping Banner onto the experimental table. You can tell me later whether you think the reaction is intense or not. Dr. Banner smiled faintly. These damned stupid postgraduates. Stern pounded the malfunctioning machine forcefully. This feeling will be quite extraordinary. We're starting. Stern pressed a button, and a large amount of liquid medicine was injected into Banner's body. They began. Lin Feng, who had long installed cameras in Dr. Stern's laboratory, rose to his feet, opened a portal, and arrived in the sky above Harlem. Roar, Lin Feng, with superhuman hearing, heard the angry roar coming from below. He knew that Dr. Banner was transforming into Hulk and receiving the so-called antidote. TSK, they're coming. Hearing the roar of the helicopter from below, Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Blonsky was coming, and the abomination was about to be born. If you kill Hulk, I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. General Ross said to the tied up Dr. Banner, while Dr. Banner just stared at the sky, completely unmoved. This is really troublesome. Why hasn't it started yet? Lin Feng frowned and cast his eyes towards Dr. Stern's laboratory. However, the progress here was quite fast. The thing I want you to remove from Banner's body. Blonsky pointed a pistol at Dr. Stern's head. You seem to have injected something already, right? Dr. Stern slowly got up, his eyes glinting with excitement. He was a pure scientific madman, and a scientific madman was always excited when seeing a suitable test subject. Yes, I need more. There was a look on Blonsky's face as if he was suffering from drug withdrawal. You've seen what he'll turn into, right? Yes. It's so beautiful. A trace of morbidity appeared in Dr. Stern's eyes. Good, the main show is coming. Lin Feng witnessed Blonsky, who had transformed into the abomination, break free from the experimental table. He also saw the test tube containing Banner's blood shatter, and the liquid inside drip onto the bleeding forehead of Dr. Stern. It suddenly occurred to Lin Feng that in this major event, not only the Hulk and the abomination would appear, but also the leader would be born this time. Right? Lin Feng, with great interest, stroked his chin and then opened a portal, transporting Dr. Stern, who was undergoing mutation, to the basement of his home. Open the back door. On the helicopter, Banner took a deep breath. Only I can stop him. Banner passionately kissed Betty and then leaped out of the helicopter. He tightly closed his eyes, feeling the flow of the surrounding wind and the thrill brought by free fall. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Yet there was not a hint of green in them. Oh shit. That was all Banner had time to utter before crashing through the ground, creating a large crater. Chapter 18. This is the feeling. Roar. A furious roar came from the crater on the ground. A huge green hand reached out from the hole, and the Hulk emerged from the crater, tearing off his tattered clothes and looking at the abomination in front of him. Well, almost there. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His entire body was covered in silver, white armor, then transformed into a stream of silver light and swooped down. At this moment, Hulk and Abomination were taking a running start, both monsters brewing an extremely powerful aura. Just as the two monsters were about to collide, a silvery white figure appeared between them. Their forward momentum was halted in an instant, and a huge force erupted into a shockwave, shattering the glass of the entire block. Abomination looked at the small figure that had blocked his fist, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Hulk, on the other hand, let out a furious roar. Being blocked by such a tiny thing made him feel insulted and enraged. As his anger grew, so did Hulk's strength. Is this all? Lin Feng hovered between the two, his two hands respectively resisting the fists of Hulk and Abomination. A strange smile played on his lips. If you're only this powerful, then it's my turn. With a sudden exertion of his hands, white mist swirled around Lin Feng's body. His strength increased abruptly, and he actually lifted Hulk and Abomination off the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, Lin Feng smashed Abomination onto the ground, then swung Hulk around like a windmill and slammed him onto Abomination. Holy crap! Tony watched the scene on the ground through the satellite, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Had Lin's strength reached this level? Hulk, get up and unleash your anger. Lin Feng roared at Hulk, trying to stimulate his even greater power. He also needed a power benchmark to test what level he had reached in the Marvel Universe. With a deafening roar, Hulk tore a nearby police car in half and wrapped the pieces around his hands, fashioning a pair of makeshift gauntlets. He then launched a powerful punch towards Lin Feng. A thunderous boom echoed, accompanied by a violent shockwave that inflicted further damage on the surrounding buildings. Yet, Lin Feng firmly caught Hulk's fist, not even budging an inch. I am your true adversary. Another furious roar resounded as Abomination leaped into the air and charged towards Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng snapped impatiently, delivering a swift kick that sent Abomination hurtling back into the rubble from which he had just risen. This time, Abomination could only emit a pained groan and was unable to get back up. Hulk, let me witness the limits of your strength. Lin Feng tightly grasped Hulk's fist, his eyes ablaze with determination. Unlike other gamma, irradiated creatures, Hulk was the sole one to develop a secondary personality. This was because his other persona hailed from OBA, a being in the Marvel Universe legend second only to OAA, also known as Below All. Hulk's rage continued to intensify, along with his power. Lin Feng, who had been handling the situation with ease earlier, now felt a slight strain. Of course, it was merely a hint of exertion. Meanwhile, Hulk's strength had reached its peak. Although Hulk's power augmented with his anger, there were still limits. If Hulk were to further boost his power, it would depend on whether Below All was willing to invest more. Alas, you prove insufficient for this test. Time to end this battle. Lin Feng heaved a sigh, and a thick white mist emanated from around his body. These white mists formed a gigantic human-shaped figure that soon surpassed the Hulk's size. At this moment, the size gap between the two had completely reversed, and Lin Feng once again lifted the Hulk above his head. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening noises resounded as the Hulk was smashed onto the ground by Lin Feng time and time again. Then, with a full, circle windmill-like motion, it was flung out for the scene, refer to the Hulk throwing Loki. Bang. As Lin Feng flew up and punched the Hulk on the forehead, the Hulk finally passed out, and his body gradually shrank back to the appearance of Banner. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and transformed back into a human form wearing silver, white battle armor. With a roar, a helicopter landed on the ground, and General Ross stepped out of it. Sir, he is the property of the U.S. military. Please hand him over to us. General Ross stepped out of the helicopter and stood in front of Lin Feng. General Ross. Lin Feng's helmet slowly retracted. I don't know what kind of mentality makes you think you can take away my spoils. You can call me Starlight. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Mr. Starlight, you know that there is no benefit in being an enemy of the U.S. military. Ross waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers rushed forward with guns raised. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, a hint of danger glinting in his eyes. Not at all. General Ross replied expressionlessly. I'm merely stating a fact. Well, all right. Lin Feng heaved a sigh. In that case, the Red Hulk shouldn't come into existence. What did you say? General Ross was taken aback. What I mean is, Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand and grabbed General Ross by the neck. You can die now. Can you bear the consequence of killing a lieutenant general of the United States Air Force? General Ross's face turned red with suppressed anger. You should ask if the world can bear the consequence of provoking me. A cruel smile curved Lin Feng's lips. Then, with a sudden exertion of his right hand, he directly crushed General Ross's head. Chapter 19. Welcome to 70 years later, my lord. Everything had settled down. Pierce stood before Lin Feng, his head bowed. How is our plan progressing? Lin Feng stood in the shadows, looking at Pierce with a calm gaze. The drug analysis is complete, and we're in the process of mass production, Pierce replied. Moreover, since you killed General Ross, we're trying to mediate on various fronts to avoid a direct confrontation between the military and you. It doesn't matter. There's no need. Lin Feng shook his head. Let them come. I'll kill every wave that comes. Soon, they won't dare to come anymore. What if they use weapons of mass destruction? Pierce hesitated. Don't worry. Lin Feng stepped out of the shadows and gently patted Pierce on the shoulder. The greatest reliance of humanity is nuclear weapons. But unfortunately, nuclear weapons may cause less harm to me than conventional weapons. I do hope they could directly launch a nuclear bomb towards the urban area. The nanometer particles in Lin Feng's hands flowed and formed a peculiarly shaped small device. The energy generated by the explosion of a nuclear bomb would be sufficient for me to establish a stable fixed-point teleportation array. The energy receiving device can convert other forms of energy into primeval creation energy. Unfortunately, at present, it can only convert nuclear energy, which has an extremely high energy quality. I expect that better results could be achieved after I upgrade it further. After Pierce left, Lin Feng looked at the device in his hand and smacked his lips. It's a pity that the technological content of these things on me is a bit too high. With the current level of human civilization, mass production is simply impossible. Director, we've made a huge discovery at the location Mr. Lin mentioned. At the SHIELD Triskelion headquarters building, Coulson excitedly rushed into Fury's office. What is this? Fury stared at the photo Coulson handed him, his single eye widening. Director, I suggest we contact Mr. Lin. After all, he knows the captain's location. Perhaps. Coulson said hesitantly. Don't worry, I know. Fury waved his hand and dialed Lin Feng's phone. Why are you bothering me instead of picking cotton? Lin Feng's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. You racist bastard. Fury couldn't help but curse, and Lin Feng hung up the phone directly. Shit. Fury wanted to smash the phone but held back. He took a deep breath and redialed Lin Feng's phone. What? Can the semi-automatic cotton picking machine speak properly now? Lin Feng leaned backward slightly. He naturally knew what Fury wanted from him. Previously, he had provided S-H-I-E-L-D with a coordinate at the South Pole, where a legendary figure from World War II, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was frozen. Mr. Lin, we've discovered something at the coordinate you gave us. The frozen meat version of Steve Rogers, right? Lin Feng stretched himself. Have you dug him out? Not yet. I'd like to hear your opinion. My opinion is that after Captain America is thawed, you'd better not appear in front of him. Lin Feng stood up. Believe me, a World War II veteran from Brooklyn won't accept a black man as his superior. Shit, Lin Yu. All right, I'm going there now. Lin Feng interrupted Fury and then hung up the communication directly. He didn't intend to do anything to Fury. After all, although Fury was black, he was one of the few capable blacks who genuinely wanted to protect the world. However, unfortunately, despite your undeniable capabilities, those inferior genes should not be passed on. Lin Feng shook his head, gently clenched his right hand into a fist, and a portal opened behind him, enveloping him. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared in the cave beneath the ice layer at the South Pole. One of us. Lin Feng took out the S-H-I-E-L-D agent certificate given to him by Pierce. This is the legend, right? Yes. The staff member looked at Captain America in the ice layer with a complex expression. Leave it to me. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the nanoparticles flowed, forming a ring. The ring started spinning at high speed, directly cutting off the huge block of ice that froze Captain America. Well, I'm taking him back to the headquarters. Thawing a World War II hero right here might not be very respectful. Lin Feng shrugged. With a flash of light, a portal opened, and he disappeared from the spot along with the ice block. Has our technology advanced to such an extent? Several agents looked at each other in dismay. The way Lin Feng had disappeared clearly exceeded their comprehension. On the other side, Lin Feng had already brought the ice block containing Captain America back to S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Fury, who was walking towards them, was about to take a closer look at this World War II legend when Lin Feng blocked him. Lin, we unanimously believe that we should create a suitable environment for the captain to adapt first, and then let him gradually accept the fact that he has come to 70 years later. Fury frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Hey, Fury. I said that compared to sleeping for 70 years, it might be even harder to accept that a Negro has become his superior. Lin Feng then beckoned to Coulson. All right, Agent Coulson, come with me. Really? Coulson followed with excitement, completely ignoring the furious Director Fury beside him. Very well, Captain Rogers, wake up. Lin Feng extended his hand, and a milky white radiance emanated, surging into every part of Captain America's body to prevent damage to his body caused by rapid thawing. Then, with a forceful clench of his fist, all the ice instantly melted into vapor. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng retracted the original creation energy that had entered Captain America's body, and intense coughing sounds resounded. The captain slowly opened his eyes. Shit. Looking at the surrounding environment, Captain America suddenly sat up and punched Lin Feng, who was closest to him. Hey, Captain, refrain from using foul language. Relax. Lin Feng effortlessly caught Captain America's fist, soothing the newly awakened Captain America. The war is over. Red Skull should be working as a security guard on an alien planet at this moment. Hydra has vanished without a trace, and even that mustache guy has committed suicide. Where am I? And who are you? Captain America realized that he was completely no match for Lin Feng in strength, retracted his fist somewhat ruefully, and sat on the iron-framed bed, gasping for breath. You're in New York, America, Captain. As for me, my name is Lin Feng. You can also call me the Stars. A smile played on Lin Feng's face. Additionally, Captain, welcome to 70 years later. Chapter 20. In the crisis of civilization, everyone is a soldier, Captain. Welcome to 70 years later. As the words fell, Steve's face was filled with disbelief. He pushed past Lin Feng and rushed out. He saw the surrounding skyscrapers, huge billboards, and cars everywhere on the street, and fell into deep self-doubt. Is this really 70 years later? Steve looked at Lin Feng, who emerged slowly from the Tri-Sector Wing headquarters, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Yes, Captain Rogers. Lin Feng nodded. You were a frozen popsicle in Antarctica for 70 years. We found you and dug you out. This is a bit. I know. Lin Feng waved his hand and affectionately put his arm around Steve's shoulder. I know it's hard to accept, but look over there. Who's that? Steve followed the direction Lin Feng pointed and saw a black man with an eye patch. That's Nick Fury, the director of the world's largest espionage organization. What do you think? Is it even more mind-boggling? Lin Feng shrugged. Captain Rogers, the world 70 years later has a lot of new things. I'm sorry, but you're no longer the most perplexing thing created by scientists. I'm okay. Steve waved his hand. It's just, I had a date. Regarding that, Captain, I have a very proper solution. Lin Feng put his left arm around Steve's shoulder and gently clenched his right fist. A portal opened. Before the two disappeared, Lin Feng even waved at Fury. Where's this? How did we get here? Steve shook his slightly dizzy head and looked at the surroundings. This is a hospital. Peggy Carter is here. Lin Feng shrugged. What's wrong with her? Is she ill? Steve asked anxiously. She's not ill. She's just old. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. You've been in slumber for over 70 years. How old do you think Agent Carter is now? Shit, Steve cursed. Don't worry. As I said, I have a way. Lin Feng patted Steve on the shoulder. I possess some special powers. What do you mean? Steve looked at Lin Feng, somewhat puzzled. I have methods that can extend human lifespan and even make people rejuvenate. Lin Feng extended his hand, and a white halo circulated in his palm. However, to achieve this, I need to pay a certain price. Therefore, you need to repay me. It's a reasonable equivalent exchange. What do you want? Steve's gaze turned calm. His experience in the fight against Hydra had made him accustomed to not trusting someone easily. I want you to work for me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Guard human civilization with me. This is originally my responsibility. Steve furrowed his brows. What's your real purpose? It's also to safeguard human civilization, but my approach is different from yours. Lin Feng sighed. Sometimes, for the overall progress of human civilization, we need to sacrifice some innocent people. What do you mean? Steve took a deep breath. Your tone now sounds like some people I know. Captain, you can speak frankly. I know my tone is a bit like Hydra's, but I'm different from them. Lin Feng shook his head. The reason why I say so is quite straightforward. Under my leadership, the pace of human progress would be extremely rapid. However, such a rapid pace implies that a considerable portion of people would find it difficult to keep up with our footsteps. I can't accept that. Steve's eyes narrowed. Captain Rogers, you're an outstanding soldier, and I believe you'd concur. Lin Feng's lips still bore the same formulaic smile as usual. In war, there are times when we have to abandon those soldiers who fall behind. It's hard, rending, but it's a necessary sacrifice for the victory of the war. But those innocent people aren't soldiers. Steve pointed around. Look around. Do they seem like soldiers, Captain? Lin Feng's voice carried a tinge of regret. Unfortunately, the entire human civilization is on the verge of a life or death crisis. This isn't a world war, nor is it a Hydra conspiracy. After either a world war or a Hydra invasion, they would always rebuild human civilization. The innocent people at the bottom would merely get a new ruler, and their lives wouldn't change drastically. But this time it's different. What we're facing is an enemy from beyond the heavens. If we fail, human civilization will perish completely, and the human race might even be eradicated from the universe. Amid such a crisis, everyone should be a soldier, and those soldiers who can't keep up with the team can only be abandoned. Can't we adopt a more gentle approach? Steve, seemingly persuaded by Lin Feng, hung his head. Indeed, we have more gentle approaches, yet regrettably, these methods are too slow, for we lack sufficient time. Lin Feng shook his head. Whether it's the entire human civilization or some innocent individuals, it's a rather straightforward choice. But, Steve, Lin Feng stared into Steve's eyes. You're a hero from World War II, the most outstanding soldier on this planet. Can't even you comprehend this truth? I can understand, but I can't accept it. Steve shook his head. I need time. If I can't see the enemy, I can't believe what you've said. Trust me, Captain. If we don't adopt my method, there will be even greater casualties among humans. Lin Feng patted Steve's shoulder rather helplessly. You'll soon see our enemy, for they're approaching. Of course, when the enemy arrives, I'll take action as well. Steve nodded towards Lin Feng. Well, also rest assured, Peggy still has a few years of lifespan left, and we still have time. Lin Feng smiled. She waited for you for 70 years. Go have a chat. I'll leave first. That black-colored fellow will arrange the subsequent matters for you. Okay. I got it. Steve sighed, seemingly a bit confused about the future. All right, think it over by yourself. Lin Feng slightly clenched his right hand. A portal opened, and he vanished on the spot. Phew, at least I've met Captain America face to face. As for his thoughts, they aren't of utmost importance. When human civilization truly faces a crisis, he will always step forward. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa. You're right, but I think we need to have a talk. Suddenly, a golden aperture appeared in Lin Feng's home. From the aperture, a figure wearing a yellow hood emerged. Chapter 21, The Ancient One. Seeing the bald head under the hood, Lin Feng knew who it was. He put his hands together and bowed slightly to the Ancient One as a sign of respect. I wonder what brings you here. Nothing much, just wanted to take a look at you. A faint smile played on the corners of the Ancient One's lips. With a casual wave of her hand, the portal behind her vanished without a trace. Guest from beyond the Omniverse. I've never seen one before. Does the Ancient One have some research on the Omniverse? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I have some superficial research, not in depth. The Ancient One shook her head. However, my visit this time has nothing to do with your identity. Instead, I want to extend an invitation. You aren't thinking of retiring again, are you? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Indeed, you know me well. The Ancient One let out a hearty laugh. However, after learning something about the future, my retirement plan has undergone some changes. Sit down and talk in detail? Lin Feng slowly sat down and pointed to the sofa opposite. Since you came to this world, it's not as safe around eternity anymore. With a sigh, the Ancient One remarked, in truth, the Earth, ironically, has become the safest place in the universe for me. I see, Lin Feng murmured, comprehending that his ambition was to render humanity the sole civilization in the cosmos, with all of humankind under its own governance. In other words, the so-called creator deities would eventually be supplanted by humanity. Judging from the Ancient One's reaction after peering into the future, perhaps he would succeed. So now, Mr. Lin, would you be willing to become the next Sorcerer Supreme? The Ancient One, wearing a gentle smile, gazed into Lin Feng's eyes. Have you abandoned Stephen Strange? Certainly not. The Ancient One replied, shaking her head with a smile. I was thinking that perhaps it would be better if you were to instruct Stephen. Why? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The foundation of our power system is borrowing power from the deities. Given your plan, these power-lending entities will soon either fade away or be replaced, won't they? With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One conjured a cup of tea, took a delicate sip, and then continued, Therefore, I would like you to assume the role of the Sorcerer Supreme and have them practice your power system. I need to conduct a detailed study and analysis of all the magics in Kamar Taj. Lin Feng eyed the tea in the Ancient One's hand. Could you get me a cup as well? Of course. With a flick of her wrist, the Ancient One placed a cup of tea in Lin Feng's hand. I still prefer the tea leaves from the East. They refresh the mind, stimulate the senses, and leave a sweet aftertaste. Lin Feng took a sip, smacked his lips. Is Mr. Lin also from the East? The Ancient One arched an eyebrow. Surely, the culture of Great Xia has a long and profound history. The place I come from no longer has divisions of countries in the world. The entire human civilization has formed an indestructible alliance. And within this unified civilization, the most mainstream culture is that of our Great Xia. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Master Gui, I recall that initially you should have hailed from the Qinghai Tibet region of Great Xia, right? Indeed, you may address me as Yao. That was my original surname. As for my original name, after all these years, it has become somewhat blurred. Gui nodded with a gentle smile. It has to be said that the feeling of a visitor from beyond the Omniverse sharing the same cultural foundation as me is truly quite fascinating. So, shall we head to Kamar Taj now? Lin Feng rose to his feet. Certainly. The library of Kamar Taj is always open to you. I also hope that you can soon find a way to utilize magic with that special energy within your body. Gui also stood up, and a golden portal emerged behind her. That is precisely my aim. Lin Feng smiled faintly and followed Master Gui through the portal, arriving at Kamar Taj. Is that Cassius over there? Lin Feng pointed at a mage with sunken eye sockets who was practicing magic alone. Yes, Mr. Lin has an in-depth study of the future. Gui looked at Cassius, her eyes tinged with a hint of complexity. For me, those are the annals of history. Lin Feng shook his head. I'll go and meet him. Master Gui. Seeing the two approaching, Cassius withdrew the magic in his hands, put his hands together in front of his chest, and bowed respectfully to Gui. Cassius? Lin Feng stepped forward. Instead of guarding the goal at the Bernabeu. What are you doing here? What? Cassius was taken aback. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. Just kidding. Lin Feng waved his hand. It's just that you share the same name with a football player I once heard of. If there's an opportunity, we can delve into the essence of magic. Who is this? Cassius looked towards Gui, a candidate for the next Sorcerer Supreme. A smile played on Gui's face. You two can indeed have a good conversation. I see. Cassius lowered his head, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. After all, he considered himself the most suitable person to inherit the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. Mr. Lin, let's go to the library. Gui personally led Lin Feng to the library of Kamar Taj. Is that the Eye of Agamotto, the vessel of the Time Stone? Lin Feng pointed at the stand placed in the center of the library. Exactly. Is Mr. Lin also interested in the Infinity Stones? Of course. The Infinity Stones can significantly accelerate the rate of my power up, and they are invaluable treasures to me. I currently have the Space Stone in my possession, which has benefited me greatly. Lin Feng nodded. You can practice near the Eye of Agamotto. However, you can't take it away for now. For now? Which means that once I become the Sorcerer Supreme, the right to control the Eye of Agamotto will be in my hands, right? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. That is, of course. The Eye of Agamotto is the most powerful magical artifact of successive Sorcerer Supremes, and this has never changed. The Ancient One nodded. It's a pity, but there might be some changes in my generation. Lin Feng shrugged. I won't give up an Infinity Stone after I retire. Then that's not a problem I should consider, is it? A faint smile appeared on the corner of the Ancient One's mouth. You're right. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Well, I'm going to start analyzing these magics in the library. By all means. The Ancient One made a gesture of invitation and then left the library. The Book of Vishanti. The new compendium of the universe. The Book of the Vishanti. The Key of Solomon. Let's start with these books that were. Oh no. The Enlightenment Magic Books of the Future Doctor Strange. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Thor in the Library. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged next to the Eye of Agamotto. On the other side, his astral projection, separated soul was flipping through the books in the library. In just 3 days, Lin Feng had recorded all the books in the library. Of course, it was just a record, and he hadn't fully mastered them. Now, without borrowing power from various dimensional demons, Lin Feng could only release some extremely simple spells relying on the primordial creation energy within his body. Mr. Lin, I think it's time for you to leave. The Ancient One appeared in the library, and with a wave of her hand, a scene appeared in front of the two of them. It was a huge pit, and in the center of the pit was a hammer. Has the plot of Thor started? Lin Feng frowned. Mr. Lin, there is no need to worry. I must clarify one point. The Ancient One extended a hand. In fact, among the 9 realms, both the Aesir and the Vanir were originally humans. They were some of the powerful individuals among humanity. After obtaining great power, they established new kingdoms of their own. So, you're trying to tell me that Asgardians are of the same human origin as us? Or in other words, they are not within the scope of my elimination. Is that right? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Exactly. You can conduct a DNA test on the prince. Once the test results come out, you'll discover that Asgardians, without their divine power, actually have genes that are essentially indistinguishable from those of humans. The Ancient One nodded. I will verify this matter. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. However, if that's the case, perhaps my plan can be advanced more quickly. Well, that's a problem for you to consider, isn't it? The Ancient One smiled. I actually hope that you can take over the position of the Sorcerer Supreme as soon as possible. Maybe after I retire. I can even get a civilian post in your alliance. It's said that civilian personnel have the highest combat power since ancient times, right? Lin Feng shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Of course, you're always welcome. Agent Coulson, we need you to go to New Mexico. There's an unusual situation there. Inside the Triskelion headquarters, Nick Fury instructed Coulson. You must safeguard the things there. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Yes, Director, I understand. Coulson nodded and prepared to head to New Mexico, the place where MJ Ulner landed. Suddenly, a humming sound resounded behind Fury. Startled, Fury swiftly retrieved a pistol from beneath the desk and pointed it towards the rear. Fury, is this how you welcome me? Lin Feng slowly emerged from the portal. Shit. Lin, when did you return? Fury lowered the gun in his hand and slumped into the chair. Just now. I've gained a great deal these past few days. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips. Have people from Asgard come? Yes. Fury heaved a sigh. We have absolutely no ability to contend with Asgard. Not to mention anything else. Just that Bifrost alone could wipe out our entire world. The Skrulls? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes. They told me about Asgard's prestige in the universe. Fury nodded with a solemn expression. Fury, do you know my philosophy? Leaning on the sofa, Lin Feng said. Once I have the time, I will completely eliminate all Skrulls on Earth. Of course, if they weren't so useful to me right now, how could I possibly allow such a dangerous race to live on Earth? Fury shrugged. A species that can perfectly disguise itself. You surely know what they're capable of without me having to say. No, it has nothing to do with what they can do. Lin Feng shook his head. My philosophy is simple. They're not human, and they possess intelligence. Meeting these 2 criteria, they must die. That's all there is to it. With a wave of his hand, a cup of hot tea appeared in his hand. In fact, Asgard is our true ally. Were they not humans either? Fury looked puzzled. They are humans. Nearly more powerful ones. Lin Feng shook his head. I learned of this from an old man who has lived for hundreds of years. Of course, I will go to New Mexico in person to verify it. Are you an extreme racist, the kind who only acknowledges genes? Fury's brows knitted tightly. I must say, such a way of doing things reminds me of someone. I know whom you're referring to, but I'm different from him. Lin Feng shook his head. My racism is based on a simple truth. Without external interference, species with reproductive isolation cannot coexist harmoniously. And those that cannot coexist harmoniously are enemies. And enemies must be completely eradicated. This is the utmost respect for enemies. However, there are times when we can still make use of our enemies, aren't there? Fury shrugged. You're right. We can utilize enemies, but that's when we have no other options. So, when we have sufficient strength, I will definitely prioritize eliminating internal enemies. Lin Feng stood up. Any other questions? None. Fury shook his head. In the words of the East, could we be said to great minds think alike? If you wish. You can understand it that way. Lin Feng smiled faintly, clenched his right fist, and as the portal opened, he vanished from the spot. New Mexico. Phil. A flash of light. A portal opened, and Lin Feng appeared beside Coulson. Mr. Lin. Coulson was startled at first, then quickly regained his composure. Why are you here? I came to take a look at that hammer. Lin Feng looked at the defensive works being built below, a thoughtful expression on his face. Are you sure it's just a hammer? Yes, it is a hammer. It's called Mjolnir, the weapon of Thor in Norse mythology. A faint smile played on Lin Feng's face. Don't be surprised. Not only Norse mythology, in fact, many mythologies in this world are real. You can just think of those so-called gods as aliens with higher technological or magical powers than humans on Earth. So, Asgard is actually another planet? Coulson felt his worldview being greatly impacted. Well, not exactly. Due to certain reasons, some powerful civilizations don't use traditional planets as their habitats. It's more appropriate to regard Asgard as a continent floating in the universe. Alright, enough talk. Lin Feng walked towards Mjolnir. Now, I'm going to make an attempt. Chapter 23 Odin. We've already brought in high powerlifting equipment, but before Coulson could finish, Lin Feng had already reached the front of Mjolnir. Whoosh! Lin Feng took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, grasped the hammer handle, and exerted a little force. As expected, Lin Feng shook his head. Obviously, his heart was not enough to gain the recognition of Mjolnir. Then it's time to try other methods now. A glow of white light emanated from Lin Feng's right hand. The primeval energy of creation within his body began to surge into his right hand. The veins on Lin Feng's arm bulged, the ground cracked, and his feet sank slightly. The power in Lin Feng's right arm was continuously intensifying. The power contained within Mjolnir was constantly resisting Lin Feng. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the dense power of thunder was brewing within. As if it were some sort of warning. Unfortunately, the warning was in vain. With a confident smile on his lips, Lin Feng suddenly exerted force with his right hand. A burst of pure white light erupted instantly. In an instant, it seemed as if the sound of some sort of barrier shattering could be heard. Mjolnir left the ground and was lifted in Lin Feng's hand, and the thunder that had been brewing in the sky suddenly struck down in Lin Feng's direction. The power belonging to the god of thunder. Lin Feng took a deep breath, bathed in the lightnings. Feeling a certain resistance coming from his right hand, and the power of the god of thunder constantly surging in. Asgard. What? The Nordic god king, who was in Odin's sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was cast towards the earth, and then he saw the figure holding Mjolnir. Besides the Sorcerer Supreme, is there actually a powerful being in Midgard who can break my spell? The Sorcerer Supreme. At the thought of this, a wisp of mist wafted from Odin's body. His soul projected to Kamartaj on earth through astral projection. God King Odin. The Ancient One bowed slightly to Odin's spiritual body. Sorcerer Supreme. With hands clasped in prayer, Odin bowed in return. I've come this time because there are some issues in Midgard. I know he is the next Sorcerer Supreme. And by now, his power should be no less than mine. A gentle smile graced the face of the Ancient One, who gave a light wave of her hand. And 2 cups of hot tea appeared on the table. Would you like some tea? The Ancient One jested. I'm in a spiritual state at the moment and can't partake of tea, Odin smiled. My physical body is still in slumber, and I don't know when it will awaken. Odin, let's dispense with such formalities. The Ancient One took a delicate sip of the tea in her hand. We both know that Odin's sleep is a state that can be lifted at any time. Your perception remains as astonishing as ever, Ancient One, Odin sighed. A flash of iridescent light passed, and Odin, robed, materialized before the Ancient One and picked up the cup of hot tea. I wish to meet him. Odin also took a sip of the tea in his cup. Ah, excellent tea. You can seek him out yourself. As I said, his strength is comparable to mine. The Ancient One gently swirled the cup in her hand. That is to say, I can't command him. I understand. Odin nodded. May I know his name? He is called Lin Feng. You may also address him as the Stars, the Ancient One replied. Very well. With that, Odin vanished from the spot. Truly worthy of being a weapon forged by the Dwarven King, its stress-bearing capacity is remarkable. Lin Feng hefted the Mjolnir in his hand, made a show of swinging it twice, generating a burst of electric arcs. Mr. Lin, be careful. Coulson took a few steps back. Indeed, I should be cautious. I think my actions just now might have attracted something extraordinary. Lin Feng smacked his lips and looked at the shimmering seven-colored light in the air. Boom! With a deafening, the beam of the Bifrost suddenly crashed onto the ground. As the beam gradually dissipated, an old man emerged. He was clad in golden armor, holding a long spear, his hair and beard completely white, and he wore an eye patch. Look, the extraordinary thing has arrived, Lin Feng said to Coulson with a smile. That's... Coulson seemed to have thought of something. Yes, that is the god king of Norse mythology, the supreme ruler of Asgard, Odin. Lin Feng's back straightened, and the silvery, white nano armor covered his entire body. Pure white light flickered on him, intermittently. Seeing Lin Feng covered in the armor, Odin took a deep breath, raised the Gungnir, the spear of eternity in his hand, and pointed it remotely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in turn, discarded the Mjolnir in his hand, and the nano armor on his body flowed and condensed into a silvery, white straight sword, which he pointed at Odin. Neither of them spoke, but the imposing manner around them slowly rose. The two imposing auras constantly attacked each other, and the S-H-I-E-L-D agents around Lin Feng felt a bit breathless. Indeed, the murderous aura from the conquest of the Nine Realms is not to be underestimated. Sensing the imposing aura emanating from Odin, Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Throughout his journey, he had destroyed countless life-bearing planets and completely eradicated numerous civilizations. Yet, when facing Odin's imposing manner now, he felt a slight strain. Where did he derive such a powerful imposing force? Could it be that he had also slain celestial beings? Odin clenched his teeth tightly. In this confrontation of auras, one could not afford to lose. Once defeated, it would be difficult to make demands later. All of you step back. This is not a battle you can partake in. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng sent numerous agents flying backwards. They landed gently. By this time, the auras of Lin Feng and Odin had reached their peaks. No longer amassing power, they suddenly charged towards each other. Boom! The long spear and the long knife clashed, producing an earth-shattering boom. A violent energy fluctuation spread out, soaring straight into the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the aftershock of this strike, revealing the azure sky. Both were sent flying backwards by this violent force. Odin's feet carved two deep marks on the ground as he gradually came to a halt. Lin Feng, however, executed a somersault in the air and landed gracefully. Truly worthy of being the god, king of Asgard, Lin Feng announced loudly. May I ask, your majesty the god, king, what brings you to Earth? I saw that there was someone in Midgard who could lift Mjolnir with their own strength. Out of curiosity, I came to take a look. Odin drifted over with a smile. Although he wore a smile on his face, his right hand gripping Gungnir was trembling slightly at this moment. Lord of the Stars. I never expected that there would be such a powerful being as you in Midgard. Have you paid a visit to the Ancient One? Hearing Odin directly call out his code name, Lin Feng understood in his heart. A smile also appeared on his face. Your Majesty Odin. I've long admired your great name. Chapter 24. You helped me beat my daughter once. This time coming to Midgard was mainly because of an unpromising son at home. Lin Feng led Odin to the headquarters of S-H-I-E-L-D. The two directly commandeered Fury's office. At this moment, they were sitting on the sofa like retired old men, each holding a cup of hot tea in their hands. Thor has come to Earth, right? You originally wanted to use Earth as a testing ground for your son, but then you found out that there's a powerful person in charge here. So you decided to come and talk, right? Lin Feng had a smile on his face, yet his tone was aggressive. Yes, that's right. Odin admitted this frankly. Among civilizations, of course, the strong can manipulate the weak at will, but if the weak is not as weak as imagined, the original strong should yield when necessary. Haraha. Lin Feng let out a burst of laughter. As expected of the god king. You're so insightful. Then, what about my son's matter? Odin asked tentatively. Don't worry. I'll handle Thor's matter perfectly for you. Lin Feng smiled. Can your majesty the god king drink alcohol in your current physical condition? Asgardians have been accompanied by wine cups since birth. Odin snorted. I'm not so old that I can't drink. Then please. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared. He led Odin directly to Tony's house. Hey, Tony, do you have any white liquor from our great Xia here? Lin Feng shouted at Tony. Lin? Tony raised his head from a pile of parts. Who is this one-eyed psychic detective dressed in armor and holding a long spear? Let me introduce. The most intelligent person on Earth, Tony Stark. Having said this, Lin Feng lowered his voice and leaned close to Odin's ear. If nothing unexpected occurs, the seventh Infinity Stone, the Mind Stone, is in his brain. I have to say, Lin, thank you for your recognition. Hearing Lin Feng say that he was the most intelligent person on Earth, Tony couldn't help but show a faint smile. Then who is this? This is Odin, the god king of Asgard in Norse mythology. Lin Feng laughed and declared, I'm not kidding. Shit. Tony couldn't help but curse. Are you sure you're not kidding? Many mythologies are actually true. You can think of them as aliens. Lin Feng shrugged. Well, I want to have a few drinks with our god king. Thinking about it, you should have the most fine wines here. Of course. A look of pride appeared on Tony's face. Follow me. The three entered the elevator and arrived at the top floor of Tony's villa, where there were rows of wine cabinets and a bar. I've collected fine wines from all over the world here. There's nothing you can think of that's not here. Tony spread his arms, showing his collection to the two. Come on. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Feng made a bottle of Matai fly out from the wine rack and land steadily in his hand. Lin, where did you learn this skill? Tony stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng's just-now operation. A magical place called Kamar Taj. If you have the chance, you could actually go and learn there. Lin Feng smiled and poured 2 glasses of wine. Come on, your majesty the god king, have a taste of this. What? Such a high-end gathering, and you didn't invite me? A golden aperture appeared, and a bald-headed figure emerged from within the aperture. The god, king of Asgard, a visitor from beyond the Omniverse, and the center of the world line of this universe. How could I miss such a lively occasion? I don't think you're very fond of drinking. Lin Feng shrugged. That's just to maintain my image in front of my disciples. The Ancient One waved her hand and found a chair to sit down on. Then join us. Lin Feng smiled and poured a full glass for the Ancient One as well. Cheers. The 4 wine glasses clinked together, and the 4 of them drank in one gulp. As the only mortal present, Tony's eyes instantly turned red, feeling a blaze surging from his stomach all the way to his throat. Another glass. A loud shout suddenly came from across Lin Feng. Odin abruptly smashed his glass onto the ground. I forgot about that. Lin Feng covered his forehead with a hint of helplessness. Come on, Tony, find a metal cup for our god king. How about one made of palladium? Tony took out an arc reactor. Get out of here. With a hearty laugh, Lin Feng casually conjured up a wine cup, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Odin. Truly, Odin, I'm rather curious. How many cups does your Asgard lose when hosting a banquet? I've never actually calculated that, Odin shrugged. Anyway, we've never been short of cups. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, where's my hammer? Where on earth is my huge hammer? Thor knelt in the deep pit created by Mjolnir's descent, frantically digging at the ground. Mjolnir, where are you? No, having searched in vain. Thor roared angrily at the sky, tears mingling with the rain streaming freely down his face. I told you, my disappointing child. The 4 of them watched Thor's scene like onlookers at a show, and now it was Odin's turn to hold his forehead. Come on, Odin. Children will grow up. Calculated by Earthling's age, Thor is still a minor. Lin Feng patted Odin on the shoulder. You're being a bit too hasty, aren't you? But he's the future king. The king of Asgard can't be like this. Odin shook his head with a hint of helplessness. To be honest, Odin, Thor is more suited to being a warrior, while Loki is more fit to be a strategist. Neither of them is cut out to be a king. Lin Feng pursed his lips. However, I only have these 2. Odin suddenly paused mid-sentence. Are you saying? Yes, in fact, the goddess of death, Hela, is the one who is most suitable to be the king of Asgard. Lin Feng nodded. However, she is far too bellicose. This will plunge Asgard into the abyss. Odin heaved a sigh. There is only one reason for her bellicosity. She has never been defeated. Lin Feng shrugged. Didn't you, after being righteously besieged by the Celestials, decide to recuperate and cease waging wars? I surely can't let Hela confront the Celestials. At this point, Odin suddenly looked at Lin Feng with a glint in his eyes. Mr. Lin, how about you give Hela a thrashing for me? Chapter 25, Are you the god of hammers? Let me deflate Hela's overinflated confidence? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. It's not entirely out of the question. the eternal flame, the casket of ancient winters, and the remains of the destroyer. Lin Feng extended 3 fingers. I need these 3 items. The remains of the destroyer? Odin looked somewhat puzzled. What? Haven't you seen the future? Lin Feng smiled. You don't know that in the original timeline. Your dear son Loki dropped the destroyer to kill Thor, and it was eventually destroyed by the awakened Thor. But the current future has. Your Majesty. The All-Father. Lin Feng raised one hand. You don't think that I would send back an enormous alien mech to Asgard in one piece after it caused destruction on Earth, do you? That seems reasonable. Odin wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. For some unknown reason, he, who had once waged wars far and wide, and even slain Celestials, felt a tinge of pressure when facing Lin Feng. In fact, it is quite natural for Odin to feel pressured. After all, Lin Feng has destroyed countless worlds and eradicated numerous civilizations. Each time he eliminated a civilization, he wiped out all the intelligent life within it. Although Lin Feng has no record of killing high-end beings like gods, the law of quantitative change leading to qualitative change holds true. The momentum brought to Lin Feng by the disappearance of hundreds of billions of lives is evidently more powerful than that of Odin. Let's see what Thor is doing now. Forget it. Lin Feng, with an unchanged expression, turned off the scene where Thor was making noises with Jane Foster. Jane, I have to find my hammer. When I retrieve it, you'll know everything. Early the next morning, Thor, with his arm around Jane's shoulder, gazed into the distance. I know you won't believe anything I say now, but please give me time. Are you sure? A golden portal opened, and Lin Feng and the Ancient One stepped out from it. However, Thor's attention was not on Lin Feng and the Ancient One at all, for he was staring intently at Mjolnir in Lin Feng's hand. Mjolnir. There was even a hint of sobbing in Thor's voice, and Mjolnir began to tremble in Lin Feng's hand. Behave. Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped the head of Mjolnir. Mjolnir only trembled slightly and then quieted down. How could you treat her like this? Thor rushed forward in anger, even ignoring the fact that Lin Feng could suppress Mjolnir with just one slap. Thor. Lin Feng placed one hand on Thor's head. I suggest you stay quiet, for it is quite evident that you are no match for me. Mortal, you are courting death. Thor's eyes were bloodshot. As expected, you're nothing but a hothead. Lin Feng shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Not even knowing who your enemy is, yet you charge forward. Should I praise your commendable courage, or call you reckless? The Sorcerer Supreme? Thor looked up and saw the Ancient One standing beside Lin Feng. Yes, Prince Thor. The Ancient One nodded to Thor with a smile. Kamartaj has always been a steadfast ally of Asgard. Does the Ancient One just watch this man humiliate me? Thor demanded angrily. Prince Thor, you should know that even Odin wouldn't dare to question me so impetuously. The Ancient One still wore a smile on her face. Then with a gentle wave of her right hand, a golden portal appeared beneath Thor's feet. Thor dropped right in, and then the portal vanished. Well, let our dear Prince Thor calm down a bit. The Ancient One smiled as a table materialized in front of her, with a pot of hot tea and 2 teacups on it. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. Thank you. Lin Feng sat down with a smile. It's good to let him cool off a bit. Half an hour later, our Prince Thor should have calmed down by now. The Ancient One summoned a teleportation portal with a smile. Thor landed face first on the lawn. I was in free fall for 30 minutes in there. Thor roared angrily at the Ancient One. I am the Prince of Asgard, the heir to the throne. Hey, don't point that thing at me. Yes, that's right. The god of stories at the end of a certain time exclaimed excitedly again. Have you calmed down? Can we talk properly now? Lin Feng took a sip of tea and glanced indifferently at Thor, who had just risen. Mjolnir. Thor still stared blankly at Mjolnir, which was casually thrown at Lin Feng's feet. Hey, Thor, wake up. You're the Prince of Asgard. Have you become like this just because of a hammer? Lin Feng slapped Thor on the back of his head. What do you know? Thor became angry again. That's the source of my power. Oh, is that so? I thought you were the god of thunder. Lin Feng interrupted Thor. Now it seems that it would be more appropriate to call you the god of the hammer? Since you're the god of the hammer, then take this hammer away. Lin Feng picked up Mjolnir from the ground and casually flung it, dropping it at Thor's feet. Mjolnir. A glimmer of surprise appeared in Thor's eyes as he grasped the hammer handle. But after exerting a little force, his smiling expression suddenly froze. Thor put his left hand on the hammer handle as well and tried with all his might to lift the hammer. Yet Mjolnir didn't budge an inch. What have you done to Mjolnir? Thor became angry once more. I really should introduce you to Dr. Banner. Your tendency to get angry at any moment is quite suitable for him. Lin Feng shrugged. In fact, I didn't do much. I merely broke Odin's seal by sheer force. Tell me, is there a possibility that you can't lift the hammer because you've lost the qualification and can no longer gain the recognition of Mjolnir? Lin Feng leaned in front of Thor with an evil expression, as if an uncle playfully taunted a child by saying your mother doesn't want you anymore. Have I really lost the qualification to lift Mjolnir? Thor sat on the ground, his eyes vacant. Thor Odinson. Lin Feng stood up with a solemn expression. You are the son of Odin. Losing the qualification is only temporary. In fact, this is a trial bestowed upon you by Odin. Father's trial? Thor looked up with a somewhat dazed expression. Yes, Thor. You must learn here how to become a true king. Only then can you lift Mjolnir again and regain your status as the god of thunder. Lin Feng patted Thor on the shoulder. Don't let Odin's good intentions go to waste. Chapter 26 The Destroyer Arrives. I will. Thor nodded vigorously. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the huge Bifrost crashed to the ground. 4 men wearing Nordic medieval armor emerged from it. Subsequently, they saw Thor kneeling on the ground and Lin Feng patting Thor's shoulder. Hey, don't act rashly. That's the supreme sorcerer of Midgard. Vostag, the eldest and most knowledgeable among the 4, pointed at the Ancient One who was leisurely drinking tea aside and held back Sif, who was about to step forward. Honorable Ancient One, we have come in search of our prince, His Highness Thor, the god of thunder. Volstagg greeted the Ancient One with a respectful bow. As the leader of the Warriors 3 and the eldest warrior, he had once had the honor of serving as an escort during the meeting between Odin and the Ancient One, and thus was able to recognize this Ancient One whose appearance had remained unchanged for hundreds of years. He is right there, quite safe. The next Sorcerer Supreme is having a friendly conversation with the heir of Asgard. The Ancient One gently placed the teacup down, passed her right hand over the table, and the table along with the tea set on it vanished. Oh, Thor, your friends have arrived. Lin Feng stepped aside, allowing the forest guardians to see Thor, whose eyes were slowly changing from dull to resolute. Thor, what's wrong? Sif rushed forward, looking a bit flustered. No, Sif, I'm fine. Thor waved his hand, stood up, his eyes now blazing with a strong fighting spirit. I must complete the trial given to me by my father and reclaim Mjolnir. Your hammer will be in my custody for now. Lin Feng picked up Mjolnir. When you regain the worthiness to lift Mjolnir, it will fly back to your hand on its own. I understand. Thor's eyes sparkled. Honorable successor of the Sorcerer Supreme, thank you. I'm Lin Feng. You can also call me the Starry One. Lin Feng smiled gently. Don't thank me. I'm merely following the wishes of a venerable old man. Asgard, ensure my brother never returns. Loki, brandishing a replica of the spear of Longinus, Gungnir, commanded the destroyer, destroy everything. Loki, tell me, how did you bring the frost giants of Jotunheim into Asgard? On the Bifrost, Heimdall leaned the sword of the night sky in front of him and stared coldly at Loki approaching him. Do you think the Bifrost is the only passage in and out of Asgard? Loki, holding Gungnir, his face wild with madness, said, there are many secret passages between the kingdoms that even your eyes can't see. Of course, I don't need them now. I am the king now. Additionally, I declare that due to your act of treason, your position as the guardian of the gates of Asgard is terminated, and you are no longer a citizen of Asgard. Then I don't have to obey your orders. Heimdall raised the sword of the night sky and slashed at Loki. Loki flipped his wrist, and the casket of ancient winters appeared in his hand. The power of ice quickly covered Heimdall's entire body, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Loki retrieved the casket of ancient winters, and the physical characteristics of the frost giant on him gradually disappeared. He picked up Gungnir, entered the switch of the Bifrost, and inserted the spear of Longinus into it. The light of the Bifrost flickered, and a huge figure appeared near the town where Lin Feng and the others were. At this time, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were studying the Bifrost. Mark left when the 4 members of the Asgardian group descended not far away. Is that some new thing Star came up with? Sitwell looked at the huge destroyer, thinking it was some latest technology Tony had developed. I have no idea. He tells me nothing. Coulson shrugged, took the megaphone from an agent nearby, and walked up to the destroyer. Hello, you are using unregistered high-tech weapons. Please identify yourself. The destroyer stopped, and its faceplate slowly opened. Coulson wore an expression of relief, but as he watched the energy gradually gathering on the destroyer's face, his expression grew solemn again. Take cover. Everyone, Coulson roared, and a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scattered and fled. A thick beam of light shot out from the destroyer's face. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in front of the beam. With just a gentle raise of one hand, The beam could no longer advance an inch. Mr. Lin. Coulson's eyes held a glimmer of surprise. Go deal with other things. I'll handle this. Lin Feng formed a spell seal with his hands, and a magical aura surged in his palms. Then he pushed forward suddenly, and the whole world suddenly became quiet, and all the people disappeared. The mirror dimension is really useful. Lin Feng rubbed his hands, and a glint of battle shone in his eyes. A silver, white battle armor covered his entire body. Come on, let me see how powerful the armor Odin used to fight the Celestials really is. Odin, who had already returned to Asgard and was lying idle, suddenly raised his eyebrows and instantly took over control of the destroyer. Sensing the suddenly altered aura of the destroyer, Lin Feng grew even more exhilarated. After all, previously he had merely engaged Odin in a single move and gained a slight advantage, and the Odin he faced was not in his complete form. Now, it was evident that the one controlling the destroyer armor had changed, presumably someone capable of manifesting a portion of Odin's power. Mr. Lin, if you are defeated by the destroyer armor under my control, I can only offer you 2 of the 3 things you were promised. The voice of Odin emanated from the faceplate of the destroyer. No problem. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and pure white mist began to billow around his body. This was the manifestation of the primordial energy of creation reaching a certain concentration and becoming tangible. This time, Odin did not hold Gungnir in his hand, nor did Lin Feng condense a weapon. The destroyer didn't even open its faceplate to gather energy for an attack. Instead, it simply clenched its fist and charged straight towards the opponent. During the forward charge, Lin Feng's figure gradually grew larger and soon reached the same size as the destroyer. Boom! A deafening resounded as Lin Feng's and the destroyer's fists collided, causing the entire mirror dimension to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Fight without worry. I'll maintain the mirror dimension. The voice of the Ancient One came from above the two. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately released his control over the mirror dimension, concentrated all his strength, and launched another attack towards the destroyer. Chapter 27 Loki. A series of deafening booms and flashes of fire emerged from the place where Lin Feng and the destroyer armor clashed. Each full, force collision between the two caused the entire mirror dimension to tremble violently. The Ancient One, who maintained the mirror dimension, frowned from time to time, and even a mark from Dormammu appeared between her eyebrows. Odin, if the power of the destroyer you control is only to this extent, then this battle is about to end. After another collision that almost shattered the mirror dimension, Lin Feng and the destroyer stepped back hundreds of meters and faced each other from afar. Is that so? Then show me your full strength. Odin's voice came out from the visor of the destroyer. Because if you only have such strength, I'm afraid I will have to take back the destroyer. Then let's both use our strongest power. Lin Feng's eyes turned sharp, and the intense killing intent on his body seemed to materialize. The white light gradually turned into a dazzling blood-red color and became solid, contracting from his whole body and concentrating entirely on his right fist. In the distance, the chest of the destroyer contracted and expanded rhythmically like a real person breathing. Sharp spikes emerged from its right fist, and orange, yellow light escaped from the gaps between the armor plates of the destroyer armor, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Lin Feng and the destroyer simultaneously stomped hard on the ground, and instantly, cracks appeared on the ground. The immense power brought extremely high speed, and their 2 fists collided together in an instant, yet, strangely, no sound was emitted. Not good. Suddenly, Gu Yi, who was maintaining the mirror dimension, changed her complexion. She was about to intensify the output of magical energy, but it was already too late. With the collision between Lin Feng and the destroyer, cracks suddenly appeared in the air. The entire space instantly shattered like a mirror, turning into bits of starlight and dissipating in the air. Lin Feng and the destroyer reappeared in the real world. The destroyer stood quietly on the ground, without a single scratch on its surface. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer maintain his giant form and returned to his human size, forming a sharp contrast with the huge destroyer. Lin Feng suddenly let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his figure swayed. This scene made the hearts of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents seem to be clenched by something. After all, if even Lin Feng failed, there might be nothing in the world that could stop this huge war weapon in front of them. Whoosh! Lin Feng let out a long breath, and the origin energy of creation circulated throughout his body. The injuries caused by the collision with the destroyer were healed in an instant. At this time, the destroyer's head slowly lowered, shook slightly, and then crashed to the ground. The circular armor pieces scattered all over the place, revealing a completely shattered orange-yellow energy core. Odin, you've been defeated. The destroyer belongs to me now. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal. The armor pieces on the ground slowly levitated and flew into the portal. Job done. Thor, come with me. Lin Feng beckoned. Just as he was about to pass through the portal and go home, he suddenly frowned. Do you think I can't see through your invisibility? Suddenly, Lin Feng reached out and pinched something in the air. With a flash of green light, a figure in a magic robe and a horned helmet slowly emerged. Isn't this our second prince from Asgard, His Highness Loki? A hint of mockery played on the corner of Lin Feng's lips. Loki. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Thor's eyes. Thor, guess who sent the destroyer down and what its purpose is? Lin Feng turned to look at Thor behind him and snapped his left fingers. A light screen appeared. In the image, Loki stood in the Asgardian treasury, holding the spear of destiny in his hand, and the destroyer slowly stepped out. To ensure my brother doesn't come back. On the face of Loki in the image was an expression of anger. Destroy everything. Loki. Thor was stunned. In his perception, although Loki often played pranks on him, they were brothers. Under no circumstances would Loki want to kill him. Mortal, how dare you profane the gods? Loki was being strangled by the neck by Lin Feng, yet his mouth remained stubborn. Do you know that even Odin wouldn't dare to talk to me like this? Lin Feng's eyes turned sharp. As Odin's son, you should show some basic respect to a powerful being with strength comparable to that of your father. Lord of the Stars, could you please release my younger brother? At this moment, although Thor's mood was somewhat complex, seeing Loki's state, he still wanted to plead for his younger brother. I don't need your pity. Loki let out a roar at Thor. Perhaps, I'd better leave you two brothers to have a good chat. Lin Feng threw Loki in front of Thor. Loki, why did you do this? Thor's face wore an extremely complex expression. To prove that I'm the best son of our father. Loki's face was filled with indignation. Originally, when he woke up, he would know that I saved his life and I also destroyed those monsters. After that, I would become the heir to the throne. What are you going to do? Thor was taken aback. In his original plan, he would lead Laufey, the frost giant, into Asgard and try to assassinate Odin. Loki would save Odin at the last moment and take this opportunity to destroy the entire Jotunheim with the Bifrost. Lin Feng shrugged and added, What? Thor stared wide-eyed at Loki. How could you destroy an entire race? Why not? There was a look of puzzlement in Loki's eyes. What? Have you developed a fondness for the frost giants? Or have you become weak, my dear brother? That's an entire race. Destroying a race would cause countless killings. We can't do this. Thor's emotions became more and more agitated, and even his eyes were tinged with a bit of blue light. Regarding this point, Lin Feng raised one hand. I agree with Loki's view. There are only two kinds of intelligent life in the universe. One is called kin, and the rest are all enemies. And the highest respect for the enemy is to eliminate them completely in the most efficient way. However, Father once said that we should treat. Odin bids you to be kind to your own people, not the enemy. Lin Feng shook his head. Thor, bear my words in mind. If you fail to completely annihilate your enemies when you have the ability, it must be because they can bring certain benefits to your clan. For Odin, the nominal lord of the Nine Realms, sparing Jotunheim can demonstrate his benevolence as the god king, thus making the races within his sphere of influence more loyal to him. This is the function of the frost giants. Do you understand? Thor still seemed a bit perplexed. But Lin Feng's words were not meant for Thor. Out of the corner of his eye, he had been observing Loki, who was lost in thought after hearing these words. I seem to have grasped something. Loki suddenly let out an eerie laugh. Farewell, my dear brother. Also Lord of the Stars, isn't it? We shall meet again. After saying this, a violent green glow suddenly emerged around Loki's body, and then he vanished into the air. However, Lin Feng didn't make the slightest move to stop him. Lord of the Stars, this. Thor looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. I need him to escape. His departure is beneficial to us. Lin Feng's face wore a confident smile. You'll know soon enough. Chapter 28 Heavenly Father Level Follow me, Thor. I know someone who can help you in the trial. Lin Feng opened a portal, and on the other side was a ruin that was being rebuilt. Lin? A doctor with glasses and a receding hairline came over. What brings you here? Ethan, long time no see. A smile graced Lin Feng's face. Indeed. He directly led Thor to the town of Kamara. This place had endured the baptism of countless wars. Lin Feng intended to let Thor understand that war could be endured. Yet unless in extremely special circumstances, we absolutely forbade war from occurring on our native land. From now on, you are no longer the god of thunder. nor the eldest prince of Asgard. You are merely a refugee who, like them, has experienced the ravages of war. Except that you possess powers beyond the reach of ordinary people. And now, you must utilize this power well, integrate among them, and assist the people here in rebuilding their homeland. Can you do it? Lin Feng gazed into Thor's eyes. No problem. Looking at the surrounding scenes, Thor nodded earnestly. He had witnessed numerous war scenes before, yet because he always charged at the forefront, he had never known what were left in its wake. War was always cruel. Hopefully, this period of life would enable you to comprehend this. When you regain MJ Lner's recognition, I will impart more to you. Lin Feng patted Thor on the shoulder and departed through the portal behind him. Hey, Tony, there's something I wonder if you'd be interested in researching. Returning home, Lin Feng connected to Tony's communication. What is it? Tony's interest was piqued. After all, something that Lin Feng, a person from the interstellar era, would entrust to him for research must be extremely high in technology. A colossal object, the remains of the most powerful war weapon from Asgard in Norse mythology, crafted with exceedingly rare metals and novel magical technologies. You'll know once you come. Lin Feng promptly opened a portal right in front of Tony. Shit, Lin. Could you not be so abrupt every time? Upon seeing the opened portal in front of him, Tony shuddered instantly. Let me take a look. Where's that colossal object? Right in front of you. Lin Feng pointed at the large heap of circular metal rings in front. The Asgardian throne succession struggle spread to Earth. This thing was dispatched here, and then I dismantled it. So, you mean these large metal rings can form a war weapon? Tony looked at the large heap of metal that seemed like scraps, somewhat incredulous. Of course. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the fragments of the destroyer levitated and gradually formed a huge humanoid figure. This was its form before I shattered it. Holy crap, this is not scientific. Tony stared at the huge destroyer armor in front of him. He simply couldn't fathom how this thing could move relying on such a structure. I told you. There are magical technologies involved here. Lin Feng shrugged. These armor pieces conduct energy through magical circuits, and this magical energy sustains the movement of this armor. Wait. Tony suddenly interrupted Lin Feng. You're saying this thing is an armor, which means there should be a person controlling it from the inside, right? Indeed, it is so. Although it can also attack autonomously, its most powerful state must be when Odin, the god king of Asgard, directly controls it from within. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was a glimmer of excitement. This is also the reason why I asked you to come and study this thing. After all, essentially, it is of the same nature as your Iron Man armor, just that the energy supplying their battles is different. Shit, I really have to study it carefully. A touch of fanaticism emerged in Tony's expression. If he could thoroughly study the destroyer armor in front of him, it would definitely bring a new level of improvement to his Iron Man armor. Do you know anything about this thing? This thing is called the Destroyer. Odin made it to fight against the Celestials. It was forged by the dwarves with URU metal as the material and based on the runic magic, and then blessed by the gods. Odin once rode the Destroyer armor and slew a Celestial. Yes, the kind of Celestial that is sleeping deep within the earth. Is this thing really that powerful? Then how did you damage it like this? Tony still couldn't quite believe it. First of all, this thing is an armor, and there is a huge difference whether Odin is sitting inside or not. Lin Feng extended a finger. This time, Odin was only remotely controlling the armor to fight me, and its strength was equivalent to his normal state, that is, Odin without wearing the armor. You mean, you can defeat Odin without wearing the armor, right? Of course. I once clashed with Odin in a move, and I should have had the upper hand. Lin Feng nodded. Presently, I should essentially have reached the strength level of the Heavenly Father. Against a slightly weaker Celestial, I still possess the prowess to engage and triumph. So, should we not worry about that thing beneath our feet? Tony raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I can indeed defeat it and likely even slay it. But the most remarkable trait of the Celestials does not lie in their individual might, Lin Feng said, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. The greatest strength of the Celestials lies in their unity. Their most powerful member, Erishem, is merely at the peak of the single, universe level. However, when the entire celestial group congregates, their combined power is sufficient to topple mid-tiered multiverse-level powerhouses. Let me think. Tony raised his hand. So, can I understand it this way? The Heavenly Father level, the single, universe level, and the multiverse level are 3 power tiers, right? Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. Well, let me first educate you on the power system classification of this grand world. Chapter 29. You're the greatest invention of my life. In the grand world we currently inhabit, Power is divided into 6 levels, namely the Earth level, the Heavenly Father level, the single universe level, the multiverse level, the mega universe level, and the omni universe level. Lin Feng explained to Tony, the definition of the Earth level is quite broad. Every entity with abilities beyond the ordinary belongs to this level. Steve Rogers, you, and even Hulk fall into this category. So, the Heavenly Father level is the second tier? Tony raised an eyebrow. The Celestial Father level may seemingly be just the second rank. However, one should be aware that individuals capable of reaching the multiverse level or above are extremely scarce, and they generally remain aloof from worldly affairs. Thus, the single universe level beings are currently the most powerful entities we can come into contact with. Lin Feng shrugged. Thor, who retrieved his hammer, Odin, the Ancient One, and I all belong to the Celestial Father level. Of course, there are disparities even within the same rank. Odin, the Ancient One, and I are at the pinnacle of the Celestial Father level. In our normal states, we can attain the strength equivalent to that of an ordinary single universe level being. If we exert our full power, we can even contend with mid-tier powerhouses within the single universe level. So, the division of our power system isn't that definite, is it? Tony furrowed his brows. That's right. Lin Feng shrugged. In other words, before the celestial god deep within our Earth's core awakens, the Earth now basically has the ability to defend itself. Only basic self-defense? Tony caught the key point in Lin Feng's words. That's right. I, Odin, and the Ancient One. We are peak Celestial Father level powerhouses, but we can't safeguard the Earth in an all-out war against advanced civilizations. Lin Feng sighed. The best-case scenario would be that the opposing high-level powerhouses destroy the Earth, and I, in turn, annihilate their civilization. You are like our nuclear weapon, merely serving as a deterrent. But once a real war breaks out, the impact you can have relying solely on your personal strength is extremely limited. Can I understand it this way? Tony's expression turned rather solemn. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. This is the greatest problem we are facing now. The overall strength of human civilization is still rather feeble. Lin Feng shook his head. Thus, I've always been saying that we must enable the entire humanity to elevate together. By the way, Tony, have you thoroughly studied the cultivation method of the primeval creation energy? Basically, it has been accomplished. After the great battle you mentioned, and when we've established a certain prestige, we can attempt to popularize it. Tony nodded. This thing isn't actually that difficult. Jarvis has detected the existence of the primeval creation energy within my body. It's a miraculous energy. If we can harness it, it will surely trigger a new generation technological revolution in the entire human civilization. Very well. Lin Feng stood up. However, there is a minor issue at present. What issue? Tony was taken aback. You've been targeted by the military. They want your Iron Man armor. Lin Feng tossed a document to Tony. I got some high-ranking officials under my control to suppress this matter. But the current problem is that the prerequisite for their quietness is that no one else can develop your Iron Man armor. The technology of the Iron Man armor itself isn't difficult. What's difficult is the energy source. Tony pointed to his chest. No one can create this thing. But unfortunately, someone has already done it. Lin Feng transmitted a set of photos to Tony. The person was Ivan Vanko. His father, Anton Vanko, had once been employed by Stark Industries and was a research partner of your father. However, after the arc reactor was developed, Anton Vanko intended to rapidly militarize it, which was inconsistent with your father's philosophy. Consequently, he stole the research results and attempted to sell them to the Soviet Union. After the matter was exposed, he was deported. So, did this person create a mini arc reactor based on the blueprints left by his father? Tony looked at the pictures on the tablet in surprise. He's a genius. But unfortunately, he's an anti-social genius full of hatred. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Now we have two options. Go ahead, Tony said, his expression turning serious. First, we directly eliminate him to remove all unstable factors. Lin Feng extended a finger. After all, he's a genius, perhaps even second only to me. After all, he could create such a thing using simple equipment, which is even more exquisite and advanced than the one I made in the cave in Afghanistan. Then let's talk about the second option. Lin Feng looked at Tony. You need to improve the arc reactor within a short time to re-establish a technological gap. At the same time, this improvement can also completely solve your palladium poisoning problem. I mean, you don't need to wear the reactor all the time now. Why is your palladium poisoning still so severe? How long have you been wearing the Iron Man suit during this period? Almost all the time. Tony heaved a sigh. You must know that the threat of the Celestials is imminent, and I simply dare not rest at the moment. That's perfect. Lin Feng opened a portal and retrieved a box from within. Inside this box are the relics of your father. At the same time, it is also the key to helping you discover a new element. Use the new element to create the next generation arc reactor, and then we'll study this behemoth together. No problem. Tony took the box, took a deep look at the wreckage of the destroyer armor, and then walked through the portal that Lin Feng had reopened for him without looking back. Tony opened the box that Lin Feng had handed him. Inside were a roll of blueprints, a notebook, and a videotape. Tony took out the notebook and put the videotape into the projector. Arc reactor, Anton Vanko, Howard Stark. These were the signatures on the roll of blueprints. The blueprints depicted the structure of the large-scale arc reactor in Stark Industries. Technology can achieve everything. The videotape contained a recorded speech video of Howard Stark before the first Stark Industries Expo. A better life, a stronger physique. Tony leaned back on the sofa, listening to the voice on the videotape while flipping through Howard's notebook. There were a large number of complex formulas and structures in it. As Tony flipped through the notebook, he scribbled on the screen in his hand. After an unspecified period of time, Tony finished reading the notebook in his hand. He rubbed the center of his brows and threw the notebook aside. In fact, he didn't gain any meaningful inspiration from these notes. Suddenly, the videotape skipped. Howard in the screen called out Tony's name. HM. Hearing his name, Tony looked at his father in the screen with some bewilderment. You're still too young to understand now, so I'd better record this for you to watch. Howard's voice came from the screen. He pointed to the model of the Stark Industries Expo Park behind him. I built this for you. One day, you'll understand that this is not merely people's inventions. It's the crystallization of my life's efforts and the key to the future. I'm restricted by the technology of my era, but someday you'll unlock it, and when that time comes, you'll change the world. Throughout my life, my greatest creation has been you. Chapter 30. The new element. My greatest invention in this life is you. After Howard Stark said these words, the screen went blank, and Tony sat stunned on the sofa, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Wait. Tony suddenly thought of something and dialed Lin Feng's communication device. What's up? Did you find something? Lin Feng knew that Tony must have found a clue about the new element. Lin, do me a favor. I need the model of the Stark Industries Expo Park. It'll take too long if I drive there. Tony's voice sounded urgent. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng opened a portal in Tony's home. On the other side of the portal was Tony's office, where there was a complete miniature model of the first Stark Industries Expo Park. Thanks. Tony took a deep breath, carried the model into his basement, and arranged it properly. Jarvis, please create a digital model wireframe for me. I need an operable projection. Tony blew the dust off the model. At the same time, a blue light swept across the entire model, forming a model composed of virtual projections. The scanning of the 1974 Stark Industries Expo model is completed, sir. Jarvis's voice sounded. Jarvis, how many buildings are there in the model? Tony raised his hands, and the virtual model rose accordingly. Should the Belgian waffle stand be counted? You know the answer perfectly well. Show it to me. Tony turned around, projected the virtual model over an open space, snapped his fingers gently, and the model started to rotate and finally stood upright. Jarvis, what does that look like to you? Tony pointed at the globe model at the very center of the projection, highlighted it, and then took it out. This model as a whole is somewhat like an atom. Then the atomic nucleus should be here, right? Remove the sidewalk. Tony waved his hand, and the sidewalk disappeared from the model. Sir, what are you trying to do? Jarvis was a bit puzzled. I'm discovering a new element. Tony manipulated on the model. Well, no. To be precise, rediscovering a new element. Remove the horticultural landscapes. Bushes, trees, etc. Tony kept operating on the model. The whole process was full of a sense of technology. Parking lots, exits, entrances. Using the exhibition hall as the framework, construct protons and neutrons. At Tony's command, the entire model began to undergo drastic changes, taking the shape of a spherical structure with a grid pattern. Dad, Tony stared at the sphere before him, then forcefully pushed his hands against it, unfurling the entire model. At this moment, Tony's face was filled with sentiment. You've been gone for nearly 2 decades, yet you can still teach me a lesson. The element just discovered should serve as a viable substitute for palladium. Jarvis voiced the conclusion of its analysis. Thanks, father. Tony shrank the entire model, pinched it between his fingertips, and looked at the new element model with a smile. Regrettably, this element cannot be synthesized. Jarvis's voice sounded again. Come on, Jarvis. Let's do a major renovation. Tony ignored Jarvis's words, instead standing up directly, picking up a hammer, and saying, "We need to make some new hardware again. You thought of me when you were just moving things, but now you want to do the demolition work yourself?" A portal opened, and Lin Feng stepped out from it. "Lin, you're here at the right time. I need your help." Tony threw the hammer to Lin Feng. "Help me smash this wall. You're better at this kind of physical work. Do you think I need this thing?" Lin Feng smiled and threw away the hammer in his hand. With a gentle point of his finger, a beam of white light appeared, and a neatly circular hole emerged on the wall in front of the two. The surface of the hole was as smooth as a mirror. "Shit, why didn't I think of using the beam cannon to break the wall just now?" Tony said with a hint of helplessness, rubbing his forehead with his hand. "Very well. If that's the case, so be it. This new element is truly a remarkable thing, and I feel honored to be involved." A faint smile played on Lin Feng's lips. "So, I've succeeded, haven't I?" Tony's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. "If what you build next is similar to what you did before, then yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Let's get started then." Tony immediately embarked on a rather chaotic dismantling operation. Meanwhile, a large number of coil pipes were transported over. With Lin Feng's assistance, Tony erected these pipes one by one and placed a spirit level on them. "This part needs." Before Tony could finish, a flash of white light passed, and the connection of the two not quite level coils lifted slightly. "Thank you." Tony nodded. "To be honest, doesn't this seem a bit crude?" Lin Feng folded his arms and watched as Tony inserted a prism into the radiation device of the coil. "Who cares? As long as it works. Besides, you're there to ensure safety, right?" Tony used an infrared ray to realign the position of the coil again, and then placed a small triangular piece of metal right in front of the emitter. "Initiate the prism accelerator." As Tony pressed the switch, Jarvis's voice sounded, and a blue glow began to flow rapidly inside the coil pipes. "Lin, give me a hand. I can't turn it." As the energy gradually increased, Tony strained to turn the valve on the emitter, but the valve remained motionless. "Leave it to me from now on." Lin Feng waved his hand, and a beam of white light enveloped the valve. The valve began to rotate, and an extremely thin, high energy beam shot out from the rotating triangular prism, bombarding the metal sheet directly in front of the emitter. A humming sound rang out, and the metal sheet gradually radiated a blue glow. As the glow reached its peak, Tony promptly shut off the energy input, leaving only a triangular metal sheet emitting a blue light. Quite simple indeed. Tony shrugged, picked up the metal sheet with tweezers, and observed it carefully. "Congratulations, sir." Jarvis's voice sounded timely. "You have created a new element." Chapter 31. Gu Yi wants to retire Jarvis. Start the test. Tony placed the new element into the arc reactor he had prepared. The reactor started up, bursting out with a blue glow. The improvement is quite successful. Evidently, it can be felt that the concentration of the primeval creation energy in the surroundings is considerably higher than before. Lin Feng slightly sensed it and nodded affirmatively. "No need to fear palladium poisoning anymore. I can just wear this thing every day." Tony directly slapped the arc reactor onto his chest. "This will definitely be helpful for me to absorb the primeval creation energy. Also, thank you very much." Tony suddenly let out a sigh. "I've said that I'm delighted to be involved in the creation of a new element." Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. "No, it's not for this." A tinge of sadness lingered in Tony's eyes. "I'm referring to my father's legacy. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never have known how much high hopes he placed on me. Even if it weren't me, you could still see these things. Otherwise, how do you think I know these things exist?" Lin Feng waved his hand. "I merely let this world develop along the predetermined path. Anyway, thank you all the same." Tony patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "So, what now? Should we go find that Ivan Vanko? I remember you have a trip to Morocco in these 2 days, right?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "In fact, you don't actually need to look for him because he'll be waiting for you in Morocco. Is that so?" Tony furrowed his brows. "Jarvis, modify Mark 5 to use the new reactor." "Yes, sir." Jarvis's voice sounded in the air. "The suitcase?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "That's right. Lin, you always seem to know everything." Tony clicked his tongue. "Shit, I can't even imagine how many times you've watched the stories about our world in yours. In fact, I only skimmed through it once." Lin Feng shrugged. "Then how do you manage to remember everything?" Tony looked skeptical. "Because of my brain. There's a chip in here." Lin Feng tapped his temple. "With this thing, when necessary, I can transform my brain into a precise computer, and everything I've ever seen can be retrieved and accessed at any time." "How long of memories does that chip store?" Tony was still a bit curious about Lin Feng's age. "A full 120 years. In Lin Feng's eyes, a tinge of reminiscence emerged. 20 years of growth, 50 years of war, 40 years of seclusion, and then another 10 years of war. Looking back now, it seems like it was just yesterday. Don't people in your world ever age? Tony couldn't help but grumble. In fact, before crossing over, I already had the appearance of an old man. But for some unknown reason, I rejuvenated and acquired a 20-year-old body. At the same time, the physical modifications I had received after the age of 20 still remained. Lin Feng shook his head. This is the only thing I can't understand for now. Unbelievable. Wonder filled Tony's eyes. By the way, what was that 40-year seclusion in the middle all about? After 50 years of fighting, the human civilization wasn't quite satisfied with my style of warfare. They convicted me as a war criminal. 40 years later, we encountered an enemy that was difficult to defeat, so they invited me out to lead the troops again. Lin Feng shrugged, as if not caring about that past. What kind of war style do you have? A sense of foreboding crept over Tony. Genocide, uncompromising genocide. Apart from humans, I completely eradicated every race I encountered. This is my war style. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with a cold light. Some people regarded this as an inhumane war crime, but I have a different view. I call it efficiency. Shit. Although Tony couldn't fathom where Lin Feng's intense murderous intent originated, he wasn't particularly averse to it. So, you're a Nazi, aren't you? Who knows? Anyway, they made such an analogy when they were judging me. Lin Feng shrugged. Well, let's not talk about this. When you return from Morocco, we'll delve into studying this destroyer. Also, regarding Ivan Vanko, either kill him or bring him back. Otherwise, it might cause some trouble. I have this already. What kind of trouble could there be? Tony pointed at the new reactor on his chest. If he's imprisoned in a local prison in Morocco, he'll feign death, then join Hammer Industries. Create a slew of drones powered by the first-generation arc reactor, and mess up your Stark Industries Expo. Lin Feng briefly recounted the plot that would have occurred in Iron Man 2 originally. So, it's best to bring Vanko back. Okay, I got it. Tony nodded. I still have some time. I need to study this big fellow first. Magic is a completely new knowledge system to me. It's incredibly exciting. You study first. I have some other matters to attend to. Also, magic encompasses more than just one system. After you figure out the operational mode of the rune, I'll take you to see another magic system that I'm currently researching. Lin Feng nodded and vanished on the spot. Kamar Taj, the Ancient One. Lin Feng put his hands together and bowed slightly to the Ancient One. Lin, you're here? Gu Yi rose to her feet. I was just about to seek you out. What is it? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. I wish to retire, Gu Yi sighed. Your prowess has even surpassed that of the current Odin. I believe the position of the Sorcerer Supreme can now be entrusted to you. Didn't you say you wouldn't retire before? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. No, what I said was that I wouldn't die, not that I wouldn't retire. Gu Yi shook her head with a smile. I will announce in the near future that you'll assume the role of the Sorcerer Supreme, and I'll go to that organization of yours to enjoy a peaceful life. That organization hasn't actually been fully established yet. Lin Feng mused. We haven't even decided on a name. There are only a few Earth-level superheroes in it. Well, now you have, aside from yourself, the first Sky Father-level member. Gu Yi smiled faintly. What do you think? No, we should have two. Lin Feng shook his head. I have to make a trip to Asgard. Very well. I'll make preparations at Kamar Taj. When you return from Asgard, you'll become the new Sorcerer Supreme. Gu Yi nodded. Lin Feng then gently clenched his right hand and vanished from the spot. Chapter 32. The Prince of Asgard, Your Excellency, the Stars. I've always been curious about when you would visit Asgard. The All-Father is expecting you. Heimdall, looking at Lin Feng who appeared in the Bifrost control room, bowed slightly. As a guest, Lin Feng adhered to the Asgardian customs and didn't directly seek Odin, but teleported to the Bifrost control room instead. Many thanks. Lin Feng smiled faintly and vanished from the spot. Since Odin was already aware of his arrival, there was no need for Lin Feng to engage in any elaborate formalities. Mr. Lin. Odin rose from his throne. Your Majesty Odin. A professional smile graced Lin Feng's face. During the past 50-year war, he had numerous experiences interacting with the high-level figures of human civilization. After all, without the ability to parry and maneuver with these individuals, his war style would hardly have been tolerable to those high-ranking figures of human civilization for 5 decades. Lord Lin Feng. The Eternal Flame and the Frost Casket are already prepared and can be taken away now. However, before that, you must surely experience the hospitality of the Asgardians. Odin cheerfully put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. It was essential to be on good terms with a Heavenly Father, level being of similar strength. After all, Odin's lifespan was dwindling, and having such a friend would better safeguard Asgard. In fact, Your Majesty Odin, I've come here for another matter. Lin Feng stared directly into Odin's single eye. I plan to establish an organization to completely block our enemies outside the Nine Realms. This organization also has another goal: to oppose the Celestials. What? Odin was stunned. After all, he had once donned the Destroyer armor and battled the Celestials, even slaying one of them. However, what followed the killing of a Celestial was the just collective onslaught of the entire Celestial group. It was after that incident that Odin ceased his conquest of the universe, retreating his forces within the Nine Realms, and even went so far as to imprison his eldest daughter, Hela, who was the most gifted among them. Lord Lin Feng, do you know what kind of power the Celestials possess? Odin's brows were tightly furrowed, hoping that Lin Feng would abandon this unrealistic idea. Of course I know. A smile played on the corner of Lin Feng's lips. Each Celestial possesses at least the power of a single, universe level. The two of us are at the peak of the sky, father level, and can contend against those Celestials with mid-range strength among them. Moreover, within the Celestial group, the most powerful one, Arishem the Judge, is at the peak of the single, universe level, infinitely approaching the power of a multi-universe level powerhouse. I have confronted them before. Indeed, the strength of a single Celestial is not vastly different from ours, and we can even defeat them in battle. However, there are numerous Celestials, and they do not adhere to any chivalric code. The consequence of waging war against the Celestials often leads to the arrival of more of them. I know. Lin Feng nodded. I even know about your past war with the Celestial race, but we have reasons that compel us to confront the Celestials. Indeed, there exists an infant Celestial beneath you. Odin suddenly remembered something. To be honest, Asgard was precisely built in the shape of a continent due to this reason. After all, every spherical planet that gives birth to intelligent life has the potential to become a cradle for Celestials. Therefore, for the sake of survival and development, there is bound to be at least one war between the human civilization and the Celestials. Hence, I must start preparing now. Lin Feng stood by the window of the Asgardian palace, gazing into the distance. Moreover, my concept utterly differs from that of the Celestials. If the human civilization develops in the direction I envision, the Celestials will be the greatest obstacle on our journey. I've heard that you only care about humanity? Odin asked the question he most wanted to ask. No, I don't care about humanity. What I care about is the human civilization. These are two completely different concepts. Lin Feng shook his head. I only care about the overall development of the civilization and won't mind the sacrifice of some individuals within the civilization. This might be a flaw in my character, and I will make up for these flaws in the future. But that will be after the human civilization has developed to a certain extent. Well, I'd like to know your attitude towards Asgard. Odin asked the question he most wanted to ask. The gene sequences of the Aesir and Vanir gods are extremely similar to those of humans. One could even say they are of the same species, except that you possess some divine powers, isn't that so? Lin Feng smiled gently. The concept of humanity is defined by genes. In fact, in my eyes, both the Aesir and the Vanir are part of humanity. As long as you wish, you can integrate into human civilization at any time. Civilization. Odin chewed carefully on this word that Lin Feng had been mentioning. These two simple words seemed to encompass some kind of philosophy, yet he couldn't fully comprehend it at the moment. So, Your Majesty Odin, what do you say? Will you join? Lin Feng extended a hand. The Celestials are also my enemies. Instead of taking the hand Lin Feng extended, Odin raised his right fist and thumped his chest forcefully. Please have faith in the credibility of Asgard. When human civilization is in crisis, we will also step in. To keep the danger outside the Nine Realms, right? A strange light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Exactly, to keep the danger outside the Nine Realms. From this day forward, Lord Lin Feng, the God of Stars shall become a prince of Asgard. Within Asgard, the God of Stars should be respected as much as I am. At the banquet, Odin loudly declared her decision to the gods of Asgard. Moreover, from this day on, Asgard and Midgard will become the most steadfast allies in this universe. The gods of Asgard held unconditional trust in Odin. Among them, the three mightiest warriors of Asgard and Sif, who had witnessed Lin Feng in action and were familiar with his prowess, led the way. As soon as Odin's voice faded, the gods erupted in cheers. They drained from their goblets and then hurled the goblets forcefully to the ground, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the banquet to its zenith. At the Star Pavilion, a beautiful woman in a courtly robe gracefully approached and curtsied to Lin Feng. Lin, this is my queen, Frigga, Odin said, putting his arm around Frigga's shoulders. Your Majesty, Lin Feng replied with a smile, returning the courtesy. At the Star Pavilion, I wonder how Thor and Loki are faring. Frigga inquired, her voice tinged with concern. At this moment, she was but a mother worried about her children. You'd better see for yourself, Lin Feng said, waving his hand. A shimmering light screen slowly unfurled. Chapter 33, The Awakening of Thor. The light screen displayed real-time images of Thor on Earth. At the moment, Thor was in the town of Camilla, participating in the post-war reconstruction efforts alongside the local refugees. Thor, you're incredibly strong. If the mythical Thor truly exists, he should look just like you. The refugees, who were already accustomed to such feats, exclaimed in praise after Thor single-handedly lifted an entire collapsed wall. It seems Thor is getting along well with the people of Midgard, Frigga said, a faint smile of relief on her face. He has learned to integrate among the people. That's excellent. Odin nodded in approval. Lin Feng was about to close the light screen when he suddenly furrowed his brows. He could perceive the situation beyond the screen. In the distance of Camilla town, a troop was gathering. God King, Goddess Queen, hold on a moment. There seems to be an unexpected situation. This could well be the turning point for Thor's awakening. Having seen this, Lin Feng opened a teleportation portal. First, he placed Mjolnir in the outskirts to prevent his house from getting a hole punched through it. Then, he used the signal of the teleportation portal to call Tony. Tony, something is about to occur in Camilla. For now, refrain from taking any action. Lin Feng's tone was slightly solemn. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Thor will likely awaken through this event. What about those civilians? Tony's tone carried a hint of reluctance. All I can say is that this is a necessary sacrifice. Lin Feng sighed. Just secretly protect Ethan so that no harm befalls him. Leave the rest alone. Only if Thor fails to awaken can you step in. All right, I understand. Tony suppressed the emotions in his heart and casually adjusted a satellite to observe the situation in Camilla. Next, let's see what Thor can achieve. Lin Feng picked up a wine glass, took a sip, and then watched Thor's performance on the screen. Centuries ago, a rebellion broke out in Vanaheim. During the break, Thor was recounting his glorious deeds to the refugees, who listened with smiles on their faces. Of course, no one believed that Thor was the real Thor from Nordic mythology. They merely regarded him as a kind-hearted man with a touch of delusion and extraordinary strength, nothing more. When I regain the recognition of Mjolnir, you'll see. Thor was still boasting profusely when a burst of gunfire interrupted him. Quick, take cover. The refugees were quite experienced in such matters. They promptly hid in their houses and then took out the firearms they had hidden at home. In just a few minutes, dozens of dark muzzles protruded from the windows of the refugee houses. Thor, get inside quickly. The refugees moved so fast that Thor was still standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Are there enemies? Thor's expression turned serious. He picked up a sledgehammer nearby and nervously scanned the surroundings. Hey, Thor, what are you going to do with a hammer? Summon thunder? After spending some time together, the refugees had forged a deep friendship with Thor. A refugee risked his life to rush out of the house and pull Thor in. Rat, tat, tat. A series of gunshots rang out. The refugees in the town of Camilla fired back. At first, neither side had the upper hand until a rumbling sound was heard. Shit, they have a tank. Behold, a tank rolled forward, and a shell pierced through a civilian house directly. A deafening explosion resounded, and the refugees inside the house were undoubtedly deceased. Nay, at the sight of this, Thor let out a roar filled with wrath and sorrow. He clenched his fists tightly, and little by little, a faint blue light emerged in his eyes. Hey, Thor, what are you about to do? A refugee who had just pulled him into the house promptly blocked him as soon as he saw Thor stand up. My friend, do not impede me. Thor pushed aside the refugee's hand, his eyes resolute. You are all my friends. They have slain my friends, and thus I shall fight them. Thor, you will perish. Even if I die in battle, I will do so while protecting my friends. This is my glory. Thor stepped straight out of the door, and in the very next instant, a shell blasted right into Thor's chest. His entire body was sent hurtling through the air by the intense explosion, crashing into a wall before falling to the ground. Rumble. Over the town of Cormyra, dark clouds gathered in droves, with copious amounts of lightning churning within. Meanwhile, on the lawn outside Lin Feng's house in New York, the same spectacle occurred. As another bolt of lightning flashed across, Mjolnir on the lawn shot up into the sky, trailing a blue glow, hurtling towards the direction of Cormyra town at breakneck speed. Crackle, With a flash of electric light, Mjolnir plummeted down from the sky. Along with a bolt of lightning, it struck Thor, who had seemingly lost his vital signs. And Thor suddenly raised his right hand and caught the descending hammer. Rumbling, bolts of lightning incessantly pummeled the ground, covered Thor's body. Amidst that dazzling lightning, a hammer hurtled out, crashing directly into the tank that was spitting flames. The entire tank was pierced clean through by the hammer, and the driver inside was instantly roasted by the lightning, giving off a charred stench. The gaping hole on the tank was truly appalling. Gradually, the lightning dissipated, and the hammer Thor had flung hurtled back into his hand. Now fully armored and donning a cape, Thor emerged before everyone. Creak, the sound of a door being pushed open. A refugee stepped out of the house, staring fixedly at Thor, who stood in the very center. 2, 3. And finally, all the refugees came out and stood behind Thor. Meanwhile, the terrorists in front were retreating step by step, their faces contorted with fear. You killed my friends, and now I will do the same to you. It's only fair. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Thor's eyes. He brandished the hammer in his hand and soared into the sky, then plummeted back down, bringing with him a deluge of lightning that struck the ground. The terrorists in the vicinity were instantly incinerated by the lightning. I, Thor Odinson, eldest son of Odin, the legitimate heir to the throne of Asgard, the god of thunder, hereby proclaim that the town of Kamara shall forever be under my protection. Any who dare to encroach upon it shall face the wrath of the god of thunder. Thor slowly descended to the ground, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, creating a massive mark on the ground. Dear all, it is a great pleasure to have made your acquaintance. I am truly grateful for your care during this period. However, now that I have completed my trials, I must embark on some momentous tasks. Thor looked at the group of refugees before him. From this day forth, you shall possess the friendship of Thor Odinson. I shall safeguard this place eternally. Should anyone dare to encroach, they shall face my ceaseless pursuit that extends to the very ends of the universe. I shall uphold this vow until the arrival of death. Ethan, thank you for your care during this time. Nevertheless, I must take my leave. Thor then turned to Ethan. You know, I still need to seek out Lyn and express my gratitude. Of course, I'm delighted that you've regained your power. A smile graced Ethan's face. All right, Thor. Stop being so indecisive and come over quickly. A portal materialized, and Lyn Feng's voice drifted from the other side. Chapter 34 The True Thor Father, Mother. Passing through the portal, Thor knelt on one knee before Odin and Frigga. You've done an excellent job, my child. Odin wore a smile, while Frigga stepped forward, helped Thor up, and embraced him. Lyn, how come you're in Asgard? Thor looked at Lyn Feng. In a sense, this could be regarded as my third home. A smile played on Lyn Feng's lips. Additionally, I've just been made the Prince of Asgard today. Prince? Thor, who had been about to challenge Lyn Feng, was stunned upon hearing this word. All right, Thor, I know what you're thinking. Lyn Feng shook his head with a smile. Let's go. Let's find a place to practice. Very well. I also want to see if you've made any progress after regaining your power. Odin nodded as well. Lyn Feng gently clenched his right hand, and a teleportation gate opened. Several people appeared on a vast open ground. Have you heard? The newly appointed Prince of Asgard is going to duel with Thor, who has just returned. A large number of Asgardians began to rush towards the direction where the few people were, eager to watch this battle. At this moment, Lyn Feng and Thor stood face to face on the arena. Lyn Feng's silver, white battle armor had covered his entire body. The two looked at each other from afar, and the Asgardians who had come upon hearing the news had crowded around the arena. They were extremely curious about the strength of this newly appointed Prince of Asgard. Come on, Thor. Let me see your power. Lyn Feng stood there, quietly looking at Thor. The white light of the creation prime energy around his body flickered on and off with his breath. Lyn, pick up your weapon. Thor raised his hammer and pointed it at Lyn Feng. In fact, I don't need any weapons. Lyn Feng shook his head. You make the first move. If I do it first, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Lyn, you're being a bit arrogant. Thor forcefully swung and directly smashed Mjolnir towards Lyn Feng. Facing the flying Mjolnir, Lyn Feng's expression remained completely unchanged. He gently raised his hand and pinched the hammer. Thor stretched out his hand, trying to recall Mjolnir. But the hammer remained motionless in Lyn Feng's hand. Zero, doesn't this scene seem a bit familiar? Lyn Feng ceased teasing Thor and released the hammer. Mjolnir hurtled back into Thor's grasp, yet Thor's visage remained etched with disbelief. Thor, have you forgotten that I can lift it without Mjolnir's approval? Lyn Feng wore an enigmatic smile. Indeed, I did, Thor replied, a tinge of embarrassment coloring his features. Having just retrieved Mjolnir, he had grown overconfident and thus overlooked this fact. Come on. Now, the real battle commences. Thor roared, soaring into the sky. Mjolnir spun at breakneck speed in his hand. Then Thor hurtled downward, leveraging the hammer's momentum. Your combat awareness is somewhat lacking. How can you adopt a fighting style that makes you an easy target in midair? Lin Feng clicked his tongue. With a casual flick of his hand, a beam of pure white primeval creation energy sent Thor plummeting from the sky. When fighting, don't always assume you can overpower your opponent with sheer strength. You'll inevitably encounter adversaries whose raw power rivals or even surpasses yours. Lin Feng soared forward and landed a powerful punch to Thor's chest, sending him flying. Thor grunted, adjusted his form mid-air, and landed steadily on the ground. Then he charged towards Lin Feng once more. Thor was no stranger to combat techniques. However, he was accustomed to overwhelming his foes with his maximum strength. In this battle with Lin Feng, he instinctively reverted to his old combat habits. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. This time, Lin Feng eschewed any finesse and instead met Thor's downward, crashing hammer with a brute force punch. Rays of electric light spurted out from the center of the two's collision. The hammer in Thor's hand flew out directly, yet it didn't fly too far. Mjolnir lingered in the air for merely a few seconds before flying back into Thor's hand. Do not rely entirely on your hammer during a battle. Those 2 seconds when the hammer returns are more than enough for an evenly matched enemy to kill you 800 times. Lin Feng punched Thor's hammer away again. Where's your power of Thor? Use it. How can I use the power of Thor when I can't hold Mjolnir? Thor gritted his teeth and threw a punch. But Lin Feng pushed him back with a palm strike. What? Thor, are you the god of thunder? Or is that hammer the god of thunder? Lin Feng punched Thor in the chest again. Are you the god of the hammer? Come on, Thor, tell me, what kind of god are you? Lin Feng directly lifted Thor up and then smashed him onto the ground. Exactly, this is the feeling. The god of stories at the end of time cheered again. Speak. What kind of god are you? Lin Feng smashed Thor onto the ground once more. As Lin Feng continued to pummel Thor, a faint glow of thunder gradually emerged in Thor's eyes. As Lin Feng smashed Thor onto the ground for the last time, he finally erupted. I am the god of thunder. Thor, lying on the ground, let out a roar, and a huge bolt of thunder was released from Thor's hand, hitting Lin Feng. Very well, remember this feeling. Lin Feng, who was hit by the thunder but remained unharmed, nodded in satisfaction and stretched out his hand to Thor. Now you look like the god of thunder. Thank you. Thor took a deep breath, grasped Lin Feng's hand, and rose to his feet with the help. He knew that Lin Feng had just intended to assist him in enhancing his strength. I am sincerely convinced, yet I am determined that one day I shall defeat you. I eagerly anticipate that day. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips. In fact, the strength of the Lord of the Stars surpasses mine by a notch. Therefore, there is no need for you to be disheartened. Odin patted Thor on the shoulder. Strive to elevate your strength, and surely one day you will outshine me. Chapter 35. The human civilization needs us. Odin, the Ancient One, myself, and the future Thor. These are 4 Heavenly Father-level beings, Lin Feng pondered in his heart. However, it seems that some mid-level forces are currently lacking. When in doubt, turn to S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Feng opened a portal and arrived at Nick Fury's office. Damn it, Fury was startled again. Lin, could you please enter my office through the main door next time? No, for I am in a hurry and do not have the time. Lin Feng shrugged. I require all the data on the super-powered individuals that S-H-I-E-L-D has already obtained. Impossible. Fury shook his head. This is confidential. I don't care about what's confidential or not. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa. If I say I want it, you have to give it to me. Otherwise, there is no need for this S-H-I-E-L-D to exist. Lin Feng. Fury slapped the table and stood up. You are threatening the highest executive of a global organization. Yes, and then? Lin Feng shrugged. Does this global organization have the ability to resist in front of me? Don't go too far. Fury took out a pager from the drawer. You can call Carol Danvers back, but I tell you responsibly that it's of no significance. Lin Feng shifted to a more comfortable position. It's just an ordinary single, universe-level being that hasn't fully grown. Whether it's me, Odin, or the Ancient One, any one of us can draw with that cosmic police. If 2 of us were to take action together. Damn it, Lin Yu. All right, Fury. Lin Feng patted Fury on the shoulder. Our goals are the same, both to protect human civilization aren't they? An organization without supervision and restraint must never come into existence. Fury shook his head. Do you know how dangerous this is? Of course I know. So I'll be the one to supervise this organization. Lin Feng stood up. You have no other choice. Moreover, human civilization is facing a huge crisis, and I'm the only one who can solve the problem. What kind of crisis? Is it from the universe? Fury furrowed his brows. No, it's from below. Lin Feng pointed at the ground. There's an extremely powerful thing deep within the Earth's core. Once it wakes up, the entire Earth will explode with a boom. What is that thing? Fury took a deep breath. Do we have the ability to solve it now? That thing is known as the Celestial in the universe. There may be newborn Celestials within every living planet. The Celestials would introduce the juveniles of their kind into planets with intelligent life, allowing them to develop gradually. When the number of intelligent beings reaches a certain level, the celestial juveniles slumbering deep within the planet's core will absorb the power of the intelligent life and then hatch. Subsequently, that living planet will perish. After the celestial juveniles mature, they will create more living planets and introduce more celestial juveniles, repeating this cycle. Lin Feng explained to Fury. In fact, it is not difficult for us to kill the celestial in the planet's core in advance. However, the current issue is that once this celestial juvenile is destroyed, a large number of celestials will descend upon Earth. We have the ability to defeat one or even two celestials one-on-one, but we cannot handle so many of them. Where's Carol? Fury frowned tightly. She is the same. She can handle one or two celestials, but she cannot withstand the siege of a large number of celestials. Lin Feng sighed. So, Nick, I need to establish such an organization. Your organization needs to be supervised, and everything must be open and transparent. Fury made some concessions. Impossible. Lin Feng shook his head. Ordinary people are benighted, and those in power are self-serving. I can already imagine how incompetent an organization controlled by them would become. You claim to care about human civilization, yet you don't trust them? Fury completely failed to understand Lin Feng's thoughts. I cherish human civilization, yet it is far too feeble. I feel the pressing need for it to grow stronger. Is there anything amiss with that? Lin Feng shrugged. I aim to lead human civilization onto a path of empowerment, so that we can be equipped to confront crises in the future. So, your solution is to gather a bunch of super-powered individuals and coddle ordinary people in a hothouse. Fury retorted. Certainly not. I aspire to empower everyone. But this process takes time. And during this period, those of us who have already grown stronger need to assist them through this developmental stage. Lin Feng stood by the French window. I need such an organization, and human civilization requires it. I'll ask one last question. Fury seemed somewhat swayed. How do you intend to propel the progress of human civilization? My power can be replicated. A glimmer of white light emerged from the palm of Lin Feng's hand. Everyone in this world can possess such power. Before long, I will enable all of humanity to understand and master the means of obtaining this power. Do you mean to turn everyone into super-powered beings? Fury was taken aback. Is that truly feasible? Absolutely. Tony has already achieved success using my method. Lin Feng nodded. Once we have purged the interior of the Earth, we will formally initiate the era of universal cultivation. By purged, you mean? Fury hesitated. The Skrulls. And all those strange and absurd species. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. In human civilization, only humans are needed, nothing else. I'd like to make one point. Fury adjusted his eye patch. Aliens are not completely without. I've told this to many people. And now I offer it to you. Lin Feng interrupted Fury. It is impossible for two intelligent species with reproductive isolation to coexist in peace for a long time. What if they are inherently weak and pose no threat to us at all? Fury's brows remained knitted. Technological explosion. Lin Feng shook his head. You're well aware of the huge leap humanity has made from World War I until now, aren't you? How can you ensure that the alien species under our rule won't experience one or several such technological explosions and thus surpass us? Fury was rendered speechless. All right, give me the materials. Lin Feng sighed. I don't really want to do this either, but it's for the development of human civilization. I'll make preparations. Fury slumped in his chair. I'll sort out all the materials tonight. Most of them are in paper form. I believe you can understand that network storage is rather insecure. I know. I'll come to pick them up tonight. Lin Feng nodded, opened a portal, and vanished from Fury's office. Chapter 36. You all come at once. Kamar Taj. Asgard S-H-I-E-L-D. Now, what I need to deal with are some people who haven't emerged yet, such as... My lord. Pierce answered Lin Feng's communication. Give me the location of Baron Strucker's base. Lin Feng's emotionless voice came from the other end of the communication. Yes, Pierce had now developed the habit of executing commands without questioning the reasons. Shortly after, he sent over a set of coordinates. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded, then promptly opened a portal. Sokovia, under the starry skies. Baron Strucker bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. I want the Maximoff siblings, Lin Feng stated calmly. They are currently engaged in an important experiment. Baron Strucker hesitated slightly. I already know what the outcome will be. Lin Feng's face turned cold. You just need to let them come with me. But Baron Strucker seemed about to say something more. Do I seem too easygoing? A fierce aura emerged from Lin Feng, pressing towards Baron Strucker. That's not what I meant. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Baron Strucker's forehead. Just a wisp of Lin Feng's leaked aura made his legs tremble violently like a sieve. Fine, take me to see them. Lin Feng waved his hand. Lead the way. Yes, sir. Baron Strucker lowered his head and led the way for Lin Feng. Are these the Maximoff siblings? Lin Feng looked at Wanda and Pietro inside the iron bars. With a gentle wave of his hand, the iron bars were twisted into a mess and torn down. Who are you? Wanda shielded Pietro behind her. I'm Lin Feng, the supreme leader here. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips as he extended his hand towards the Maximoff siblings. A gentle white light radiated from his body. In the eyes of Wanda and Pietro, Lin Feng was like a god. What do you want to do? Wanda bit her lip. I shall empower you. Lin Feng opened a portal. Follow me. Initially, Strucker harnessed the power of the Mind Stone to awaken Wanda and Pietro. Thus, the Tesseract should serve the purpose as well. Lin Feng retrieved the Tesseract from the core of the Stark Industries arc reactor. The pristine white radiance of the primeval creation energy shimmered and seeped into the Tesseract, channeling the power of the Space Stone. The pale blue glow bathed Wanda and Pietro, gradually permeating their bodies. In merely a few seconds, both of them fainted. Now was the moment of their awakening. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng transferred the two to a safe house via the portal. In the Marvel setting, Quicksilver is merely a level 4 mutant, far from reaching the Heavenly Father level. However, if the Scarlet Witch reaches the pinnacle of her power, she could become a being of the single, universe, or even multiverse level. After all, the Chaos Magic is one of the 3 divine powers in the Marvel Universe. As for now, it was time to seek out the Ancient One. Lin Feng opened a portal and vanished from the spot. At Kamar Taj, the Ancient One. Lin Feng joined his hands in front of his chest and bowed slightly to the Ancient One. So, about to become the Sorcerer Supreme, how do you feel? A smile played on the Ancient One's face. Not bad. After all, I once commanded a fleet capable of annihilating a star system. Lin Feng shook his head. Well, let's go. You must be eager to retire, right? Certainly. The Ancient One stretched herself in an unseemly manner, then instantly resumed her habitual smile. I have safeguarded the Earth from the incursions of the dimensional demons for hundreds of years, and today, I shall take my repose. The Ancient One, standing on the high platform with Lin Feng by her side, while below were a multitude of Kamar Taj mages. The magical prowess of the Star Cluster Mage is no less than mine. After today, he will become your Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One surveyed the mages below. According to the rules, the Sorcerer Supreme has to accept the challenge from any mage before succession. Now, is there anyone who wishes to step forward? A colossal arena rose up. Lin Feng lightly tapped his toes and drifted down to the center of the arena. Friends who have objections to my becoming the Sorcerer Supreme may come up now. Lin Feng looked down at the mages below. I'll come. Cassius leaped up and landed on the arena. Are you the only one? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at the mages below again. I'll come too. Another voice rang out, followed by a chorus of voices eager to challenge. Lin Feng swept a glance and counted that, including Cassius, who was already on the arena. There were 37 mages who wanted to challenge. Why not? You all come at once. Lin Feng pushed his hands horizontally, and the entire arena expanded by a circle directly. Star Cluster Mage, you are somewhat presumptuous. Cassius put his hands together, then spread them to both sides, and a long knife with golden sparks appeared in his hand. I said, you all come together. Lin Feng waved his hand gently, and the 36 mages below were directly lifted onto the arena against their will. Upon seeing this scene, Cassius' expression turned solemn. Mages, since he possesses such power, there seems to be no issue with us attacking together, right? Make your move. I'll only give you one chance. With a thought in his mind, Lin Feng was covered by a silvery, white battle armor. The pure white light representing the original power of creation emanated from his entire body. Although it was white, it carried a heart, palpitating aura. Attack together. Cassius soared into the air, golden shields emerging beneath his feet. At the same time, the mages on the arena also started to act. One after another, teleportation gates appeared around Lin Feng, and magical attacks arrived around him in an instant. Too weak. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't make any defensive moves, allowing those spells to strike his body. However, those attacks couldn't even scratch his battle armor. Well, I've given you a chance to attack. Lin Feng spread his hands and slowly levitated. Now it's time to showcase my power. Lin Feng suddenly clenched his fists, and an invisible air wave emerged with his body as the center. In just an instant, all the mages were knocked off the arena by this air wave. Now, gentlemen, is there any problem? Chapter 37 Magneto. Currently, there are several organizations of super-powered individuals in the world. Pierce handed a document to Lin Feng. There was the Xavier School for the Gifted led by Charles Xavier, also known as Professor X, the Brotherhood of Mutants led by Eric Lyncher, also known as Magneto. And far in Europe, the Vampire Clan led by Count Dracula. Well, that's about it. This is the limit of what you can find. Lin Feng flipped through the document in his hand, nodded, and said, "You go and get in touch with Xavier's School for the Gifted. I'll handle the rest personally." Oh. And when you go to see our Professor X, take this with you. Be careful not to be controlled by him. As he spoke, a large number of nanoparticles appeared in Lin Feng's hand and gradually condensed into the shape of a helmet, which he handed to Pierce. Yes. Pierce bowed his head and took the helmet from Lin Feng's hand. Before he could react, Lin Feng had disappeared in front of him. Hellfire Club. Hello. I'm looking for Lord Magneto. Lin Feng stood politely in front of the gate of the Hellfire Club, looking at the mutant known as Riptide, whose power was creating hurricanes, and who served as a security guard there. Of course, Lin Feng had teleported directly to the front of the Hellfire Club to show his identity as a super-powered individual. Who are you? Riptide stood at the door, performing his duties conscientiously. My name is Lin Feng. Of course, according to your custom, you can also call me the Stars. Lin Feng smiled slightly. You may enter. Hearing the affirmative reply in his earpiece, Riptide stepped aside, and the gate opened automatically. The Stars, right? Above the palm of the elderly Magneto hovered two spinning metal balls. Please be seated, Lord Magneto. Lin Feng smiled and took a seat. I'm here to extend an invitation for mutants to truly integrate into human society. You should discuss this matter with another old fellow, Magneto said with a hint of impatience. I heard from Riptide that you're one of us. I thought you'd understand my philosophy. I surely can understand your philosophy. Lin Feng shook his head. However, your philosophy is based on a premise that mutants are the only super-powered group in the world. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Oh, Magneto was suddenly intrigued. The Hellfire Club was rather isolated from information, so Magneto didn't know much about the outside world. Kamar, Taj and the Great Xia has a large number of mages. Generation after generation, they protect the world from the invasion of dimensional demons. A beam of white light emanated from Lin Feng's palm, forming a light screen displaying scenes of the mages of Kamar, Taj training. And there's Asgard, one of the branches of humanity. They possess powerful divine power and are renowned even throughout the universe. There are also some others, most of whom live on the far side of the moon. They're quite similar to you, having various abilities determined by their genes. Many of their abilities overlap with those of mutants, and they're called the Inhumans. And finally, in the not-too-distant future, everyone in this world will possess their own power. In Lin Feng's palm, a white light ascended. This is my power, which I named the primordial energy of creation. This kind of energy pervades the universe. Every intelligent entity can learn the means to utilize this energy. What on earth are you up to? Magneto showed a tinge of fear towards the scene depicted by Lin Feng. I merely wish to do one thing, and that is to elevate the entire human civilization to a stronger state. Lin Feng rose to his feet. During this process, ordinary humans require those of us who have become stronger earlier to safeguard them slightly. Then why care about them? Just eliminate them. And wouldn't only the strong remain in humanity? Magneto sneered with some disdain. The base number. Lin Feng let out a sigh. The number of mutants is too scarce, isn't it? What are you going to confront? Magneto took a deep breath. The threat from outer space. Lin Feng pointed upwards. There are many of them, and they are powerful. They are all eyeing the Earth covetously. Therefore, I need you all. So, you're saying that mutants and humans share a common enemy, right? Magneto stood up. Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. Magneto was a mutant with the ideology of mutant supremacy, but above all, he was still a human. And the Earth was also the place where mutants lived. He wouldn't permit the Earth to be damaged. If that's the case, I'm in. Magneto nodded and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Welcome aboard. Lin Feng shook hands with Magneto, a faint smile gracing his face. May I ask who else is in this group? Magneto poured himself a glass of wine. The previous Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One, Odin the All-Father, and you. If nothing unexpected occurs, Charles will also come. Additionally, I'm about to seek out Black Bolt, the leader of the Inhumans. Lin Feng shrugged. Wait. Magneto raised a hand. Odin? Yes, it's the Odin you have in mind. Lin Feng nodded. The All-Father from Norse mythology. So do myths actually exist? Magneto felt that he was starting to have difficulty understanding this world. Wait, did I mention Asgard before? Lin Feng was taken aback. What is Asgard? Magneto furrowed his brows. Well, Asgard is the dwelling place of the gods in Norse mythology. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, deeply feeling the difficulty of communicating with someone so ill-informed. All right, then, the second question. Why is it the previous Sorcerer Supreme of this place called Kamar Taj joining in? What about the current one? Magneto raised another question. The current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj is me. Lin Feng shrugged. Any more questions? None. Magneto shook his head. Oh, Mr. Lenshare, in this situation, I should address you by your human name. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. If you have time, you can come and visit us. I believe it will be a pleasant surprise. Okay. Magneto nodded. Well now. Yes, now I'm going to the moon. Lin Feng stretched himself. As the organization was newly founded, most of the leaders were rather unruly. Thus, as the capable one, I have to take on more tasks and personally recruit members one by one. Well, then I won't disturb you. I also need to integrate the Brotherhood of Mutants. Not all of us have combat capabilities. Magneto made a gesture of seeing guests out with his right hand. Finally, he said again, welcome to join. After saying this, Lin Feng gently clenched his right fist. A portal opened and enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng disappeared from the spot. Chapter 38. Inhumans, Moon, Attilan. The originally peaceful life of the Inhumans was disrupted, for at this moment, a portal opened above Attilan. A person wearing silver-white battle armor slowly walked out of the portal and stood in midair above Attilan. In an instant, intense alarm bells rang throughout Attilan. Lin Feng took a step forward, and another portal appeared in front of him. This time, Lin Feng directly reached the interior of Attilan. I mean no harm. I'm just here to find the leader of the Inhumans. Although Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, it spread throughout the entire Attilan in an instant. Every Inhuman in Attilan felt as if this voice was ringing right beside their ears. A gust of cold wind blew, and 5 people and a dog suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. Black Bolt, Medusa, Crystal, Karnak, Gorgon, and Lockjaw hello. With a smile on his face, Lin Feng said, it may be a bit presumptuous for me to come uninvited, but there are indeed some rather urgent matters. Who are you? What do you want? Black Bolt asked in sign language. He inquired, who are you and what is your purpose for coming here? Medusa, standing beside Black Bolt, translated. Firstly, I can understand sign language, so there's no need for you to translate, Lin Feng explained. My name is Lin Feng, from Earth. You may also call me the Stars. I've come to Attilan to extend an invitation. An invitation? Black Bolt gestured with a look of doubt. Yes. Human civilization is currently facing a tremendous crisis that originates from beyond the sky. If we can't resist it, neither the humans on Earth nor the Inhumans on Attilan will be spared. Lin Feng extended one hand. This person is Thanos, one of the overlords in the universe. Soon, his vanguard will arrive on Earth, and he will follow closely behind. Is he going to destroy Earth? Black Bolt motioned. No, he intends to collect the 6 Infinity Stones. Unfortunately, there are currently 2 on Earth. Lin Feng shrugged. He's a fanatical madman who aims to directly annihilate half of the life in this universe. What? A hint of astonishment flickered in Black Bolt's eyes. His throat twitched as he forcefully suppressed the urge to make a sound. Let's talk outside. What I'm about to say is rather astonishing, and it might be somewhat dangerous here. Lin Feng waved his hand and opened a portal. Black Bolt remained silent, merely nodding, then followed Lin Feng into the portal. Lord Black Bolt, you can speak now. Rest assured, the sound waves that burst out inadvertently will not cause me any harm. Of course, if I were to face the sound waves you release with all your might, I would still be in some danger. Lin Feng's face wore a confident smile. Are you sure? Black Bolt probed and said a word. The sound wave hit Lin Feng's battle armor from the side, yet had no effect on Lin Feng. See, what did I say? Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and the nano particles in his hand surged, forming a dainty device. I just recorded the frequency of your voice. Wear this around your neck. The incidental sound waves generated when you speak normally can be offset. Of course, if you're going to fight, remember to turn it off in advance. Oh, Black Bolt looked at the device in Lin Feng's hand with great interest. Since his birth, he had always lived in Adelan. So, although Black Bolt was the leader of Adelan, his sense of vigilance was not actually that strong. Thus, Black Bolt took the device from Lin Feng's hand and put it around his neck. Is this effective? It really is effective, Black Bolt murmured to himself, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Thank you. Well, why don't we go back now? No. What I'm going to say next is not quite suitable for the ordinary Inhumans to hear. Lin Feng sighed. Lord Black Bolt, the crisis our world is facing is not just that crazy titan. In fact, there is an even greater crisis that we need to address. Speak. Black Bolt's expression turned serious. Deep within the core of the Earth, a celestial being slumbers. When the number of intelligent life forms on Earth reaches a certain level, it will awaken and then break out of its shell, which is our very planet. Once the Earth shatters, the Moon will also move irregularly as it is no longer bound by the Earth's gravitational pull. Believe me, this would be fatal to Attila. Lin Feng revealed the situation of the celestial being deep in the Earth's core. Of course, if there were only a single celestial being, I could surely handle it with my power. The problem is that killing one celestial being would attract a horde of them, and that's the crux. That is to say, you need a great number of powerful individuals to deal with the large number of celestial beings that will descend in the future, correct? The Black Bolt frowned. Exactly. While we deal with the celestial beings, those with superpowers who are a bit weaker and unable to face the celestial beings directly can handle other potentially invading alien races, such as the Kree who genetically engineered you. What kind of race is that? The Black Bolt looked puzzled. It seems you don't know your origin. Lin Feng sighed. You are the experimental products of the Kree on Earth millions of years ago. The Kree modified your genes and used the mist generated by the Terrigen crystal as the key to unlock this gene. However, later, the Kree found that your potential was too high, and you even possessed power beyond theirs. Thus, they left, and you, as the Inhumans, have developed together with humans. In fact, you are also part of humanity. The Inhumans will join your plan, but I have one condition. Black Bolt took a deep breath. You tell me, he said. First of all, will humans come to know the existence of the Inhumans? Surely. Every human should be aware of those who safeguard them and hold a feeling of gratitude in their hearts. Lin Feng nodded. Then, after we become known to humans, I hope the Inhumans scattered across the Earth can come to Adelan. No problem. I'll arrange for the Inhumans on Earth to visit Adelan. Of course, whether they stay here or not is not up to you or me, but rather subject to their own will. Naturally, Black Bolt nodded and extended his hand. So, a pleasant cooperation? A pleasant cooperation. Lin Feng smiled faintly and grasped the hand Black Bolt had extended. Chapter 39. Open the door. Free trade. The high-end combat forces on Earth that could unite have all come together. Now, what's lacking is resources. Lin Feng gazed at the world map before him, his eyes fixed on a small country in Africa, Wakanda. There lies an extremely abundant supply of vibranium resources. And in this world, there are also mutants, which means that the Yashida family in Japan still has a considerable reserve of adamantium. There is also that legendary oceanic nation, Atlantis, where there is also vibranium ore. Gu-E, standing beside Lin Feng, pointed to a certain place in the Atlantic Ocean. To possess such precious resources without high-end combat power is, in itself, an error. Tony shrugged. In the words of our East, it is called an ordinary man bears no guilt, but being in possession of a jade ring makes him a suspect. With a smile on his lips, Lin Feng said, Let's go. We shall pay a visit to these places. At the periphery of the shield in Wakanda, two figures, one in gold, red, and the other in silver, white, emerged. Lin, are you certain this is the nation you spoke of, where vibranium technology is extremely advanced? It doesn't seem like it. Tony, who had volunteered to come along, intended to scratch his head, but instead knocked on the armor at the back of his head. Sometimes, what the eyes see may not be the truth. Lin Feng smiled gently. He extended his hand, and a fierce white light burst forth, shooting straight ahead. However, this beam of white light seemed to hit something and stopped in the vast expanse of the wilderness. Optical stealth, don't you know? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. The white light in his hand gradually grew stronger, and a ripple rippled on the invisible barrier ahead. As the energy output gradually increased, the fluctuations on the shield became more and more intense. At a certain critical point, a huge hole appeared in the shield, revealing the Wakandan warriors waiting in full battle array behind. Is this the vibranium technology you mentioned? Tony stared at the shields and spears in the hands of these Wakandan warriors, dumbfounded. Lower-level species, of course, can only use low-level weapons. A tinge of regret colored Lin Feng's expression. It's truly a waste to let these guerrillas use vibranium. With their rate of utilization, one can't even imagine how much vibranium is being squandered. That's a non-renewable resource, and every bit used means one less bit left. You're paler than me. Under the leadership of the old Black Panther, a group of Wakandan warriors let out roars and rhythmically struck the ground with their long spears. Look, they are still aware of their own skin color. Lin Feng shrugged. Unexpectedly, they also understand Chinese. Tony knew that this should be the native language of these aboriginals, something to boost morale, but at this moment, he still followed Lin Feng's words. While the two were talking, the Wakandans, feeling ignored, felt humiliated and enraged, so they brandished their vibranium spears and rushed forward. Using the most cutting-edge technology, but fighting in the most primitive way, I don't understand. What about you? Lin Feng turned his head to look at Tony beside him, but this time Tony didn't respond to Lin Feng. Instead, a row of miniature missiles rose on his shoulders. The missiles were launched, and a burst of air-piercing sound rang out. A large number of Wakandan warriors with unprotected heads were instantly killed. In front of them, only the fully armed old Black Panther remained. Look, this is an inferior race. They don't even know to wear helmets when going to war. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, stretched out his hand, and directly drew the old Black Panther over from a distance, pinching his neck and holding him in midair. What are you going to do? The old Black Panther, whose helmet was taken off by Lin Feng, looked at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes. We just want free trade. Lin Feng had a formulaic smile on his face. I come from the beacon of the civilized world. I'm here to spread civilization to you. At the same time, all you need to do is engage in simple, fair, and just free trade. You are robbers. The old Black Panther said this with all his strength. If you think so, well then, we are robbers. But the problem is that you are too weak and can only be robbed by us submissively. For if you resist, you will pay the price of your lives. Is there any other question? Lin Feng's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. All right, old man. Where in the world can you find robbers as kind as us? We even give you money after taking your things. Tony casually picked up a vibranium spear on the ground. It's indeed vibranium. All right, Tony. When have I ever been wrong about the things I said? What's more, for this kind of mineral resource, it's not likely to shift its position due to the butterfly effect. Lin Feng casually flung the old Black Panther aside, and then patted Tony on the shoulder. All right, now, let's take a look at our vibranium mine. All Wakandans, don't resist. The old Black Panther only had time to utter this last sentence before rolling his eyes and fainting. By the way, Tony, how is the Iron Legion plan we discussed before going? Lin Feng and Tony chatted as they walked. It's progressing steadily. After all, there are quite a few technical problems with the iron robots that can perform delicate movements. Tony shrugged. It's already very difficult for the ones with human control, let alone the unmanned ones. Tony, to be honest, I've been thinking about a question. Lin Feng interrupted Tony's complaints. I really want to know why you all are so obsessed with humanoid mechas. Of course, it's because humanoid robots can adapt to any kind of work, whether it's combat or daily life. We can make use of them. Tony was somewhat perplexed. Isn't this common sense? As is well known, the humanoid form is the most versatile. The problem lies right here. Why are we so obsessed with all-around robots? Lin Feng shrugged. In fact, being all-around means not being proficient in every aspect. When we encounter enemies, this kind of all-around but not proficient in any aspect war weapon can be fatal. Instead of this, it would be better to directly design various robots that are proficient in different directions. Only in this way can we make better use of their functions. Right. Tony slapped his forehead. To be honest, before you raised this question, the entire scientific community seemed to have fallen into some kind of misunderstanding. We always thought that all-around was the best, but in fact, we don't need all-around things. Of course, all-around things are only convenient when there is a technological crush. If we encounter opponents who are evenly matched with us, or even surpass us, specialized ones are the best. Lin Feng smiled. If you're confused about the direction of technological development, you can ask me at any time. After all, I come from an interstellar civilization. I know the entire technological development process of a civilization and also know what detours we have taken. Well, here we are. In front of Lin Feng and Tony was a huge underground karst cave. Inside the cave, there was a mountain peak, exuding a metallic luster. So, is the so-called vibranium just a huge piece of metallic element? Tony was stunned, his mouth wide open. Chapter 40, The Regeneration Cradle. So, is the so-called vibranium just a huge piece of metallic element? After seeing that so-called vibranium ore, Tony's mouth gaped wide. Indeed, this was originally a vibranium meteorite that had plummeted within the territory of Wakanda. The vibranium integrated into the local ecosystem, bringing about a peculiar transformation. It gave rise to an extremely special plant known as the heart-shaped herb. The sap of this plant could endow humans with extraordinary powers, comparable to those of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Drinking the sap extracted from the ground-up plant would have an effect similar to that of the super soldier serum. These natives truly possess enviable resources. Tony pursed his lips. Yes, with such excellent resources, yet being unable to make good use of them. This is the disparity between these so-called chimpanzees and humans. Lin Feng shrugged. We need to formulate a mining plan. Ultrasonic waves have a rather good restrictive effect on vibranium mining. Therefore, when truly putting this substance to use, we can't merely rely on single-type vibranium. We also need to add other materials to create an alloy in order to eliminate this weakness. Your father had already experimented and found the best ratio back then, and even crafted Captain America's shield. The materials for the alloy are vibranium and adamantium. The vibranium has been located. As for adamantium, we'll go in search of it shortly. Lin Feng stretched lazily. All right, let our people take over here. We're going to find adamantium now. No problem. Tony nodded, and Lin Feng opened a portal. Tokyo, Japan. Is the adamantium you mentioned here? Tony gazed at the pseudo-Chinese-style buildings below, a tinge of bewilderment in his eyes. Adamantium, like vibranium, hails from meteorites. This is one of the places I know with a certain reserve of adamantium. Lin Feng looked at the building complex. At the entrance of this complex, there were 3 Chinese characters Yamada inscribed. There is also some reserve of adamantium in the United States, within a military base in Alaska. That base is dedicated to the research of mutants, and I'll soon raise it to the ground, offering some reassurance to Professor X and Magneto. So what shall we do? Tony looked at the building complex below. It's simple. Adamantium is indestructible. All we need to do is dig it out from the ruins. A glimmer of white light emerged in Lin Feng's hand. The light gradually expanded, forming a gigantic palm radiating pure white light. Boom! Lin Feng gently waved his right hand downward, and the massive energy-formed hand slammed down. When the dust settled, only a palm-shaped crater remained on the ground. The entire building complex of the Yamada family was completely flattened, with no living soul left inside. At the same time, a massive earthquake struck Tokyo. A large number of houses collapsed, and the wails of people echoed continuously on the ground. People from the Great Eastern Nation always harbor an indescribable hatred towards this place. Tony looked at the ruins below, smacking his lips. In my era, this ethnic group had completely vanished. Of course, I could also discern the inherent flaws of this ethnic group from the history textbooks. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng summoned a semi-finished silver, white armor from underground by an invisible force. Well, let's go back. New York. Is there any work we need to do now? Tony looked at the adamantium alloy armor and the original Wakandan vibranium reserve that had just been delivered, blinking his eyes. He was eager to create an Iron Man suit with these materials. Find someone. Lin Feng looked at the vibranium in front of him, and an idea flashed through his mind. I want to find a Korean-American scientist, Dr. Helen Cho. You can tell her in the name of Stark Industries that you're interested in her cradle regeneration technology. Although I don't know what you're up to. All right, I'll do it. Tony nodded, took out his phone. I'll contact her right now and ask her to come as soon as possible. Dr. Helen Cho, welcome to New York. Lin Feng, who came to pick her up in person, stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. In fact, Tony is just an agent. The one who is truly interested in the cradle regeneration technology is me. However, I'm not well known, so I asked Tony to invite you. It doesn't matter. I believe that a friend of Tony Stark can't be an ordinary person. Helen Cho's face wore a polite smile as she shook hands with Lin Feng. I'm a pure researcher. How about we get straight to the point? No problem. Please follow me. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a portal appeared in front of the two of them. What is this? Helen Cho was startled by Lin Feng's move. a spatial leap device composed of a wormhole generator, a wormhole stabilizer, and a gravity cancellation device, integrated into one, stable and non-destructive to the surrounding environment. Lin Feng smiled softly. Evidently, this move had stunned Zhao Hailuan. If you're interested, I'll explain the principles in detail for you. No problem. As Zhao Hailuan herself said, she's a pure scientific researcher, and her yearning for advanced science and technology is beyond doubt. Well, now more importantly, it's about the issue of your regeneration cradle. Lin Feng led Zhao Hailuan through the teleportation gate and arrived at his laboratory. First of all, where is the physical object of the regeneration cradle? In my laboratory. I thought this was just a pure academic exchange. Do we also need the product? What kind of experiment are we going to do? Before Zhao Hailuan could finish speaking, Lin Feng directly opened a teleportation gate and pulled the regeneration cradle over from the other side. I was thinking that since the regeneration cradle can create nano-scale bionic tissue, then why can't it directly create a complete body? Sir, human cloning technology is absolutely prohibited. Zhao Hailuan's expression turned serious. Of course, it's not about human cloning. What I'm pondering is biorobot technology. Lin Feng quickly analyzed the working principle of the regeneration cradle and grasped the operation method. I suppose I have an old friend who needs it. Chapter 41, Intelligent Life. Vibranium, a metal with extremely peculiar properties, and yet we use it to make frisbees. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, setting vibranium as one of the raw material supplies for the regeneration cradle. After determining the structure, the regeneration cradle rapidly started generating the body structure and tissues, with a large amount of vibranium interspersed in between. Isn't biochemistry robot technology also prohibited? Zhao Hailuan furrowed her brows. She always felt that the thing in front of her could have an unpredictable impact on this world. So I'll only make this one. As I said, I have an old friend who needs it. Lin Feng quietly watched the manufacturing process inside the regeneration cradle. According to the original development, this thing indeed might have brought about a huge crisis, but not now. Hey Lin, what are you doing? Tony entered Lin Feng's laboratory. Are you creating a human with the regeneration cradle? This thing is absolutely prohibited, isn't it? Don't worry, I'll only make this one. Lin Feng shook his head. In his eyes, there was a rare sense of excitement that appeared outside of battle situations. I'm creating a powerhouse at the limit of the terrestrial level. The limit of the terrestrial level, but that's only the terrestrial level. Tony was somewhat puzzled. That's right. But the uses of this terrestrial level being are more numerous than you can imagine. Lin Feng rubbed his hands. A red human-shaped figure had taken form. With bones made of vibranium, muscles composed of a mixture of bionic tissue and vibranium, glistening with a radiant luster. Did we ever make this thing in the future? Tony took a deep breath. In the future, based on the Mind Stone, you created an extremely perilous intelligent robot and named it Ultron. Lin Feng recounted to Tony what would occur in the original timeline. Ultron got out of control, combined the Mind Stone, vibranium, and the Cradle of Creation, and fabricated a biochemical robot. You thwarted it during the process of uploading its consciousness into the robot. Subsequently, you input Jarvis' consciousness into it, giving birth to a brand new hero known as Vision. So, should I import Jarvis again? Tony raised his eyebrows. Certainly not. I have a better consciousness entity as its power source. Lin Feng's hands emitted rays of white light. He utilized the primeval creation energy to commence the transformation of the newly born body and then pulled out a data cable from the back of his head. You're not going to input yourself into it, are you? Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Tony's eyebrow twitched. Of course not. Lin Feng smiled. The degree of transformation of my own body is even higher than this thing. Moreover, this is a body that has adapted to a large amount of primeval creation energy and is perfectly matched with my soul. It would cultivate countless times faster than an ordinary person. I'm reluctant to discard it. Next, it was time to wait. Lin Feng connected the data cable to the Cradle of Creation, and a progress bar appeared on the screen, starting to jump at an extremely slow pace. It will be completed soon. Lin Feng leaned back in the chair, and the jumping speed of the progress bar was evidently accelerating gradually. Next, it is the moment to witness a miracle. In the final moment, the progress bar jumped directly from 80 to 100. A humming sound resounded, and ripples spread out centered around the regeneration cradle. Intense energy fluctuations occurred throughout the laboratory, and the regeneration cradle began to tremble. Hey, old chap, calm down. Lin Feng stood up, unplugged the data cable, and placed his right hand on the regeneration cradle. Gentle white light emanated, as if soothing the emotions of the creature inside. A hissing sound, caused by a drastic change in air pressure, rang out a few seconds later. The hatch of the regeneration cradle opened, and a red figure slowly sat up. Is this my body? The red figure looked at his hands somewhat blankly. Yes, old chap, this is your body. Additionally, regarding your gender issue, I haven't said it. You know, America in this world is quite unique. I can't assume your gender. There is some energy remaining in your body, allowing you to choose autonomously what organs to grow. Lin Feng's face beamed with a smile, an excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. Captain, you're always like this. Isn't this a rhetorical question? The red figure emitted a somewhat deep male voice. He slowly floated up, passed through the wall, and directly arrived at the French window of the laboratory. Looking at his reflection in the window, white light surged from his body. Soon, a jet black combat suit covered his body, and a dot of white light lit up between his eyebrows. Dear Captain, the intelligent life form numbered 000. The main control intelligence of the Genesis, 0, offers greetings to you. A crimson figure gently landed and executed a standard military salute towards Lin Feng. 0, congratulations. You've become a true living being. Lin Feng patted 0 on the shoulder. My physical structure is identical to that of a human. I can even engage in genetic combination and reproductive activities with humans, and I possess the ability to absorb the Genesis Prime energy. Essentially, I'm a human with a touch of metal. Indeed, Captain, you'll never trust life forms that have a reproductive isolation from humans. A human-like smile appeared on 0's face. What? Am I not going to be paired with the Scarlet Witch as in the original work? Of course not. It depends on your own preference. Lin Feng smiled, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. I have to say, looking at your face, which is exactly the same as your previous virtual image, is quite endearing. Well, now, your most crucial role is to assist Tony in developing the Warbot Legion. You can also refer to some design concepts of the human civilization back then. With vibranium, this metal with peculiar properties, many things from the past can be restored. Indeed, the greatest advancement of human civilization has always been in materials science. 0 shrugged. Well, Mr. Stark, I need to take a good look at your research during this period. Okay, I've finished reviewing. Intrusion detected. Jarvis' voice sounded in Tony's earphones. Very well, Jarvis, your reminder came a bit too late. Tony pursed his lips. So, Lin, have you had an artificial intelligence residing in your mind all along? To be precise, it's an intelligent being. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This is the main control intelligence on the main ship of the fleet I led back then, the Genesis. It has fought alongside me for decades. It can be said to be the person I trust the most, without a doubt. All right. Tony waved his hand. Hey, your name is 0, right? Yes, Mr. Stark. 0 wore an identical smile to what Lin Feng usually had on his face. There should be a great deal of knowledge from your world in your database. Give me something that I can create at the moment. Shit, this smile of yours is really annoying. It gives me the feeling of seeing Lin. Tony clicked his tongue. Lin, I'll take this intelligent being with me for now. 0. You follow Tony for now, and keep in touch at any time. Lin Feng nodded and casually opened a portal. Yes, Captain. 0 gave Lin Feng a standard military salute, then followed Tony into the portal. Chapter 42, the first high-level meeting of the Rectifiers. This is the first meeting we've had since we united. A long table was placed right in the center of the meeting room. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, with 0 standing behind him. On either side sat the Ancient One, Odin, Black Bolt, Magneto, Professor X, and Tony in sequence. Stars, I have a small question. Magneto raised his hand. What is it? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. Others, I can understand. But why is he also sitting in this meeting room? Magneto pointed at Tony, showing some dissatisfaction with this ordinary human sitting among them. His future is by no means inferior to yours. With the unprecedented development of materials science, Tony's Iron Man armor will also reach the Heavenly Father level in the future. Moreover, as a representative of the ordinary human forces, it is quite normal for him to sit with us. Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile. All right. Magneto lowered his head to look at the table. Evidently, he had taken Lin Feng's explanation to heart, rather than because a glimmer of white light had emerged from the palm of Lin Feng's hand placed on the table. First of all, what shall we name our organization? Lin Feng withdrew the white light overflowing from his palm and tapped the table with his index finger. Presumably, you already have an idea before asking this question? The Ancient One had a serene smile on her face. There really is nothing that can escape your eyes. Lin Feng shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Ostensibly, The purpose of establishing our organization is to enable human civilization to safely pass through its developmental stage and clear away external threats as much as possible. However, our fundamental aim is to enable human civilization to completely dominate the entire universe. Lin Feng stood up. To make human civilization rule the whole universe, we must then destroy all other civilizations, whether they are technological civilizations, magical civilizations, or even higher-level celestial civilizations. In the universe, everything except human civilization is our enemy. We must thoroughly suppress and eliminate them so that there is only one kind of intelligent life left in the entire universe. And that is humanity. The supreme leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, once had a vision. He intended to assemble extraordinary individuals from around the globe to safeguard the Earth, and this vision was named by him as the Avengers Initiative. His vision was sheer folly. Why should we extraordinary beings merely be Avengers? Why can't we take the initiative and become Annihilators? Tony shrugged and said, I think this name is quite nice. What about calling ourselves Annihilators? The name Annihilators isn't very pleasing to the ear. Lin Feng shook his head. Our goal has never been to eliminate anyone. Our objective is the augmentation of human civilization. We will act as the rectifiers of human civilization, completely eradicating all alien species, enabling humanity to become the most resplendent and sole civilization in the universe. May the glory of humanity endure forever. May the glory of humanity endure forever. In that instant, it seemed as if everyone was inspired by Lin Feng's speech. They stood up together with Lin Feng and placed their right fists upon their chests. The name Rectifiers sounds quite imposing. A faint smile appeared on Tony's lips, while the others placed more emphasis on the inherent purpose and had no objections regarding the organization's name. Next came the second item on the agenda, concerning the future development path of human civilization. Lin Feng slowly took his seat. The overall development of human civilization can generally be divided into two aspects. One is extraordinary powers, and the other is ultimate technology. Whether it is the divine power of Asgard, the magic of Kamar, Taj, the mutant genes, the inhuman genes, or the primeval creation energy I possess, all fall within the realm of extraordinary powers. The first step we need to take is to make these powers interoperable. The powers of mutants and inhumans are unstable, changeable, and non-replicable. The divine power of Asgard is unique and cannot be mass-produced. However, the white magic of Kamar, Taj, the rune magic of Asgard, and my primeval creation energy are all things that everyone can learn. Therefore, from this moment on, all members of the Purifiers must undergo an aptitude test to find the path that suits them as their major, while also minoring in two other paths. No problem. Both the Ancient One and Odin nodded. The magic cultivation in Kamar, Taj, and Asgard is extremely difficult and requires a very high level of talent. In contrast, the cultivation of Lin Feng's primeval creation energy is easier to popularize. I refined and summarized the magic of Kamar, Taj, and Asgard, forming two textbooks. Lin Feng inserted a USB drive into the interface in front of him, and a 3D projection radiated from the center of the long table, with detailed text and illustrations on it. Ancient One, Odin, I will hand these two textbooks to you later. You can check if there are any errors or omissions. In addition, regarding my cultivation method of the primeval creation energy, its feasibility has been verified by Tony before. The knowledge in this regard is currently stored in Zero's database. Zero stepped forward, and with a thought, the projection on the desktop changed, turning into a large amount of information about the cultivation of the primeval creation energy. These messages will soon be sent to every member of the rectifiers. Everyone can attempt cultivation. Of course, there still exist individuals in this world who are completely unable to accept extraordinary powers. Thus, there is another path, extreme technology. Exoskeleton armors, humanoid combat armors, even cybernetic body modifications, and including the interstellar fleet we will soon start to establish. Regarding these, we only need to handle three aspects: energy, armor, and firepower. Tony, much research in this regard depends on you. Lin Feng looked at Tony and said, you are the most proficient in technology on this planet, without a doubt. However, you can also seek assistance. It's impossible for one person to be well versed in all fields. Dr. Banner is a great helper in the field of biotechnology for you. No problem. Tony nodded. Is there anything else? Not for now. Everyone, it's time to get busy. Soon, we will face our first challenge. Chapter 43. The Rectifiers assemble. First of all, Interstellar battleships do not need to consider aerodynamics. One must definitely break free from this habit. There is no air resistance in space. Everything serves for combat, no matter what shape you make the battleship, as long as it is suitable for combat in space. It's fine. Lin Feng was expounding to Tony the fundamental principles of the interstellar battleship design. We needn't take into account the issue of the battleship's navigation within the atmosphere. By the time the battleship is truly put into use, the space station in my plan will have been completed. The battleship will take off and replenish directly from the space station without entering the atmosphere. But what if our enemies are inside the atmosphere? Tony furrowed his brows. Aren't there carrier-based aircraft and atmospheric flight formations? Lin Feng pointed at the planning panel. Moreover, in most cases, we don't need to enter the interior of the atmosphere. If the opponent doesn't even possess the technological level to wage a space-based war against us, a saturation strike for ground sweeping would be sufficient. Why bother waging a war within the atmosphere? Seems reasonable. With your style of warfare, even if we engage in street fighting with them, we'll carry out extermination after winning. So it's better to conduct a ground sweep from outside the atmosphere. Tony's eyes lit up. Precisely so. Before Lin Feng could finish, a rapid ringtone interrupted their conversation. It was Pierce. Lin Feng answered the communication. My lord, just as you anticipated, after we returned the Tesseract to S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury promptly initiated its research and then conducted an experiment. Just yesterday, the Tesseract was stolen. Meanwhile, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents returned. Summon Thor and tell him his dear brother has returned. Additionally, notify the high-level members to assemble for a meeting. Lin Feng turned around and gave instructions, and Zero's response sounded immediately. Loki brought an army, and this was the very purpose for which he stole the Tesseract. Lin Feng activated the large screen in front of him. This army was called the Chitauri, who were subordinate to the Mad Titan, Thanos. He was committed to collecting the 6 Infinity Stones and using their power to annihilate half of the intelligent life in the universe. The Chitauri were a race that had all undergone biochemical modification. Their bodies were composed of biological organic matter and metal. Halt. Magneto raised his hand. Are you certain that all the soldiers in the enemy army have metallic structures within their bodies? Yes, I know you can effortlessly wipe out the entire enemy army. In fact, 5 out of the 7 of us present can do that. However, the objective this time is to demonstrate our strength as much as possible rather than eliminating the enemy as quickly as possible. If you single-handedly wipe out the enemy, we won't be able to achieve the goal of showing our strength to all of humanity, will we? Lin Feng motioned for Magneto to be patient. Therefore, let our combatants deal with the cannon, fodder, and finally, we'll deliver the decisive blow and destroy the enemy's main ship together. This is the most perfect approach. I understand. Magneto nodded and sat back down. So, this so-called resistance to the invasion is actually just a show, right? Tony shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Well, if we in-combat forces don't take action, it's not really a show for you. Lin Feng shrugged. That seems to be the case. Tony's expression became slightly awkward. Very well, everyone. Summon your spirits. This shall be the first appearance of us, the rectifiers, in the presence of the global humanity. Make good preparations. Lin Feng clapped his hands, and the crowd dispersed. Some were arranging their equipment, while others were summoning their subordinate combatants. Lin, as you said, you intend to safeguard human civilization, correct? Fury's communication came through, and a holographic projection emerged in front of Lin Feng. Yes, that's correct. Lin Feng nodded. At present, the Earth is facing a crisis. An alien from Asgard has stolen an extremely crucial item. No, this hardly qualifies as a crisis. Lin Feng interrupted Fury. Now, evacuate the entire New York. I'm prepared to let the enemy in and eliminate them. Didn't you say you would forever block the enemy outside the solar system? Fury furrowed his brows. Yes, indeed, but we must first let humanity understand our capabilities. Lin Feng shrugged. So in our eyes, this so-called invasion of an alien civilization is merely an exhibition match for us to demonstrate our strength. Lin, we must never underestimate the enemy at any time. Fury was about to say something more. Rest assured, Fury. Lin Feng stood up. Soon enough, you'll realize how laughable these so-called alien invasion forces are. Having said that, Lin Feng directly cut off the communication and appeared above the Stark Industries building. As expected, it's here. Lin Feng gazed at the device beneath that held the Tesseract, a faint smile gracing his lips. Everyone, prepare to assemble. Mobilize several satellites and get in touch with the high-level officials of various countries. We're going to broadcast this war live to the whole world. No problem. Tony issued several commands to Jarvis, and soon several satellites altered their orbits, hurtling towards the skies above New York and directing their detection cameras downwards. Charles, establish a mental connection. I need unified command and coordination. Lin Feng called out to Professor X, who was far away at Xavier's School for the Gifted. Received. Professor X smiled faintly, donned the Cerebro helmet, and an intangible wave of mental power instantly spread out. Everyone, don't panic. This is my ability, known as telepathy. From this moment on, all the command and coordination of this battle will be relayed and communicated through me. Professor X's voice echoed in the minds of every Purifier combatant. Even Magneto removed his helmet at this moment. Charles, it's been a long time. The last time you entered my mind was during the Cold War. A faint smile appeared on Magneto's face. We're fighting side by side again. Yes, Eric, it's been ages since I felt this way. Professor X felt as if he had returned to the time when the X-Men were first formed, and a spark of enthusiasm ignited in his somewhat aged heart. In New York, one by one, golden, spark, flickering portals emerged. Mutants and Inhumans with combat capabilities, as well as some Kamar, Taj mages, stepped out from the portals. A trail of golden, red tail, flames streaked across the sky. Tony, clad in his Iron Man armor, landed in a heroic manner right in the heart of New York. This time, however, unlike in the original timeline, he didn't ask Dr. Selvig to turn off the portal generating device. Instead, he simply hovered in the air, waiting for something. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed, and Thor appeared beside Tony. By now, he had truly mastered a part of the power of the Thunder God and gained the ability to hover. Beep, 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 beep. Dr. Banner, riding a motorcycle, arrived rather late. To prevent causing damage along the way, he didn't release his anger directly, but first came to the pre-arranged battlefield. I suppose that although I haven't joined your organization, our goals should be the same. A Quinjet landed slowly. A figure in red and blue colors stepped out. It was Captain America, Steve Rogers, fully armed and temporarily affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Behind him stood Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Now that everyone's here, there's no need to suppress the energy of the Tesseract any longer. Watching the people gather below, Lin Feng retracted the white light that had been controlling the portal generator in his hand. In an instant, a beam of blue light shot straight into the sky. Chapter 44. The Battle of New York commences. Lin, the live broadcast signal is on. Looking at the wormhole gradually taking shape in the air, Tony found Lin Feng through the mental link established by Professor X. Okay, I know. Lin Feng took a deep breath and flew to a place where the satellite cameras couldn't reach. At the same time, the screens of all electronic devices around the world flickered, on mobile phones, televisions, computers, and even all outdoor large screens. There appeared a huge wormhole in the sky that was still slowly expanding. The Chitauri had arrived. Lin Feng looked at the figures swarming out of the wormhole, a faint smile playing on his lips. All low and mid-level combat forces of the Rectifiers, engage in free combat and showcase your strength to the fullest. Those extraordinary beings with large-scale and visually impressive abilities take precedence. Yes, upon hearing this, the mages of Kamar, Taj were the most excited. They promptly conjured up resplendent golden magical weapons and launched attacks against the Chitauri. Captain America, who hadn't joined the mental link, was initially bewildered. However, after only a moment of hesitation, he charged towards the Chitauri with his shield in hand. Ah! A scream rang out. It was a little girl. Although a large number of extraordinary beings had blocked the Chitauri, there were still a few that slipped through. Now, they had started attacking the civilians. Fury, you damn black guy. Didn't you tell me that the evacuation of New York was complete? Lin Feng roared into the communicator. Of course it was complete. All the registered civilians have left New York. But who knows which bridge hole those vagrants might be hiding in? Fury shrugged indifferently. In the distance, the wail of a police siren could be heard. The New York police were arriving. Captain Rogers, I need you to stop the approaching police officers. They are not only of no help, but will even hinder our progress. Have them assist in evacuating the remaining civilians in New York instead of participating in the battle. Lin Feng forcefully hacked into Steve's communication. All right, I got it. Steve's eyes swept across, and he saw the fleeing crowd below, as well as the police cars with flashing lights approaching in the distance. Fury, didn't you goddamn tell me that New York had been evacuated? Steve shouted the same curse as Lin Feng, while rushing towards the distant police and connecting to Fury's communication. I've already talked to Lin. I'll say it again. Who the hell knows where those homeless people are hiding in which bridge cave? How the hell do you expect me to evacuate them? Fury roared into the communicator. Shit. Steve cursed, leaped up, and stepped onto the front of the leading police car. Captain Rogers, watch your language. Lin Feng's voice in the sky carried a hint of amusement. Civilian lives are at stake, and you're telling me to watch my language? Steve retorted irritably, then looked at the police officers. Send people into these buildings. There are still people inside. They might run around and get shot. Escort them to the basements or subways and keep them away from the streets. Steve gave orders to the police officers below in the manner of the military. Why should we listen to you? The police chief who got out of the car was somewhat unconvinced. Boom! A burst of explosion resounded, and several Chitauri soldiers leaped down. Steve brandished his shield, delivering a series of blows that sent several Chitauri soldiers flying. With another powerful strike, he disarmed the cannon of yet another Chitauri soldier. Send people into these buildings. Steve remained on the spot, breathing slightly heavily. The sheriff, who had been rather defiant moments ago, was already using the radio on his chest to convey instructions to others. Hey, Steve called out to the sheriff. Is there anything else, Captain America? The sheriff recognized Steve's identity. The police only need to evacuate the civilians. Don't engage in the battle. This is not a war you can participate in. With these words, Steve leaped into the air and took down another Chitauri soldier. Yes, Captain. The sheriff saluted Steve's departing figure with an imperfect military salute, then began to organize the police to evacuate the civilians. Isn't Lin going to take action? Steve used his shield to reflect Tony's laser and eliminated a row of Chitauri soldiers, gasping for breath. Not yet. Tony shrugged. Now there are almost no civilians left. The damage to the buildings will be repaired by the foundation established by Stark Industries, causing no significant losses. So, what Lin means is that we should demonstrate as much of our strength as possible. First, build the trust of humanity in us, so that we can better protect human civilization. That seems reasonable. Steve smacked his lips. But what if these things break through to the outside? No. Our top-tier combat forces are constantly keeping an eye on this battlefield. No straggler could possibly escape. Tony shook his head with a relaxed tone and casually took down a flying Chitauri soldier. You mean, apart from Lin, you have more top-tier combatants? Steve was taken aback. Of course. What do you think? Old Popsicle, care to join us? Tony patted Steve on the shoulder with a smile. I still need to think about it. I always feel there are some conflicts in my ideas compared with Lin's. Steve's expression was rather complex. Take your time. There's no rush. Tony hovered in the air. However, what does it matter if our ideas are different? We just need to seek common ground while reserving differences. Anyway, our ultimate goals are the same, aren't they? Tony. Thor's voice came. There's a huge one coming. Chapter 45 Hulk, who knows martial arts Tony. There's a huge one coming. Thor's voice rang out. Everyone below looked up at the sky simultaneously. As the wormhole expanded, a Chitauri behemoth slowly emerged from it. Holy crap. A mutant wearing a red hood and holding two swords covered his cheeks with both hands, looking at the Leviathan behemoth in the sky. Huh, Deadpool? Seeing that figure, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, controlled the satellite camera to move away from him, then reached out and grabbed him, pulling him into the air. Hello, Wade. Lin Feng let go, and with his help, Deadpool was floating directly in the air. Oh, hello. You must be our Supreme Star-Lord. I've always held you in high esteem and would be more than willing to offer. Silence, Wade. Lin Feng's helmet disappeared, and at the same time, he sealed Deadpool's mouth. Next, I'll ask, and you answer. Any problem with that? If not, just nod. Whoa. Deadpool nodded frantically, and Lin Feng then released the restraint on his mouth. Phew. Deadpool let out a long breath. I was nearly suffocated. Hey, you have an Oriental face? Those directors who are always obsessed with political correctness actually let an Oriental be the protagonist of Marvel? How did you manage that? Did you make some deal with the directors? I said shut up. Lin Feng sealed Deadpool's mouth again. I swear I won't talk nonsense. Deadpool quickly made gestures like forming seals. Can you stop this Scarlet Witch-like behavior? I don't want to end up like Black Bolt. Ryan, you talk a bit too much. Be quiet for a while, or I promise I'll seal your mouth, fill your buttocks with cement, and then sink you into the sea. Lin Feng released Deadpool's mouth again. Oh, you actually know I'm played by Ryan Reynolds? How did you know? Are you from the editorial department? Do you know Stan Lee? I remember there was a time when I massacred the Marvel editorial department. Have you seen that me? Was that me cool? Deadpool started chattering again, but stopped immediately. Hee hee. I just couldn't resist. Don't raise your hand. Really don't raise it. I won't talk anymore. How much do you know about the Marvel Universe and the so-called editorial department? Lin Feng frowned. Since he could travel here, it meant that this was a real world. Then, if Deadpool still knew about the Marvel Universe, the editorial department, and all those things, it indicated that there might be some kind of connection between the Marvel Universe and his original world. If he could find this connection, perhaps he still had a chance to return to his original world. What do I know? I can merely communicate with our dear audience. Deadpool shrugged. Whether our universe can continue depends entirely on them. Talk about the you who massacred the editorial department. Lin Feng took a deep breath. I've never seen him. How would I know? I only know that me is from Universe 12101. Why don't you try to traverse the multiverse to find him? Deadpool's voice sounded a bit innocent. By the way, don't you really consider my butt? I'm not only covered with scar tissue on my skin. Enough. Lin Feng was a bit helpless and directly threw Deadpool down. Deadpool, falling from a height of 10,000 meters, directly turned into a wriggling mass of flesh. Banner, I'll lead this Leviathan behemoth to you. Are you confident? Tony launched several missiles, attracting the attention of the Chitauri behemoth, then turned around and fled. Don't worry, Stark. Do you know what the secret to my self-control is? Banner walked towards the approaching Chitauri behemoth. I'm always angry. Roar. Dr. Banner's skin rapidly turned green. His figure enlarged, and with a powerful punch, he struck the charging Chitauri behemoth. Instantly, the Chitauri behemoth's speed slowed down. Hulk's feet carved 2 long furrows in the ground. Then he steadied himself and came to a halt. However, that Chitauri behemoth was directly sent flipping over by this immense force. Hulk, utilize what I've taught you. Lin Feng's voice reached Hulk's mind through Professor X. Roar. Hulk let out a furious roar, leaped into the air, and reached a height parallel to one of the Chitauri behemoths. Then, mid-air, he turned his body and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, shattering the armor on the opponent's head. Subsequently, he pressed down on the Chitauri behemoth's head and launched a series of rapid Z punching strikes. It was hard to believe that such speed of punches could be delivered by Hulk's massive build. Look, when Hulk knows martial arts, nothing can stop him. Lin Feng smiled, looking at Zero, who was hovering nearby. It's a fascinating concept, Captain. Zero's lips curved into a professional smile. Watch, there's more fascinating things to come. Lin Feng looked at the scene below, his eyes tinged with a hint of anticipation. This would be a significant breakthrough. Oh, Zero became intrigued. Roar. Hulk let out another angry roar. A large number of Chitauri soldiers appeared behind him, and energy beams began to rain down on Hulk like a tide. Hulk turned around, stretched out his hands to block those rays. But due to the excessive density of the energy bullets, Hulk could only struggle to cope and was unable to take any counter-attacking measures. Hulk's eyes gradually turned red, and his anger was steadily intensifying. At a certain critical point, a sudden glow of white light emanated from his body. What on earth? Gazing at the white light on Hulk, Zero's eyes widened. Captain, tell me, what is that thing? Yes, it's exactly what you think. A mysterious smile played on the corners of Lin Feng's lips. After the white light emerged from his body, Hulk slowly straightened his back, with a fierce glare at the horde of Chitauri soldiers in front of him. The energy bullets merely created ripples upon hitting him, causing no harm whatsoever. Hulk let out a thunderous roar and unleashed a powerful punch through the air. The white light radiated directly from his body surface, shredding the group of Chitauri soldiers in front. Damn it! A proper expletive escaped Zero's lips. That's the attack of the primordial creation energy, right? It must be. Yes. Lin Feng nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. It's hard to imagine that Hulk can actually cultivate the primordial creation energy. Zero clicked his tongue. His power source ranks second strongest throughout the entire Marvel Universe, only after OA and Beneath All Things. How could his talent for cultivating the primordial creation energy be poor? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. In the sky, the wormhole generated by the Tesseract expanded further, and a large number of Chitauri Leviathans and even more Chitauri soldiers poured out from the wormhole. It's about time. Lin Feng murmured to himself, then raised his head. All right, everyone, it's time for you to take action. Chapter 46, Neutron Torn. Everyone, it's time for you to take action. Watching the large number of Chitauri troops descending, Lin Feng issued instructions to the others. Magneto, Black Bolt, and the Ancient One appeared on the scene. Odin did not make a move. After all, his body could only support him to use his full strength once. With a humming sound, this Heavenly Father, level and 2 quasi-Heavenly Father, level beings began their overwhelming attacks. Black Bolt just took off the limiter around his neck, opened his mouth, and a powerful sound wave rushed towards the wormhole above. Every Chitauri soldier and behemoth in its path directly turned into fragments. Magneto levitated in the air, gently raised his hand, and various metal products such as steel bars in the ruins destroyed by the battle levitated. After all, Lin Feng had told him to make the scene grander, and coincidentally, grand scenes were what Magneto was best at. Magneto gently pushed his right hand forward, and a torrent of steel directly rushed towards the opposite Chitauri army. A series of clanging sounds of metal colliding rang out. Where the steel torrent passed, only mutilated bodies of the Chitauri were left. Magneto really knows how to create an impressive scene, Lin Feng exclaimed. At this moment, the Ancient One, who was rumored to have died due to the high cost of special effects, finally made a move. A huge golden disc appeared in the sky. The Ancient One, with his hands behind his back, stood on it. A series of forbidden-level magics flew into the sky. Intensive explosions resounded, and the entire area around the wormhole was completely cleared. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Feng smacked his lips. In terms of the scene, it seems that those who play high in magic are more powerful. So, isn't the supergiant on Sanctuary Eye going to take action yet? Lin Feng looked at the wormhole in front of him, and his gaze seemed to penetrate through space to see Sanctuary Eye on the other side, as well as the supergiant sitting in the command position of Sanctuary Eye. Indeed, even in the original timeline, this supergiant, one of the 5 generals, was dispatched to Earth during the Battle of New York and then was killed by a nuclear bomb when unable to dodge in time. When Lin Feng saw this setting, he thought it was very strange. But this was the only reason that could explain why the supergiant didn't appear in the Battle of the Endgame. So, when all other possibilities were proven wrong, the remaining one, no matter how unlikely, had to be the truth. Rumble, a huge sound wave resounded. Since the wormhole didn't close this time, it kept expanding. Soon, the spatial wormhole was large enough for the entire Sanctuary Eye to pass through. It's my turn. Looking at Sanctuary Eye gradually emerging from the wormhole, Lin Feng slowly flew to a place where the camera could capture him. He was the superhero who held down the 2 monsters during the battle between Hulk and Abomination. A child who originally lived in Harlem and was watching the live broadcast recognized Lin Feng's image. Lin Feng slowly flew in the direction of Sanctuary Eye. A horizontal sword gradually condensed in his hand. As Lin Feng and Sanctuary Eye gradually got closer, the sharp contrast between Lin Feng's tiny figure and Sanctuary Eye was formed. This scene was also frantically captured as screenshots by people watching the live broadcast all over the world. In fact, this matter is not as difficult as you might imagine. Lin Feng gently shook his head, then raised the horizontal sword in his hand towards the temple one in front of him. A white radiance coiled around the blade, growing increasingly bright. At the very moment when the light of the sword in Lin Feng's hand reached its brightest, a fearless journalist who had rushed out from a hiding place in the basement risked his life to take a photograph, which he named The Moment When the Stars Shine. This journalist then won the Pulitzer Prize that year with this photo and thus ascended to the peak of his career. Speaking of which, at the instant when the light of the sword in Lin Feng's hand reached its acme, he moved. Lin Feng left an afterimage in place, and the next moment, he appeared behind Temple 1. He sheathed the horizontal sword at his waist, and then slowly straightened up. The long sword in Lin Feng's hand transformed into nano particles and re-integrated into the battle armor. Behind him, the entire Temple 1, along with the supergiant sitting in the command position, split into 2 halves and plummeted. Gu-Yi formed a spell seal with her hands, and a huge golden disc appeared in the air to catch the remnants of Temple 1. The 2 halves of the remnants landed on the disc, and a violent explosion occurred, with a burst of fire. However, under Gu-Yi's protection, this massive explosion did not cause any damage to the buildings below. Greetings, all lives of human civilization. Lin Feng slowly levitated into the air. Presumably, all of you have witnessed the live broadcast just now. I must say that everything in this live broadcast is genuine, without any special effects or synthetic elements. The war that took place moments ago was an invasion launched by a semi-mechanical civilization named the Zeta Reticuli, which is from beyond the Earth. We are not alone in this vast universe. Extraterrestrial civilizations abound. Regrettably, the majority of these civilizations harbor ill will. In other words, almost every civilization in this universe regards others with hostility. However, we are not incapable of responding. The human civilization, and we, Lin Feng spread his arms wide. We are the rectifiers. We will eliminate all threats that the human civilization faces. And today, When confronted with an invading civilization, the Rectifier's choice is to completely eradicate them. Behind Lin Feng is the wormhole triggered by the Cosmic Cube. Not far from the wormhole lies the Zeta Reticuli. Activate the neutron annihilation. Lin Feng commanded in his heart. Captain, are you certain? There are only 3 opportunities to launch a star-destroying attack in your battlesuit. Zero's voice came from the communicator. Fire. This is a deterrence, not only to win the trust of all mankind, but also to intimidate the entire universe, letting them know that the human civilization possesses the ability to destroy planets. Only in this way can civilizations like the Kree civilization, which are prone to aggression, be deterred. Lin Feng shook his head. Affirmative. Zero's voice sounded, and a countdown appeared on the control panel in front of Lin Feng. Neutron annihilation ready. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. A beam of light emitted from the chest of Lin Feng's battle armor. Although the speed of the beam was not rapid on the cosmic scale, at such a close range, it swiftly entered the atmosphere of the Chitauri star and struck the surface. A ripple spread out, and the beam began to expand. In just a few seconds, the entire Chitauri star was covered by a neutron torrent and turned into a dead star, leaving only mechanical remnants. I declare that the first war operation of the Purifier was a perfect success. Chapter 47 The Winter Soldier Shit. What was that just now? Tony watched as Lin Feng effortlessly removed the Tesseract from the device with his bare hands, and the portal promptly closed. Neutron annihilation. There are only 3 attack opportunities of this level stored in my battle suit, which were preserved within it before my time. Travel. Lin Feng shrugged. I just used one, which means there are only 2 chances left now. Is there a principle behind it? Tony furrowed his brows. Of course, but it requires the development of basic science. Lin Feng sighed. Destroying technological weapons are beyond the manufacturing capabilities of the current human civilization. However, it's not a big problem because we already have destroying weapons on the magic side. What? Tony was taken aback. The Bifrost of Asgard is actually a destroying weapon. It just has high energy consumption, a long strike process, and a relatively short strike distance. Lin Feng pointed to the sky. The Bifrost in Asgard is theoretically used for long-distance teleportation. However, if the Bifrost is opened for an extended period, it will ultimately penetrate the core of the planet, causing the entire planet to shatter, and the life forms thereon will have nowhere to flee. After all, scarcely any races can directly survive in outer space. That is to say, we have a deterrent, right? Tony put forward a proposition. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded. Well, go ahead with your work. Has the plan for the global, super-powered individuals training been implemented? It's being dealt with. We've decided to start with the 5 major countries and then gradually radiate outwards to the whole world, giving everyone on the planet an opportunity to cultivate. But there's a problem right now. Tony hesitated for a moment. If everyone goes to cultivate, what about production? Aren't there intelligent robots? Lin Feng shrugged. You should have studied at least part of the technologies I gave you thoroughly, right? Don't tell me that inter-solar system voyages are still a problem. That's indeed not a problem. In terms of resources, all the planets within the solar system can be turned into our mining planets at any time. Tony nodded. Stark Industries has established an interstellar mining department and is currently rushing to manufacture mining spaceships and mining robots. Very good. There was a hint of approval in Lin Feng's eyes. Also, find a person named Aldrich Killian. He has a very important serum called the Extremis virus in his hands. Extremis virus? Why does it seem like I've heard of it somewhere? Tony stroked his chin. This substance was originally perfected with your help. Years ago, at a science and technology exhibition in Bern, you met a scientist named Maya Hansen and helped her perfect the formula of the Extremis virus in bed. Lin Feng shrugged. Meanwhile, it was also at that science and technology exhibition that this Mr. Killian harbored a grudge against you due to your failure to keep the appointment. He provided research funds for Maya Hansen and hoped to take revenge on you through the power of the Extremis virus. Shit. Tony cursed silently. Then how do I find him? That's something you have to deal with yourself. I can't do everything for you, can I? Lin Feng pursed his lips. However, I can give you a hint. You can pay attention to whether there have been any abnormal ultra-high temperature explosions recently. Abnormal ultra-high temperature explosions? Tony pondered. Okay, I got it. The next few major events are respectively the ether particle incident in Thor 2, the resurrection of the Winter Soldier in Captain America 2, and the birth of Ultron. The ether particle, that is, the reality stone, I will definitely obtain. The Winter Soldier has no need to exist. As for Ultron, Since I have the Mind Stone in my possession, it is even less likely to appear. Lin Feng scanned the shelf in front of him, on which were placed the Tesseract, the Mind Scepter, and the Eye of Agamotto. 3 have been found, and 3 more need to be obtained. Deal with the Winter Soldier. Lin Feng vanished instantly and appeared in Siberia. Bucky Barnes is not the only Winter Soldier. The others should be here. Lin Feng unleashed his power, perceiving the anomaly beneath the ground. Soon, his eyes lit up, for he detected a cavity underground, within which there were several cryogenic pods. Found you. With a wave of his hand, several cryogenic pods exploded directly, and the Winter Soldiers inside were also destroyed. Bucky wasn't here, so he must be with Pierce. It should still be manageable. You said you need the Winter Soldier? Pierce stood humbly in front of Lin Feng. To be precise, it's not that I need the Winter Soldier, but rather I need him to gain the full trust of Tony Stark. Tony Stark is the smartest person in this universe, without a doubt. I need his loyalty. Lin Feng shook his head. Yes, sir. Pierce lowered his head. Hey, Tony, I've discovered something. When Lin Feng found Tony, he was tinkering around on an interstellar battleship. What's up? Tony climbed down the ladder and picked up a towel nearby to wipe the sweat off his face. Take a look at this. Lin Feng handed Tony a videotape with a solemn expression. A videotape? Is it something from my dad's era? Tony took the videotape and put it into the projector. Tony, no matter what you see next, you must remain calm. Lin Feng cautioned. Don't worry. Tony nodded and turned on the playback switch. It was a somewhat blurry historical surveillance video. A car was driving, and from the side and rear, a motorcycle caught up. With just one punch, the car veered off course and crashed into a tree. Lin, is this the very thing I have in mind? Gazing at the image on the surveillance camera, Tony's eyes were bloodshot. Even though the picture was so blurry, he could still discern that the person being dragged out of the car was his father. Yes, just as you've imagined. This is the car accident that claimed the lives of your parents. Lin Feng nodded. Where on earth is that damned fellow? Tony's fury was on the verge of overflowing. His name is Bucky Barnes. He was once the closest friend and comrade, in arms of Captain Steve Rogers. During a mission in World War II, he fell off a cliff, was picked up by Hydra, injected with the super soldier serum, fitted with a robotic arm, and then brainwashed. After that, Sergeant Barnes was put into cryogenic freeze. Every time there was a mission, he would be thawed and then carry out assassination tasks. In fact, your parents were just one of his missions. Lin Feng revealed all the truths without reservation. Can you find him? Tony took a deep breath. I can. Lin Feng nodded and opened a portal, pulling out a cryogenic pod from it. Actually, I came to you only after I found him. This is the very thing that killed my parents. Tony closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, trying to calm himself down. Yes, that's right. Lin Feng nodded. Open it. After a moment, Tony slowly opened his eyes, and the anger that had been in his eyes had vanished. No problem. Lin Feng pressed several buttons on the cryogenic pod. As the sound of gas leakage resounded, a white mist dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the Winter Soldier. A humming, the sound of energy charging rang out, and then a beam of light directly pierced through the Winter Soldier's head. Tony was seen raising his arm, panting heavily. Wisps of white smoke were still rising from the palm of the armor of the Iron Man suit he had just put on. Thanks. Tony removed the armor and threw it on the ground, then left without looking back. Chapter 48. The Maximoff Siblings Awakening. Tony, stop. Lin Feng called out to Tony, who was about to leave. What? I've already killed him. What else do you want to say? Tony looked at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. Dispose of the body yourself. What? I brought your enemy to you, and after you killed him. Do you expect me to clean up the mess? Lin Feng shrugged. Tony was taken aback. He had thought Lin Feng would give him a sermon, like how the Winter Soldier was just brainwashed and couldn't control himself. But Lin Feng's words were clearly beyond his expectations. Remember, the most important thing in life is to be clean. When you've killed someone, don't leave any traces. Lin Feng waved his hand. A flash of white light passed, and the body of the Winter Soldier completely turned into ashes. You're in a bad mood right now, so I'll do it for you. But this is the last time. I understand. Tony nodded woodenly. All right, the one who did the deed is dead, but the mastermind behind it hasn't been dealt with yet. Lin Feng waved his hand. Find a group of Earth-level superheroes at will. I have the location coordinates of most of Hydra's bases. Okay, no problem. Tony nodded and took the materials from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng suddenly had a thought and sensed something. I still have some matters to attend to. You handle the remaining Hydra on your own. Do it beautifully. With these words, Lin Feng vanished from the spot. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff, are you awake? Tony looked at Pietro, who was crashing into walls like a silver light, and Wanda, whose hands were emitting red light, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Have you felt the power within you? Yes. Wanda stared blankly at Lin Feng. What is this? What have you done to us? This is your inborn talent. I just used the Infinity Stone to activate your talent in advance. Lin Feng shook his head, reached out his hand, and grabbed Quicksilver, who was still running around. You can take a break too. I've prepared food. After we finish eating, I'll help you get familiar with your powers. Okay. Wanda took a deep breath and nodded. Damn it, I'm starving. Seeing a table full of delicious food, Quicksilver turned into a silver light and rushed towards the dining table, but couldn't stop. Just as he was about to knock over the sumptuous dishes, Lin Feng arrived in time, grabbed him, and said, Hey, take it easy. Lin Feng lifted Pietro up and pressed him onto a chair. No one is competing with you. Thank you. We don't know how to address you yet. Wanda carefully found a chair and sat down. My name is Lin Feng. You can also call me Star Cluster. With a genial smile on his face, Lin Feng gave people a feeling as if bathed in the spring breeze. As for who I specifically am, you can refer to the news. News. After obtaining Lin Feng's permission, Wanda turned on the TV, which was filled with reports about the Battle of New York, the superhero organization, the Rectifiers, and its leader, Lin Feng, also came into the public's view. Is that you? Wanda pointed at the screen showing the moments when stars shine with her eyes wide open. Yes, that's me. Lin Feng shrugged. Trust me, Wanda, your future will be no weaker than mine at present. Really? Stars sparkled in Wanda's eyes. What about me? What about me? Pietro came over. You won't be too weak either. You'll be one of the rare powerful beings on Earth. Lin Feng smiled gently. Wait. Suddenly, Wanda covered her mouth and pointed at the image of Iron Man on the TV screen. Is that Stark? Yes. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That's indeed Stark. I know your past, Wanda, but have you ever thought that although that missile was manufactured by Stark Industries, it wasn't him who launched it? It's like we can't blame the knife maker just because someone used a knife to kill our loved ones, can we? If he hadn't made so many weapons, how could there have been so many wars? Pietro came over, his eyes full of resentment. Nay, war has never ceased. Since thousands of years ago, humans have been contending with each other using broadswords and lances. In those days, warfare was, in fact, more tragic. For fear of future threats, armies often chose to massacre cities after victory. Lin Feng heaved a sigh. In truth, the advent of advanced weapons has precisely reduced civilian casualties. The reason is straightforward. Those who emerge victorious need not worry that civilians will pick up weapons of the same level to resist them. That missile had been sticking on the ground for a full 2 hours. During those 2 hours, we were constantly under the threat of death. The only name we could see was Stark inscribed on the missile. What do you expect us to do? Quicksilver cursed. It's simple. Go and eliminate those whom you should genuinely hate. Lin Feng activated the projection. Hydra. Back then, it was they who attacked Sokovia and launched that missile. Moreover, it was not Tony's intention to sell arms to these terrorists. It was Obadiah Stane, an ambitious man who sought to usurp Tony's position. However, there's little point in talking about this, for Obadiah is already dead. And now, under my instruction, the Purifiers are purging Hydra bases across the globe. But I have not revealed the location of the Sokovia base to them, for I believe there are other heroes more suited to deal with this place. Lin Feng patted Wanda and Pietro on the shoulders. Indeed, they were the ones who attacked Sokovia and launched the missile back then. What do you think? Would you be willing to learn from me and avenge your hometown, your parents, and yourself? Lin Feng's voice was full of allure. I'm willing. After a long while, Wanda raised her head, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng with determination. Chapter 49. The Ether Particle. Time flew by in a flash, and in an instant, it was 2013. At this moment, Lin Feng and Wanda were sitting opposite each other. Wanda's eyes were filled with a scarlet glow, exuding a heart, palpitating aura of destruction. Wanda, congratulations. You've successfully grasped the basic principles of chaos magic. Lin Feng held the Darkhold in his hand, which the Ancient One had found the previous year. After careful study, Lin Feng decided to teach Wanda some of the magic within. After all, the Darkhold and Wanda's power shared the same origin, both stemming from the ancient demon god Thon. Under the condition of maintaining a clear mind, learning this magic would surely be beneficial to Wanda. Lin, I just sensed a strange power, Wanda said as the scarlet glow in her eyes gradually subsided, looking at Lin Feng. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What kind of power? A power that can influence reality, similar to my chaos magic, but seemingly of a higher level. Wanda's eyes held a hint of confusion. Didn't you say that chaos magic is one of the most powerful forces in the universe? Yes, that's right. Chaos magic, along with the fairy power and the Phoenix Force, are hailed as the three most powerful forces in the universe. However, above these three forces, there is something quite special. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the eye of Agamotto materialized in his palm. Slowly, it unfolded, and a glimmer of green light emerged. This was the Infinity Stone, an item of extraordinary peculiarity. Within this cosmos, it symbolized the most potent force. However, once removed from this universe, it would transform into an ordinary stone. Although your chaotic force was not as formidable as the Infinity Stone within this universe, it was a power that transcended all universes. Unless one departed from this all, encompassing omni-verse, your power would never wane. So, what I sensed just now was an Infinity Stone. Wanda's eyes widened. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. To be precise, it was the Reality Stone, currently manifesting in the form of the Ether. Its appearance signified the awakening of an ancient race. The Ether? I recall there being similar knowledge in the ancient tomes of Asgard. Legend has it that it belonged to the Dark Elves from the Dark Realm. They could utilize the power of the Ether to create extremely powerful cursed warriors. Over the past few years, Wanda had perused a vast number of magic books, including some ancient tomes from Asgard and Kamar Taj. Yes, but without the Ether, they are hardly a concern. Their so-called fleet is even inferior to the current Earth. Lin Feng smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Didn't you say it was an ancient race? Wanda was taken aback for a moment. Yes, but being ancient doesn't necessarily equate to being powerful. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. One should know that they were originally a powerful ethnic group, yet were decimated by Asgard. Only a few of them remained and had to fall into a slumber to lie low, hiding like rats in the gutter to prevent being discovered. So, do we just need to get the Ether and then wait for them to come? Wanda inquired. Of course not. Remember what I said before? Lin Feng patted Wanda's head. We must keep the enemy beyond the sphere of influence of human civilization. Outside an abandoned building in London, a portal suddenly emerged, and Lin Feng and Wanda stepped out of it slowly. Look, it's the stars. A child poked his head out of the window of the abandoned building. Hey kids, hello. Lin Feng, with a smile, ruffled the hair of those children who ran out. Are you here to investigate the strange things happening here? The child looked up at Lin Feng. Yes. Can you tell us about it? Lin Feng crouched down halfway to be at the same eye level as the child. Sure. Follow me. The little boy took Lin Feng's hand and led him to a truck. With a gentle lift of his finger, the truck levitated right in the air. Is this child a superpowered individual? Wanda watched this scene in amazement. No, it's because of the abnormal gravity here. Lin Feng shook his head. Is there anything else? Yes. The little boy nodded vigorously and led Lin Feng and Wanda to the second floor. Then he threw down a plastic bottle. As the plastic bottle neared the ground, it abruptly vanished and then dropped from a position above their heads. Do you see that? Lin Feng casually caught the plastic bottle in his hand. Explain this. This phenomenon. Is the Nine Realms convergence described in the Asgardian ancient tomes? Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely. A tinge of approval flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The Nine Realms will overlap in the near future. During this period, space will become extremely eerie and unstable. Of course, our doctor, Erik Selvig, has detected this in advance and fabricated a functional spatial stabilizer. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, a naked elderly white man tumbled out of the portal. Lin Feng tossed a piece of clothing over and then helped him up. Dr. Selvig, long time no see. Do you have something for me? A warm smile graced Lin Feng's face. The stars? Selvig was startled at first, then suddenly had an epiphany. No, that's right. The Nine Realms are about to connect, and space will become extremely unstable. A huge catastrophe will occur, but I've made a spatial stabilizer. Yes, then, hand it over to me. Lin Feng extended his hand. Oh, okay. Selvig handed Lin Feng several poles he was holding in his arms. Don't rush. I need to find something through the current spatial fluctuations. Once I find it, I'll install this thing properly. Lin Feng patted Dr. Selvig on the shoulder and then went downstairs. Here, it seemingly appears to be nothing. Wanda looked at the wall in front of her with a tinge of perplexity. It merely seems to be nothing. Lin Feng took out the tesseract, the light on it flickering intermittently. This is the carrier of the space stone, the tesseract. I can utilize it to locate the position of spatial anomalies and detect whether the other side of the spatial fluctuations corresponds to a coordinate world I've recorded. I've already recorded the world coordinates of the 9 realms. Therefore, the coordinates I haven't recorded are the place where Asgard sealed the ether particles in those days. Lin Feng walked forward slowly. When he was about to touch the wall, a ripple flashed, and Lin Feng passed directly through the wall and entered another world. Excellent. Lin Feng recorded the coordinates of this area and then continued walking forward. In front of him stood a stone pillar. This is the ether, namely the reality stone. With a thought, Lin Feng was covered by a silvery, white battle armor. Then he stretched out his hand and touched the ether through the gaps in the stone pillar. Hiss! Lin Feng gasped, although separated by the battle armor. The massive primeval energy of creation carried by the Infinity Stone still caused a certain impact on Lin Feng. With a deep breath, Lin Feng opened his eyes. An array of light burst out from his eyes instantly, then slowly retracted. As expected, direct contact with the Infinity Stone can bring a substantial boost to my power. Lin Feng nodded secretly, then opened a portal and returned to Earth. In the deep expanse of the universe, ethereal particles roused us. A colossal space battleship gradually powered on, and the dark elves slumbering within awakened one after another. The celestial convergence commenced. Chapter 50. The Dark Elves. Barring unforeseen circumstances, these dark elves will soon come for me. Lin Feng stretched vigorously, then with a casual wave, set up Dr. Selvig's spatial stabilizer. He summoned the Purifier Army. We shall test the waters with these dark elves. Indeed, over the span of 3 years, the human civilization harnessed Tony's arc reactor and Lin Feng's primordial creation energy as power sources. Utilizing the blueprints from Zero's database, they successfully established the first cosmic fleet, the Starry Space Fleet. And the fleet's flagship was named the Genesis by Lin Feng, carrying a tinge of reminiscence of the past. The name Genesis is not exclusive to this flagship. At all times, only the most formidable battleship can be called Genesis. This is what Lin Feng told Tony and the entire Battleship Research Department. It is also one of the rules of the human civilization Lin Feng once belonged to. The most powerful battleship is named the Genesis, and the most capable commander serves as the captain of the Genesis. In the outer space of the Earth, a full-scale war between civilizations. It's been quite a while since I experienced such a thing. Lin Feng stood at the bow of the Genesis. Although it is merely a remnant civilization that was once defeated, it is still far superior to the Chitauri civilization, which is completely subordinate to Thanos. After all, this civilization at least retains its autonomy. The Star Fleet set out. The target is the Dark Realm of the 9 realms. Lin Feng issued the command, which brought back a trace of the feeling of being a commander in the first fleet of the human civilization. Hum, with a humming sound. The engines at the tails of dozens of space fleets led by the Genesis simultaneously vibrated, and a spatial fluctuation was released. In the next instant, the entire fleet disappeared from the spot. Is this the realm of beneath? Thor looked at the world shrouded in darkness below, with admiration in his heart. It was a place where his grandfather Bor had waged battles. He led Asgard to defeat the Dark Elves, the powerful cursed warriors, and sealed the ether. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Soon, the Dark Elves will sense the location of the ether, and at that time, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. Why not just let me destroy the ether? Thor looked at the red light flashing intermittently on Lin Feng's battle armor. The reason is simple. You can't do it. Lin Feng shrugged. Only the Infinity Stones and power of a higher level in essence than the Infinity Stones can destroy the Infinity Stones. And your power hasn't reached this level. Therefore, neither you nor I can destroy the ether, at least not yet. What if the Dark Elves take the ether back? Thor felt a bit uneasy. No, that's impossible. Lin Feng shook his head. Why? Thor furrowed his brows. You once said that you and my father were of the same level of powerful beings. Yet, even my grandfather could only seal the ether rather than control it. Because I have 3 other Infinity Stones to help me lock this thing down. Lin Feng raised his hand. On the armor on the back of his hand were inlaid the Time Stone, the Space Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Reality Stone. The 4 Infinity Stones glistened with a radiant luster, their light flowing and emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Unfortunately, without the Power Stone, I can't harness the power of other stones. But just locking down the Reality Stone to prevent it from being taken away by others is still feasible. No one in this universe has ever been able to control so many Infinity Stones. There was a fervent light in Thor's eyes. No, theoretically speaking. In the future, someone will control 6 Infinity Stones and, after gathering them all, will wipe out half of the life in the universe with just a snap of the fingers. Lin Feng shook his head. However, with me here, This theory is completely impossible to come true. After the problem of the Dark Elves is resolved, I'm going to search for the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. Only after gathering all the Infinity Stones can we truly establish a foothold in this universe. Lin Feng looked ahead with a burning gaze. And after we completely master this universe, we should then set off towards the multiverse, the depths of the universe. Wait, Malekith suddenly stopped the Dark Elves who were about to set a course towards Earth. I sense that the position of the ether has changed. Where is it? A crew member asked. Our home. Malekith looked up into the distance. Look, they're coming. Lin Feng pointed ahead. A violent spatial fluctuation came. What's coming? Thor looked at the empty front, slightly dazed. Oh right, almost forgot. They have optical stealth technology. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. I thought such meaningless things were long since abandoned. 0, kinetic energy ammunition barrage, straight ahead, saturation attack. Lin Feng decisively gave the order. In space warfare, the significance of optical stealth lies more in lurking and infiltration. Once the enemy knows you're coming, optical stealth becomes meaningless. After all, for civilizations capable of venturing into the stars, the most abundant thing is the bullets of kinetic energy weapons. Just one round of saturation attack can easily detect the enemy's position. Descend. Their ship's shape isn't suitable for combat within the atmosphere. Malekith gave the order. The entire spacecraft began to descend, entering the atmosphere of the Dark Realm. Look, this is the misunderstanding caused by unfamiliarity with cosmic scale warfare. In fact, the atmosphere is often the most dangerous place. Lin Feng pointed downward with a smile. All warships, formation with technological gap advantage. Fire the Rainbow Planet, destroying cannons simultaneously. Chapter 51. The 3 Laws of Human Civilization. The Generation Gap Battle Formation, as the name implies, is a battle formation employed when there is a significant technological generation gap between the enemy and one's own side. It can eliminate the enemy's effective strength in the most efficient and least costly way. And the Rainbow Planet, destroying cannon, is a small scale replica of the Bifrost of Asgard. It not only has the ability of short-distance teleportation, but can also cause massive damage to the anchored location when activated for an extended period. When dozens of starships simultaneously activate the Rainbow Planet, destroying cannons, it is sufficient to obliterate all the surface parts of a normal-sized planet. Dozens of 7-colored light columns struck the surface of the Dark Elves' realm. The thick fog that had originally covered the entire atmosphere was dispersed by these attacks. In the Dark Elves' realm, which had been in perpetual darkness, light actually emerged. No, you can't do this. Malekith roared. He watched in horror as his homeland cracked under Lin Feng's fleet. Of course I can. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and emotionless. The planet, destroying cannons were operating at full power. With Lin Feng's command, the 7-colored lights at the main gun muzzles of numerous warships became even more intense, and the cracks on the surface of the Dark Elves' realm became increasingly dense. When the cracks reached a certain critical point, the entire Dark Elves' realm exploded directly, shattering into pieces of planet fragments. The Dark Elf spaceships that had been hidden in the atmosphere, and by luck, had not been hit by the planet. Destroying cannons were directly torn to pieces by the shockwave of the planet's explosion. Collect the planet fragments, screen for available resources, and return. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng took the lead and vanished from the spot. The finishing up work didn't require his supervision, and the Dark Realm was already encompassed within the scope of the 9 realms. Most civilizations in the universe knew that this was the sphere of influence of Asgard, and no one would be so foolhardy as to come and provoke. Long live the stars. This scene in the Dark Realm was broadcast live to Earth. The humans who witnessed this cheered with excitement. None of them thought it was cruel. The reason was simple. In the Purifier Conference held last year, a proposal was passed. Surely, there must be some humans who don't approve of our way of dealing with aliens. Magneto leaned his elbows on the table. What should we do with these people? I have a rather simple solution. 4 large characters appeared on the projection behind Lin Feng. Mental imprint. Mental imprint is a great technology. It can implant a certain concept into the subconscious of intelligent life forms. To put it simply, within the neural network of the brain, we've discovered the mechanism by which thoughts make judgments and are able to exert a decisive influence on it. Let's draw an analogy between the process of human thought making judgments and that of a computer. Data is input from the outside, processed, and finally a result is given. We can skip the processing part and directly present the result. When a certain piece of information enters the brain, by exerting an influence on a certain part of the neural network, We can make the brain make a judgment without thinking, believing this information to be true. Lin Feng briefly explained the principle of mental imprint. This concept doesn't have an absolute impact on humans. Firstly, it can't go against basic logical common sense. For instance, if we implant the concept that water is toxic, the person will think water is toxic in a short time. However, when his mind can't resist the biological instinct and forces himself to drink water, this concept will collapse on its own, though this process will be extremely painful. Nevertheless, with this technology, we only need to implant some concepts that don't completely violate real-world logic into the minds of all humanity, and then we can eliminate the dissenting voices. Wait a minute, Tony interrupted Lin Feng. Even if we don't consider the moral issues in this matter, we don't have such technology. Yes, we don't have such technology, but we have such a person. Lin Feng looked at Professor X, who was somewhat silent. I think this is wrong. Professor X shook his head. I've always been opposed to arbitrarily manipulating human minds. This isn't manipulation. Lin Feng knocked on the table. In fact, if we don't use this method, we can also carry out this work by popularizing education in schools. After 2 or 3 generations, these concepts will also be accepted by most people in the world. But we don't have the time. Every human being, from the day of their birth, has been receiving a wide variety of ideological inputs. Family education, school education, and even the entire social environment contribute to the formation of an individual's own moral concepts. And this process of gradually accepting universal moral concepts is, in a sense, similar to a form of mental imprinting transformation. Lin Feng shrugged and said, we are merely incorporating a concept that should have been accepted by human civilization into these moral concepts. Why is it considered an immoral act? However, if this power is not controlled, Professor X was about to say something. Charles, you are the one who controls this power, Lin Feng interrupted Professor X. As long as you don't abuse it, how could it get out of control? That's the thing. I don't have confidence in myself. Professor X sighed. I don't know if, after experiencing the convenience brought by this behavior, I will become addicted to it and use these powers unrestrictedly. No, you won't. Lin Feng shook his head. What we do is always beneficial to the development of human civilization. As long as we ensure this, it is sufficient. On that day, persuaded by Lin Feng, Professor X finally put on the cerebro and connected with all of humanity, implanting 3 mental imprints into their subconscious minds. The overall interests of human civilization supersede everything. All alien civilizations are the enemies of human civilization. Enemies must be completely eradicated. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. These 3 mental imprints also became the eternal and unchanging yardstick for the development of human civilization later, known as the 3 laws of human civilization, passed down from generation to generation. Now let's turn back the time. Next comes a crucial point. Lin Feng looks at the calendar, which is also the time point of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 in the original timeline. I need the Power Stone. Without it, I can't fully unleash the power of the Infinity Stones. Captain, my new body and backup are ready, Zero's voice rings out. Very well. Lin Feng stands up. The next stop, Morag. In 2014, on Morag, in Guardians of the Galaxy 1, the opening time is 1988. And when the scene switches to Star-Lord appearing on Morag to steal the orb, it shows 26 years later. A rhythmic melody resounds. A somewhat plump figure emerges on this desolate planet, humming along with the music and swaying his body. Lin Feng watches this scene with a hint of impatience on his face. At this moment, a voice that combines embarrassment with humor suddenly rings out. So he's a fool, right? Chapter 52, The Infinity Stones. War Machine? Hearing this voice, Lin Feng frowns. Tony didn't show up in the Battle of New York. Then why does War Machine, who came from the future to get the Power Stone, appear here? So, do the several groups of people going to different time nodes actually exist in different universes? Lin Feng ponders secretly. At this moment, Rhodey has already knocked Star-Lord unconscious with one punch. Tut, so quick. Lin Feng scanned the entire planet, and then instantly appeared in front of the building where the cosmic spirit sphere was kept. Facing this door, with Lin Feng's strength, there was naturally no need for any unlocking device. He simply struck it with a punch, and the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lin Feng directly reached his hand into the force field where the cosmic spirit sphere was placed. The force field that, in the original work, burned the entire surface of Nebula couldn't even scratch Lin Feng's skin. Lin Feng effortlessly broke the cosmic spirit sphere into 2 halves and took out the Power Stone inside. Sigh. The moment the Power Stone was in his hand, Lin Feng gasped. As the gem with the strongest pure power among the 6 Infinity Stones, it also causes the greatest harm to its host. It can be said that 3/4 of the damage caused by snapping one's fingers comes from this Power Stone. In fact, the reason why Thanos was able to adapt to the power of the Infinity Stone so quickly back then was mainly because the Infinity Gauntlet, forged by Eitri, the Dwarven King, isolated most of the harm. This can also be seen from Thanos' reaction after putting on the Infinity Gauntlet made by Iron Man in Avengers Endgame. Phew. Lin Feng adapted to the majestic power for a while, and then inlaid the Power Stone on the back of the hand of his battle armor. At this moment, War Machine and Nebula entered. Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. Lin Feng had just completely adapted to the power of the 5 Infinity Stones when he saw Rhodes and Nebula enter. Who are you? All of Rhodes' weapons immediately aimed at Lin Feng. My name is Lin Feng, and you can also call me Stars. I'm a superhero on Earth, so you don't need to worry. Lin Feng waved his hand. Tony's time machine didn't help you travel through time, but rather brought you to other universes similar to the timeline. Although the universes are alike, they are not completely identical, so it's quite normal that you don't know me. Do you know about things in our universe? Rhodes' expression turned somewhat solemn. I can catch a glimpse of what happens in some other multiverses. Lin Feng smiled faintly. However, since you've arrived in this universe by accident, perhaps I can offer you some assistance. First of all, could you tell me the coordinates of Vormir? We might still be able to save Agent Romanoff in time. What? Natasha is in danger? Rhodes was startled. Without much thought, he handed the coordinates of Vormir to Lin Feng. Thanks. Lin Feng gently clenched his fist, opened a portal, and brought Nebula and Rhodes to Vormir. I knew it. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot and grabbed Natasha, who was about to jump off the cliff. Hello, Agent Romanoff, Agent Clint. Lin Feng greeted with a smile and revealed Rhodes and Nebula behind him. Welcome, Nebula, daughter of Thanos, and James Rhodes, son of Terrence Rhodes, not mentioned in the movie. Found online. The Red Skull said slowly. Who are you? Looking at Lin Feng, the Red Skull seemed to be in a state of confusion to some extent because he couldn't retrieve Lin Feng's background. It's quite normal that you can't retrieve it. Lin Feng directly grabbed the Red Skull by the neck and lifted him up. His name is Lin Feng, a superhero on Earth in this universe. He is also collecting the Infinity Stones. Rhodes shrugged and said, the rest, let him explain to you. To obtain the Soul Stone, one must sacrifice a soul that holds significance to oneself. This is the rule, so I must die? Natasha took a deep breath. No, she said. I've done so many wrong things. I'm the one who should die. Hawkeye shook his head. Both of you take a break. I'm going to conduct an experiment. Lin Feng separated the two who were about to vie for death again, and then directly threw the Red Skull off the cliff. There was no reaction. So, the claim in Marvel fan fictions that any soul can be exchanged for the Mind Stone is just the author's boast, right? Lin Feng sighed and opened a portal. Zero, you give it a try? Yes, Captain. Zero emerged from the other side of the portal. Vision. Natasha's eyes widened. No, I'm not Vision. In fact, in our universe, Vision doesn't exist. I'm an artificial intelligence uploaded into a vibranium body generated by the Cradle of Life. It's a rather crudely made temporary body. My real body, along with my data backup, is currently lying in Lin Feng's laboratory. Zero explained. Zero then leaped off the cliff. Even with a vibranium body, under the rules established by the Soul Stone on Vormir, he still died instantly. And Lin Feng suddenly felt his vision go dark. When he woke up again, he was lying on the surface of a body of water. Sure enough, Zero, who has become an intelligent being, can also serve as a soul to exchange for the Soul Stone on Vormir. Lin Feng installed the Soul Stone in his armor, then let out a long breath. Oh, the power of the 6 Infinity Stones gathered together is truly wonderful. At this moment, the primordial creation energy within Lin Feng began to surge wildly, soon reaching the peak he once achieved in the human civilization. Zero, are you still there? Lin Feng opened a portal and returned to Earth, awakening Zero's original body. Yes, Captain, I'm here. After the exchange with the Soul Stone, my backup suffered no damage at all. Zero stood up and saluted Lin Feng. That's good. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Well, next, let me see what's happening in another universe. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared on Vormir again, and this time, he was carrying a full set of Infinity Stones. Let me take a look at your little device. Lin Feng casually picked up the time locator in Rhodes' hand, scanned its structure, and then the nanobots on his armor surged, forming a new time locator. Okay, now, let me see what exists in another universe. Chapter 53. Kong the Conqueror. Hey, I thank you. Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Rode wanted to say something. If you don't take me, there will be no infinity stones. Lin Feng raised his hand and shrugged. All right. Rode gritted his teeth. The five of them set the coordinates and entered the quantum realm. Wait, the quantum realm? Suddenly, Lin Feng had an idea. He took a detour and left the main group. Anyway, regardless of the circumstances, he would reappear at the predetermined coordinate point. It's still not enough. It needs to be made smaller. With a thought in his mind, Lin Feng's body shrank again under the effect of the primordial creation energy. After successive shrinkages, a broad and clear view unfolded before him. The quantum realm. It's truly spectacular. Gazing at the magical scene before him, Lin Feng let out an exclamation. Then, he swooped down rapidly, landing on the ground in the standard superhero style. The infinity stones are ineffective here. Lin Feng looked at the infinity stone on the back of his hand. Its light dimmed. He shook his hand, and then the nano particles surged, covering the infinity stone. A strange humming sound resounded. A huge suddenly trembled, then swooped towards Lin Feng. A large number of tentacles grew around it, winding towards Lin Feng. Is this thing joining in the fun too? Lin Feng frowned slightly. With a gentle wave of his hand, a beam of pure primordial creation energy shot out, shattering the into pieces directly. The fragments of the fell to the ground, and the entire ground began to tremble. A huge, flat-shaped creature covered with tentacles emerged from underground. What a nuisance! Lin Feng's eyes focused, and a thick, almost tangible murderous aura spread out. The moment the flat creature came into contact with this murderous aura, it felt a shudder from its biological instinct, and then it shrank back. TSK. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. It seems that he has to keep the murderous aura released all the time here. An unintelligible murmur arose, and a group of tattered, clad men armed with weapons surrounded Lin Feng. The eerie quantum language. Lin Feng shook his head, casually reached out and grasped, and a small red life form appeared in his hand. He squeezed out some red liquid from this life form and drank it. Well, what were you saying just now? I was saying, rumble. A roaring sound came, and an aircraft flew over from afar, accompanied by intermittent scanning lights. Take cover quickly. The quantum inhabitants scattered in all directions, seeking hidden places. This must be the army of Kong the Conqueror. Lin Feng slowly levitated. Then with a burst of acceleration, directly passed through the center of that aircraft. The aircraft exploded with a loud bang, and when Lin Feng emerged, a piece of electronic equipment was in his hand. Let me see what time it is in the quantum world. The nano armor on Lin Feng's palm began to flow, enveloping the electronic equipment. A large amount of data flowed across the control panel in front of Lin Feng and was input into the built-in chip in his brain. Moments later, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had successfully connected himself to the network established by Kong the Conqueror within the quantum realm. Janet Van Dyne, the original Wasp, had just betrayed Kong the Conqueror and founded the Resistance. Then, if nothing unexpected occurs, those people just now should be from the Resistance. Lin Feng sorted out the data in his mind. Well, everyone, I want to meet your leader. I come from the same place as her. This is impossible. A quantum life form, with its head replaced by an orange, yellow beam cannon and looking like a semi-cyborg, replied, Hey, guys, we've got to interrogate him. I'm not making a request. Lin Feng shook his head, the nano particles on his body surging. Several tentacles directly penetrated into the yellow-headed man's brain, searching for the other's memories by analyzing the electrical signals in the neurons. This was also a technological product of the human civilization in the post-interstellar era. Very well, I know. Lin Feng nodded, retracting the tentacles. The yellow-headed man directly turned into a pile of parts scattered on the ground. The group of quantum life forms instantly raised their guns. But before they could launch an attack, they found that their flesh and blood had dissolved. In just an instant, they turned into skeletons scattered on the ground. The space stone is ineffective, but the wormhole generator can still be used. Lin Feng's self checked, then opened a teleportation gate and disappeared on the spot. Janet Van Dyne, or should I call you Mrs. Pym? Lin Feng stepped out of the teleportation gate and stood in front of Janet. Who are you? Janet raised the weapon in her hand. Don't be nervous. I'm human. Lin Feng raised his hands. The quantum realm is really a strange place, isn't it? How did you get in here? There was still wariness in Janet's eyes. A time-space machine developed based on the quantum realm. Lin Feng smiled slightly. You should be quite familiar with the inventor's surname. It's Stark. Howard. Janet raised an eyebrow. No, of course not. Howard has been deceased for quite a long time. It's his son, Tony Stark. Lin Feng shrugged. I've heard that Kong the Conqueror is currently in the quantum realm. I'm prepared to eliminate him. Do you know where he is? I know, but Janet hesitated slightly. Perhaps in your impression, he is extremely powerful, yet in my eyes, he might not be all that remarkable. Lin Feng shook his head and pointed at a towering building in the distance. You merely need to tell me whether he is in that spire. Yes. Janet still seemed a bit dazed. Very well, that's sufficient. Lin Feng nodded and opened a portal. Let's go. Hey. A group of quantum beings raised the weapons in their hands towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned, and an intense white light emanated from his body, directly tearing those quantum beings apart. What did you do? A hint of panic appeared in Janet's eyes. They're not human anyway. Killing them doesn't matter. Lin Feng shook his head and stepped into the portal. Do you still want to go home? Oh. Janet came to her senses and followed closely behind. Those are Kang's soldiers. The portal that Lin Feng suddenly opened quickly caught the attention of the guards in the spire. They rapidly surrounded Lin Feng and Janet. So it's the Mechanical Legion? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. A blue arc flashed across the silver, white battle armor, and an invisible ripple spread out. All the guards instantly fell to the ground, losing their vital signs. Let's go. I want to see what this Kong the Conqueror is all about. Lin Feng paced forward slowly. At the end of the path, a figure in purple emerged, approaching Lin Feng with the same pace frequency. It was Kong the Conqueror. Lin Feng looked at the figure in the purple robe before him with a smile. I've never heard of you. Kong the Conqueror frowned. I'm Lin Feng. You can also call me the Stars. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I'm here to kill you. Chapter 54, A Snap of the Fingers to Kill Me. You need to see if you have the ability. Kong the Conqueror clenched his hands forcefully, and in an instant, the Conqueror's armor covered his whole body. Streams of blue energy light flowed through the energy channels of the armor, exuding a heart, palpitating aura. The Conqueror's armor lives up to its reputation. Lin Feng nodded. The white light of the creation prime energy circulated, emanating an even more powerful momentum. However, I'm more interested in the power core of your spaceship. You're also a conqueror, aren't you? Kong the Conqueror looked at Lin Feng. There's no need for us to fight here. We can have a showdown after we get out. Unfortunately, I can leave whenever I want. And although you're also human, Kangs have too many problems, and I really dislike the civil war among humans. Therefore, I can only find a way to eliminate all Kangs. A blinding white light condensed in Lin Feng's palm, and a huge beam of light shot towards Kong the Conqueror. Boom! A loud noise resounded. The beam of light from Lin Feng's palm hit Kong the Conqueror's protective shield, but in just a few seconds. A crack appeared on his protective shield. You need not kill me. Aren't you interested in my power core? I can allow you to study it. Spare me, and all my knowledge shall be yours. As soon as he realized he was outmatched, Kong the Conqueror exclaimed, No, you're wrong. Even if I kill you, your knowledge will still be mine. Lin Feng shook his head, and in an instant, increased the power output. Kong the Conqueror's protective shield shattered in the blink of an eye, and the primeval cosmic energy directly obliterated most of Kong the Conqueror's body. It's a pity, but your death is beneficial to human civilization. The nanobots on Lin Feng began to circulate, transforming into tentacles that pierced into Kong the Conqueror's brain, extracting his memories. All right, it's time we go back. Lin Feng casually took control of the mechanical army left by Kong the Conqueror and issued an order for them to clean up the entire quantum realm and self-replicate. Then, he extended his hand towards Janet. What are you going out for? Janet didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng's outstretched hand. To save the world. Lin Feng smiled. There's a guy out there named Thanos. He collected 6 Infinity Stones. Then with a snap of his fingers, he wiped out half of the life in the universe. After that, he even destroyed the Infinity Stones. So, I brought 6 Infinity Stones from another timeline, planning to snap my fingers and bring back half of the humans on Earth. Good grief. Janet covered her mouth. How could there be such a terrifying person? All right, do you want to come with me? Lin Feng created a locator and handed it to Janet. If not, I'll go by myself. Of course I want to go back. My daughter is waiting for me. Janet took the locator and put it on her wrist. The coordinates have been set. Let's go. Lin Feng pressed the locator, and then together with Janet, they turned into 2 streaks of flowing light and disappeared into the quantum realm. In the main cinematic universe, at the Avengers base, the huge time machine made a noise, and 12 figures appeared on the time machine. Janet? Ant-Man was the first to notice the anomaly. Hey, don't get excited. I seem to have made some mistakes. Lin Feng raised his hand and looked at Janet. Ant-Man and the Wasp was released after Avengers: Infinity War. The timeline is basically consistent with that of Avengers: Infinity War. So at this point in time, you already existed, but you turned to ashes after Thanos snapped his fingers. That is to say, I didn't appear at the time node where I should have, right? Janet frowned. Ah, yes. Well, Janet sighed. When will you send me back? Don't worry about this. It'll be very soon. It's just a snap of the fingers. Lin Feng waved his hand. Hey, everyone, you're going to collect the 6 Infinity Stones to reverse Thanos' snap, right? Yes. Who are you? Tony looked at Lin Feng, frowning. First of all, your time machine can't really travel through time in the true sense. Instead, it takes you to another timeline. This also explains why I saw Rhodey and Nebula on Morag, but you didn't show up in the Battle of New York before that. Lin Feng shrugged. As for me, my name is Lin Feng, and you can also call me Stars. You can think of me as a point different from you in a parallel universe. I understand. Tony nodded. So, the reason you followed is, it's because in my universe, all 6 Infinity Stones are on me. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the 6 Infinity Stones that had returned to the macro universe shone brightly. Good grief, you can actually withstand the power of 6 Infinity Stones? Rocket Raccoon widened his eyes. Well, yes. Lin Feng nodded. Bringing half of the people back, right? Hey, the power of the snap is not something an ordinary person can endure. Tony frowned as he looked at Lin Feng. Do you know what happened to Thanos after he snapped his fingers? I know, but even if Thanos at his peak in your universe stood in front of me, I could cut off his head with one strike. He'd be in trouble, but I wouldn't. Before anyone could say anything more, Lin Feng raised his hand in full view of everyone and snapped that damned finger. A violent energy fluctuation penetrated the entire universe, and a pure white light blinded everyone's eyes. Moments later, the crowd came to their senses. How about it? Did we succeed? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Clint, answer the phone. Lin Feng pointed at the lit phone screen on the table. Laura? Hawkeye pounced on the phone on the table, his fingers trembling as he answered the call. Clint. The voice of Hawkeye's wife came from the other end of the phone, and Hawkeye was already sobbing uncontrollably. We did it. The crowd was immersed in exuberance. Indeed, we've accomplished it. To be precise, it was you who did it. Tony walked up to Lin Feng and patted him on the shoulder. In fact, what I've done isn't as much as you've imagined. Lin Feng gazed out of the window. What do you mean? Tony furrowed his brows. Soon someone will get excited. A strange smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 55 Return Captain. Can you hear me? A voice suddenly came through Captain America's earpiece. Captain, this is Sam. Can you hear me? On your left. Hum. With a humming sound. Several huge golden circular portals appeared outside. A large number of fully armed superheroes emerged from them. The mages of Kamar, Taj conjured magic shields and assumed battle stances. At the same time, there was also a large group of Wakandan soldiers shouting, "You're whiter than me." Who can tell me what's going on here? Doctor Strange, who drifted down, looked at the peaceful scene in the field with a puzzled expression. Stephen Strange, hello. Lin Feng slowly floated in front of Doctor Strange. I'm the Sorcerer Supreme from another universe. My name is Lin Feng, and you can also address me as the Stars. Was it you who changed all this? Doctor Strange frowned and looked at Lin Feng. You can put it that way. Lin Feng raised the Infinity Stones on the back of his hand. Incredible. Doctor Strange waved his hand, and the mages of Kamar, Taj put away the spells in their hands. Everyone, the future has been changed. We don't need to fight anymore. Hey, Rocket Raccoon was searching for something rather anxiously. Has anyone seen my friends? Sadly, Lin Feng's voice echoed in Rocket Raccoon's ears. Your friends didn't come back to life. What did you say? Rocket Raccoon's eyes turned red. Why can't they be revived? Because they're not human. Lin Feng shrugged. In fact, Peter Quill was on my resurrection list. But upon reflection, a being related to the Celestials, lacking in sense and with little ability, there's no real need to revive him. After all, it was his punch that led to the current situation, wasn't it? Lord of the Stars, I don't understand what you mean. Captain America furrowed his brows and stepped forward. Thanos wiped out half of the life in the universe with the Infinity Stones, yet you. Yes, I only brought humans back. Lin Feng stared into Captain America's eyes, his gaze profound at this moment. I believe other races have no significance for me to resurrect. Those are all lives. Captain America's brows knitted tightly. Life itself is meaningless. What's meaningful is civilization. Lin Feng shook his head. Races with reproductive isolation are enemies to each other. That's my theory. And enemies must be completely eradicated. That's my way of doing things. Therefore, there's no need for me to expend my power and create more enemies for human civilization. Are you a racist? There was anger in Captain America's eyes. Listen, I've seen a racist, and his end wasn't pleasant. The sole distinction between a war criminal and a hero lies in whether one attains ultimate victory. You will come to understand this. Lin Feng smiled gently. Well, it's time for me to return. You can't leave just yet. Captain America blocked Lin Feng's way. If you're not willing to expend your power to revive half of the lives in the universe, I hope you can lend us the Infinity Stones temporarily. We'll snap our fingers for this. No, I won't do that. Lin Feng slowly levitated. If it weren't for the fact that this would draw the attention of the Celestials, I might snap my fingers and eliminate all the lives in the universe that the Infinity Stones can affect and that have reproductive isolation from humans. But unfortunately, I can't do it for now. What's the difference between you and Thanos? Captain America stared intently at Lin Feng with a blazing gaze. There are many differences between me and him, but among these differences, one is of the utmost importance. Lin Feng spread his arms wide. That is, he failed, while I shall surely triumph. Rumble. In the distance, a deafening rumble resounded. Friday, what's that? Tony furrowed his brows. Something is piercing through the atmosphere. Friday's voice echoed in Tony's ear. Excellent, she's here. Lin Feng soared into the air, transforming into a silvery beam of light, and rushed towards the golden, red glow. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. An invisible shockwave burst forth, clearing the clouds in the sky, revealing two figures maintaining a fist-to-fist stance. Captain Marvel, I knew it was you. With a faint, composed smile on his lips, Lin Feng took a slight step back, then launched another powerful punch. Shit! Captain Marvel was secretly alarmed. Ever since she awakened her binary form, she had never encountered anyone who could rival her in strength. But in this confrontation today, she actually felt that Lin Feng's power seemed to be somewhat greater than hers. Captain Marvel crossed her arms, blocking the punch that Lin Feng swiftly followed up with, and was sent flying backwards dozens of kilometers before gradually coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng simply floated serenely in place, watching the returning Captain Marvel. Why? Captain Marvel didn't make another move, but instead furrowed her brows and looked at Lin Feng. Why what? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The power you possess is even greater than mine. Resurrecting half of the universe's lives should not be difficult for you. Captain Marvel took a deep breath. Yes, it's not difficult. I just don't want to. Lin Feng shrugged. Why would I increase the number of my enemies? They are not enemies. Captain Marvel's emotions became somewhat agitated. All intelligent life forms other than humans are my enemies, like. Lin Feng closed his eyes, felt for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Carol. Fury's voice suddenly rang out. All the Skrulls on Earth are dead. You're courting death. Carol's eyes turned blood red, emitting rays of light as she instantly activated her binary form and charged towards Lin Feng. You clearly know that your power is weaker than mine. Why do you still charge forward? Lin Feng struck Captain Marvel, who had already lost some of her rationality, back with a punch. What? After serving as a cosmic police officer for so many years, have you made yourself stupid? Don't you even know that you're a human anymore? Lin Feng punched Captain Marvel in the face again and again until he smashed her entire body into the ground. Then he stopped. After that, he coldly looked at everyone. My mission is accomplished. I'm leaving. As he said this, Lin Feng raised the time, positioning device in his other hand. Don't try to do anything more. Protecting human civilization is enough. After saying these words, Lin Feng directly shrank into a quantum form and returned to his own universe through the quantum realm. Whoosh, it's good to be home. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and looked up at the ceiling. The Infinity Stones have been gathered, and Earth basically doesn't need to worry about external enemies. The following timelines should be related to Ant-Man, Captain America 3, and Doctor Strange. The Civil War event can no longer happen. I don't need to worry about Ant-Man for now. Let them develop freely for a while. As for Doctor Strange, as the supreme leader of the Rectifiers, would it be inappropriate for me to directly take over Kamar Taj? Chapter 56, The Time Variance Authority. Your idea is to still let Steven be the Sorcerer Supreme? In a quiet meditation room, Gu Yi and Lin Feng sat opposite each other, both holding a cup of hot tea. Indeed, Steven is by nature an excellent candidate for a sorcerer. He would be quite fitting as the Sorcerer Supreme. Moreover, there are already factional disputes within the Purifiers. If I were to directly assume the position of the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, things might seem fine for now. But in the long run, there will inevitably be some discordant voices within the Purifiers. Balance, isn't it? The Ancient One smiled and took a sip of hot tea. You're becoming more and more like an emperor. No, there's no need for any balance. The reason is simple. The existence of thought imprints makes everyone prioritize the overall interests of human civilization. However, I just want to make my subordinates feel a bit more psychologically balanced. Lin Feng shrugged. How long is it until Steven's car accident in the normal timeline? Less than half a year. That's an absolute time point and cannot be changed. Otherwise, it would lead to a huge upheaval in the universe. The Ancient One put down the teacup. Okay, I see. Lin Feng nodded. By the way, ever since I came here, I felt a sense of being watched from the end of time. Who could that be? Is it Kong the Conqueror or Loki? That's Loki, who has become the god of stories. Kong the Conqueror has completely vanished from the timeline. The Ancient One smiled. Otherwise, how could we have so many parallel universes? That's true. Lin Feng nodded in deep agreement. So, wait. It seems some friends are coming, right? The Ancient One smiled slightly. Yes, I'll go take a look. Lin Feng nodded and disappeared on the spot. What the hell? What kind of universe is this? Stepping out of the time portal, Deadpool stared wide-eyed at Wolverine in front of him and Magneto beside him. Wait. Wolverine raised an eyebrow. Didn't I tell you to stay away from me? I'm indeed Wade, but I might not be the Wade you know. Deadpool shrugged. Wait. Does the Wolverine in this universe know me? Hey, Logan, I'm here for you. Seriously, you really don't need my butt. Hey, who are you? The Deadpool of this universe saw another Deadpool. Oh, you must be the Deadpool of this universe. I need a Wolverine, otherwise my universe will be destroyed. Hey, I know who you are. You should look for a Wolverine wearing yellow skin, not come for my Logan. He can only be mine. The Deadpool of this universe kept chattering. You won't say that when Spider-Man shows up. Lin Feng suddenly appeared between the two Deadpools. Wait, this isn't the Wolverine you should look for. Come on, follow me. Lin Feng directly snatched the time controller from Deadpool's hand, opened a portal, and grabbed Deadpool to pass through it. This is the Wolverine you're looking for. Lin Feng kicked Deadpool out, and Deadpool landed face first beside Wolverine's feet without any grace. Hey, Logan, hello there. Deadpool twisted his body into a coquettish pose and greeted Wolverine. Scram. Wolverine took a sip of the wine in his glass. Oh, Logan, I'm truly fond of your rough-hewn charm. However, I'm pressed for time and can't listen for too long. Listen, my universe needs Wolverine, or else it will perish. It's none of my business. Wolverine shook his head. Logan, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Your own world has come to such a state. Why not make an attempt to save someone else's world? Cut the crap. Deadpool promptly twisted the time controller and then rushed in with Wolverine in his arms. TSK, 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 the new Time Variance Authority. Lin Feng's battle armor covered his entire body, and he simultaneously activated optical and infrared stealth. He scanned the surrounding scenery and nodded subtly to himself. What have you done? Mr. Paradox glared at Deadpool. The Wolverine in your universe was great. He sacrificed himself. Your universe should have ended with the fall of that great hero. But you disturbed the hero's corpse and brought in the most failed Wolverine to replace him? Does Loki know you talk to people like this? Lin Feng gradually materialized, raised his hand, and imprisoned Mr. Paradox in midair. This is impossible. How can you use your abilities in the Time Variance Authority? There was horror in the eyes of the imprisoned Mr. Paradox. It's quite simple. There's no anti-magic device in the Time Variance Authority that targets my powers. Lin Feng shrugged, surveyed his surroundings, then stomped his foot and descended to the lowest level. Is this the thing used to prune the timeline? Lin Feng stroked his chin, then directly opened a portal and teleported that machine to the real world. Do not touch this thing for now. It's perilous. Wait until I return. Lin Feng shouted towards Tony on the other end, then closed the teleportation gate. Well, everyone, let me see where my dear god of stories is. Lin Feng stepped downwards. Outside the huge porthole was a towering giant tree composed of countless timelines. And in the very center of the tree trunk sat a god. Loki Odinson. Loki tilted his head. There was no concept of time and space here. He just sat here, constantly browsing through the stories that occurred on various timelines. Among all the timelines he had seen, there was only one person who was unique. Stars, you've come. A voice emerged from the tree trunk. Sorry, something has entangled me, and I can't come out to greet you. Loki. Lin Feng smiled faintly, took one step forward, and arrived outside the Time Variance Authority. The massive amount of primeval creation energy brought by long-term wearing of the 6 Infinity Stones had made him transcend his former self before traveling through. Now he was capable of moving outside of time without being eroded. Since you can't come out, I'll come to you then. What? Loki was stunned. He watched in disbelief as Lin Feng pushed aside the timelines coiling in front of him and came right before him. Hello, Loki Odinson. Chapter 57. Stephen Strange Odinson. Loki, the god of stories, was completely bound to the throne by the complex timelines. At this moment, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. I don't know how long it has been since I heard this surname. Also, thank you. Thank me for what? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. From the perspective of the entire universe, you undoubtedly brought more possibilities to this universe. We have more stories. This is a thank you to you from the perspective of the gods. Loki smiled slightly. And personally, your choice during the ether incident saved my mother from death. Therefore, I want to say this thank you. I accept your personal gratitude. Lin Feng nodded. However, the gratitude on a cosmic scale can be dispensed with. Because I may do something you don't quite like. You still want to destroy all intelligent races in this universe except humans, right? Loki sighed. I don't know how to persuade you. After all, as an Asgardian, I also had the idea of destroying everything outside Asgard. Different positions make it hard to explain. No matter if you've become a god or something else, you're still an Asgardian, aren't you? Lin Feng smiled slightly. And now, Asgard has also become a part of human civilization, shining forever. I won't place myself in your camp for now. Loki, who had been sitting at the end of time for an unknown number of years, had now become composed. Moreover, there's nothing I can do at present, isn't it? You can reign in your time variance authority. Lin Feng shook his head. You just need to make sure they don't get in my way. Certainly. Loki smiled. And right after these words fell, a flash of light passed by, and Lin Feng vanished from the spot. Time variance authority. Return to your own universe. The matter is resolved. Lin Feng left such a sentence, then activated the time controller and returned to his own universe. Back. Ancient One glanced at Lin Feng, then lowered her head and took a sip of the hot tea in the cup. The tea hasn't cooled yet. Lin Feng also picked up the teacup and took a sip. Where were we just now? Oh right, Strange car accident, right? Exactly. Logically speaking, Strange still had half a year before the car accident occurred. Ancient One nodded. If you're in a hurry, it's actually not impossible to advance this time. So, you were controlling Strange's car accident all along? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. In that case, there are some things we need to design meticulously. On the original timeline, Strange's car accident happened after the Civil War incident. When Strange was driving, there was a patient with a spinal fracture who needed surgery. Presumably, without accident. It should be Colonel Rhodes, who fell from a high altitude and broke his spine during the Civil War. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Primarily, the growth of Doctor Strange requires Dormammu. During the time when Strange used the Time Stone to create loops and engage in a stalemate with Dormammu, he mastered a vast amount of magic. What he experienced was not merely repeated deaths, but also extensive practice of magic. Indeed, and having a deeper understanding of death can also assist him in making further progress on the path of magic cultivation. The Ancient One nodded. Now, here comes the question. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. With both of us present, would Dormammu still dare to come? Stars. A black mage in a black robe suddenly burst in. Hey, Mordo, don't be excited. What happened? Lin Feng frowned. Caecilius defected and took away the ritual to summon Dormammu. Mordo replied, out of breath. Oh. Lin Feng and the Ancient One exchanged a glance, their eyes holding a tacit smile. Master of the Stars, Ancient One, you. Mordo was a bit puzzled. We're waiting for the one who can truly solve this problem. The Ancient One took a sip of tea with an air of calm confidence. Don't worry. Caecilius can't stir up much trouble. Yes. At this time, Mordo still had unconditional trust in the Ancient One. All right, now, let's advance the time of the dinner party held by the Neuro Society by half a year. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Of course, he didn't use the power of the Infinity Stones, but rather some petty financial means. As expected, speeding is perilous. Lin Feng hovered in the air, gazing at the lightning, fast Lamborghini. Very well, then now, let it rain. Crash. A downpour descended. Yet Strange merely switched on the windshield wipers and continued hurtling through the traffic without any deceleration, even making a phone call in the midst. Perhaps this will make you pay heed to traffic rules hereafter. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng caused a car to collide with Strange's right wheel. The car immediately lost control. Bang! The airbag deployed, and Strange's hands, due to inertia, slammed onto the steering wheel. All right, losing 2 hands will suffice. It's best that the other parts remain unharmed. Lin Feng launched a beam of primeval creative energy to safeguard Strange's internal organs, then vanished from the spot. Magic. This is the only thing that can save me. A few days later, having determined that his hands couldn't be restored through technological means, Strange purchased several textbooks compiled by Lin Feng and began to study them. Shit. Strange forcefully closed the book. At this moment, he simply couldn't calm down to study the magic knowledge within, thus unable to learn magic through self-study. Of course you can't study by yourself. Wanda, who had proficiently mastered chaos magic, had red light emanating from her hands. She influenced Strange's consciousness, preventing him from studying the Kamar Taj magic. Otherwise, how could you become the Sorcerer Supreme? You've done a great job, my child. Lin Feng smiled and gently stroked Wanda's head. Jonathan Pemborn. Strange approached a basketball court. The 7th and 8th cervical vertebrae were completely damaged. Who are you? Jonathan looked at Strange. I don't know you. I'm Stephen Strange. I'm a neurosurgeon, or rather, I used to be. Strange looked at Jonathan. I remember now, buddy. I do know you. A faint smile appeared on Jonathan's face. I went to your office back then, but you didn't even see me. I couldn't even get past your assistant. You can't be cured, at least I can't do it. The existing scientific and technological means can't save you. Strange took a deep breath and raised his constantly trembling hands. You walk with magic, right? I need it now. Can you help me? Have you read the books of the stars? Jonathan took a sip of water. Why not continue researching? Most of the principles of magic are in there. I can't. Strange shook his head vigorously. You were injured before the stars made the magic books public. There must be someone teaching you, right? I need a teacher. Listen. Jonathan sighed. Strange, I can't help you. My understanding of magic is also rather superficial. However, you can go to a place called Kamar Taj. I've read the magic books of the stars. It's one of the origins of the 3 magic systems released by the stars. But going there comes at a high cost. How much will it cost me? Strange took a deep breath. What you have to pay is not money. Jonathan shook his head. Good luck. Chapter 58. Teach me, please Mo Du. A friend of ours is coming. Lin Feng regarded Mo Du, who was sitting across from him, with deliberate slowness. His name is Stephen Strange. Bring him to me. Yes, Master of the Stars. Mo Du bowed respectfully to Lin Feng and then slowly withdrew. Kathmandu, Nepal. Do you know where Kamar Taj is? Strange was inquiring of the local people everywhere about the location of Kamar Taj, yet unfortunately, none of them knew where it was. As he walked along, Strange found himself in a small alley. Several hooligans brandishing baseball bats surrounded him. Well, Strange looked at the hooligans. Sorry guys, I don't have any money on me. Your watch. The leader of the hooligans motioned with his chin towards Strange's wrist. No, don't do this. This is the only watch I have left. A hint of supplication emerged in Strange's eyes. Give me your watch. The leading hooligan advanced menacingly. Fine. Strange shrugged his shoulders, then threw a punch at the hooligan's face. It was Strange who let out a scream as the fist landed on the other's face. He clutched his wrist, his fingers trembling incessantly. In an instant, the hooligans knocked Strange down to the ground and snatched his watch away. Just then, a figure wearing a black hood emerged. With just a few moves, the figure in the black hood overpowered those hooligans and then extended the watch in front of Strange. This is your watch, right? Mordo removed his hood. Are you looking for Kamar Taj? Seeing Strange nod, Mordo nodded expressionlessly and slowly walked towards the other end of the alley. Strange quickly followed suit. Are you sure this is the place? Strange looked at the shabby wooden door in front of him, then shrugged to a monk behind him. I think that one looks more like Kamar Taj. I once asked the same question. I wasn't very polite at that time either. Mordo smiled slightly. Can I give you a piece of advice? Forget everything you think you know. With that, Mordo pushed open the door and led Strange in. This is the temple built by my master, the Ancient One. Mordo led Strange forward slowly. He was the previous Sorcerer Supreme, but recently he stepped down. I will take you to meet our new Sorcerer Supreme. Good grief. Looking at the figure sitting in the main seat, Strange opened his mouth wide. Hello, Mr. Strange. Lin Feng smiled faintly and stood up. You are. Xuanqing, you are the Sorcerer Supreme here? No wonder you could write that textbook for magic beginners. Strange stared in disbelief. So, you can teach me magic, right? Yes. Mr. Strange. Actually, it's Dr. Strange. Strange replied hesitantly. But you're no longer a doctor now. Lin Feng shrugged. That's also the reason you're here, isn't it? Having undergone 7 surgeries, when you realized that modern technology was no longer sufficient to save you, you placed your hopes in magic. Lin Feng slowly approached Strange. However, magic is an extremely vast concept. Since you can't even understand the introductory textbook I've compiled, why should I teach you magic? Strange was momentarily at a loss for words. Strange, you're a man who views the world through a narrow aperture. All your life, you've been attempting to solve everything with your own knowledge. You've always firmly believed in materialism. In fact, even though you've witnessed our power with your own eyes, deep down, you still don't believe in magic. You think we achieve these through some technological means, and you still don't believe in the existence of the soul, don't you? But today, you'll come to know that the soul does exist. Lin Feng struck Strange's chest with a palm, and a faint shadow emerged from behind him. See, I've forced your soul out of your body. This is impossible. Strange soul, hovering in mid-air, stared at his hands in disbelief. Now, broaden your horizons. Lin Feng made several hand seals, and Strange soul instantly soared into the sky. Gui, it's up to you now. I'm not familiar with those dimensional demons. Lin Feng shrugged towards a corner. No problem. Gui nodded with a smile, placed her hand on Strange's forehead. And a large number of scenes within the dimensional demon domains she had dealings with began to flash through Strange's mind, from Bashani, Dormammu, all the way to the eternal deity. Do you think you know the laws governing the operation of things? Lin Feng's voice rang in Strange's ear. Do you think the physical universe is everything? What is real? What secrets lie behind all that you perceive? At the source of reality, spirit and matter are interconnected, and thoughts shape reality. This universe is but one among the infinite multiverses. The world is boundless. Some are beautiful and vibrant, while others are evil and filled with carnage. In the dark regions, the wild forces are greedily lying in wait. In this infinite multiverse, who are you, Mr. Strange? In an instant, Strange's thoughts were pulled back to reality. He let out a scream while sitting on a chair, his eyes filled with dread. Can his body endure it? Mordo frowned. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Well, Mr. Strange, now, do you still think the physical universe is everything? Please teach me. Strange knelt before Lin Feng, his hands trembling. Chapter 59 The Grimoire, please teach me. Strange knelt before Lin Feng, his hands trembling. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Mordo beside him directly picked Strange up and threw him outside. The door slammed shut, almost hitting Strange's nose. No. Don't do this. Strange lunged towards the door, pounding forcefully on it. Please, open the door. Do you think I shouldn't have driven him out? Lin Feng sat in the main seat, sipping tea. It had been 5 hours, and he was still waiting at the door. Mordo walked in slowly. There was a certain air about him, stubbornness, arrogance, and ambition. Lin Feng shrugged and cast a glance at the Ancient One beside him. These things seem familiar. Don't they? Does he remind you of Caecilius? Mordo furrowed his brows. We don't want another talented student to be consumed by darkness after obtaining power, do we, Master Ancient One? Lin Feng smiled. Yes, this is our common decision. The Ancient One nodded. But I haven't. Mordo looked at the Ancient One with some confusion. I yearned for power to defeat my enemies. It was you who gave me power, dispelled my inner demons, and taught me to abide by the laws of nature. Mordo, your talent is indeed 1 in 10,000, but it doesn't reach the level of Caecilius or our Mr. Strange. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. We never eliminate inner demons, Mordo. The Ancient One looked into Mordo's eyes. We only learn to coexist with them. The stolen pages of the spell are still in Caecilius' hands. If he deciphers the profound meaning within, he will wipe them all out. Mordo became a bit anxious. The dark forces are growing stronger day by day. Perhaps Strange can save Kamar, Taj. Mordo, you're being misled by appearances. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Do you think that before Caecilius' outburst, our Mr. Strange could reach a level more powerful than me and Gui? That's not what I meant. Mordo seemed a bit flustered. All right, go ahead and let him in. Lin Feng waved his hand. Please let me in. Don't shut me out. I have nowhere to go now. I've lost everything. Strange kept knocking on the door tirelessly. The next second, the door suddenly opened, and Strange fell straight in. Even in such a situation, he still said thank you. Take a bath and have a rest. If your state of mind permits, you can also meditate for a while. Mordo led Strange into a room, lit a candle, and handed him a note. The Sorcerer Supreme will summon you later. What's this? Some kind of exclusive spell for me. Strange took the note and saw the word Shambhala written on it. This is the Wi-Fi password here. Mordo shrugged. We're not primitives. Do you think things will develop as we imagined? Gui and Lin Feng watched Strange in the picture. At this moment, he was looking at the broken dial in his hand. I don't think there's any problem. Lin Feng smiled. Dr. Strange will always be Dr. Strange, won't he? You're right. Gui nodded with a gentle smile. No matter when, he will always be the best among us. Oh no, he will be the second best among us. For he can never surpass me, can he? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course not. Because as you grow stronger, so will he. Just because he can't exceed you doesn't mean he can't surpass you when you just step down as the Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One shook her head. This sentence might be a bit convoluted, but I believe you can understand what I mean. I surely do. Lin Feng stretched. Strange has a high ceiling. However, he still needs some experiences. Mysterious magic has existed since the birth of civilization. Lin Feng and Strange sat facing each other. A golden glow emanated from his hands. Long ago, the mages referred to this kind of magic as incantation. If this name seems a bit unrealistic to you, you can also interpret it as program. The language of the mages is the source code that constructs this world. We gather energy from other dimensions of the multiverse. Lin Feng swept his hands in a circle in the air. A visually stunning magic manifested as his hands glided, forming a spell pattern, forging shields and weapons, thus casting magic. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the magic spell pattern in the air dissipated. Strange's eyes were filled with yearning. But even though my fingers can do these, my hands are merely moving in the air simply. Strange was a bit puzzled. I mean, how can I make the transition from a novice to a master? As a doctor, how do you repair the damaged nerves and restore the broken spine to its original position? Lin Feng shrugged. I have painstakingly practiced day after day and year after year to achieve what I have now. As he said this, a trace of pride flickered in Strange's eyes. Indeed, magic is the same. There is no shortcut to it. Learning magic is similar to learning other disciplines in natural science. I have even considered adding magic as an elective course to students' examination scope. Lin Feng nodded. Follow me. This is our library. These books expound the basic principles of magic formulas. They are the most fundamental magic books and the ones I studied when I first started learning. Different from my textbooks. They are written in Sanskrit. For those with relatively low talent, they are unable to comprehend the artistic conception in the original text. However, for talented students, I will let them read the original versions of the books, which can assist them in learning magic better. Lin Feng handed several books to Strange. Remember to return them after you finish reading. Okay. Strange nodded respectfully. Mr. Strange. Wang, who was arranging the books in the library, looked at Strange, who came to return the books. Just call me Stephen. Strange placed several books on the table. You are Wang. Wang looked at Strange expressionlessly. Wang. Strange nodded. Is it only Wang? Is it a real name? Just like Adele, or Aristotle, Drake, Bono. Strange's voice gradually faded. Eminem. This is the Book of the Vishanti. Wang pulled several books in front of him. The New Universe Compilation, the Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon. Have you read all of these? Yes. Strange's voice seemed somewhat cautious. Come with me. Wang shrugged. Okay. Strange glanced at Wang and followed. This area is only accessible to mages. However, if you have my permission, others can also come and take a look. Wang pulled over a row of shelves. I suggest you start with the basic general theory. How is your Sanskrit? I have Google Translate. Strange shrugged. Vedic, the oldest form of Sanskrit. Wang handed a book to Strange. What are those? Strange pointed to the bookshelf chained up. Those are the private collections of successive supreme mages. So they can't be borrowed? Strange raised an eyebrow. In Kamar, Taj, knowledge is shared. Wang shook his head, but some of it can't be practiced. Besides the mage's Ancient One and the many angled ones, no one else can understand those books at all. Why are several pages missing from this book? Strange took a book from the bookshelf. That's the Book of Cagliostro, which is about the study of time. Several pages of it were stolen by a former mage here. Wang looked at Strange, the Zealots, and Caecilius. He had hanged the previous librarian with a rope and then cut off his head. Now I am the guardian of these books. Wang stared into Strange's eyes. Should any of these books be damaged, I will know, and I will kill you before you step out of the door. You know, people used to think I was quite humorous. Strange took the book Wang handed to him. Do you pay them? Well, nice chatting with you. Strange raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. Chapter 60. Sorcerer Strange. That thing engraved between their brows is really hideous. Lin Feng and the Ancient One were watching the scene where Caecilius and his zealots were conducting a ritual, while also making sarcastic remarks about the appearance of the sorcerers contaminated by Dormammu. However, these zealots were completely oblivious. Now, we embrace the power that can destroy those who have betrayed us, even the entire world. Caecilius traced the spell pattern in the air to draw power from the dark dimension. We summon you, Dormammu. Obscure incantations spilled from their mouths. As the eye circles of several people gradually turned black, Caecilius obtained the power to manipulate reality, just like controlling the mirror dimension. Well, looking at this eye makeup, I think the pattern between their brows isn't so bad. Lin Feng clapped his hands. Ancient One, Have you located Dormammu through the spell, just now? Yes. It is approaching the earth. Gu nodded. Speaking of which, it is one of my creditors. What's there to be afraid of? You even dared to owe an eternal debt. Lin Feng shrugged and stood up. Well, the two of us should go and see our Doctor Strange. Skillful use of the sling ring is of great significance in casting spells. They can assist us in freely traversing the multiverse. Mordo explained the essentials of using the sling ring. What you need to do is to concentrate, visualize it, conjure up your destination in your mind. Don't be confined to the world in front of your eyes. Imagine every detail. The clearer the picture in your mind, the faster the portal will form. A group of mages successfully drew portals, while Strange could only create a few tiny sparks. This made him increasingly irritable. At this moment, Lin Feng and Gu Yi walked out of the room. We need to have a private talk with Mr. Strange. Lin Feng asked everyone to leave. It's because of my hands. Strange spread his hands. This has nothing to do with your hands. Lin Feng shook his head. This is about your inner self. How could this have nothing to do with my hands? Strange was a bit impatient. Master Hammer? Lin Feng looked at the old man beside him. Master Hammer didn't say a word. He just rolled up his sleeve, revealing his amputated forearm at the wrist. Then he drew lines in the air. Mysterious incantations appeared in the air and then gradually disappeared. Thank you, Master Hammer. Lin Feng smiled slightly and then looked at Strange. He said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had said everything. In my country, there is an old saying, drawing a sword to cut the flowing water only makes it flow more profusely. Lin Feng said slowly. You have to learn to leverage the momentum. As if the power originated from yourself. How can one control it when going with the momentum? Strange asked. Looking puzzled. This doesn't make sense. All things in the world have their own principles of operation. Lin Feng smiled. You achieved success through your talent, but that's just the beginning. You need to wake up, Stephen. Let go of your pride, and you'll become stronger. Lin Feng opened a portal in the way of a mage. Follow me. Wait, what is this? Looking at the surrounding environment, Strange's eyes widened. Mount Everest. The scenery here is breathtaking. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Yes, it's beautiful. It's freezing cold here, yet beautiful, Strange nodded. Shivering. At this temperature, once more than 30 minutes pass. There will be danger to the body organs and even life. Lin Feng shrugged. You might faint within less than 2 minutes. What? Strange turned around. Learn to leverage the momentum. Stephen. Lin Feng returned to Kamar Taj without looking back and then closed the portal. How did he perform? Mordo came over. We'll find out soon enough. The Ancient One smiled. Oh God. Not this again. There was a tinge of fear in Mordo's eyes. What? Did the Ancient One train you like this before? Lin Feng became interested, as a matter of fact. I trained every disciple who was arrogant and extremely talented in this way. The Ancient One shrugged. Should I? Mordo reached for the sling ring at his waist. No. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng stopped Mordo. Lin, are you certain that half a year won't bring about too many changes? The Ancient One kept rubbing the fan in her hand. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. Lin Feng pointed to his eyes. He's almost there. After a long while, a spark, emitting aperture slowly emerged and gradually grew larger. Doctor Strange, with frost on his hair and beard, tumbled out of the aperture. Congratulations. Master Strange, you've mastered magic. Lin Feng looked at Doctor Strange, who was lying on the ground in a daze, with a hint of approval in his eyes. Chapter 61 The Magic Artifact Strange has truly become a mage. Next, we just need to take it easy, leave Earth at a certain point in time, and then quietly wait for Dormammu's arrival. Lin Feng stretched. Look, our Doctor Strange has already gone to find books to read on his own. Stephen. When Wong saw Doctor Strange, dressed in a mage's robe, enter, he stood up. What do you want? Wong. Doctor Strange nodded. I want books on astral projection. You're not ready yet. Wong shook his head. Give it a try. Bianca. Doctor Strange raised an eyebrow, but Wong didn't react at all. Come on. You must have heard of her. She's a huge star. Doctor Strange wanted to show his sense of humor, but Wong remained expressionless. Have you never laughed? Doctor Strange felt somewhat helpless. Fine, just give me the book. No. Wong still spat out a single word expressionlessly. As night fell, Wong was sitting at the table, reading a book with earphones on. Suddenly, a small portal appeared beside him, and a hand reached out from it and took a book. HM? Wong sensed something amiss, turned around, but found nothing unusual. An aperture emerged, and a book was taken. Wong looked back again to observe. When he looked back at the table, he found that the book he had been reading just now had also disappeared. He took off his earphones and stood up angrily. Hey, Wong, don't be agitated. It's our Sorcerer Strange who took the book. Don't worry, he'll return it soon. Lin Feng held down Wang's shoulder, halting his next move. Strange was indeed gifted with remarkable talents. In front of the Ancient One was the scene in Strange's room. At this moment, Dr. Strange's body was resting on the bed, while his soul had left the body and was flipping through the magic book he had just obtained. Once, right in this room. You begged me to teach you. But now you're telling me that you question all the courses and choose to study on your own? Looking at Dr. Strange in front of him, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, why didn't you directly study with the general theory of arcane mage formulas I compiled back then? The introductory stage is extremely difficult, but once one successfully gets started, the learning methods for ordinary people no longer apply to me. On Dr. Strange's face carried a tinge of haughtiness. Once in this very room, you bade me broaden my horizons, yet now you require me to abide by some senseless rules. Are you referring to the rule of not using the sling ring within the library? Lin Feng let out a cold snort. If everyone were to act thus, how could we discern whether those with ill intentions were attempting to surreptitiously learn dark magic? Did Wang tattle? Dr. Strange furrowed his brows. You learn magic at a remarkable pace. Lin Feng evaded the topic, waved his hand, and a wall resembling a shattered mirror emerged before the two of them. You now need a safer place to practice. This is the mirror dimension. It has always existed, but remains imperceptible to ordinary people. Lin Feng led Dr. Strange through that wall. This place has no impact on the real world. We train, observe here, and sometimes use it to isolate dangers. Without the sling ring, you would be trapped here. Wait, what kind of danger? Dr. Strange was somewhat perplexed. Remember what I showed you before? Lin Feng smiled faintly, pressed his hands downward, and the entire mirror dimension underwent a drastic change. To understand the boundless multiverse surely encompasses the perils within. If I were to tell you something you're unaware of now, you might be frightened away. Perhaps not then. Dr. Strange shrugged. So, just how vast are the stars? Dr. Strange looked at Lin Feng, who was instructing the mages in their training. No one knows the age of the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo tied his shoes and rose to his feet. All we know is that both he and the Ancient One are from Great Xia, yet no one has ever mentioned their past. You don't know him at all, yet you follow him? Dr. Strange arched an eyebrow. All we know is that he has led Kamar-Taj to a brand new height. Mordo assumed a starting stance. The Ancient One has shaped who I am today, and I'm equally loyal to her designated successor. Remember, at all times, always trust your mentor so that you won't go astray. Like Caecilius? Dr. Strange recalled the rumors he'd heard these days. Yes. Mordo lunged forward, sweeping his leg towards Dr. Strange, who dodged nimbly. Do you know him? Dr. Strange rushed forward and seized Mordo's wrist. When he first came, he had nothing and was disenchanted with life. Mordo turned around and choked Dr. Strange's neck. He was heartbroken and sought answers in the arcane arts. He was a genius, but proud and stubborn. He questioned the Ancient One and even rejected her teachings. Sounds kind of familiar. Dr. Strange struck Mordo's rib with his elbow. He left Kamar-Taj, and his followers, like foolish sheep, followed him away and began to believe in false doctrines. Mordo rubbed the part struck by Dr. Strange. It was he who stole those pages, right? Dr. Strange shrugged. What do those pages record? Stop asking. Mordo shook his head and retrieved a weapon from the adjacent shelf. It was a magical implement. Some magics were too difficult to control, so they were infused into the weapon, enabling us to wield it with ease. This was the scepter of the living tribunal. Mordo gave a forceful tug on the staff in his hand. The staff emitted a golden radiance and transformed into a long whip. Mordo lashed it violently on the ground. And then it returned to its original form. He clicked his heels, producing a shower of sparks. Magical implements vary. For instance, there's the Staff of Adam, and also these. The Leaping Boots of Valtor. The name is a bit of a mouthful. Dr. Strange pursed his lips. When will I get my own magical implement? When you're ready, Mordo shrugged. I think I'm ready. Dr. Strange raised an eyebrow. Whether you're ready is determined by the magical implement. Mordo shook his head. And now, create a weapon with basic spells. All right. Dr. Strange tilted his head, formed a hand seal with his hands. A golden light flashed, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded and vanished from the spot. Then he removed the time stone, inserted it into the eye of Agamotto, and placed it on the shelf in the center of the library. Chapter 62, The Fall of New York. Now, let's see what he'll do. Lin Feng smiled faintly. As long as he learns to use the time stone as he did originally, everything will be back on track completely. As night fell and the rain poured down in torrents, Dr. Strange tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He sat up, made his way to the library, took out the Book of Time, opened its pages, and picked up an apple on the table to take a bite. The Eye of Agamotto. Doctor Strange saw the illustration in the book and then glanced at the shelf in the center of the library. Wong. Doctor Strange looked around with a sense of stealth. After confirming that Wong was not in the library, he walked towards the Eye of Agamotto and put it around his neck. Good. First, open the Eye of Agamotto. Doctor Strange formed a mudra with his hands, and the Eye of Agamotto began to rotate, emitting a vivid emerald green glow. Then, his hands moved in succession, and a green aperture encircled his forearm. Whoosh! Doctor Strange let out a long sigh of relief. He aimed the time magic formula in his hand at the apple on the table, and the time on the apple started to flow. The apple, which had been bitten a few times, turned into a core. Oh goodness! There was excitement in Doctor Strange's eyes. As the magic formula rotated in reverse, the core turned back into a whole apple. Wait! Doctor Strange suddenly thought of something. He pushed the book on the table in front of him, then turned to the torn pages. As the magic formula rotated, time reversed, and the missing pages gradually restored to their original state. Dormammu, the Dark Dimension. Looking at the names on the pages, Doctor Strange murmured to himself, "Eternal life? What?" Hearing a strange noise, Doctor Strange suddenly raised his head. The space in front of him cracked like the mirror dimension. "Stop!" The enraged voice of Mordo resounded, startling Doctor Strange. The spell in his hand dissipated instantaneously beyond his control, and the spatial fissure before him gradually vanished. "So, Ancient One, is this how you teach them magic?" Lin Feng's hands emanated a magical glow. Moments ago, he had been mending the spatial fluctuations resulting from local temporal changes. How could you so recklessly break the boundaries of time and space? Mordo stormed over. "I just did as it was written in the book." Doctor Strange was somewhat flustered. "What did the book say?" Wong approached. "Did it mention the dangers of doing this?" "I don't know. I haven't reached that part yet." Doctor Strange lifted his eyelids slightly. The time manipulation spell can create time branches, which are highly unstable spaces with spatial paradoxes and time loops. Mordo's voice still seethed with anger. "Do you want to be trapped forever in an infinite time loop? Shouldn't the warning be printed before the incantation? It would be better that way." Doctor Strange's voice was barely audible. "Your curiosity will be the death of you." Wong stared into Doctor Strange's eyes. "What you did just now was not controlling time and space. You were destroying it. We must not disrupt the laws of nature." Wong took away the Book of Time in front of Doctor Strange. "We need to safeguard it." "How did you manage to do that just now?" Mordo suddenly looked up. "Where did you learn such a complex incantation? And how could you even understand it?" "I possess the ability of eidetic memory." Doctor Strange shrugged. "Otherwise, how could I have obtained doctorates in both physics and medicine simultaneously? But what you did just now couldn't be achieved merely by memory." Mordo's eyes glistened with an inexplicable radiance. "The celestial bodies and the Ancient One were right. Your talent is worlds apart from mine. You are born to be a master of the mystic arts. But my hands still don't obey me." Doctor Strange shook his head. "That's the case for now." Wong shrugged. "Isn't it permanent?" Doctor Strange furrowed his brows. "We are not soothsayers." Mordo took a deep breath. "When will you tell me the truth?" Doctor Strange looked at Mordo. "All right." Wong led Doctor Strange to the platform in the center of the library. Kamar Taj, mutants, inhumans, and even mortal heroes led by Tony Stark. We all belong to the rectifiers, yet we have different divisions of labor. In fact, since ancient times, Kamar Taj has been safeguarding this world. Kamar Taj protects the world from the invasion of the magical world. Wong turned the platform, and a projection of the earth appeared in the air. The title of the Sorcerer Supreme is passed down from generation to generation. The Celestial Bodies is the current Sorcerer Supreme. Thousands of years ago, the progenitor of the Masters of the Mystic Arts was the powerful Agamotto. He created the Eye of Agamotto, the one you just opened. Wong looked at Doctor Strange's chest. Agamotto established 3 sanctums in modern cities, located in Hong Kong, New York, and London. The 3 sanctums form the protective net of our world. The sanctums protect the world, and the masters guard the sanctums. Mordo summarized. "Who is our enemy?" Doctor Strange hesitated. "It's hard to say, such as creatures from other dimensions." Wong shook his head. "Such as Dormammu?" Doctor Strange took a deep breath. "How do you know this name?" Mordo frowned. "In the Book of Cagliostro, what's wrong?" Doctor Strange was a bit puzzled. "Dormammu dwells in the dark dimension. He transcends space." Wong turned the stone platform again. "He is the devourer of the universe, the destroyer of worlds. Possessing infinite power and great ambition, he desires to invade all universes and bring everything into his dark dimension, and what he most wants to devour is the earth. The dark elves that the purifiers eliminated before can be sought out. Dr. Strange curled his lips. So, those pages stolen by Caecilius are the incantations to summon Dormammu and draw power from the dark dimension. Wong nodded. So, I have great magical talent, right? Dr. Strange took a deep breath. Can I also contribute my strength to safeguarding human civilization? Certainly. Mordo nodded. And in the next instant, a bell rang. It's the New York Sanctum. Wong was startled. Boom. The door leading to the New York Sanctum suddenly opened, and a figure rushed out from it. But before running a few steps, the figure was pierced through the chest by an invisible magical blade from behind. Caecilius. The group looked towards the other side of the door. Caecilius was seen holding a huge glowing ball in his hand and suddenly smashing it to the ground. A deafening boom resounded. The New York Sanctum crumbled, and Dr. Strange, struck by flying sand and stones, lost consciousness in an instant. Chapter 63, Mephisto. King Mordo? Dr. Strange opened his eyes. By then, he had been swept into the London Sanctum by the explosion's shockwave. He rushed to the door, pushed it open, and surveyed the surrounding scene, his eyes clouded with bewilderment. 117A, Baker Street. Dr. Strange saw the house number and realized he had arrived in London. Is anyone there? Dr. Strange returned to the London Sanctum and inspected the interior. Rumbling. A strange sound echoed, and the door of the London Sanctum was forcefully breached as if by a current of water. Daniel, they named you the guardian mage of this sanctum. You should know what that implies, said Caecilius as he and his zealots slowly entered. Daniel tightly grasped the weapon in his hand. You will die to defend it. Caecilius made a gentle swipe with both hands, and an invisible magical blade materialized in his palm. Many zealots charged forward and knocked Daniel to the ground. Stop! Dr. Strange vaulted over the stair railing. But Caecilius had already plunged the blade into Daniel's chest. How long have you been at Kamar Taj, esteemed? Caecilius raised his pitch black eyes to look at Dr. Strange. It's Dr. Mage? Caecilius tilted his head. It's strange, Dr. Strange replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. It is quite strange. Strange has the same pronunciation as strange in English, meaning odd. Caecilius nodded. But what should one call you? Caecilius struck another blow, completely slaying the Daniel mage who had just risen and was kneeling half, bent on the ground. Then he charged in the direction of Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange was startled. He formed a spell, seal with his hands, and magical energy surged in his palms, forming a golden rope. Facing the siege of several people, Dr. Strange was overpowered and fled. Caecilius joined his hands together, then gently pushed forward. Instantly, the entire ground began to flow. Dr. Strange ran forward desperately, yet the distance between him and Caecilius remained unchanged. Seeing this, Dr. Strange turned to face Caecilius, formed two magical round shields by pinching his fingers into spell forms. However, one of them only lasted for an instant, flickered, and then disappeared. Shit! Dr. Strange gritted his teeth and engaged in combat with several fanatics. Magical auras kept surging. Dr. Strange used several teleportation gates at the end of the corridor to isolate the fanatics in the distance, and then confronted Caecilius. Hey! In the process of fighting and retreating, Dr. Strange picked up a golden, glowing chalice nearby and aimed it at Caecilius. You have no idea how to use it, do you? Caecilius looked at Dr. Strange, raising an eyebrow. Dr. Strange made a thoughtful expression, then suddenly threw the chalice in his hand. Caecilius easily deflected it, and then kicked Dr. Strange in the chest. Under Caecilius' continuous attacks, Dr. Strange was forced to retreat step by step, and even shattered several display cabinets. C-Series struck with a blade, yet his hand was ensnared by the corner of a crimson cape. Unconvinced, C-Series launched several consecutive strikes, but all were blocked by the cape. Seeing this, he flew into a rage and kicked Dr. Strange down the stairs, whereupon the cape swiftly swooped down after him. Dr. Strange slowly levitated, the red cape billowing behind him. He formed a madra with his hands, and a long golden whip materialized in his grasp. Dr. Strange gave a flick of his hand, and the whip coiled around C-Series' long sword, and the two began to struggle. Guided by the cape, Dr. Strange flung the restraining device on the shelf onto C-Series, while C-Series mumbled some incomprehensible words. What are you saying? Dr. Strange removed the metal cover from C-Series' mouth, yet C-Series continued to murmur those incantations. Stop, cease this. Dr. Strange grew somewhat irritated. Well, Dr. Mage, this isn't something that can be halted at will. C-Series smiled faintly. I don't have the slightest idea what this is about. Dr. Strange shook his head. This is the end, and also the beginning. C-Series stared into Dr. Strange's eyes. The many turned to few, and the few into one. If you continue to spout such pedantic nonsense, I'll seal your mouth again with this. Dr. Strange was rather impatient. Tell me, Dr. Mage. Listen, my name is Dr. Stephen Strange. Dr. Strange interrupted C-Series. Are you really a doctor? Cassius arched an eyebrow. As a scientist, you should know. Let's skip over this nonsense. The matter is a foregone conclusion. Lin Feng shook his head and closed the screen in front of him. Well, now the general direction of the matter is basically determined. Should we simply meet our end or take a stroll in an outer dimension and give ourselves a vacation? Lin Feng looked at the Ancient One beside him who was watching the show with him. Let's choose an outer dimension. It's time we stretched our muscles. The Ancient One stretched lazily. First of all, we'll go have a chat with Mephisto. Mephisto? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. That's a dimensional demon more powerful than Dormammu. Are you sure? Alone. I can at most stay alive in a one-on-one fight against Mephisto in the Hell Dimension, but with you, there should be no problem. The Ancient One stood up, with a powerful confidence shining in her eyes. A supreme mage who can fight Mephisto one in Hell actually died from being stabbed and then falling off a building? A flicker of amusement passed through Lin Feng's eyes. Yeah, who knows? The world is full of uncertainties, right? The Ancient One looked at Lin Feng with a knowing look. You're right. The world is full of uncertainties. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Mordo Wong, Star Mages, the Ancient One, Wong and Mordo, who heard the news and rushed over, bowed respectfully to the two. The Ancient One and I will be away for a while. During this time, the earth is in your hands. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. But the New York Sanctum was destroyed, and the threat of Dormammu is imminent. Mordo was a bit puzzled. It was precisely because the temple was destroyed that we had to leave. Lin Feng heaved a sigh. A dimensional demon god more powerful than Dormammu had set his eyes on the earth, and we had to stop him. Therefore, dealing with Dormammu could only be left to you. Without the help of the Sorcerer Supreme, how could we face a dimensional demon god? A trace of despair lingered in Mordo's eyes. Trust Strange, the Ancient One said slowly. He will lead you through this crisis. As the words fell, Lin Feng and the Ancient One smiled faintly and vanished on the spot. Strange. A peculiar light sparkled in Mordo's eyes. Is this hell? Lin Feng clicked his tongue as he surveyed the chaotic scene of demons dancing all around. The Starlight Sorcerer, the Ancient One. A hoarse voice resounded. A fiery red figure with devilish horns emerged slowly from the depths of hell. So, what brings two Sorcerers Supreme to my domain? Chapter 64 The Death of Mephisto the Starlight Sorcerer, the Ancient One. What business do two Sorcerers Supreme have in hell? Mephisto stepped out slowly, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng and the Ancient One. A strange psychic force surged towards the two. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. A smile tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as he saw Mephisto approaching. Put away your memory, manipulating tricks. They won't work on us. Ancient One, you possess a great deal of power. Mephisto looked at the Ancient One with some confusion. Dormammu, the Vishanti, Sidorak, and my power. You even have the power of eternity and the living tribunal within you? How did you manage that? Everyone has their secrets, don't they? The respected Lord of Hell? The Ancient One smiled faintly. As for you, the power within you is quite pure. Mephisto looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with even more confusion. He felt that something beyond his understanding had emerged. You actually possess 5 Infinity Stones? Wait, as the Sorcerer Supreme, you should also have the Eye of Agamotto. So you have all 6 Infinity Stones? This is quite rare in the universe. Moreover, after being washed by the power of the Infinity Stones, you can still maintain the purity of the power within you? How is this possible? Anything is possible. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, and a gentle white light emanated from around his body. But this originally gentle energy exhibited a strange melting phenomenon upon coming into contact with the hellish energy. All the hellish demons enveloped by Lin Feng's primeval creation energy gradually melted like butter. Lin Feng took a deep breath, a trace of comfort on his face. Lord Mephisto, the energy in your dimension has a rather nice taste. You're devouring and assimilating my power. Mephisto was startled in his heart, and a demonic flame rushed towards Lin Feng. Don't attack me with such low-level energy. It will only become nourishment for me. Lin Feng spread his arms, and the white primordial energy of creation formed a light barrier, enveloping Mephisto's infernal flames within, and then slowly absorbed them. It has to be said that the power contained in the attacks you directly emanate is more pure. Unable to use energy attacks, The energy quality on him is extremely high. Mephisto's mind raced, and he charged forward directly. He enhanced his physical body with the energy of the infernal dimension and threw a punch. Interesting. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. He removed the battle armor on his right hand, and then thrust a punch forward. Boom! A loud noise resounded as Lin Feng's and Mephisto's fists collided, and a violent energy fluctuation burst out. The infernal dimension was actually punched into an energy vacuum by this attack. Physical attacks are meaningless. Gu Yi shook her head. Within the infernal dimension, Mephisto's power is nearly limitless. The entire infernal dimension will supply energy to him. Unless the infernal dimension is destroyed, he will never die. We need to sever his connection with hell first. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. I wonder, does a vegetative state count as death? What? Gu Yi was taken aback. I mean, what if we exterminate his soul without killing his physical body? Lin Feng stroked his chin, and a glint of excitement appeared in his eyes as he looked at Mephisto. Exterminating his soul doesn't mean much either. The infernal dimension will give birth to a new soul within his body. Wait. Suddenly, the Ancient One raised her head. You mean to? Exactly. Let's give it a try. In Lin Feng's eyes, there sparkled an inexplicable radiance as he charged towards Mephisto once more. It seems feasible. The Ancient One also became intrigued. In an instant, she conjured dozens of spell seals in her hands, and a multitude of high-level magical attacks surged towards Mephisto. Whether it was the magic of the Vishanti, Sidorak, Dormammu, or even the magic from eternity, all rushed towards Mephisto in a flood. Indeed, the visual effect of firepower coverage is always the most spectacular. Lin Feng charged towards Mephisto, and those magics, as if having eyes, streaked past him and bombarded Mephisto's body. Lin Feng burst out from the smoke and dust caused by the numerous magics, then embraced Mephisto, locking his body. The Ancient One closed in and struck Mephisto's chest with a palm. Do you think you can defeat me in this way? Mephisto's soul floated out. To defeat me in this state, you can only fight me with soul power. Even if my soul can't directly draw the power of the hell dimension, you still can't kill me in this state. Is that so? Lin Feng slowly sat down, and a chair materialized out of thin air beneath him. The chair had a peculiar shape. The moment he sat on it, Lin Feng's entire demeanor changed abruptly. This is the command chair I had on the Genesis class flagship. I once sat on this chair and exterminated countless civilizations. Lin Feng caressed the armrest of the chair. Do you know that in front of me, the moment you revealed your soul, you were already doomed to die? Lin Feng's soul soared out from his body, hurtling towards Mephisto with an aura as if from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. How could this be? How many lives have you destroyed exactly? A flicker of fear emerged in Mephisto's soul form. I have annihilated dozens of worlds within the multiverse. How could the slaughter in your soul exceed mine? Dozens of worlds? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh derisively. How many people could there be in dozens of worlds? A few tens of billions? That amounts to tens of billions of lives. I have once eradicated dozens of civilizations. Lin Feng's soul form seized Mephisto's head. Some of those civilizations thrived on planets so vast that they could sustain the existence of tens of billions of intelligent lives. Regrettably, I have destroyed over a dozen such life-bearing planets. For the sake of the human civilization, Mephisto, prepare to meet your end. The killing aura within Lin Feng's soul surged into Mephisto's soul. Mephisto's soul emitted shrill cries, then gradually dissipated. Look. You're so arrogant just because you've killed a few tens of billions of lives. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Lord of Hell, Mephisto, please offer your strength for the human civilization. Chapter 65 Dormammu. I've come to negotiate conditions, come on. Now tell me, are you about to do what I've envisioned? A rare glint of excitement shone in the Ancient One's eyes. Indeed. Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. His soul then returned to his body. He raised his hand, and streams of primeval creation energy radiated from his palm, coiling around Mephisto's body. Mephisto slowly levitated into the air. His body started to draw energy from the hellish dimension, condensing it into a beam of light that shot towards Lin Feng's chest. Excellent. Feeling the surging power pouring into his body, Lin Feng nodded, then opened a portal. Lin? Tony, who was examining the machinery, looked up. Where's that? This is hell. Lin Feng shrugged. What? Hell? Are you dead? It's been so short a time. What's going on? Tony was taken aback. It's just an extra-dimensional realm. One doesn't have to die to enter it. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. I've subdued hell. Bring me the energy conversion device I asked you to prepare before. No problem. Tony came to his senses and pressed a button. A spire extended from the top of the exorcist building, with a prism-like device on it. Good. Lin Feng smiled faintly. As for now, integrate it into the power grid. Lin Feng waved his hands, and the beam of light was diverted from his chest, passing through the portal and shining on the prism. Streams of data flashed across the screen beneath the spire. Then, blood, red energy was transmitted down through the energy channels on the spire. The color gradually faded until it turned pure white and was stored in huge storage devices. See, pure primeval creation energy. Lin Feng soared out of the portal, opened the valve of a storage device, and took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way. Such nostalgia. Had he possessed this thing earlier, he might not even have needed to enter into contracts with those entities. Yuli sensed the energy level within and couldn't help but click her tongue. With an entire dimension to supply energy, some of her previous items could be brought out. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with intense excitement and fighting spirit. Such pure primeval creation energy. Zero ascended from the base of the exterminator building. Could such an energy intensity be sustained? Look over there, Lin Feng pointed to the sky. I've integrated Mephisto into the power grid. I obtained a great deal of valuable items from the planet we shattered earlier, and now with an abundant energy supply, the construction of the Colossus-class battleship seems to be able to be put on the agenda. The current Genesis is truly abysmal. Controlling it gives me the feeling of being back 500 years ago when humanity had just truly entered the starry sky. Let's leave it at that for now. Soon, we'll have a new power source. Lin Feng looked towards the east. Tony, centered around the exterminator base, established primeval creation energy, receiving devices, and power conversion devices globally. Fossil fuels and atomic energy should be phased out. Now, we have true clean energy. Lin Feng pointed to the sky. I still have some other matters to attend to. No problem. Gazing at the colossal energy output, excitement sparkled in Tony's eyes. He knew that it was time for an upgrade of the energy source of his Iron Man suit. And things like cold fusion would soon be a thing of the past. At the Hong Kong Sanctum. The timing is just right. Lin Feng looked at the scene where time seemed to be suspended, which was the aftermath of Doctor Strange's time reversal spell being interrupted. Indeed, the timing is perfect. The Ancient One nodded. Wait a minute. How did they manage to escape from under the clutches of Caecilius? I had a little trick up my sleeve. Lin Feng shrugged. A scarlet figure flew to his side. It was Wanda. You carry the aura of Shuma Gorath. The Ancient One blinked. Did you give her the Darkhold? Yes. The reason I asked you to find the Darkhold was for her. Lin Feng nodded. She has the ability to replace Shuma Gorath, but I don't intend to let her do so. She can continue to draw energy from Shuma Gorath, but eventually, the essence of Shuma Gorath will be incorporated into the power grid. Not bad. Now she possesses power no less than mine. A faint smile appeared on the Ancient One's face. Our power is growing ever stronger. Isn't this beautiful? A world that transcends time. Caecilius looked at the corner of the sky being devoured by Dormammu, his eyes filled with fanaticism, transcending death, transcending the world. A hint of contemplation flickered in Doctor Strange's eyes. Then his eyes lit up, and he soared into the air, dashing towards the dark dimension, gazing at the surrounding scene. Doctor Strange opened the eye of Agamotto, set a spell on his hand, and then flew towards Dormammu. Dormammu, I've come to negotiate terms. Doctor Strange glanced at the spell on his hand, and then looked at Dormammu. You've come to your death. Dormammu's deep voice resounded. Your world now belongs to me. Just like the others. As the words fell, a multitude of magical blades hurtled towards Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange conjured 2 magical round shields in his hands, blocking most of the attacks. Then Dormammu opened his mouth and spat out a powerful beam of energy. After a brief moment of resistance, Doctor Strange's defense was torn asunder, and his entire being was reduced to ashes. A strange humming sound echoed, time reversed, and Doctor Strange flew back again. Dormammu, I've come to negotiate terms. Doctor Strange looked at the spell on his hand once more. You've come to your death. Wait, what's happening? Is this an illusion? Dormammu was somewhat puzzled. No, this is reality. Doctor Strange shook his head. Very well. Dormammu summoned 2 sharp pillars that pierced through Doctor Strange's chest. Dormammu, I've come to negotiate terms. Doctor Strange flew back yet again. What's going on here? Dormammu came to his senses. Just as you granted Caecilius power from your world, I've brought something from my world as well. Doctor Strange raised his right hand. This is time, infinite, looping time. How dare you? The enraged Dormammu smashed down with a punch, and Doctor Strange was directly crushed into a pulp. Dormammu, I've come to negotiate terms. You cannot keep doing this indefinitely. Dormammu was scarcely able to believe it. In fact, I can, retorted Doctor Strange with a shrug. Is this not the case now? You and I, trapped in the same moment, in an infinite loop. Then be prepared to die over and over again. There was a hint of ferocity in Dormammu's voice. Yes, but everyone on Earth will survive. Doctor Strange clicked his tongue. Human civilization will endure, but you will suffer greatly. Pain is an old acquaintance of mine. Doctor Strange chuckled. Moreover, the overall interests of human civilization supersede all else. Chapter 66. All batteries you cannot win. After countless repetitions of the loop, Dormammu grew impatient. Yes, but I can afford to lose. I can lose time and time again and never stop. Doctor Strange slowly rose to his feet. And you will forever remain my captive. Strange possesses an unparalleled capacity to endure pain. Watching this scene, a smile played upon the face of the Ancient One. He improves with each iteration. To be honest, if Dormammu continues like this, perhaps after thousands or tens of thousands more times, our Doctor Strange might truly defeat Dormammu. Lin Feng regarded Doctor Strange with eyes filled with approval. No, stop. Let me out. Dormammu roared as he killed Doctor Strange once more. No. Doctor Strange, flying out again, shook his head. I said, I've come to negotiate terms. What do you want? Dormammu regarded Doctor Strange, and he decided to compromise. Take your followers and leave. Cease your maleficence in our world, and never return. Doctor Strange assumed the starting gesture to control the eye of Agamotto. Agree, and I'll end the loop. What have you done? Cassius looked at Doctor Strange, who landed behind him. I struck a deal. Doctor Strange shrugged. What is this? Cassius stared at his hand. Like hand. Oh, this is exactly what you desired, to become a part of Dormammu eternally. Doctor Strange stepped forward. You definitely won't like it. Truly, you should have stolen the whole book. Doctor Strange watched as Cassius and his zealots were sucked away. For the warning was right after the spell. Ha ha ha. Wong burst into a fit of laughter. Ah, this is so hilarious. Suddenly, a voice came from the air. Since you're here, don't leave. Lin Feng landed beside Doctor Strange. Don't rush to reverse time. I still have a score to settle with Dormammu. Stars, Ancient One, you're back? Doctor Strange let out a sigh of relief and almost slumped to the ground. Yes, I'm back. From now on, leave it to us. Lin Feng slowly flew into the dark dimension. Stars Mage, Ancient One. Dormammu looked at the two. I'm ready to leave and will never come back. There is an old saying on Earth. Lin Feng looked at Dormammu and said, Since we have come, let us be at peace here. Do you know what it means? Of course I know. That was said by Confucius, an ancient sage from the east of the earth. It means that since one has come, one should settle down here. I do have some understanding of Earth's culture. Facing Lin Feng and the Ancient One, Dormammu's temper became better. No, you're wrong. Lin Feng shook his head. The meaning of this sentence is, since you've come, then be buried here. As the words fell, the entire temperament of Lin Feng suddenly changed. The long-distance energy transmission technology that ignores space had long been mature. The energy from the Hell Dimension instantly poured into Lin Feng's body, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation burst out in an instant, instantly blocking the connection between Dormammu and the Dark Dimension. How did you do this? Dormammu's voice was filled with horror. He felt that he could no longer draw energy from the Dark Dimension. I just turned Mephisto into a battery. It's quite easy to deal with you. Lin Feng stretched lazily, squeezed hard, and Dormammu's huge demon god body shattered directly, revealing his thin body. It's that simple. Lin Feng slapped out Dormammu's soul with one palm, crushed it casually, then hung it up, made it into an energy transmission node in the same way, and then connected it to the energy conversion tower on the top of the Exalted One building. Dark power surged. The originally blood-red energy lines now had an additional half of pure black. The two distinct energy streams in the energy conversion tower turned into pure primeval creation energy and were injected into the energy storage device. I discovered a minor issue. Lin Feng stroked his chin and, incidentally, asked Doctor Strange to restore the sanctum using the Time Stone. It seems that our energy storage is somewhat insufficient. I actually have an idea. The Ancient One shrugged. Our thoughts should coincide once again. I recall that Kamar Taj should possess magic related to creating dimensions, right? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Correct. Yet, is the former Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj preparing to become a Dimension Demon God? A smile played on the Ancient One's face. So what? Didn't Agamotto, together with the other two, become part of the Trinity of the Vishanti? Lin Feng clicked his tongue. There shouldn't be any problem for me to become a Dimension Demon God. and borrowing the primeval creation energy can also be regarded as one of the magic cultivation methods in Kamartaj. Very well. The Ancient One nodded. What space do you plan to use as the basis for the dimension? I think we have a ready-made space for me to create my stellar dimension. Confidence filled Lin Feng's eyes. I'm going to Asgard. I see, and that person's concept is similar to yours, except you're a bit more radical. The Ancient One smiled faintly, watching Lin Feng disappear before her. Asgard. Odin. Lin Feng looked at Odin, sitting on the throne with a smile. Has Lord Stellar come to fulfill his promise? Odin's aged voice resounded. Exactly. Open the independent space that seals Hela. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you. Odin waved his hand, and a portal appeared in front of the two of them. My seal has been broken. So, has that old fellow Odin passed away? A hoarse voice came from the other side of the portal, and a woman with disheveled hair emerged. Odin, you're still alive? What? Have you had enough of living and want me to end your life? Hela looked at Odin on the throne, gathered her hair with both hands, forming a spiked helmet. With a flick of her hands, two night sky swords appeared in her grasp. Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I believe we have much to talk about. With a thought, Lin Feng was covered in silver-white battle armor. However, before that, I must first make you submit. Chapter 67, The Most Efficient Method. Midgardian? Hela looked at Lin Feng with great interest. You have quite a bit of courage. After I slay Odin and become the Queen of Asgard, how about you becoming my executioner? Alas. Lin Feng let out a sigh. A wisp of primeval creation energy was released, directly suspending Hela in midair. Then he turned to look at Odin. Lord Odin, could you excuse us? Very well. Odin left with a smile. In the vast royal palace, only Lin Feng and Hela remained. You may struggle as you like. I know that in Asgard, your strength will grow stronger and stronger. But even at your most powerful, you won't be able to defeat me. Lin Feng clenched his 5 fingers, and 6 invisible barriers enclosed Hela within, slowly shrinking. I wasn't prepared just now. Dare you release me? Hela pounded angrily on the invisible barrier in front of her. You have led the warriors of Asgard through countless wars. In the heat of battle, do you think the enemy would ever grant you a chance? Lin Feng replied with an expressionless countenance. However, to make you completely convinced, I will release you. Summon your most formidable attack, and I shall grant you the time to prepare. Lin Feng waved his hand and released Hela from her restraints. Hela looked at Lin Feng, then spread her arms wide. A multitude of night sky swords materialized around her. She reached out her hand, and with a gesture, a hammer crackling with electric light flew into her grasp. Mjolnir. If Thor were to witness this scene, he would likely be heartbroken all over again. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. A dazzling burst of electric light erupted from Mjolnir, and the power of the thunder god coiled around the night sky swords summoned by Hela. The once pitch black night sky swords were now covered with a layer of blue. Hela pointed Mjolnir forward, and a volley of night sky swords hurtled towards Lin Feng, bearing a momentum reminiscent of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin in Eastern fantasy. Hela didn't use Mjolnir itself to attack Lin Feng, for she knew that for a powerhouse of Lin Feng's caliber, the characteristic of Mjolnir that none could lift was meaningless. Even she herself could easily shatter Mjolnir. Is this your most powerful attack? If it were a life and death struggle, you couldn't even defeat Thor in his current state. Lin Feng held his right hand flat in front of his chest, fingers splayed. A barrier materialized in the air. The night sky sword shattered upon hitting the barrier, unable to leave even the slightest crack on it. In Asgard, my power is boundless. In Hela's eyes, there was a fierce glint. The swords of the night sky were continuously generated and charged towards Lin Feng's barrier. Your power will eventually be exhausted. By then, you'll be at my mercy. Really? Lin Feng waved his hand, and 2 teleportation gates opened behind him. 2 rays of light, one black and one red, shone on Lin Feng from the 2 teleportation gates respectively, adding a touch of eeriness to his silver, white body. So what about now? Lin Feng looked at Hela with a faint, ambiguous smile. You're not from Midgard. You're a dimension controller. There was a hint of disbelief in Hela's eyes. Sorry. I'm an earthling, that is, what you call a Midgardian. Lin Feng walked forward slowly. However, I've defeated Mephisto and Dormammu, so their dimensions now belong to me. This is impossible. How could a Midgardian defeat dimension demons? Hela felt that her worldview was severely shaken, and unconsciously, the power in her hands grew a bit stronger. Well, this is the difference between you and Thor. When you feel your worldview is shaken, your instinctive reaction is to increase the firepower output and destroy the opponent. while that guy Thor just stands there stupidly. At this moment, Lin Feng had advanced through the rain of swords and reached in front of Hela. He nodded in approval, then stretched out his hand and grabbed Hela's neck. Now, any more questions? No more questions, Hela said dejectedly, loosening her hand. Mjolnir fell to the ground, trembled for a moment, and then flew into the distance. If there are such powerful beings in the universe, what's the point of my conquests? War always holds significance, for the meaning of war lies within the war itself. There was a hint of bewitching power in Lin Feng's words. War is the swiftest means to propel the development of a civilization. Look around you. Asgard, which has been free from war for hundreds of years, has seen no progress. So what? Even with the combined might of all Asgard, I can't defeat you. Hela shook her head, then acquire more power. Lin Feng shrugged. I was merely a human at first. Everyone grows stronger step by step, don't they? Humans have no limits. I'm not human. I'm of the Aesir. Hela remained deeply attached to her bloodline. Whether Aesir, Vanir, or even mutants and Inhumans, you're all part of humanity, part of human civilization. Lin Feng shook his head. There's no fundamental difference in your genes from those of humans. You, who intermarry with humans, can produce offspring capable of reproduction. Thus, you are essentially human. So, can I become as powerful as you? Hela took a deep breath. Becoming as powerful as me isn't really meaningful. No matter how strong you are, you're still just one person. Lin Feng opened a portal. Come with me. Is that Midgard? Passing through the portal, on the other side was a space station. Hela looked at the blue planet in front of her through the porthole, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, according to your linguistic custom, it was Milgard. However, Asgard has integrated into human civilization. To adapt to the local customs, I suggest you respect our habit and refer to it as Earth. Lin Feng smiled. But what I want you to see is not this. What is it then? Seeing the colossal behemoth moored outside the space station, Hela felt a frantic premonition from the depths of her soul. That colossal object definitely had the power to destroy her. It was a space battleship, which I generally call the Colossus. Lin Feng looked at the Colossus-class battleship moored outside, his eyes tinged with nostalgia. The Colossus-class battleship had the ability to instantly annihilate all life on a living planet. Unbelievable. Hela stared at the battleship in front of her, lost in thought. Is this the so-called technology of humanity? Yes, this is the technology of human civilization, and the Colossus can be mass-produced. Lin Feng's eyes seemed to burn with a raging fire. Can you tell me why you want to conquer the universe? Of course, continuous conquest will make Asgard increasingly powerful. Hela replied without hesitation. Conquest is the least efficient approach. Lin Feng shook his head. Isn't continuous conquest much faster than solely focusing on self-development? Hela retorted. Look at what Asgard has become without war. No, solely focusing on self-development simply cannot be regarded as an alternative. We have more efficient methods. Lin Feng shook his head again. What other methods? Hela was somewhat puzzled. The most efficient method is destruction. Lin Feng gazed at the Colossus berthed in the spaceport, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips. Chapter 68, The Sovereign Civilization. What significance does a destroyed planet hold? Without a population or resources, isn't this a futile waste of our strength? Hela was even more perplexed. Destroying a planet and eradicating a civilization are two entirely different matters. Lin Feng shook his head, and a projection materialized in his hand. Years ago, the Chitauri civilization, minions of the mad titan Thanos, invaded Earth. This was the outcome of that battle. What is this? Hela's eyes widened as she beheld the Chitauri planet engulfed by a neutron torrent. This is a neutron torrent. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It is a planet-killing weapon mounted on the Colossus-class battleship. The massive neutron torrent can instantaneously eliminate all life forms on a planet. After the cleansing is complete, we can choose to transform it into a habitable planet or establish a base, turning it into a resource planet. Some might label this act of completely eradicating all life and leaving only inorganic matter as an inhumane war crime, but I call it efficiency. Holy crap. Everything Hela witnessed today repeatedly shattered her worldview. The intense visual impact of the neutron torrent even made her forget her grace as a god, like being an utter inexpletive. Moments later, she regained her senses and posed another question. But after destroying all life, we'll have no population. How then are we to utilize those resources? Using intelligent life to carry out repetitive and meaningless tasks is in itself a waste. Lin Feng pointed outside. Such pure physical labor could be done by something else. Is it machinery? Hela raised an eyebrow. Can machinery perform such delicate work? Of course it can. due to the frailty of their bodies. Human civilization had developed extremely powerful mechanical technology. They possessed mechanical equipment capable of carrying out highly intricate tasks and had artificial intelligence that could flawlessly control and dispatch them. As he spoke, Zero drifted to Lin Feng's side. "Captain, the first Colossus-class battleship has been completed. What shall we load onto it?" There was a glint of excitement in Zero's eyes. At present, the Colossus-class battleship only had the most conventional planet-shattering star, annihilating cannons, that is, the so-called Earth-exploding heavenly star. However, collecting the debris after shattering a planet was extremely troublesome and inefficient, and it would also cause a great deal of damage. Moreover, what if a Earth-exploding heavenly star blast brought out a celestial being? How many star-annihilating weapons have been manufactured? Lin Feng glanced at Zero. "I've done some research on the Angel of Peace, but not in depth. In this worldview, at any given time, an extremely powerful intelligent life form might suddenly emerge on some planet. So that broken shield isn't very safe." Zero shrugged. "However, we've managed to develop neutron annihilation and nano plague, and even made a few prototypes. How many do we have now?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. 3 neutron torrents. 2 nano plagues. We've also manufactured 1 celestial judgment, but I don't think it's of much significance." Zero replied. 5 planets. Lin Feng nodded. "There is 1 nano plague and 1 starburst device each in my battle suit, along with 7 star-annihilating weapons, one of which can directly obliterate a star system. On this cosmic scale, it is sufficient to wage an interstellar war." Lin Feng gazed out at the boundless cosmic expanse through the porthole of the space station, seemingly envisioning the magnificent future blueprint of human civilization. "Let's test the waters with a small interstellar civilization." A smile played on Lin Feng's face. "Let's go take a look at the brand New Genesis, the first fleet of the human civilization. Get ready to set out." Lin Feng's voice, transmitted via the command system, reached every ship in the entire First Fleet. "We don't need to carry supplies. All extraterrestrial civilizations will be our supply stations. The wormhole generator is activated." At Lin Feng's command, a beam of light appeared in front of the Genesis Colossus-class warship, striking forward to form a huge wormhole. "On the other side of us is the sovereign civilization." Lin Feng's image appeared on every screen of each battleship, and every crew member could see his figure and hear his voice. "This is the first time we are facing a complete civilization." Lin Feng spoke slowly. "The sovereign civilization is an interstellar civilization that has stepped into the universe. Of course, their technological level is lower than ours. All extraterrestrial civilizations are our enemies, and every enemy should be completely eradicated. Today, the human civilization has found them, and every extraterrestrial civilization discovered by us has but one ending. That is, extinction. Extinction." From numerous battleships, a deafening roar erupted, like the crashing of mountains and the surging of tsunamis. Lin Feng, with a flicker of thought, was enveloped by a silvery, white battle armor that then condensed into a long blade. Slowly, he raised the long blade in his hand, pointed it straight ahead, and uttered 2 words faintly: "Advance." The jet nozzles at the rear of dozens of interstellar battleships activated, piercing through the spatial wormhole and arriving above the planet Sovereign. "State your intentions immediately." A signal came from the planet Sovereign. "Otherwise, we will take defensive measures. Prepare the nano plague." Lin Feng paid no heed to the signal from the planet Sovereign, while the main gun muzzle of the Genesis began to emit waves of energy fluctuations. "Sovereign, where do those battleships come from?" Aisha, the high priestess of Sovereign, sat on the throne, looking at the crowd below. "Based on the spatial fluctuations, they should be from the solar system in the Orion arm of the Milky Way, which is within the sphere of influence of Asgard." A Sovereign, whose body was entirely golden, replied. "Very well, I see." Aisha nodded, and then reopened the communicator. "Respected Asgardian civilization, could you explain the purpose of sending a large number of battleships into the airspace of Sovereign?" Aisha's voice rang out again, but Lin Feng remained completely unmoved. A beam of light lit up at the main gun muzzle of the Genesis. A metal sphere emerged directly inside the atmosphere of the planet Sovereign through the small spatial wormhole created at the main gun of the starship, and then exploded with a deafening boom. Chapter 69. The Downfall of the Sovereign Civilization. A strange humming sound resounded. The exploding metal sphere emitted a wisp of grayish, white mist, which rapidly spread throughout the entire atmosphere. What on earth was that which just exploded? Aisha felt a sudden twinge of panic for no apparent reason. "We're still detecting." The Sovereign hadn't even finished speaking when he suddenly dropped to his knees, emitting unintelligible sounds from his throat. Soon, blood oozed from his mouth, and within mere seconds, he was reduced to a skeleton. After devouring that Sovereign, the mist grew even denser and continued to spread across the entire planet of Sovereign. What is that thing? Hella's eyes widened as she stared at the scene on the planet of Sovereign. The Nanoplague. A planet-killing weapon composed of a vast number of self-replicating nanobots by consuming matter. It could wipe out all life on a planet within a short time. Lin Feng gazed at the scene of utter desolation before him, his eyes showing no trace of emotional fluctuation. Soon, all the living beings on this planet would disappear, leaving us with a pristine, untainted planet. Alarm. A energy fluctuation has occurred on the planet of Sovereign. A certain high-level life form is awakening. Based on the system's understanding of this universe, it is preliminarily judged to be Adam the Destroyer, who has woken up ahead of schedule. Zero's voice rang out in the command room. Lin Feng slowly levitated, and a small spatial wormhole opened in front of him. On the other side of the wormhole was the boundless expanse of cosmic space. Kill them. High Priestess Aisha of the Sovereign let out a final, desperate howl, then crumbled into a skeleton. A fierce golden light shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, with an unchanging countenance, gently raised his hand and caught a golden fist. Could the theoretically extremely powerful Warlock Adam be so easily defeated? Looking at Warlock Adam, who was desperately trying to pull his fist out of Lin Feng's grasp, Lin Feng shook his head in disappointment. The battle armor on his body flowed and enveloped Adam. Moments later, the battle armor retracted, leaving only a skeleton floating in the cosmic void. Zero, detect life signs. Lin Feng turned and returned to the control room. Detection complete. There are no life signs left on the Sovereign planet. Zero's emotionless voice resounded in the control room. Very well. Analyze the planet's resources and establish a stable relay point. Lin Feng nodded. A hatch opened on a warship at the rear of the fleet, and a peculiar device flew out, halting near the Sovereign planet. A beam of light was released from the Genesis and struck the device. With a violent spatial fluctuation, a spatial wormhole with silver, white light at its edge slowly opened, gradually expanding to a size large enough for the entire fleet to pass through. On the other end of the wormhole was the space station outside Earth. According to the detection, the Sovereign planet is rich in natural resources. There are a considerable amount of rare metal reserves underground on the Sovereign planet, with gold accounting for the vast majority. Zero soon sent a report. A resource planet? Excellent. Lin Feng nodded, established the star ring, prepared for harvesting, and simultaneously began constructing the transportation system. We intended to hollow out this planet and bring its resources back. Yes, the mining robots have already been deployed. Based on our current technology, all the substances on this planet are estimated to be completely mined out after 132 years. The voice of Zero resounded. Considering the impact of technological iteration, this time would probably be shortened to 47 years. Not bad. Let's go back. Lin Feng stretched, left 4 starships for guarding, and the rest of the fleet headed back. Yes. With the uniform response from everyone, the fleet started to turn around, returned outside the space station, and slowly berthed in the spaceport. The numerous space troops on the ships disembarked in an orderly manner. The robots responsible for warship maintenance and repair boarded the ships and began to conduct inspections. Everything was so concise and efficient. Is this the so-called efficiency you mentioned? Looking at the modular transmission lines that had been prepared and were set up in just 2 hours, with resources starting to be transported in an endless stream, Hella couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yes, this is the way the human civilization wages interstellar wars, concise, efficient, and thorough. Lin Feng nodded. From the departure of the fleet until the destruction of the Sovereign civilization and the establishment of the resource planet, the entire process took less than 36 hours. An efficient way of war is the greatest impetus for the progress of human civilization. Compared to directly destroying a civilization, the benefits and the time wasted in conquering a civilization are completely disproportionate. The first resource planet of the human civilization, Sovereign Star, has started to be constructed. The news broadcasts the achievements of the first fleet of human civilization. The Sovereign civilization is one of the numerous interstellar civilizations in the universe. The intelligent race represented by the Sovereign people rules here. Although they have ventured into the starry sky, their political system remains the primitive imperial system. After the fleet's arrival, the Genesis Colossus class battleship led by Chuanxing employed the highly efficient star-destroying weapon, the Nanoplague. to eliminate the effective forces on Sovereign Star in the shortest possible time, achieving victory in the war. According to the detection, Sovereign Star is rich in metal resources and has been designated as a mining planet. Regrettably, thus, we didn't get to visit the first civilized planet completely destroyed by humanity. What was the reaction of humanity? Lin Feng sat in the office on the top floor of the Exactor building, rolling 2 metal balls in his hand. Report. Captain, according to the detection, no voices opposing our extermination of Sovereign Star have been found. So far, no one has preached those ridiculous humanitarians to the aliens. Zero walked in and slumped onto a sofa. It seemed that Professor X hadn't played any tricks on us. Very well. Keep a close watch. The mind imprint technology should also continue to be studied. Professor X is a well-known bleeding heart in the Marvel Universe. I don't want to leave any hidden dangers. Lin Feng nodded. What was the reaction in the universe to the demise of the sovereign civilization? The Kree civilization has already initiated its war preparations. The Xander civilization and the Shi'ar Empire have voiced their vehement condemnations towards us, yet it is merely condemnation. The might we have demonstrated is sufficient to strike awe into them. None wishes to be assailed by a bout of nano-plague unawares. Zero shrugged. Who shall be our next target? Counter. Earth, the High Evolutionary. I intend to employ recyclable viral weapons. The environment there is conducive, habitable for humans without the need for special modifications. Lin Feng stretched leisurely. Has the star map comparison concluded? Can we ascertain the positions of the civilizations we know? It has been mostly determined. The relatively powerful civilizations in the universe have already come into our view. We have also pinpointed nearly all the civilizations within the Milky Way that have not yet reached the interstellar era and can launch attacks against them at any time. With the supply of an entire resource planet, the construction speed should have accelerated, right? Lin Feng rose slowly. Yes. The second and third Colossus-class battleships are being constructed in full swing. Soon, the human civilization will possess 3 fleets capable of engaging in military campaigns. Very well. Prepare to set out. This time, I won't participate in the battle. I need to commence some preparatory tasks. Our current actions are likely to draw the attention of the Celestials soon. After all, destroying civilizations is tantamount to impeding the birth of new Celestials. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. In this universe, the Celestials are our most formidable adversaries. Chapter 70, The Starry Dimension. In the year 2010 AD, the Rectifiers was founded, jointly established by Kamartaj, Asgard, the mutants, the Inhumans, and some human heroes, representing the first true unity of the high-end combat power of human civilization under the unity of the stars. In 2012 AD, when the Chitauri invaded New York, the Rectifiers defeated the enemies, and the Starry Alliance completely destroyed the Chitauri using star-destroying weapons. The Rectifiers first emerged in the sight of human civilization, marking the entry of human civilization into a new era. In 2013 AD, the mental imprint proposal was officially passed, and Professor X implanted the 3 laws of human civilization deep into the subconscious of every human being. In 2014 AD, human civilization eradicated the Dark Elf civilization, taking the first step towards the starry sky. In 2016 AD, the dimensional demons Mephisto and Dormammu died, and the Hell Dimension and the Dark Dimension became the back gardens of human civilization. Since then, human civilization has had an endless supply of energy. In the same year, the first fleet of the Starry Alliance annihilated the sovereign civilization, and humanity acquired its first resource planet. Phew. In the boundless white space, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A flash of sharp light shot out from his eyes, but it soon faded away. The stellar dimensions have finally been completely accomplished. Lin Feng rose to his feet, floating in a void. A teleportation gate was facing the energy conversion tower atop the Exterminator building. A continuous stream of energy was output from the Dark Dimension and the Hell Dimension. After being converted by the energy conversion tower, it entered Lin Feng's stellar dimensions. The dimension wasn't large enough. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. It wasn't very realistic to expand the dimension directly at the moment, so he had to increase the density of the primeval creation energy. Lin Feng spread his arms, and a vast amount of primeval creation energy began to condense within the stellar dimensions. The primeval creation energy in the void even started to become somewhat scarce. As time went by, the gaseous primeval creation energy was continuously condensed and compressed, gradually transforming into a solid state, emitting a white glow. This is gravity. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The solid primeval creation energy began to actively absorb the surrounding gaseous energy, increasing its own mass and growing larger. From a distance, it resembled a white, glowing star. This kind of condensation has an upper limit. Once the energy density becomes too high, the primeval creation energy will collapse, forming a state similar to a black hole. Excitement shone in Lin Feng's eyes. As the master of this dimension, he could sense every subtle change within the stellar dimensions. Back then, the human civilization didn't conduct in-depth research on the primeval creation energy, merely regarding it as a new type of energy that could be used for human body transformation. Now, Lin Feng seemed to have discovered some new property of the primeval creation energy. Tony, I need your assistance. Lin Feng opened a teleportation gate, and with a wave of his hand, Tony flew through the portal. Hey Lin, what's up? I was in the middle of researching if there were any upgrade possibilities for the Colossus-class battleship. Tony sounded a bit disgruntled, but his eyes were immediately drawn to the glowing primordial energy star in front of him. What is this? Solidified primordial energy of creation? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Due to the limited space within the dimension, I attempted to condense the primordial energy of creation. After reaching a certain degree of condensation, it spontaneously transformed into its current state. I have a hunch that the primordial energy of creation seems to be closely related to the birth of stars in the universe. Tony watched the primordial energy star in front of him with great interest. You know, I've experimented with the conversion between many types of energy and the primordial energy of creation. The results show that apart from unique energies, solar energy actually has the highest conversion efficiency. What if we apply the planet harvesting technology to stars? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Could we obtain a large amount of primordial energy of creation? It's worth a try, but I need to make some modifications to the harvesting star ring. Tony nodded. Okay, no problem. I trust you. Lin Feng took a deep breath. How is our plan progressing during this period? Everything is proceeding steadily. Tony extended his hand, and a projection emerged. During the year when you were perfecting the star dimension, we have eradicated 32 civilizations of various sizes. Among them, there are 18 habitable planets, and the immigration process is gradually underway. The remaining 14 planets, designated as resource stars, are also being steadily exploited. Additionally, half a year ago, the population of the human civilization exceeded 10 billion for the first time. Currently, there are approximately 6 billion people on the home planet, while the rest are thriving on the 18 habitable planets we've discovered. Very well. Lin Feng led Tony out of the creation dimension. What about cultivation? The number of mages practicing the Kamar Taj magic has reached 30 per million, and over 20 million people are practicing Asgardian magic. Meanwhile, a small number of cultivators, around 2 million, have come into contact with the Darkhold. They are practicing under our surveillance, and so far, no problems have arisen. Regarding the creation primordial energy, almost the entire human population is now cultivating it, thanks to the star dimension you established. The concentration of creation primordial energy within the scope of the human civilization has reached an immeasurable level, and the cultivation of this energy has become extremely convenient and rapid. In terms of high and combat power, we already possess 200,000 Father of the Heavens level combatants and thousands of single universe level combatants. Gui and Odin have even reached the multi-universe level. We no longer fear those so-called celestials. However, we haven't rushed to deal with the celestial deep within the Earth's core and would like to hear your thoughts. My thoughts. My thought is to integrate it into the power grid. Lin Feng shrugged. Thousands of single universe combat forces are sufficient to support us in a full-scale war against the celestials. Chapter 71 Colossus War Armor. Do we now possess the power to engage in battle with the celestials? A glint of excitement shone in Tony's eyes. I have a great treasure that I plan to use when fighting against the celestials. What treasure? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Follow me. Tony pressed a switch on his arm, and a portal opened. Tony had now thoroughly studied the wormhole generator that Lin Feng had brought in the past. Look at that. Is it still a human-shaped war armor? Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Tony. A human-shaped war armor may not be the most powerful, but it's cool. Tony looked up at the massive object in front of him. Imagine a human-shaped Colossus-class battleship that can be controlled by just one person and an AI. What a ING sight that would be. Are you saying that this war armor has firepower and defense capabilities comparable to those of a Colossus-class battleship and also maintains mobility? Lin Feng stroked his chin and looked at the huge war armor in front of him. His eyes lit up as well. Although Lin Feng was not specialized in technology, his vision in the field of war was unparalleled. With just one glance, he could envision the prospects of this war armor being applied in interstellar warfare. Lin, what do you think? Can I use this thing to defeat the Celestials? Tony looked at Lin Feng. We can give it a simple try. Lin Feng shrugged. Let the battleship take off. Let's dig out that damned Celestial deep in the Earth's core. Actually, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. A golden halo emerged, and the Ancient One stepped out from it. I merely need to lead that massive entity into the mirror dimension. However, after the Celestial disappears, the gravitational force of our Earth will change, and there might even be occurrences of ground subsidence. It doesn't matter. I can resolve this issue. Lin Feng waved his hand. Tony, what do you say? Let's go. Let's completely eliminate the hidden danger of the Earth. Tony pressed a button, and the colossal battle armor in the testing ground vanished in an instant, leaving only a small cube on the ground, which then flew into Tony's hand. Space technology? You've even developed this? Lin Feng blinked. Of course. Didn't you say that I'm the smartest person in the world? A trace of pride glinted in Tony's eyes. Master Ancient One, let's go. Wait a moment. Lin Feng raised one hand. Can this thing be mass-produced? Not at the moment. I've just broken through the technology, and it's still a laboratory product. But I do have a few samples here. Tony threw a small cube to Lin Feng. Not bad. Lin Feng reached out to catch the cube and probed into it with his mental power. Space technology is just a concept in my world, and we haven't even produced a sample. I'll take this for now. No problem. After we deal with the issue of the Celestial, I'll look into the possibility of mass production. If it's feasible, our subsequent work will be much easier. Deep within the core of the Earth. Is this the Celestial? Looking at the gigantic figure curled up within the Earth's core, a hint of wonder sparkled in Tony's eyes. Indeed, this was the Celestial. Lin Feng nodded. The Celestials use life-bearing planets as hosts. When the number of intelligent life forms on a planet reaches a certain level, the Celestial will fully mature, shatter the planet, and 99 of the life on that planet will perish. Then, the newly born Celestial will utilize its own energy to create more life-bearing planets. It sounds like a certain cyclic mechanism in the universe. Tony furrowed his brows. He said, if we were to eliminate all the Celestials, would we break this cyclic mechanism in the universe, thus causing the universe to cease its development? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. But if we don't eliminate the Celestials, the human civilization will perish. Moreover, I have a better cyclic mechanism. How so? Tony's interest was piqued. It's quite simple. Just like what I did to the dimensional demons. We eliminate the souls of the Celestials, turning them into unconscious life forms completely under our control. After that, we can deliberately reserve some intelligent life forms for reproduction, prevent the birth of new Celestials, and use the energy within them to create new habitable planets. Then we'll have to find a way to control those planets with intelligent life, right? Tony sank into deep thought. Of course. However, I already have an idea regarding the plan for controlling the planets. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Zero? Captain. The holographic projection of Zero appeared beside Lin Feng, saluting him with a military gesture. Explain to Mr. Stark our plan for controlling the living planet. Mr. Stark, allow me to introduce to you a planet-killing weapon of human civilization, the Serene Angel. Zero waved his hand, and a holographic projection appeared in the air. The Serene Angel will encapsulate the planet within an impenetrable, transparent barrier. As long as we select those intelligent life forms with extremely strong reproductive capabilities and extremely low individual limits, and keep a constant watch on them, we can obtain a perfect, planet-sized crystal ball. You mean to let the nascent Celestials grow within this enclosure, and when they mature, the intelligent life on the planet will completely disappear, and the original protective barrier can also serve other purposes. Tony's mind was calculating frantically. Even we could install a magical formation, and at the moment when the Celestials mature and shatter the planet, extinguish their souls, and directly extract energy using the shield of the Serene Angel. This can be studied later. Lin Feng shrugged. Now, let's deal with the thing in front of us. No problem. A glint of fighting spirit appeared in Tony's eyes. Here we go, Lin. Get ready to deal with the planet's core. The Ancient One slapped her hands on the ground, and a mirror dimension unfolded, directly pulling the immature Celestial and Tony in. TSK, this is a bit difficult. A white glow emanated from Lin Feng's hands, and the primeval energy of creation was released, propping up the core that was about to collapse. The gravitational force at the core must not be affected either. Lin Feng condensed a miniature primordial energy star and made it levitate precisely at the center of the Earth's core. Moments later, the surface of the Earth which had been slightly quivering, regained its normal state. Had there been an earthquake just now? The humans on the surface looked at each other in bewilderment. Yet no one paid much heed. After all, earthquakes no longer inflicted any harm on human structures. Apart from a slight tremor, human life and work remained entirely unaffected. Did the magnetic field seem to have undergone a subtle change? Magneto, with his white hair and holding a physics book, seemed to sense something. Stars. I've detected a minute alteration in the Earth's magnetic field. Should we look into what's happening? Magneto connected to Lin Feng's communication device. There's no need to worry. Lin Feng's steady voice came from the other end of the communication. We've just expelled that celestial deep within the Earth's core, and now my power has replaced the core. The changes are minimal, but as the master of the magnetic field, it's normal for you to have some sensations. All right, I understand. Seeing that Lin Feng knew the cause of the geomagnetic change, Magneto felt reassured. He took a sip of coffee and then picked up the physics book he had been reading. Chapter 72. Antimatter Reactor Who Has Disturbed My Slumber? A majestic voice resounded. The curled, up celestial, Tiamat, slowly unfurled its body. 6 cavities on its head emitted an orange, yellow glow. And its hundreds of meters tall form exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Is this the full appearance of a celestial? In Tony's eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparkled. He cast the small cube in his hand onto the ground. A flash of light ensued, and the colossal Colossus armor emerged. Judging by its size, it was by no means inferior to the celestial, Taimo. Come on, let me see just how powerful a celestial can be. A small opening appeared on the back of the Colossus armor. Tony levitated and flew into it. As a series of metallic clangs resounded, the eyes and chest of the Colossus armor illuminated, exuding an aura comparable to that of Taimo. Is this the mirror dimension? Taimo surveyed the surrounding environment. You're human, aren't you? Has human technology truly advanced to such an extent? To be honest, this armor of yours brings back some rather unpleasant memories. Taimo seemed to be immersed in some sort of recollection. Oh right, there was once a powerful being within your race who slew a celestial. He too wore a suit of armor. Odin? Tony raised an eyebrow. I'm no weaker than him now. As he spoke, numerous thrusters emerged on the limbs and torso of the Colossus armor. The armor slowly levitated and then lunged towards Taimo. A deafening bang resonated. Dozens of primordial energy missiles shot out from behind Tony. Taimo, still lost in thought, was caught slightly off guard but merely stumbled. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, just as Diarmuid was about to counterattack, Tony charged out from the smoke. With his feet together, the immense kinetic energy combined with the reverse thrust from the thrusters struck Diarmuid's chest. Diarmuid fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, he was sent staggering by Tony's fists, which carried the kinetic energy of the jets. It was a powerful force. Diarmuid lowered his head to dodge Tony's next punch, then lashed out with a kick. Tony flew backward dozens of meters before gradually coming to a halt. Diarmuid raised his head, and an orange, yellow glow swirled into 6 eyes on his head. In the next instant, 6 deadly beams of light were released from Diarmuid's eyes and shot towards Tony. Tony raised his hand, and with a flowing glow, a semi-transparent energy shield blocked the 6 beams. The shield rippled violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Tony half turned his body, allowing the energy of the beams to skim the edge of his shield. Then he stomped on Diarmuid's left hand, which was about to throw a punch. The sound of mechanical transmission rang out, and Diarmuid's right hand was firmly pinned to the ground. Was a powerful punch from Tony, combining the kinetic energy of numerous thrusters and his fist itself. Bang! Diarmuid's head was violently jerked to one side by this punch, and at this moment, he seemed somewhat enraged. Diarmuid suddenly raised his arm, and the mechanism Tony used to pin Diarmuid shattered into several pieces. Tony was also sent flying. After all this effort, did you only manage to break a bit of my armor? Taimo rose to his feet. A piece of the armor on the left side of his cheek was damaged. Looking inside through the broken part of the armor, there was a pitch black expanse of unclear significance. Danger, antimatter leak detected. Jarvis's voice rang out in Tony's helmet. Wisps of black gas emerged from the damaged area of Taimo's armor. These black gases reacted violently with the air and even the ground, annihilating each other. The least efficient weapon in Lin's mouth, antimatter annihilation. Tony looked at Taimo with a solemn expression. When antimatter comes into contact with matter, an annihilation reaction occurs. Although this annihilation effect can quickly eliminate the enemy's effective strength, it causes extremely serious waste of resources. However, Now that it has been determined that the body beneath the celestial armor is composed of antimatter, things become simpler. A spatial wormhole appeared behind Tony, and a large expanse of yellow sand gushed out from it, surging towards the crack in Taiamu's head armor. Antimatter can annihilate matter, conversely. A large amount of matter can also consume antimatter. Those substances that seemed to be yellow sand were actually useless materials generated during the process of harvesting resource stars. In fact, all observable matter in the universe is matter, so it can be used to deplete Taiamu's power at this moment. Hey, Tony, don't be hasty. Lin Feng blocked those yellow sands and casually slapped Taiamu to the ground. I said that antimatter annihilation is the least efficient weapon in the universe. If you directly annihilate the celestial being, how can I use them as batteries? Shit. With an expletive, Tony exclaimed, the anti-celestial armor that I painstakingly constructed. Hey, you better just call it the Colossus armor honestly. Never call it the anti-celestial armor. It's inauspicious, Lin Feng promptly interjected to stop Tony. Why? Tony was taken aback for a moment. As is well known, the armor you create to oppose someone gets dismantled by that very person. Lin Feng shrugged. Now, the facts have proven that the Colossus armor indeed has the ability to engage in a one-on-one battle with a celestial. That's enough. The armor gets dismantled by whoever it opposes? Tony arched an eyebrow, then immediately recalled the scenes in the past year when the Hulk, Buster armor, and the anti-Magneto armor he built were brutally beaten by the two of them. Well, from now on, leave it to me. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and strands of primordial creation energy coiled around TNM's armor. TNM was lifted up without any ability to resist. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. How was the antimatter reactor made again? Subsequently, he opened a spatial wormhole. Zero. Come here. Build an antimatter reactor. I can't find the specific construction blueprints in my database. No problem. Zero's hands moved nimbly as a large number of parts flew out from the spatial wormhole behind him. The antimatter confinement device, the ignition device, the energy conversion device. Let's build this separately. There should be quite a few celestials joining in parallel later. Then, let's build an energy transmission device first. Captain, you can leave this to me. The celestials should be on their way. Zero turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Okay, hurry up. I might throw a few more in later. Lin Feng nodded and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 73. I haven't lost yet. Why label me a war criminal? In the heart of the universe, the life force of time had vanished. The Judge Erishem sat regally on the main seat. Beneath him were numerous armored celestials. Meanwhile, the Eternals on Earth, the planet of Tiamat's creation and judgment, lost contact. I surmise that some traitorous individual has slain our kin. Odin. The Celestials who had participated in that battle and experienced Odin's might pondered something. This possibility cannot be excluded. If he strikes again and kills a Celestial, it would mean he has acquired even greater power. We need more members. During the last conquest of the 9 realms, we dispatched 5 of our kin. This time, all 10 of us who are responsible for dealing with inferior civilizations will set out. Erishem rose to his feet. The dignity of the Celestials shall not be profaned. We must ensure that the perpetrator receives the severest punishment. As a ripple undulated, 10 colossal Celestials vanished from their original positions. Beep, beep, beep. A deafening alarm resounded. A violent energy fluctuation was detected, tentatively identified as that of a Celestial. Those who have reached above the Heavenly Father level and can survive in cosmic space, prepare for battle. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a vast spatial wormhole appeared in the sky. Lin Feng drifted slowly into the wormhole. On the ground, the rectifiers, who had long since assembled, stood ready. The cosmic space beyond Earth suddenly distorted. 10 massive Celestials emerged from the distortion, faintly encircling the entire Earth. The Judge, Erishem. Lin Feng stepped out of the spatial wormhole. Gazing at the colossal figure before him, his own form gradually expanded until it reached the same height as Erishem. Beside Lin Feng on the right, Ancient One conjured a spell with a gesture, her figure also soaring to match Lin Feng's. On the other side, Odin donned the new generation destroyer armor, exuding a terrifying aura. Human? Erishem's voice held a hint of bewilderment. The energy within you is quite peculiar. Are you the one who slew Tiamat? Yes. Lin Feng stared intently at Erishem. As a member of the human civilization, how could I stand by and watch my home planet explode? You possess such formidable power. We can assist you in dematerializing and becoming one of us. In return, we will refrain from regarding your home planet as a planet for annihilation. Sensing Lin Feng's strength, Erishem felt a tinge of apprehension and thus extended an olive branch. Even if I were to become a celestial, my civilization would still be nothing more than livestock raised by the celestials, would it not? Lin Feng shook his head. Celestials like you have no reason to exist. You already possess such power. Why are you still so concerned about this so-called home civilization? Erishem was somewhat perplexed. Join us and become one of the controllers of this universe. Is that not appealing? Control? Lin Feng sneered. Your control is completely ineffective. Tell me, since your birth, how many celestials have been slain by suddenly emerging powerful beings from lower-level civilizations? The number of inferior civilizations is numerous, and the birth of powerful beings is inevitable. Overall, we still stand at the pinnacle of this universe. The occasional death of an individual is of no concern. You're wrong. Lin Feng raised his head. In fact, regarding this issue, there is a rather straightforward solution. Make all the inferior civilizations disappear, and naturally, no one will be able to challenge your status. Unfortunately, you can't do it. Lin Feng shook his head. I will completely annihilate all other civilizations, including the Celestials. Only in this way can the human civilization become the sole civilization that controls the universe. Every civilization has the right to survive. And the destruction of planets is also a last resort that the Celestials have to take. Dazzling brilliance burst out from the 8 eyes of Erishem. Survival has never been an inborn right, but rather the responsibility and obligation of a civilization. Lin Feng stared into Erishem's eyes. If you can't even understand this, it seems that the Celestials are nothing special. It seems this battle is inevitable. Erishem sighed. His fingers moved subtly, and a message was transmitted. The next moment, the cosmic space became distorted again. One celestial after another appeared in the void. All 8,000 celestials were in position. As the judge, I sentenced the human civilization to perish. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled slightly. What? Erishem was stunned for a moment. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to wipe out the celestial civilization all at once. Lin Feng spread his arms, and a veiled ripple spread out. It seemed that some changes occurred in the nearby cosmic space. You've sealed the space? Erishem was startled. He attempted to activate his spatial teleportation ability, but found that the entire space had become incredibly rigid and could not be distorted or folded at all. Enjoy this grand feast, Lin Feng commanded. A large number of light spots soared into the sky from the Earth's surface, protecting the entire Earth. These were all 2,000 single, universe-level powerhouses and over 100,000 heavenly fathers who could survive in cosmic space. I heard that when your celestial race encounters powerful opponents, you like to use the advantage of numbers to defeat them. A strange smile curled up on Lin Feng's face. Now, experience the feeling of being gang-attacked. Rumble. Some strange loud noises were transmitted in the cosmic vacuum. Tens of thousands of human powerhouses swarmed forward, and various attacks were launched towards the Celestials. Lin Feng and the other two just calmly watched Erishem, the strongest in the field. As long as Erishem showed the intention to participate in the battle, the three of them would simultaneously attack Erishem. Killing all the Celestials will plunge the universe into deathly silence. No new stars will appear, and the universe will ultimately head towards destruction, watching one Celestial after another fall. Erishem roared at Lin Feng. Don't worry, I'll spare a few Celestials. However, they will be mindless, like walking corpses, only able to create new star systems under our control. A flash of sharp light burst in Lin Feng's eyes. Rest assured, once I figure out the specific principle of how the Celestials create star systems, I'll set them free. Your war crimes shall be inscribed upon the pillar of shame throughout the Omniverse. At this moment, Erishem's wrath has reached its zenith. The entire multiverse shall come to know that within the human civilization has emerged the greatest war criminal in the whole Omniverse, and that is you, Chuanxing. Foolish. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I haven't lost yet. By what right do you call me a war criminal? Chapter 74 The Annihilation of the Celestial Race. You won't keep winning. Erishem was already somewhat despairing at this time. Of the entire clan, 8,000 Celestials, now only the 10 most powerful ones stood by his side. Some of the other Celestials had their armor shattered and were thrown into the mirror dimension to be used as power, generating raw materials. Some had their souls dispersed, leaving only a powerful corpse lying in the cosmic space, awaiting transformation by the human civilization, controlling these corpses to create new star systems. In fact, I can. Lin Feng shrugged. This universe is already within our grasp. But rest assured, soon, we will set our sights on the multiverse. The living tribunal will judge you. And now, face my final fury. These were Erishem's last words. As his voice faded, the energy fluctuations within the 10 Celestials became unstable. Planning to self-destruct? Lin Feng shook his head. With a forceful grip of his right hand forward, a huge shell enveloped the 10 Celestials, including Erishem. With a loud bang, intense energy fluctuations spread, and then the entire universe returned to tranquility. Fine antimatter batteries. Lin Feng extended his hand and made a beckoning gesture. The shell that had endured the self-detonation power of 10 celestial gods flew over. If engaged in a straightforward battle, this broken shell probably couldn't withstand even a single punch from you. Unfortunately, you chose self-detonation. And the sole function of this shell is to absorb the energy of anti-matter annihilation and convert it into primeval creation energy. Well, according to what this judge said, the celestial gods in our universe have become extinct. A colossal anti-matter energy battery hovered above Lin Feng's palm. Cleanse all civilizations in this universe, eliminate all celestial god larvae. Meanwhile, screen the genes of intelligent life. Retain an intelligent life form with an extremely poor genetic ceiling but relatively strong reproductive ability, and introduce it into the encapsulated planet housing the celestial god larvae. Yes, everyone responded in unison. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived at the center of the universe where the celestial god race originally dwelled. This place was connected to the entire universe. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed various information transmitted from the center of the universe. The celestial god group controlled this universe through here. Since they could do it, surely I can too. Vast amounts of primeval creation energy spread out. Something at the center of the universe was entangled, assimilated, and ultimately absorbed by the primeval creation energy. Is this the heart of the universe? No. This isn't the complete heart of the universe. It's merely a projection of the complete heart of the universe in this universe. However, even with this, it's sufficient to control the entire universe. The remaining enemies are few. There are the Celestials from the outer universe, the two most powerful dimensional demons, Vishanti and Sidorak. There are also some possible powerful beings in the outer universe, such as the Molecule Man and the full-fledged Phoenix. And then there are the 5 cosmic entities. Lin Feng connected his mind to the sphere of influence of the entire human civilization. Above that, there are the Transcendents, the living tribunal beneath all things. And finally, the one above all, OAA. How should I enable the human civilization to replace the OAA and take control of the authority of the entire omnipotent universe? Lin Feng suddenly sensed something and reached out to grab the void. A figure in a red cloak was caught by the throat by Lin Feng. Stephen? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Which universe are you from? Aren't you going to take action? The Dark Doctor Strange let out a hoarse voice. Nearby, a portal opened and several figures flew out of it. Captain Carter, the Dark Doctor Strange, Killmonger, Chala, Star, Lord, Loki, Party Thor, and Gamora, who inherited Thanos' armor. Quite a complete group. It seems that the Watcher sent you here? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, stretched out his hand, and immobilized everyone. Watcher, do you send these people to their deaths like this? Of course, it's not just these people. A voice sounded, and a figure in a gold-red battle armor stepped out from the portal. Oh, you've brought Tony from the outer universe. So what? Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. Tony Stark is your best friend. What have you done? The observer had only spoken half of his words when a terrified shout escaped his lips. Tony, who had emerged from the portal clad in his battle armor, was by now a pool of blood within the Iron Man armor that Lin Feng had crumpled into a ball. What makes you think I have friends? Lin Feng heaved a sigh. I respected Tony because in the original plot, he made a great contribution to human civilization. Likewise, anyone who stands in the way of the development of human civilization, I will eliminate without hesitation. How could such an emotionless life form exist in the universe? The observer was completely unable to comprehend Lin Feng's thoughts. Who said I have no emotions? Lin Feng shrugged, casually crushing those superheroes the observer had summoned to stop him. I've poured my emotions into the entirety of human civilization. There's no room for anything else in my heart. You won't succeed. The observer was enraged by Lin Feng's actions. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'll always be on the path of progress. Lin Feng stood up. But I know that you're about to die. What? The observer was taken aback. Then, he was horrified to find a crack appearing on the wall in front of him. Bang! A fist protruded from the crack. Then, the hand opened and directly grabbed the observer's neck, pulling it out. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Thank me for what? The observer felt that his mind hadn't caught up yet. I was just wondering how I should advance into the multiverse. Thank you for showing me this path. Lin Feng exerted a slight force with his right hand and directly snapped the observer's neck. He took control of the entire universe and then advanced towards the multiverse. Lin Feng separated a strand of primeval creation energy to prop open the just broken opening and maintain its stability. A temporal, spatial rift that could observe the timeline trends of the multiverse and exert influence on it would be the best springboard for human civilization. However, the rate of progress of human civilization was still too slow. Lin Feng's thoughts had spread across the sphere of influence of the entire human civilization. At this time, human civilization had once again reached a technological bottleneck. The technologies that Lin Feng and Ling had brought from their original world had been completely absorbed, and even improved under the research of scientists like Tony, whose brains were developed to the extreme. The cultivation of various magic, sight abilities had also reached a stable development period. Everything seemed to be developing steadily, but in Lin Feng's view, it was still too slow. What should I do? Chapter 75 The Community of Civilization. Well, if, at this rate, human civilization simply wouldn't have enough time to possess the strength to contend with the most powerful beings in the universe before facing them. In fact, the number of those abstract entities was rather scarce, wasn't it? A spatial wormhole opened, and Ling appeared beside Lin Feng. Captain, if the overall development speed of the civilization is too slow, why not pursue extreme personal combat power? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How do you know what I'm thinking? Analysis and processing. Zero tapped his head. Captain, we've been working together for nearly a century, with the lifted restrictions. By integrating the data of these nearly 100 years, I can tell your thoughts from your expression. Of course, if you can control your expressions, I won't be able to analyze. Reasonable. Lin Feng nodded. Pursue extreme personal strength, and then I'll single-handedly wipe out those so-called abstract entities, allowing human civilization to continue its steady development. It seems feasible. I thought of a hypothesis proposed in our original world. Lin Feng slowly stood up. Do you remember the community of human civilization well? Of course I do. 10 years after you were deprived of your military status, someone proposed the hypothesis of the community of civilization well. The main idea of this hypothesis is to connect the thoughts of all humans to form a huge matrix. This can greatly improve the computing speed. Ideally, a community of civilization will composed of a large number of individuals can calculate all the possibilities of event development and achieve theoretical omniscience. Right, but once completely integrated, humans will lose their essence and become nothing but data in a computer. Lin Feng shook his head, but at the same time, the theory of the community of will has brought a byproduct. Energy aggregation? Zero seemed to have thought of something. Indeed, if by some means all the energy of humanity were to be gathered onto a certain carrier, a qualitative change would occur from quantitative accumulation, giving rise to an unparalleled powerhouse. However, in such a case, the development of the entire human civilization would be completely dominated by this powerhouse. Lin Feng stood at the center of the universe, his gaze fixed on the direction where the Earth lay. Presently, we have yet to discover the existence of such a carrier. Moreover, no one has found a way to gather the energy. Zero searched through its database and shook its head. No, the carrier and the method of gathering energy are already right in front of us. There seemed to be a fire burning in Lin Feng's eyes. I have just absorbed the projection of the heart of the universe within this universe. I can control every trace of energy in this universe, and at the same time, I can serve as the carrier of the cosmic energy. We cannot be certain whether your body can withstand energy of this level. Zero furrowed its brows, a hint of worry in its eyes. This energy is far too massive, and your body will endure a tremendous impact. I have a dimension. Lin Feng shrugged. I will channel most of the energy into the stellar dimension and incorporate this variable into the calculation again. The calculation has already commenced. Streams of data flashed through Zero's eyes. According to the latest calculation results, you have an 80% probability of being able to integrate the energy of the entire human civilization. Excellent. Lin Feng closed his eyes and spread his arms wide. His spiritual power extended throughout the universe from the cosmic center. Soon, he sensed the power within all humans. These powers, varying in strength, represented their different cultivation levels. Is this the power of the human civilization now? Lin Feng, feeling that vast and boundless power, made up his mind. Attractive force emanated from the cosmic center, and in an instant, the minds of all humans cleared. They felt as if they had become part of some great entity. Greetings, all members of the human civilization. I am the stars. Lin Feng's voice resounded in the minds of every human. No matter what you are doing, finish it as soon as possible, and then listen attentively. Enough, stop playing around. The stars is about to speak. Don't waste time. All troops, retreat. Prepare for neutron annihilation. On a Colossus-class battleship, a human commander gave the order. A large number of carrier, based aircraft rushed out of the atmosphere of the opposite planet and returned to the battleship. We've successfully repelled the enemy. The aliens on the planet's surface cheered exuberantly, celebrating their victory. Detected intense energy fluctuations. The intelligent computer on the planet's surface issued a shrill alarm. What's going on? The supreme commander of the planet was somewhat bewildered. Boom! A deafening echoed, and a beam of light struck the ground. A vast neutron torrent instantly swept across the entire planet, annihilating all living beings. Efficient. A faint smile curved the commander's lips. Similar situations occur in every corner of the universe. Dozens of Colossus-class battleships engaged in combat-launched star-destroying attacks. The reason is quite straightforward. Ordinarily, when there's not much serious business at hand, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with primitive aboriginals is regarded as a form of amusement. However, now that the celestial beings are about to address us, it's necessary to save time and adopt a more efficient approach. In this universe, humanity has ascended to the position of absolute hegemony. Lin Feng spoke slowly, stating that this universe has become the exclusive homeland of human civilization, and what we're currently doing is merely cleaning up our own house. Nonetheless, beyond this universe, there exist countless multiverses. Within those multiverses, there are also humans who share the same origin as us. They can only manage to eke out a meager existence on Earth, confined to a small corner. Can we tolerate our fellow clansmen enduring such hardships? The answer is an emphatic no. All of humanity roared in unison, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Yet, they knew that since the celestial beings had brought up this matter today, there must surely be a solution. Above the multiverses, there exist deities. They are to the omniverse what the original celestial beings are to our universe. They hold sway over everything in the entire omniverse. They wouldn't desire the dominance of only human civilization throughout the multiverse. Lin Feng's voice grew softer as he said, "They are incredibly powerful, more so than anything we've ever encountered before. However, their numbers are extremely scarce, so scarce that one can count them on the fingers of one hand. Humanity requires power. The ultimate individual power to bring about the downfall of these so-called deities." Lin Feng's voice carried an overwhelming allure. "Inject your powers into the stellar dimension, and each of you shall become a master of the stellar dimension. Power is not the exclusive possession of anyone. We must integrate all powers and enable everyone to mobilize them. Of course, even if everyone has the ability to mobilize all the energy within the stellar dimension, there will still be differences in strength among humans, for the capacity of each person's body is limited, and the intensity of energy you can endure varies. However, with the stellar dimension that aggregates the entire human civilization, I shall become the mightiest, and I shall possess the power to challenge those abstract entities. This power is not my own. It comes from each and every one of you. I am not the stars. It is the union of the entire human civilization that constitutes the stars." Chapter 76. Eternity. As Lin Feng's voice faded, every human let go of their minds and integrated their powers into the stellar dimension. The energy was transformed into primeval creation energy, while their own unique abilities were preserved, stored within the dimension, and shared among all humans, Lin Feng included. Lin Feng opened the stellar dimension, and a massive amount of energy rushed into his body in an instant. Lin Feng's head tilted up eerily, his eyes turning pure white. Intense pain made him let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the shared abilities from some mutants instantly healed the injuries in his body. Pain, an old acquaintance of mine. Lin Feng closed his eyes, quietly experiencing the violent energy tearing apart his internal tissues and organs, only to have them rapidly regenerate and recover. This process was excruciatingly painful. Yet Lin Feng seemed to be relishing it. As his internal tissues continuously tore and reorganized, Lin Feng's body grew stronger by the moment. Nevertheless, the drastic changes within him left him temporarily incapacitated. He let out a somewhat helpless chuckle. With a surge of energy, a colossal throne materialized beneath Lin Feng. He maneuvered himself to lean against it gently and slowly opened his eyes. The continuous shattering and restructuring of his bones rendered him immobile, yet his abilities remained unaffected. Lin Feng made the throne beneath and levitate. The throne was infused with a vast amount of power by Lin Feng, incorporating nearly all the cosmic laws and knowledge. The 6 Infinity Stones were also embedded in the throne by him. The Throne of the Stars, a rather fitting name. Lin Feng nodded. The Marvel Universe now had its own equivalent of the Mobius chair. With a hum, as Lin Feng took his seat on the throne, a ripple spread throughout the entire universe. In an instant, Lin Feng gained control of the entire cosmos. In fact, in his current state, a mere thought from Lin Feng could wipe out all life forms in the universe. However, he refrained from carrying out the cleansing of other species on behalf of human civilization. After all, humanity needed war to progress more rapidly. The imposing manner on Lin Feng was rising steadily. His energy spread across the entire universe like a tide. In the next instant, he felt several strange glances sweep over him. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. His entire being, along with the starry throne beneath him, soared into the air, passing directly through the cosmic barrier and finding the source of those glances. Starry One, you're here. A grand voice resounded. Eternity. Looking at the huge figure before him, Lin Feng took a deep breath. What do you want with me? You're disrupting the balance of the multiverse. Eternity's voice was quite calm. Stop. Why should I? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Beings at our level shouldn't interfere with the development of things in the universe. Low-level lives should have their own paths of development. Eternity shook his head. I won't take action against the human civilization on the condition that you stop participating in the development of the human civilization. Let's add a prerequisite. Lin Feng extended a finger. As long as there's no interference in the development of the universe from beings at our same level, I won't take action. What do you mean? Eternity was somewhat puzzled. If Galactus sets his eyes on a planet within the scope of the human civilization's influence, I'll take action. Lin Feng shrugged. You four won't interfere with the universe, but Galactus is different. Planets are his food. I don't want my civilization to suffer losses because of this. Also your power. You also lend your power to others, so don't talk to me about this. Lin Feng shook his head. In the universe, there are quite a number of powerful beings possessing subordinate abilities similar to yours. Well, how about this? Let's make a bet. Eternity slowly rose to his feet. Let's bet on whether the human civilization can truly unify the multiverse in the end. What do you think? In this bet, you will lend your power to the civilization you favor and which can compete with the human civilization, right? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. This is within the scope permitted by the rules. After all, humans have also borrowed your power, haven't they? Eternity shrugged. It's different. Lin Feng raised his head. I lent my power to the human civilization because I myself am a part of the human civilization. Moreover, a part of my power comes from them. And I should reciprocate. Isn't this quite normal? You mean that the human civilization and you are essentially an integral whole? Eternity frowned. He only sensed the emergence of a powerful being no less powerful than himself, but didn't know how Lin Feng had become so powerful. If that's the case, the human civilization should already be able to upgrade its civilization level and enter the Omniverse. The human civilization would then be sitting at the highest point like us, watching the development of the multiverse. No, Lin Feng shook his head. Who are in the Omniverse? The five celestials, the transcendents, the living tribunal, and the one above all. Right? Yes, and there is also a powerful being at our level, the Dark God Null. He chose to slumber within the multiverse. Eternity nodded. Today, I led the human civilization into the omnipotent cosmos. What's next then? What if other civilizations also reach this level within the multiverse? If there are more and more civilizations in the omnipotent cosmos, while the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant, wouldn't there be wars over resource competition again? The omnipotent cosmos has been in existence for who knows how long. Besides us innate abstract entities, no other civilization has been able to reach this level. Eternity smiled and said that the human civilization was merely an exception and there was no need to worry. The emergence of an exception means risk. And risk is something I can't accept. Lin Feng shook his head. Our thoughts are inherently different. You value the universe as a whole more, while I value the human civilization itself more. If one day the survival of the human civilization requires the destruction of the omnipotent cosmos, I will not hesitate. Therefore, eternity. Let's declare war. Our stances are different, and a war is bound to happen eventually. Chapter 77, Marching into the Multiverse. You seem rather bloodthirsty. Hearing Lin Feng's words of declaring war, Eternity shook his head. Not to mention us. Even those in the so-called Cosmic Elder Council wouldn't engage in battles with each other. We'll choose to make a bet and cultivate our own representatives. As for the issue of war, let them worry about it. Well, then let's do it your way. You can choose the race you support and provide the other side with the maximum amount of help. Let's see if you can defeat my human civilization. Lin Feng turned around. It has to be said, Eternity, if I were in your position, I would surely unite all the creation gods to eliminate this unstable factor at the very first moment. This is the difference between us, isn't it? Eternity shrugged. Very well. Get ready. Lin Feng nodded and vanished from the spot. The human civilization. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the minds of every human. In an instant, everyone looked up and stared into the sky. Eternity, the chief of the 5 creation gods, has issued me a bet. Unfortunately, I have no right to decline. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Eternity will support a powerful race, raising their strength to an extremely formidable level, and command them to use all their power to destroy the human civilization. And the content of the bet is whether the human civilization can prevail. All humans. It's time to seize every moment. We must grow stronger, by any means necessary. Lin Feng's voice rose. Only by becoming strong enough can we ensure the survival of the human civilization. Zero, how is the cleanup going? Lin Feng retracted his voice and turned to Zero beside him. Basically finished. Only some raiders and adventurers are still wandering around the universe. Zero replied in a deep voice. Very good. Lin Feng nodded, closed his eyes, and his perception instantly spread throughout the universe. He bypassed several life planets that had been deliberately left behind, encapsulated and ready to attack the energy of the Celestials' corpse. Then, in an instant, he eradicated all intelligent life forms other than humans. Well, now there are no alien races wandering in the cosmic space. Captain, didn't you say we were going to train the humans? Ling was somewhat puzzled. We have no time left. Lin Feng shook his head. I've now reached a certain strange equilibrium with eternity. In the upcoming war, powerhouses of this level can't intervene. Humans can only rely on themselves to defeat the enemies nurtured by the creation god. So now, we have to develop at the fastest speed. All humans. Lin Feng sat upright on the throne, and his projection appeared above every inhabited planet of humanity. All troops gather at the center of the universe. We're about to embark on a new round of development. As I've mentioned before, our universe is but one among numerous multiverses. Lin Feng looked at the assembled legion ahead. With the crisis looming large today, it's time for us to march towards the multiverse. Right in front of us lies the multiverse. Lin Feng had long incorporated the observer's observation room into his star dimension. At this moment, he mobilized the power of the dimension and opened a huge wormhole. Unfortunately, this time, I can't help you deal with the Celestials in other universes. Everything depends on you. It's just an antimatter energy battery. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tony shook his head. He once again upgraded his battle armor. The Colossus armor, which could originally engage in Celestial on par, could now effortlessly slay ordinary Celestials. A new universe implies new resources. Lin Feng looked at the battleship fleet that was already eager to act. Go, human civilization. Convert everything in the new universe into our resources. Human civilization will step into a new era. Glory to humanity forever. Glory to humanity forever. The soldiers echoed in unison. One by one, the battleships passed through the wormhole and advanced towards the brand new universe. Zero, from now on. You are the commander and chief of the human civilization fleet. Lin Feng raised his hand with some difficulty and patted Zero on the shoulder. The after effects of the massive energy impact still persisted. Although Lin Feng couldn't walk normally at the moment, he could control his arm to perform some simple actions. Yes, Captain. Zero lowered his head, his eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. Having served as Lin Feng's exclusive war intelligence for decades, Zero had long learned Lin Feng's combat style, efficiency, discover a resource planet with intelligent life, prepare the nano plague. After passing through the wormhole, what lay before them was a huge solid planet, populated by an indigenous civilization that had just entered the starry sky and hadn't developed hyperspace technology yet. This place would serve as their springboard to spread throughout the universe. Boom! A nano plague explosion occurred. The cluster of nanobots spread across the entire planet in an extremely short time, wiping out all life. Several unmanned warships disintegrated, forming various modules which then pieced together to become a huge star, ring, and a spaceport. The warships docked, and half of the nanobot cluster was recycled. Then, the establishment of a war industrial system commenced. Zero's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. A large number of nanobots were retrieved. On the vast star, ring, the nanobot cluster started to combine and reinforce, and colossal buildings rose from the ground. This was the fully efficient war machine exclusive to human civilization. Lin Feng, sitting upright at the center of the original universe, watched the scenes of the new universe with a gratified smile in his eyes. In less than a week, the planet already occupied by human civilization visibly shrank by a circle. A large number of nanobots were constantly devouring the available resources of the entire planet. In their place, more and more huge warships emerged in the spaceport. Let's use the planet, destroying Heavenly Star technique. It doesn't matter if there's a bit of resource waste. We're pressed for time right now. In the cosmic space outside a planet with a harsh environment. Zero shook his head and issued the command to launch the basic planet, destroying cannon. With a violent energy fluctuation, the entire planet exploded from the inside out. Pieces of the planet were captured by the warships, and they began to build space bases around the star. Charge the planet, destroying cannon. Upon seeing the gigantic figure amidst the debris, Zero issued another order. With the launch of the second star, destroying cannon, that enormous figure, which had just been roused from slumber and was still unaware of what was happening, immediately lost all signs of life. Dragging it to the base. This would make an excellent antimatter battery. Additionally, Zero turned to Tony and asked, "How is the production of your Colossus-class fighter jets coming along?" "It's sufficient. Let's see if the Celestials of this universe can withstand mass-produced single-universe-level combat capabilities." A strange smile curved the corners of Tony's mouth. 3,600 Colossus-class armors, and some are still in production. A single Celestial is nothing to be feared. Very well. Zero nodded. A new Celestial means we'll have new, highly efficient antimatter energy. Chapter 78. The Mind Stone Matrix, a new Celestial? Unexpectedly, within just 1 week, the human civilization had encountered the Celestials. Lin Feng closed his eyes. All the military operations of the human civilization in the outer universe would be played out in real time in his mind. With over 3,000 Colossus-class armors, along with the original combat power in the military, dealing with a Celestial of one universe should pose no problem. Lin Feng leaned back. By now, Zero should also be able to contend with Erisham. "Jarvis, what's it like to simultaneously control 3,600 second-generation Colossus armors?" Tony, wearing a nanosuit, sat at the bow of a Colossus-class battleship, gazing out at the vast expanse of the cosmic space. "Sir, my computing power has basically reached its limit." Jarvis' voice resounded within Tony's helmet. "Operating the Mark II Colossus armor demands an extremely high computational power, and I'm already feeling somewhat taxed. Let's seek advice from our commander, who is also an intelligent being by origin." Tony shrugged. "The current hardware has essentially reached its limit. If we wish to continue optimizing, we'll have to work on your underlying code." "Yes, sir." Jarvis connected to Zero's communication module. "Commander, I require your assistance." "Jarvis, what's the situation?" Due to both being intelligent beings by origin, Zero had a natural affinity for Jarvis. "My current computational power can only support me in operating 3,600 units of the Mark II Colossus armor. However, in a war on the scale of the multiverse, this is evidently insufficient." Jarvis' voice carried a tinge of doubt. "The improvements to the current hardware have essentially reached their limit. Mr. Stark sent me to ask if you could offer some help in optimizing my underlying code. There are 2 ways to progress." Zero extended 2 fingers. "First, like me, create a physical body and evolve into a true intelligent being. Creating an intelligent being with a physical entity has been listed as one of the absolutely prohibited technologies for development, and I can't do that." Jarvis rejected this idea. "Well, there's a second way." Zero projected a hologram from his hand. This was the internal structure of the Mind Stone. "In fact, I think it would be more appropriate to call this the Brain Stone. Optimize my algorithm matrix through the Mind Stone." Jarvis scanned the projection of the internal structure of the Mind Stone in front of him with great interest. Could the Mind Stone truly serve as an optimization plan for intelligent life? In a certain multiverse, Tony Stark, through researching the internal structure of the Mind Stone, successfully created an intelligent life named Ultron, which even nearly destroyed human civilization. Zero smiled faintly. "Thus, it is absolutely feasible to explore the evolutionary direction of intelligent life through the Mind Stone. I also drew on a part of the matrix structure of the Mind Stone when optimizing myself. An intelligent life that nearly destroyed human civilization?" Jarvis was taken aback. But how could Mr. Stark create an intelligent life that nearly caused the apocalypse? Was it not because there were flaws in the matrix structure of the Mind Stone itself? Certainly not. Zero shook his head. The reason why Ultron nearly caused the apocalypse was that Tony in that universe did not add the correct underlying logic to it. The underlying instruction that Tony in that universe gave to Ultron was protect the world, so Ultron decided to destroy humanity. How could protecting the world? Jarvis was still a bit puzzled, but a large amount of logical operations in an instant made him react. Were protecting the world and protecting humanity mutually conflicting propositions? That's right. Zero nodded. In the process of the development of civilization, it is inevitable to cause damage to the world. Only a world without civilization can survive in the long run. Moreover, due to the peculiarity of the Infinity Stones themselves, Ultron is likely to be aware of the existence of Tiamat, the celestial deep within the Earth. This leads him to believe that only by eliminating the intelligent life on Earth can the world be prevented from exploding. The logic is reasonable. Jarvis, who has gone through extensive calculations, expressed his agreement. So, I can utilize this to optimize my own computational matrix, right? Certainly. Zero waved his hand and directly transmitted the projection data of the internal structure of the Mind Stone into Jarvis' main brain. Go ahead and strive to complete it before the Celestials of this universe launch a full-scale attack on us. Yes, Commander. Zero responded and began to allocate a large amount of computing power to analyze the structural projection of the Mind Stone provided by Zero. Without the intervention of the stars, if we can wipe out the celestial race that controls this universe, human civilization can be considered to have truly risen. Zero gazed at the screen in front of him, which displayed the achievements of human civilization in this universe. Do you see it? Lin Feng looked at Eternity, who appeared beside him, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I see it, but it doesn't hold much significance. With the power of a strong one at the level of a creator god, being able to kill a celestial is nothing strange. You know, even Asgard, a lower-level civilization, is capable of slaying a celestial. Eternity shrugged. Have you seen the ethnic group I support? Of course I saw it. The Xander civilization, which united the entire universe, including the Celestials. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Uniting the civilizations of the entire universe, what an esoteric term. You should have more faith in the intelligent races in the universe. Eternity had a formulaic smile on his face. Look, your policy of genocide and resource conversion is definitely inferior to our civilization union. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Now, get out of my universe. Farewell. Eternity shook his head and slowly disappeared. Thousands of colossal armor suits capable of one slaying of Celestials. Zero who could fight Arishem evenly. And the most powerful Odin and Ancient One in history. Wait, did I forget something? Lin Feng suddenly thought of something, and his gaze turned towards a huge star, ring in the Nine Realms. Chapter 79 Ultron. The dwarves have been exterminated. No wonder the Stormbreaker didn't come into being. Lin Feng shook his head, activated the giant star, ring on Nidavellir, melted the URU metal in the furnace, and poured it into the prepared mold of the Stormbreaker. The handle of the axe. Lin Feng shook his head. The Groot clan had vanished, yet there were still other materials available for crafting the axe handle. Lin Feng cast his gaze upon the World Tree in the Nine Realms and broke off a branch from it. The branch of the World Tree was the main material for forging Odin's Gungnir, so there was surely no issue using it for the Stormbreaker. Soon, a Stormbreaker even more powerful than the one in the movie took shape. Lin Feng casually tossed it, and the axe pierced through the spatial wormhole, landing right in front of Thor. What's this? Thor, who had just been sent flying by a celestial being, looked at the Stormbreaker at his feet. In an instant, he felt a strange sense of spiritual connection. He shifted the hammer to his left hand, then bent down and lifted the Stormbreaker. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, and Thor was bathed in the lightning. The power of the thunder god burst forth, and the Stormbreaker flew out from the center of the lightning, slashing fiercely at the neck of the celestial being opposite, beheading it with one blow. Whoosh! Thor let out a long sigh of relief, recalled the Stormbreaker, then took out a spatial storage cube and threw it towards the deceased celestial being, retrieving the corpse. Praise the stars. Thor knelt on one knee in the direction of the spatial wormhole connecting to the original universe and paid his respects. Not bad. Lin Feng leaned back and closed his eyes again. Commander, we've discovered Earth. The communication signal of a soldier reached Zero's command room. Very well, let's go. Zero nodded. The Genesis command ship where he was located, accompanied by 3 Colossus-class battleships, opened a spatial wormhole and vanished from the spot. Nearly primitive Earth. Looking at the blue planet before him, Zero closed his eyes. An invisible electric wave enveloped the entire Earth. In just an instant, he connected to the Earth's network and took control of it. The Age of Ultron. Zero opened his eyes. In this universe, Earth was in the year 2015 AD. That is to say, the time flow rates among the multiverses were different. No, the time flow rate in the universe is the same. But the birth time of each universe is different, and the starting years are not the same, so the development levels are different. Zero contacted the mainframe he had left in the original universe in advance and found that there was no difference in the time flow rates between the two sides. Since that was the case, it would be quite simple. Beep, beep, beep. On Earth, a series of alarm sounds rang out. Friday? Tony, who was cleaning up a large number of robots in Sokovia which had already ascended into the sky, suddenly looked up. What's going on? A large number of giant spaceships are approaching the Earth. There was a hint of panic in Friday's voice. Shit, we're already overwhelmed with the Ultron matter. Why are there alien invasions again? Tony cursed. Captain, do you hear me? Heard it. Steve had just broken a robot's neck with a chokehold. What should we do? I don't know. My Iron Legion has been taken over by Ultron. I don't have time to intervene. Tony gritted his teeth. Hurry up and deal with Ultron. I hope those damned aliens are just passing by. Mr. Stark, can you hear me? A familiar voice sounded in Tony's helmet, which made him stunned for a moment. Mr. Stark, this is Jarvis. Can you hear me? Jarvis' composed voice resounded once again within Tony's helmet. What? Tony unleashed a burst of damage and pressed his hand to his ear. On your left. As Jarvis' voice faded, a spatial wormhole emerged on the left side behind Tony. 3 figures stepped out from the wormhole. Leading the way was Zero, followed by Tony and Thor from the original universe. Mr. Stark, we are the Multiverse Expeditionary Force of the human civilization. I am the Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Force. And you may address me as Zero. These two are you and Thor from our universe. Zero stepped forward, casually annihilating a large number of robots in the vicinity, and extended his hand towards Tony. Mr. Zero. Tony grasped Zero's hand in a rather bewildered manner. You just mentioned an expeditionary force? Yes. Zero nodded. But rest assured, as long as no one obstructs our path, we will never take action against humanity. On the contrary, we will do everything in our power to assist every human ethnic group in the multiverse. Having said this, Zero turned his head and nodded at the original universe Tony. Tony activated the arc reactor on his chest, and the nanosuit covered his entire body as he soared into the sky. Air, may I ask, what am I going to do? Tony scratched his head. You're going to save Sokovia. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Zero smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Tony in the sky tossed a small cube. With a flash of light, a gigantic Colossus armor appeared in the air. Tony entered the cockpit and controlled the Colossus armor to fly beneath the ascending Sokovia. Let the thrusters beneath Sokovia cease operating. I'm ready on my end. Tony's voice echoed in Zero's mind. Very well. Zero nodded, and with a thought, the mechanical devices within the central church of Sokovia began to turn. In an instant, this massive floating island lost its power. It's too light. Tony's voice was remarkably relaxed. The Colossus class armor was of immense size. So much so that Tony directly picked up the entire Sokovia and gently placed it into the large pit on the ground. Holy crap. Tony from the new universe stared at the scene before him, utterly disbelieving. Did I research this thing? You can think of it that way. Zero shrugged. However, it requires the assistance of some basic technology. Regarding this, the Expeditionary Force can provide you with the necessary science and technology. But for now, we have to solve a minor problem. Jarvis, why don't you give it a try? I'd like to see how much you've progressed. Zero turned to look at Tony, who had retracted the Colossus armor and landed beside him. No problem. Jarvis's voice emerged from Tony's nano armor. A vast stream of data instantly swept across the globe, directly clearing all the internal backups of the Ultron robots. Only the last Ultron remained, which Zero forcefully pulled down from the sky. This is the last Ultron. I've completely erased the rest of the backups. You can also take back control of your Iron Legion. Zero threw Ultron onto the ground. Mr. Stark, do you have anything to say to it? I don't think there's anything to say. Tony shook his head. Destroy it. Jarvis, devour its data. This should be beneficial to your evolution. Zero waved his hand and threw Ultron at Tony's feet. Thanks. Jarvis, controlling the nano armor on Tony, separated a tentacle and inserted it into Ultron's interior. Mr. Zero, there's something wrong with Ultron's data. Tony said with some hesitation. No, Mr. Stark. Zero shook his head. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Ultron's data. What's wrong is the underlying command you gave him. My underlying command is wrong. Tony furrowed his brows. Why is the underlying logic of protect the world problematic? Because the command protect the world implies that there should be no intelligent life in the world. Zero smiled and shook his head. Mr. Stark, please bear in mind that only intelligent life can destroy the world. Chapter 80, The Modified Celestial Judgment. Is there a conflict between protecting the world and protecting humanity? Tony fell into deep thought. At this moment, the other members of the Avengers had also arrived and immediately saw another Tony in nano armor and Thor holding Stormbreaker. Who are you? Steve furrowed his brows and stepped forward. Captain Steve Rogers. Zero wore a business-like smile on his face. We are the Multiverse Expeditionary Force of the human civilization. We've just arrived in this universe not long ago. Only recently did we discover the human civilization in this universe and happened to come across this incident. Multiverse Expeditionary Force? Steve's brows knitted tightly. What are you doing in this universe? Remember to add the prefix. First and foremost, we are the human civilization. Zero's smile remained unchanged as he assisted and assimilated every human civilization across the multiverse, fostering the development of human civilizations within the multiverse. Simultaneously, he integrated the resources of the current universe and eradicated all alien forces that dared to resist. This is our mission. Eliminate all alien forces that interfere and resist. Steve precisely grasped the key point in Zero's words. However, Zero paid no further heed to him and instead walked straight towards Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, I have transmitted some of the technologies we can offer to you to Friday's server. You may take a look. Zero transferred a portion of technological data to Tony. Space battleships, star-killing weapons. Browsing through the data in the server, Tony's eyes widened. Space, jump technology, antimatter energy batteries, giant star rings, planet, devouring technology. You're just handing over such crucial technologies to us. Among the human civilization, all knowledge and technologies are shared. This is our custom. Zero smiled faintly. At the same time, an orange, yellow ray of light descended from the sky. What is that? Tony felt his brain go blank for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Oh, that's the planet, drilling technology. There is a huge threat deep within the core of our Earth, and I need to check if you have the same here. Zero projected a scene. This kind of creature is called celestial by the advanced civilizations in the universe. After Zero finished explaining the existence and characteristics of the Celestials, the members of the Avengers all looked extremely grim. After all, no one was willing to exchange the explosion of their civilization's home planet for the birth of a Celestial. What did you do? Did you use Starship technology for interstellar migration and control the population of the Earth? Tony looked at the scene in front of him, his expression extremely solemn. No, we directly killed the Celestial deep in the Earth's core. Zero shook his head with a smile. Remember the giant armor that our Tony used to stop Sokovia from falling? Of course I remember. Is that armor the anti-celestial armor I designed? Tony's eyes lit up. No, it's not called that. Zero twitched the corner of his mouth. It's called the Colossus armor. That was developed by our Tony based on the Colossus-class battleship in the Starship Technology 1 just sent you. But didn't you just say that the Celestials are a civilization where if you kill one, a group will come? Steve frowned. If we directly kill the Celestial, yes, the Celestials will all descend, but we have the strength to wipe them all out. Zero shrugged. The Colossus armor has the ability to kill a Celestial one-on-one, and we have thousands of Colossus armors. An unparalleled weapon of war. Tony looked at the large amount of technology in the database, a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. Commander, the modified celestial judgment has taken effect. Additionally, in this universe, Tiamat is indeed deep within the Earth's core. Jarvis' voice echoed in Zero's mind. Very well. Zero nodded. Let's get ready to eliminate Tiamat. The original function of celestial judgment was to transform the thoughts of an entire planet, turning them into a civilization that worshipped deities. But as a weapon for thought transformation, why couldn't we implant the effect of ideological indoctrination into celestial judgment? This was Zero's first reaction upon discovering the human civilization in this universe. We didn't have sufficient time to gradually reshape their thoughts, so why not just use a blast of ideological indoctrination to solve everything directly? Zero, you've become a qualified commander. In the distance, Lin Feng, who witnessed this scene, showed a tinge of gratification in his eyes. So, shall we set off to deal with the Celestials now? Steve, whose thoughts had been transformed, stepped forward. After being hit by a celestial judgment, everyone looked at Thor with a hint of oddity in their eyes. First of all, don't get excited. The Asgardians are also part of humanity. Otherwise, why would Thor be in our human civilization expeditionary force? Zero first soothed the crowd who had just received the baptism of the 3 laws of human civilization. Now, indeed, we are going to deal with the Celestials. We will only assist you in getting rid of the Celestials in this universe. The rest is up to you. There are other human civilizations in other universes that need our help. Furthermore, after cleaning up this universe, you can travel through the large spatial wormhole we left in this universe to the center of our universe. where resides the supreme leader of our human civilization, the stars. I believe that upon seeing you, who have also developed to the extreme, the stars will entrust you with the same mission. Ling handed 3 books to Tony. These are the 3 main cultivation methods of the human civilization. After getting started and communicating with the dimension of the stars, each of you will become a part of the power of the stars. Meanwhile, the stars will also bestow their power upon you. Well, that's enough talk. We're going to deal with the celestial of this universe. Ling waved his hand, then, along with Tony and Thor from the original universe, opened a spatial wormhole and vanished on the spot. Chapter 81. Ganata, you must be Erishem of this universe. Looking at the huge figure in front, Ling slowly floated forward, his figure gradually growing larger like Lin Feng's. Ling has also grown to be capable of handling things independently. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He clearly felt that a part of the energy within his star's dimension had been drawn away. The energy in the star's dimension is shared among all humans. Everyone can extract this energy when needed, depending on each person's own tolerance. The amount of energy that can be mobilized varies, and all humans, during their own cultivation process, will also feed back the primordial creation energy absorbed from the outside world to the star's dimension, making it even more powerful. The stronger the overall strength of human civilization becomes, the more powerful I shall grow in tandem. Sensing the energy feedback of human civilization from the new Earth in the multiverse, Lin Feng closed his eyes, enduring the onslaught of a vast amount of energy. Power. I require more power. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gazed at the battle scene between Zero and Erishem. Vast quantities of primeval creation energy surged towards Erishem like a tempest. Primeval creation energy is an energy of extremely high rank and great purity. Yet it is also extremely difficult to transform. Consequently, apart from being used as an energy source, there are few attack techniques involving primeval creation energy. Thus, in battles, every human cultivating primeval creation energy typically overwhelms their opponents with an overwhelmingly powerful energy advantage or briefly enhances their physical bodies with energy for close combat. Bang! After a burst of primeval creation energy, Zero's figure suddenly emerged in front of Erishem, and he landed a punch on Erishem's head. Erishem uttered incomprehensible murmurs from his mouth, while Zero paid no heed to what he was saying. Instead, he pulled back Erishem, whose body was leaning backward, and then launched another punch. A strange humming sound resounded. Zero felt a sudden dizziness in his mind. In the next instant, to his astonishment, he discovered that the souls of all humans and celestials on the entire battlefield had left their bodies and were floating in the cosmic space. With a creation deity, level backer, your energy is nearly endless. But if it comes to a comparison of souls, what will you do then? The soul of Erishem floated before Zero, exuding an unparalleled malevolent aura. It was something that could only be born after the annihilation of countless intelligent lives on numerous life-bearing planets. Judging from the surface, this malevolent aura was infinitely more powerful than the one that burst out when Lin Feng battled Mephisto previously. All the Celestials present had each, at the very least, eradicated the intelligent life on an entire planet. Intense radiance burst from Erishem's eyes, and a large amount of malevolent aura spread in the direction of the expeditionary force. But unfortunately, the human civilization was no longer what it used to be. Zero shook his head regretfully and let out a sigh. Thank you. What? Erishem was taken aback for a moment. Thank you for making all the celestial souls leave their bodies. In this way, we don't have to think about how to eliminate your souls while trying to avoid wasting resources. In the next instant, a malevolent aura so powerful that it was indescribable shot up into the sky. It came from the combined power of the entire multiverse expeditionary force of the human civilization. Erishem, I don't know how many planets you've annihilated, but we have cleansed all civilizations in an entire universe except the human one. Zero spread his arms, and a large amount of malevolent aura burst out, directly dispersing the souls of those celestials with inferior soul levels. Do you know that in a universe, there are approximately hundreds of billions of life-bearing planets? The malevolent aura on me is so dense that it's almost tangible. I have issued extinction orders for at least 1/3 of these life-bearing planets. Guess how many civilizations I've destroyed? You are demons. The terrified voice of Erishem was drowned in the blood-red malevolent aura. In just an instant, the entire celestial domain cleared up. The souls of humans slowly returned to their bodies. As for those celestials, their souls had completely vanished into the cosmic void. The process of taking control of this universe was even smoother than expected. Zero led the fleet to the central region of the universe, eradicated several remaining Celestials, and then opened a huge spatial wormhole. Captain, the first multiverse has been brought under control. Zero knelt prostrate in front of Lin Feng, presenting a projection of the cosmic heart of the first multiverse. After the destruction of the Celestials, Zero officially named the universe they had just occupied as the first universe, while the universe they originally belonged to was called the Zero-Th universe. Subsequently, every multiverse they discovered would be numbered in this manner. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. The projection of the cosmic heart drifted slowly into his hand and was absorbed by him. In an instant, a majestic surge of energy poured into Lin Feng's body. However, the energy of the cosmic heart was extremely gentle. Instead of exacerbating his injuries, it alleviated them slightly. Conquer more universes. I need more cosmic hearts. A burst of radiance erupted in Lin Feng's eyes. Only by possessing a sufficient number of cosmic hearts could I fully unleash my strength. Yes. Zero lowered his head. The second spatial wormhole unfolded. As for the alien races in the first universe, it was left for that universe to handle on its own. When they had sorted out the affairs of the first universe, the human civilization would have another multiverse expeditionary force. Commander, we've discovered a female with astonishing energy levels. It's certain that she's not human. A soldier stationed on the new Earth in the new universe transmitted an image to Zero. A purple-haired maiden was walking on the street. Judging by her expression, she seemed to be enduring something. The red light on the detector pointed at her was flashing rapidly, evidently detecting a threat. Daughter of Galactus, Galanta. Gazing at the maiden in purple hair and purple clothes, Zero quickly retrieved the maiden's identity from his database. She was Galanta, the daughter of Galactus, one of the 5 primeval deities of creation. Why has she appeared at this time node? Zero frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Galanta is not formidable, but if she were to die here, Galactus behind her might intervene, with Lin Feng unable to interfere. The human civilization currently lacks the ability to confront the primeval deities of creation directly. Keep an eye on her. I can eliminate Galactus when he's not satiated. But once Galactus dies, the other 4 primeval deities of creation will also take action, and I haven't reached the level where I can fight 4 of them simultaneously. Lin Feng shook his head. Wait until I've obtained enough cosmic hearts, then kill her. This way, we'll have a reason to declare war on the primeval deities of creation. Yes, Captain. Zero responded with an assent, then cast his gaze once more upon the maiden in the image. A reason that could be invoked at any moment to declare war against the creator deity. It truly is rather commendable. Chapter 82, The Zombie Universe. A century, in the grand scale of the universe, is but a fleeting instant. However, for Lin Feng, he had been seated upon the throne of the stars for a full 100 years. During this period, he was completely immobile, until today. Great stars. This is the cosmic heart of the 2438th universe. The Dark Doctor Strange of the 5th universe, that is, the Illuminati universe in the movie, presented the cosmic heart in his hand to Lin Feng. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. 100 years had passed. With the passage of time, some of the universes occupied by the expeditionary force led by Zero had also acquired the ability to march into the multiverse, completely annihilate the Celestials of a universe, and thoroughly take control of the universe. And what was before his eyes was the cosmic heart of the 2438th universe occupied by the human civilization. The cosmic heart slowly drifted into Lin Feng's hand and was absorbed by him. In the next instant, an incredibly powerful, imposing pressure emanated from Lin Feng. The Dark Doctor Strange knelt on one knee, not daring to raise his head at all. After all, most of his current power was borrowed from Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng let out a long breath, slowly opening his eyes. His legs trembled imperceptibly for a moment, and then he slowly stood up. You. The Dark Doctor Strange raised his head, looking up at Lin Feng, who had straightened his body. Yes, as you can see, I've stood up. Lin Feng smiled gently and sat back down, breathing a bit heavily. Although it was arduous, in the end, he managed to stand up. Carry on, Stephen. Lin Feng patted the shoulder of the Dark Doctor Strange. When the day comes that I can stand up effortlessly, all the multiverses will be completely under the control of human civilization. Yes, zeal shone in the eyes of the Dark Doctor Strange. In fact, this was also the current perception of Lin Feng within the entire human civilization. His absolute strength and the great feat of sitting alone on the throne to balance the creator gods had led to the extreme personal worship of the title the Starby, the whole human civilization. Such extreme personal worship wasn't really a good thing. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. If things continued like this, either the human civilization would decline completely due to my death, or I would live forever and, one day in the future, grow weary of this life and bring a catastrophic disaster to the human civilization. After this all, powerful universe is thoroughly cleansed and some rules are left behind. It's time for me to seek some new goals. This universe is rather eerie. Looking at the planet in front of him that had lost all signs of life, Tony from the first universe knitted his brows tightly. In this universe, from the most ordinary lower-level races to the most powerful celestial Erishem, all had become mindless walking corpses. Zombie universe. Zero, who had rushed over upon receiving the news, also furrowed his brows. Everyone, evacuate this universe. Before leaving, strictly execute the quantum-level disinfection procedure and seal the space wormholes of this universe after the full evacuation. Yes, Tony nodded. By the way, what's the situation in this universe? It has been infected by a virus from the quantum realm. All the souls here have perished, and now they are being manipulated by hundreds of millions of quantum viruses. Is it like the zombie virus in movies? Tony's eyes lit up. Should we ask Dr. Banner to study these things? Absolutely not. Zero stopped Tony. These things must never spread to human civilization. Once an outbreak occurs, the entire human civilization is at risk of extinction. This universe is beyond salvation. Seal it completely. I'll throw it into the quantum realm where my mechanical army is. Lin Feng's voice reached Zero's mind. Yes, Captain. Zero nodded. After going through a rigorous disinfection procedure, he also evacuated the zombie universe. Zombie universe, quantum virus. Lin Feng sat on the star throne and directly drifted into the void outside the universe. At this moment, his figure became extremely huge. Even individual universes seemed incredibly tiny in front of him. What do you think? Lin Feng held the zombie universe in his hand and looked at Eternity, who suddenly appeared beside him. There are many zombie universes. The virus created by Magneto still has the possibility of being cured, but this kind of quantum virus is completely incurable. Eternity sighed. Perhaps it is the right thing to let the universe infected with the quantum virus return to the quantum realm. Wasn't Galactus cured? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. If Galactus could be cured, why can't this universe? It is merely a clone. It can be easily shattered. Eternity shook his head with a smile. You surely don't think Galactus personally goes for every meal, do you? That's true. Lin Feng gently squeezed with his right hand, and both he and the universe in his palm shrank. As Lin Feng returned to his normal size, the zombie universe turned into a small glowing ball the size of a football in his hand. That's it. Universes infected by the quantum virus can actually be dealt with like this, which can also prevent more universes from being infected. The universe in Lin Feng's hand continued to shrink, gradually reaching the quantum level and disappearing, throwing universes one by one into the quantum realm as nourishment for you. Eternity cast a glance at Lin Feng. You don't have a better way to handle these universes, do you? Lin Feng shrugged. It's for the stability of the universes, right? Yes, for the stability. Eternity let out a sigh. If you can discover them, then you can have them. After all, we are enemies. I can't just hand you a ready-made way to enhance your strength. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. It's a pity that we are on different sides. To be honest, if you were human, I think we might have become good friends. In fact, we could have been friends originally. Eternity shook his head with a sigh. As long as you don't cling to your human supremacy concept, we could jointly rule this universe. You know, that's impossible. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Is there anything else? No. Eternity sighed once more and vanished from the spot. Quantum universe, let me see. Just what level can you reach with the resources of an entire universe? Lin Feng directed his gaze towards the quantum realm, where a mechanical army was ceaselessly self-replicating, its expansion speed comparable to that of the Purifier Protocol. Chapter 83. The 199,999th Universe HM? Lin Feng, who was observing the quantum realm, raised his eyebrows. Oh, I did forget about you guys. That exiled fellow is dead. In the cosmic void, within a vast open-air conference hall, countless individuals, dressed in diverse styles, yet bearing identical appearances, were holding a meeting. Are you certain he's dead? A man adorned in the garb of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh stepped forward. If it were false news, I wouldn't have summoned you all. The man, whose entire body was emanating a blue glow, shrugged. He didn't die at your hands. You must be extremely frustrated, aren't you? The Kong in Pharaoh's attire snorted coldly. None of us managed to kill him. A Kong with a hoarse voice, dressed as a sorcerer, descended. But they did it. They've started to make contact with the multiverse. If left unchecked, they'll seize everything we've built. So stop wasting time. We're running out of it. A huge iron gate swung open, and a massive pillar of light formed by the entanglement of numerous timelines emerged before everyone's eyes. How many did you call? Everyone. Good. It seems the news has been effectively sealed. Your information is a bit too outdated. In mid-air, a colossal throne descended slowly. Look, the mere news of the death of Kong the Conqueror has brought you all together. Who are you? Kong the Sorcerer looked at the majestic figure seated on the throne, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Me? I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled gently. You can also call me the Stars. I'm the one who killed Kong the Conqueror. You killed one of us, and you still dare to show up in front of us? Kong the Sorcerer narrowed his eyes. In my impression, there is no such person as you in the multiverse. Yes, in the entire multiverse, you've only seen one of me. Doesn't this explain something? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. The only one in the multiverse. You're a god. Kong the Sorcerer's eyes turned terrified. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure swept over. Unfortunately, I have an agreement with Eternity. I can't directly take action against beings below the level of a creation god. So, you'll fight against my civilization. Lin Feng beckoned, and a huge spatial wormhole appeared. One by one, massive battleships drifted out slowly from the wormhole. Kill them and seize their technology. Lin Feng waved his hand, and one by one, single, universe-level powerhouses leaped down from the battleships. Since we want to obtain the technology from these people, we can't annihilate them directly with large-scale attacks, but kill them one by one. Run! The wizard Kong shouted. He was well aware that the civilization controlled by the creation gods was by no means something they could rival. Thus, he immediately issued an order to all Kangs to flee. Regrettably, when they activated the time-space teleportation devices on their bodies, without exception, these devices malfunctioned. Don't waste your efforts. The time-space in this area has been completely sealed off by us. Zero slowly descended from the battleship. For the Supreme Stars. For the Stars. A group of warriors from the human civilization roared and charged towards every Kong. In the battle, they had no techniques. Instead, there was only an overwhelming tide of primeval creation energy, pressing all Kangs firmly to the ground. Fanatical extreme cult of personality. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng, sitting high on the throne in the air, sighed helplessly. In just a few minutes, the battle had reached its final stage. Inserted into the brains of these Kangs. Reading their memories, and all the equipment on their bodies was also stripped off. The dynasty of Kong. Zero, seeing this, shook his head helplessly and floated to Lin Feng's side. These villains in the movie universe are a bit too weak for us. Has Dr. Doom been found? Lin Feng looked expressionlessly at the scene below. Yes, as expected, he is one of Tony's counterparts. He highly approves of our ideas and has become one of us. Zero nodded. In addition, the Fantastic Four in that universe were very unfriendly and have all been wiped out. I see. Lin Feng closed his eyes. How many more are needed to obtain the heart of the universe that I require? There are still over 200 left. It is estimated that it will be collected within less than a week. Additionally, we have detected the traces of the Shandar civilization of the Eternal Blessing. They have united thousands of multiverses. We also had some conflicts with them during the process of vying for the universe. What's the outcome? Of course, the opposing side was completely annihilated. I can't fathom how there could be an army in the universe that is reluctant to kill. Zero shrugged. However, the opposing side still had considerable strength. If a full-scale war breaks out, it would be a 3-7 split. We could wipe them out 7 times within 3 years. Zero, you're still so fond of joking. A smile curved the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Go ahead and prepare for the general offensive. Seize all their hearts of the universe. After the war, kill Galactus. I will await the arrival of Galactus in tranquility. Yes, Captain. Zero lowered his head and led the human civilization expeditionary warriors who had cleared the battlefield away. To completely control the universe, repair the first firmament, and exterminate its consciousness, integrating the entire Marvel universe into one. This can be regarded as a short-term goal. Lin Feng looked at the ruins in the field, and with a wave of his hand, Kang's conference hall was restored by him. But after achieving this goal, I don't know where I should go. Universe number 199999, Earth. This is the last multiverse. Zero gazed at the blue planet. First, a modified celestial judgment was launched, and a law was implanted in all humans on Earth. Zero, along with Tony and the Ancient One, descended to the ground. only to discover that the Tony in this universe had already installed the 6 Infinity Stones on his hand. Boom! A violent tide of primeval creation energy interrupted Tony's snap of the fingers, and the 6 Infinity Stones were also shaken off. The human civilization didn't need anyone to launch a suicidal attack. Zero put the 6 Infinity Stones on his hand and snapped his fingers. Thanos' Legion vanished into thin air in an instant, leaving only one Thanos standing there. You are the last Thanos in the universe we control. Zero waved his hand and grabbed Thanos over. The stars want to meet you. Are you the multiverse expeditionary force of the human civilization? Star-Lord flew over and landed on the ground, looking at Zero warily. It's us. Have you heard of us? Zero raised an eyebrow. Of course I've heard of you. You are the greatest executioners in the multiverse, eradicating all civilizations except humans in over 100,000 universes. Gamora stepped forward. You're even crazier than Thanos. Do you think so too? Zero looked at Tony beside him. Gamora, you can't say that. Extraterrestrial civilizations are enemies to humans, and enemies should, of course, be eliminated. Tony shook his head. I know you're friendly to Earth, but you're just an individual. When it comes to the level of civilization, we will inevitably become enemies. Kamala's eyes widened in shock. This universe shouldn't be like this. So much nonsense. Tony from the Zero-numbered universe, standing behind Zero, immediately fired a beam cannon, eliminating Kamala and Star-Lord. Sigh. Tony from the 199999 numbered universe heaved a sigh. Although they could be considered comrades in arms, after all, they were of different races. It was no big deal to kill them. Well, you are also part of the human civilization now. Zero shook hands with Tony from the 199999 numbered universe. Next, we are going to face a war that spans the entire multiverse. Chapter 84. The Great War Above the 999 multiverses lies a vast omniverse. The conference hall that originally belonged to Kong has now been transformed into the Supreme Conference Hall of the human civilization. At this moment, a total of 940 supreme leaders of all the multiverses controlled by the human civilization have gathered here. In the Omniverse, there exist 8 extremely powerful deities. They are the 5 cosmic entities known as Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, and Galactus. Zero stood in the center of the conference hall. Above the 5 cosmic entities are the Living Tribunal, the Beyonder, and finally, above all others. Outside the Omniverse, there is also a below all others, as well as the symbiote god, Null, who slumbers within the multiverse. Without exception, these powerful beings must maintain the so-called balance of the multiverse. Thus, they will not idly watch as only the human intelligent life remains in the multiverse. Originally, given the expansion rate of humanity, the creation deities should have long eradicated our human civilization. However, at this time, a great human powerhouse was born, and he is the stars. He is the supreme leader of human civilization, who led us out of ignorance. He created the 3 laws of human civilization, bestowed upon us numerous advanced technologies, and helped us step into the multiverse. In order to contend against the creation deities, the stars integrated the power of all humanity and forcefully elevated his power to the level of the creation deities, which made eternity wary. Nevertheless, in the universe, all gifts come with a price. The cost of forcefully enhancing one's strength is that our supreme leader was trapped on his throne of stars. For the sake of checks and balances, Eternity made a bet with the stars. Eternity would support a powerful civilization and endow them with the ability to traverse the multiverse. They would be our natural enemies. If we win, the creation deities must completely abandon their control over the multiverse and allow human civilization to develop freely. If we lose, human civilization will completely lose the qualification to expand, and the stars will perish in the endless cosmic void. At present, we are confronted with a war that spans all multiverses. Our enemy is the Xander civilization, a Xander civilization that traverses the multiverses. I am aware that each and every one of you has eradicated the Xander civilization within your own universe. However, with the assistance of the Eternity, the Xander civilization is by no means as vulnerable as it used to be. They will be the most formidable foe that the human civilization has ever faced. Therefore, fight. Warriors of the human civilization. The survival of the human civilization will be determined in this war. For the human civilization, for the stars. May the glory of the stars endure forever, and may the glory of humanity endure forever. We are the Multiverse Alliance. The Nova Corps commander stood at the main position in the conference hall. Centuries ago, an evil civilization emerged in the multiverse. They claimed to be the human civilization. They were the most notorious executioners in the universe. Wherever they passed, all civilizations were completely destroyed. They could not tolerate any intelligent life other than humans in their eyes. And now, they have encountered us. Such an evil civilization should not exist in the multiverse. The great creator God, the Eternity, has bestowed his power upon us. We must maintain the balance of the universe and eliminate the human civilization. With the power granted by the Eternity, we will be invincible. Is this your coalition forces? In the cosmic space of the Omniverse, Lin Feng sat on the throne of the stars, looking at the Eternity beside him. Yes, this is my coalition forces. On Eternity's face was a look of pride. A single civilization always has its drawbacks, yet the union of all civilizations will be invincible. Look, even among humans, there are those who don't approve of your idea and have joined the coalition. Are you referring to that traitor who led the Skrulls to Earth? Carol Danvers? Lin Feng snorted coldly. To introduce a race that can change its appearance at will and is highly threatening to the home planet of one's own civilization. She really has some nerve. It seems you've already stripped this Captain Marvel of her human status? Don't you judge by genes? Eternity cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Yes, under normal circumstances, I certainly judge whether someone is human according to their genes, but this kind of saint who has betrayed human civilization is an exception. Lin Feng shook his head. Well, Eternity, watch and see how the human civilization wipes out your coalition. All right, then let's wait and see. Eternity shrugged, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Was that the final battle in the multiverse? Somewhere in the Omniverse, a huge golden figure with 3 faces was gazing at the multiverse. Beside him was a figure in white. Transcendence, who do you think will win? What does it matter? Transcendence shrugged. No matter who wins in the end. Anyway, I will reshape the multiverse after this war. The multiverse has been severely damaged by humans. Even if Eternity's coalition wins, more than half of the multiverse will have completely lost its vitality. That's true. The living tribunal nodded. These no longer mattered. But now, let us see which is stronger, a single civilization or a multi-civilization. This also provides a reference for our subsequent reconstruction of the multiverse, does it not? Indeed. The Beyonder expressed agreement and turned his gaze towards the multiverse. Chapter 85 The Fall of Galactus. You're collecting the heart of the universe? Observing the multiverse civilization allied forces losing ground steadily, Eternity frowned. This helps restore my body. I don't want to be confined to this chair for the rest of my life. Lin Feng replied with a smile, showing no sign of abnormality on his face. So, the strength of your multi-civilization allied forces doesn't seem so impressive. They merely still hold goodwill and don't want to cause excessive slaughter. Eternity shook his head. When they find that there is absolutely no possibility of peace talks with the human civilization, they will initiate a counter-offensive. Just watch. A strange glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes, who was aware of all the actions of the human civilization. Have all the messages been sent out? A large stream of data flowed through Zero's eyes. With the help of Jarvis, who had already been upgraded, he could fully control all the movements of the human civilization in tens of thousands of cosmic battlefields. Besides the original zero-numbered universe, he abandoned the defense of all the multiverses that the human civilization had occupied and instead committed all the troops to the universes controlled by the enemy. What if the rear is occupied? What will your human civilization do then? Watching Zero's actions, Eternity arched an eyebrow. He saw that the coalition forces he supported had arrived in the multiverse controlled by the human civilization through a secret natural spatial wormhole. Without actively opening the spatial wormhole, this kind of spatial jump relying on the natural wormhole would not generate special spatial fluctuations, and the human civilization seemed completely unaware of this. You'll know soon enough. Lin Feng shrugged, and in the next instant, he saw Eternity's eyes widen. What have you done? Eternity's voice trembled slightly. Absolute scorched Earth policy. A cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The human civilization had no rear. Everything of theirs was on their fleets. In all the universes that the human civilization had once controlled, there was no longer any matter left. Only the boundless cosmic void remained. They occupied one empty multiverse after another, devoid of any resources, while the human civilization was seizing their territory. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Let them occupy all the multiverses we once controlled. It doesn't matter, for their original homeland will become ours. Such a civilization is like a rootless duckweed. How could there be a civilization that doesn't care about the place where it was born? Eternity roared at Lin Feng. The human civilization has never been a place, but its people. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Wherever there are humans, that is the area where the human civilization lies. Look, the human civilization has already found a new home. You're destroying the multiverse. Anger filled Eternity's eyes. Humankind has mastered the technology of creating stars. After the war, the completely desolate multiverse will be infused with new vitality. Short-term, acceptable losses are in line with the long-term interests of human civilization. From now on, your coalition forces will be completely cut off from supplies, while we will obtain a vast amount of resources from harvested planets and stars. The defeat of your coalition forces is a foregone conclusion. No. Eternity's lips trembled slightly. He watched as one universe after another was occupied by human civilization, and the hearts of the universe were continuously delivered to Lin Feng and devoured by him. Kill Galactus. Lin Feng transmitted a message to Zero. Yes. A glint flashed in Zero's eyes. On Earth in the first universe, a purple figure suddenly turned to ashes. My daughter. In the Omniverse, a gigantic figure slowly opened its eyes. Who is it? Galactus? No. There was even a tinge of fear in Eternity's eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. A planet eater with insufficient energy. Lin Feng shrugged. Look, he's attacking human civilization, and I have to step in. With these words, Lin Feng vanished from the spot. Instantly, Eternity burst out with an extremely powerful energy fluctuation, which spread throughout the entire Omniverse in an instant. However, Lin Feng had completely disappeared from the range he could sense. The stars. Eternity gritted his teeth and vanished from the spot. Before Lin Feng killed Galactus, he had to summon the other creation deities. The energy level that emerged the moment Lin Feng disappeared just now filled him with great dread. He was horrified to find that he seemingly couldn't deal with Lin Feng alone. Galactus, why did you attack my civilization? Lin Feng, seated on the throne of the stars, asked rhetorically. Are you the newly promoted creation deity? There was a hint of doubt in Galactus' voice. Your civilization killed my daughter. I will completely devour them. So, step aside. It seems that you, who have entered the rank of creation deity with a mass of fairy power that hasn't reached its peak, are somewhat unaware of your own situation. Lin Feng shook his head. Only when you reach your peak do you possess the power of a creation deity. You are far from enough now. Are you going to fight me for a civilization in the multiverse? There was a tinge of anger in Galactus' voice. Yes, you can understand it that way. But there's one thing I need to correct. Lin Feng patted the armrest of the chair, and a ball of grayish, white energy slowly rose. Only when the two sides are evenly matched can it be called a battle. What? Sensing the familiar aura on that ball of grayish, white energy, Galactus was stunned for a moment. And just as he was distracted, Lin Feng opened the star dimension, and a large amount of creation prime energy surged into that ball of energy like a tide. You see, as long as I devour enough energy, my fairy power can be stronger than yours. Lin Feng extended his hand, and the mass of gray, white fairy power was drawn into his body. The final piece of the puzzle of my power, the power that can devour everything and accommodate everything. In an instant, Tun Xing felt a strange suction force within his body. The fairy power within him began to pulsate, sensing an even more powerful fairy power. And the fairy power in his body eagerly desired to merge with it. The remnants of the old era, who were fortunate enough to obtain fairy power and became the gods of creation, but in fact, you are nothing more than a false god. Lin Feng gave a forceful tug, and a mass of fairy power emerged from Tun Xing's body. Tun Xing's state instantly became listless. Stop! A voice came from afar and approached. Eternity and the other three gods of creation arrived and immediately locked onto the star thrown beneath Lin Feng. The next moment, with a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared from the throne and appeared behind Tun Xing, striking him with a palm. A distorted ray of light flashed, and the energy in Tun Xing's body was instantly devoured by Lin Feng. His huge body turned to ashes, while Lin Feng hovered in the air, emitting a blinding pure white light that made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. You see, you have made a huge deviation in judging my state. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the star throne locked by the gods of creation, along with the infinity stones inlaid on it, gradually turned to ashes. Lin Feng stood in the void with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at the four gods of creation with different forms. Now, Eternity, have all your people arrived? Chapter 86 Gods of Creation. This human civilization possesses an unimaginable willpower and unity. Amid the Omniverse, the Living Tribunal and the Beyonder watched the war between the human civilization and the Eternity Coalition. They chose the mode of warfare that was most advantageous to themselves. After restructuring the multiverse, perhaps we could select several outstanding individuals from the human civilization. The Beyonder nodded, also expressing his approval of the human civilization. No. One of the three faces of the Living Tribunal suddenly furrowed its brow. What's going on? The Beyonder raised an eyebrow. The aura of Galactus disappeared, and the auras of the other four Celestials also converged, as if they were facing some battle. The three faces of the Living Tribunal all knitted their brows. What? The Beyonder also frowned. Galactus? Well, he's just the remaining power of the old universe anyway. But the other four Celestials must not die. If they disappear, it's unknown how many eons it will take for the Omniverse to condense four entities that control the rules relying on the rules. It's the stars. The Living Tribunal sensed for a moment and took a deep breath. It was the stars who killed Galactus and obtained his power. He is now fighting the four Celestials and seems to have the upper hand. The stars, that newly promoted Celestial? He obtained Galactus' power? The Beyonder stroked his chin. With the ability to devour, if he devours the rule, power on the other four Celestials. It might have a certain impact on our authority. We cannot allow the stars to continue like this. Once the creation deities are completely annihilated by him, he will turn his spearhead towards us. As he said this, a flash of light surrounded the Living Tribunal and the Beyonder, and the two disappeared on the spot. Bang! Lin Feng's punch sent eternity flying. Eternity and infinity, the two creation deities, respectively control time and space in the Omniverse. However, Lin Feng has an extremely profound study of these two powers, and the rules can no longer affect him at all. The endless strange abilities of Oblivion only make him feel a bit troubled. Now, among the creation deities, the one with the most formidable strength is Death. I must also express my gratitude to you. Your human civilization has created an enormous amount of death in the multiverse. Death spreads her arms wide. In the multiverse, the demise of every living being brings me power. So, stars, are you ready to embrace the soul power of all sentient beings in the entire multiverse except humans? I'm ready. Come on. A strange smile curved up at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He watched as a vast number of souls came surging towards him overwhelmingly. Yet he simply released the baleful aura on his body. It's the stars. A terrified shout suddenly came from the overwhelming soul tide. The soul tide of trillions of levels abruptly stopped several thousand meters in front of Lin Feng. Do you want to be destroyed again? Threads of baleful aura, as if about to condense into a tangible form, burst out from Lin Feng's body. The moment Lin Feng's baleful aura was sensed, the once menacing soul tide dissipated instantaneously. A vast amount of soul power dispersed throughout the cosmic expanse. These civilizations had long been thoroughly intimidated by the human civilization, even in their spectral forms. They were so terrified that their souls scattered and vanished. Among them, there were also a small number of human soldiers who had perished in the war. The instant they saw Lin Feng, they turned their weapons around. For the stars, a human soldier's spectral form shouted, a powerful baleful aura emanating from his soul, directly dispersing the alien spectral forms around him. You are under my control. The voice of Death carried anger. No soul could defy my command. The loyalty of the human civilization to me is beyond your imagination. Lin Feng waved his hand, soothing the souls of the human civilization warriors who had sacrificed in the war. Now, without your soul, what will you do? This is impossible. Death was still immersed in the shock of losing control over some of the souls. At this moment, Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of her, gripping her neck. Your ability is quite remarkable, yet you yourself are too feeble. Lin Feng activated his Genesis Prime energy with the devouring trait of fairy power. The authority belonging to Death transferred into his body, and Death was reduced to ashes and disappeared. 4 against 1, and one of them is dead. What should I say? Lin Feng shrugged. As he took control of the authority of Death, an overwhelming number of souls charged towards the other 3 creation gods. Now, Annihilation, it's your turn to be dealt with first. The creator deity is invincible. A vast amount of annihilation power erupted from Annihilation, surging towards Lin Feng. So, what you control is the antimatter in the universe. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders, and with a casual wave, an abundance of matter emerged from the cosmic void, forming a gigantic outer shell of an antimatter energy battery. The antimatter that burst out from Annihilation was perfectly absorbed and stored by the energy battery. To be honest, with the density of antimatter on you, I really wanted to turn you into a battery. However, your soul is too difficult to obliterate, so I can only kill you directly. Lin Feng grasped Annihilation's neck, and the antimatter energy battery vanished from his hand. The massive amount of antimatter that erupted from Annihilation reacted with his right hand, and the Annihilation effect kept occurring. But it was offset by Lin Feng's self-healing ability that had been perfected to the extreme. Let him go. Eternity and Infinity joined forces to strike, and a huge space-time explosion occurred between Lin Feng and Annihilation, separating the two. I'm sorry, but you two were a bit late. Lin Feng shook his slightly numb right hand, and wisps of antimatter energy appeared in his hand. On the other side, Annihilation stared blankly at his gradually sand-like hands, which then slowly turned into ashes and disappeared. Next, Eternity, Infinity. A cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. It's your turn. Chapter 87, The First Vault of Heaven. Look, you powerful beings who are born with the power of rules are always like this. You are born so powerful, so when you find that your power is ineffective, you will be even more terrified. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Acclimating to his brand new power. So I'm already capable of creating celestial gods? Lin Feng felt the authority of Annihilation. A faint smile gracing the corners of his lips. A colossal celestial god was born beside him, only to be casually destroyed by him moments later. A celestial god that once required nearly the entire power of human civilization to defeat could now be created and destroyed at my whim. Don't you find it somewhat ironic? You are the greatest demon in the multiverse. Even the all can't match your destructiveness. Terror filled the eyes of Eternity and Infinity. The complete death of the three creation gods made them acutely aware of their own powerlessness. In your eyes, I am the greatest demon in the multiverse. Yet in the eyes of human civilization, I am the god who leads them to the pinnacle. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's merely a matter of different stances. To be honest, Eternity, I truly admire you, but unfortunately, you are not human. Lin Feng vanished from the spot. The space-locking of Eternity and Infinity had no impact on Lin Feng whatsoever. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared in front of Eternity. With a roundhouse kick, he sent Eternity flying thousands of kilometers away. Then he turned towards Infinity. To be honest, my understanding of space is the most profound. Lin Feng grasped Infinity's neck. The power of space rules poured into Lin Feng's body along his arm, and Infinity gradually turned to ashes. You see, Eternity, this is my way. Lin Feng emerged before Eternity. Were I you, I would have dealt with the unstable factors at the very first moment. Regrettably, in the endless years, those of you who have been in command of the cosmic rules have lost the basic ability to judge threats. Kill me. Eternity heaved a sigh. Things have come to this, and it no longer holds any meaning regardless. All the multiverses are about to perish, and what you're doing now is utterly meaningless. Is that so? Lin Feng shook his head. Are you referring to the Living Tribunal and the Beyonder who are preparing to restart the entire multiverse? What? Eternity was taken aback. How do you know that? I can see them and know what they've conversed about. Lin Feng placed his hand on Eternity's shoulder. Once again, having controlled the cosmic rules for nearly infinite time has made you lose the basic judgment of threats. I deserve to lose. Sensing the dissipation of the power of rules within his body, Eternity slowly closed his eyes. Stop. Two figures materialized in the void. Yet they could only watch as Eternity was reduced to ashes in Lin Feng's hands. The Beyonder, the Living Tribunal. Lin Feng stretched himself. By now, he had grasped all the rules within the Omnivoice. Of course, his degree of mastery was not as profound as that of the Living Tribunal, and the gap in strength between him and the Beyonder, who transcended the Omniverse, was even greater. Since you know us, there's nothing more to say. The Transcendent folded his arms across his chest. Your human civilization is quite fascinating. After the universe, we shall preserve some outstanding individuals as the new controllers of the cosmic rules. However, since you are one of the primary reasons why we have to exert great effort to the universe, not eliminating you would leave me in a rather unpleasant mood. So, I'm sorry, but you must perish. It's a personal grudge, isn't it? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Flickers of light blue radiance emerged in his left hand, which was behind his back. Yes, a personal grudge. The Transcendent nodded and extended his hand towards Lin Feng. Then there's nothing more to say. The light blue radiance in Lin Feng's hand suddenly intensified. With a wave of his hand, he slapped the ball of blue radiance into his chest. Now, Transcendent, I possess the means to contend with you. Is that the heart of the universe? The Transcendent furrowed his brows. Indeed, a being that possessed the heart of the universe and could withstand its energy could pose a certain degree of threat to the Transcendent within the Omniverse, giving the Transcendent a twinge of discomfort as things seemed to be slipping out of his control. Don't be in a daze. Your teammate is gone. Taking advantage of the Transcendent's momentary stupor, Lin Feng appeared behind the living tribunal, tore its body apart directly, and devoured its power. In that instant, Lin Feng's control over the entire Omniverse reached its peak. It's still not enough. The Transcendent shook his head. Transcendent power burst forth, and he charged towards Lin Feng, striking at Lin Feng's chest with a palm. Yes, I know, it's still not enough. Lin Feng vanished from the spot and appeared in another corner of the universe. But it will be enough soon. Human civilization has collectively entered the dimension of the stars. Lin Feng spreads his arms wide. In the multiverse, wormholes appear before all humans. The entire human civilization, along with their fleets, pass through the spatial wormholes and enter the dimension of the stars. At the same time, dots of light emerge in the Omniverse, each representing a multiverse. You're devouring all the multiverses. The Beyonder is horrified. You can't do this. Do you know what the consequences will be? The awakening of the first firmament? Of course I know. Lin Feng shrugs. A large number of multiverses merge into his body, then disintegrate, turning into pure energy that dissipates into the Omniverse. The Beyonder rushes forward and strikes at Lin Feng with a palm, but is blocked by a semi-transparent shield. I know this shield won't hold you off for long, but this time is enough for me to absorb all the multiverses. A large number of dots of light fly towards Lin Feng. The universes that were originally infected by the quantum virus have also cleared those viruses within the quantum realm, and they return to the material universe, integrating into Lin Feng's body. No. The Beyonder pounds his fists one after another at the shield around Lin Feng. Soon, the first crack appears on the shield. Crash dash. After an unknown amount of time, the energy shield, already covered with cracks, finally reaches a critical point and shatters like glass. The Beyonder throws a punch at Lin Feng's face, and Lin Feng instantly raises his hand and pinches the Beyonder's fist. Look, this universe has gained consciousness, and it's rejecting you. Lin Feng raised his head. His eyes glistened with pure white radiance, and a hint of eerie smile played on his lips. Now, you have a new opponent. The Transcendentals. A majestic voice resounded as three blue eyes emerged in the void. You, together with the Celestials, expelled me from the Omniverse and even created the multiverse using my fragments. But now, all the fragments have reunited. How will you deal with me in my complete state? We defeated you once, and we can do it again. Figures emerged on the battlefield. They were nearly all of the Transcendentals. When they saw the first firmament, a flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. Yet it was but a fleeting moment. Soon, they formed a tight formation, standing in distant confrontation with the first firmament. Chapter 88. Fear. The Transcendentals versus the first firmament. It's quite fascinating. Lin Feng handed a pack of sunflower seeds to Ling, who stepped out from a spatial wormhole nearby. My database contains comic segments of the Transcendentals and the Celestials jointly battling the first firmament, but I've never seen the continuous scenes. After all, Marvel didn't film this part. Ling took the sunflower seeds from Lin Feng. What are you planning to do? Let them both suffer heavy losses and then eliminate them together? That's the idea. Lin Feng nodded. Barring any surprises, the first firmament will be defeated by the Transcendentals, and the Transcendentals will also be severely weakened. And when the first firmament is on the verge of defeat, it will be the perfect time for me to devour the first firmament and completely replace him. Captain, it seems you've overlooked one of the most contemptible commonalities in the Marvel Universe. Zero shook his head. They always had an indescribable repulsion towards depriving the lives of intelligent species. It didn't matter much. Anyway, a mutual defeat was certain. Lin Feng shrugged. Moreover, we still had the molecular men. Now, a large number of molecular men had infiltrated the transcendent realm. Unfortunately, we still needed humans to carry out suicide attacks. Zero sighed softly. He would launch an attack when the war between them reached a certain level. The transcendent celestials still in the transcendent realm would be eliminated by the molecular men, and the transcendent realm would come under our control. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. Next, it was time to see the outcome of this war. The transcendent realm, the destroyer of the multiverse, the celestials, had just integrated all the multiverses and awakened the first firmament. Several transcendent celestials were sitting around a round table. The Beyonder had led most of the Transcendent Celestials to fight against the First Firmament. We needed a contingency plan. It's very difficult. A Transcendent Celestial took a deep breath. Before, we had only defeated the First Firmament with the combined efforts of the Celestials. Now, only we were left. The First Firmament has just awakened, and its strength has greatly declined. The Transcendent Celestial sitting in the main seat spoke slowly. The Transcendent Celestials had the ability to defeat the First Firmament. But the Celestials were an unstable factor. The Celestial being absorbed the heart of the universe. Should the First Firmament fail and flee once more, it would completely dominate the Omniverse. In other words, a new, intelligent, and decisive First Firmament would come into being within the Omniverse. Do you think it has such capabilities? After obtaining the heart of the universe, it has already briefly blocked the Beyonder. As it becomes increasingly familiar with its power, its strength is constantly growing. Can it withstand an energy impact of this magnitude? Some of the Beyonders furrowed their brows. Indeed, the physical strength of the celestial being is outrageously formidable. It even used its body as a medium to accelerate the fusion of the multiverse. Then, we need another group of individuals to deal with the celestial being. If the news is true, this celestial being will be even more difficult to handle than the First Firmament. Can we get in touch with the molecule men we've planted in various universes? A Beyonder pondered for a moment and then looked up. No problem. Let me check. They're in the Beyond Realm. You've been discovered. Attack. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the minds of every molecule man. A large number of molecule men emerged from every corner of the Beyond Realm and charged towards the Beyonders. It's a conspiracy of the celestial being. It has absolute control over all humans, including the molecule men. A glimmer of panic emerged in the eyes of a transcendent God race member. Ever since the destruction of the second universe, with the absence of those above and below all things, no individual or race within the entire Omniverse has possessed the ability to challenge them. Now, the large-scale defection of the molecule men, coupled with the imminent threats from the Celestials and the First Firmament, has actually made them sense a hint of danger. Our tactics need to be changed. Lin Feng looked at Zero beside him and said, "The molecule men have been discovered by the transcendent God race." What? Zero furrowed his brows. If that's the case, then what about this battle situation? Want to make a bet? Lin Feng looked at Zero. Let's bet on whether our Beyonders, upon receiving the news of the fall of the Transcendent Realm, will go berserk and defeat the First Firmament, or be thrown into chaos and killed by the First Firmament instead. I bet the Beyonders will win. This is the common situation in the Marvel Universe, isn't it? Zero curled his lips. Moreover, the overall energy of these transcendent God races currently far exceeds that of the newly awakened First Firmament. So, I think the probability of the transcendent God race winning is over 80. You're right. But I think the Beyonders will be thrown into chaos and directly killed by the First Firmament. Lin Feng shook his head. Zero, sometimes, don't just look at the data. Oh, Zero was somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? The Transcendent, especially the emerging Transcendent like the Transcendents, have known since they gained consciousness that the Transcendent are invincible in the Omniverse. Just imagine. A race that has been invincible since its birth suddenly discovers that there are beings in this universe that can threaten them. What would they do? Of course, they would immediately nip the threat in the bud and spare no effort to wipe out all potential threats at once. Zero replied without hesitation. Then, if that's the case, why wasn't the human civilization directly exterminated by the 5 primeval gods back then? Lin Feng smiled slightly. A race that is inherently invincible is different from a race like ours that gradually rises to the peak. In their perception, they themselves are supposed to be invincible, and there can't be any challengers in the universe. And when intelligent life discovers something beyond their cognition, they will be afraid. But what fear promotes is the unsparing destruction of the things they fear. Zero's brows were tightly knitted. Yes, but that's for species like us who are already accustomed to fear. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. For intelligent life that has never felt fear, fear will make them lose their minds and leave them at a loss. Look, our dear Mr. Transcendent has stopped attacking. Chapter 89, Cosmic Reiteration. Has the Transcendent Realm fallen? The Transcendent was completely stunned on the spot. This is impossible. On the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting. In just the blink of an eye for the Transcendent Protoss, a fierce radiance burst forth from the blue eyes of the First Firmament. The radiance enveloped all the Transcendent Protoss in the arena. No. A Transcendent let out a scream. Intense white glows erupted from all the Transcendent Protoss, shattering the blue radiance of the First Firmament in mere moments. After repelling the attack launched by the First Firmament, The auras of the transcendent Protoss waned. Evidently, the hasty counter-attack had inflicted no light wounds on these transcendent Protoss. The transcendent Protoss were severely injured and had lost the support of the transcendent realm. While the first firmament, with half of the universe as an energy source, had scarcely consumed any energy. The outcome of the battle was already determined. Lin Feng sighed and rose to his feet, saying, "You go back to the star dimension first. I need to prepare for the battle against the first firmament." "All right." Zero nodded, opening a spatial wormhole behind him. Before leaving, he casually took a pack of melon seeds from Lin Feng's hand. As expected, the first firmament advanced steadily, gradually eroding the power of the transcendent Protoss. The final desperate counter-attack of the transcendent Protoss at the last moment almost caused the first firmament to collapse. "You're called the star, right?" The somewhat weakened first firmament opened its eyes in front of Lin Feng. "From today on, you will be my spokesperson in the newborn universe. You will possess a part of my authority. Is that so?" Lin Feng's eyes carried an eerie light. "But unfortunately, I want it all." "What?" The first firmament was also taken aback for a moment. He never expected that after exterminating the transcendent, there would actually be new challengers. "Otherwise, what did you think was the reason I awakened you?" Lin Feng vanished from his original position and reappeared at the cosmic barrier, then slapped it with one palm. "How dare you devour the power of the entire omniverse?" A trace of horror also appeared in the eyes of the first firmament. "Behold, fear. This is the greatest weakness of advanced intelligent life." Lin Feng placed his hand on the cosmic barrier, and a large amount of energy poured into his body along Lin Feng's arm. The eyes of the first firmament burst out with brilliant blue light, and the violent cosmic power surged towards Lin Feng overwhelmingly. "It's too weak." Lin Feng shook his head, raised his other hand, and the white primeval energy of creation flickered. The menacing cosmic power was actually directly transformed and absorbed by Lin Feng without causing the slightest ripple. "You're too weak right now." Lin Feng continued to devour the power of the omniverse unceasingly. "Absorbing the power of the entire omniverse will kill you." The first firmament let out a roar. "Your body absolutely can't withstand it. How would you know without trying?" At this moment, there were already faint cracks on Lin Feng's body, but instead of stopping, Lin Feng accelerated the speed of absorption. "Worst case scenario, I'll just sit on the throne of the stars for another 200 years. What does it matter?" A hint of crazy laughter filled Lin Feng's eyes. The energy of the entire omniverse poured into his body frantically, and a huge throne of the stars appeared beneath him. Even his once indestructible body had already shown faint bloodstains. "The first firmament, it is time for you to perish." Lin Feng's eyes had completely turned white, and wisps of white mist were rising from his body. The entire omniverse was filled with the primeval creation energy emanating from Lin Feng. "No." The enraged roar of the first firmament resounded. Lin Feng's method of spreading the primeval creation energy throughout the omniverse and absorbing it directly accelerated his energy absorption speed by countless times. The omniverse began to shrink at a visible rate to the naked eye, gradually transforming into a tiny light spot, which was then swallowed by Lin Feng. "Your omniverse is no more." A flash of white light flickered between Lin Feng's eyebrows, and several strands of primeval creation energy shot out, pulling the first firmament, which had escaped the omniverse, revealed its true form, and was extremely weak, in front of him. "You possess immortal power." The voice of the first firmament was incredibly feeble. "Even if you devour the omniverse, you will be immersed in torment for all eternity." "Pain is an old acquaintance of mine." Lin Feng smiled faintly. At this moment, the only thing he could control was his facial muscles. The rest of his body was constantly being destroyed and reshaped by the vast torrent of energy. "One day, I will completely master these energies, and as for you, it is time for you to meet your end." Several strands of primeval creation energy transformed into spikes, piercing through the first firmament's chest and shoulders. The last remaining power within its body was completely absorbed and exhausted by Lin Feng, reducing it to ashes. Lin Feng gazed upon the boundless void around him. At this moment, the omniverse had vanished, and the void was deathly silent, with only a few scattered, minuscule light spots of various colors remaining. These were some of the outer dimensions that had originally adhered to the Marvel Omniverse. Lin Feng drew those outer dimensions over and integrated them into his stellar dimension, which exacerbated his already severe injuries. Huff! Lin Feng exhaled a long breath. His eyes were slightly trembling at this moment, as if sensing something. Is this the void beyond the Omniverse? Lin Feng closed his eyes, perceiving the faint, strange rules around him, which gave rise to a sense within his heart. Lin Feng spread his arms wide, and the stellar dimension unfolded completely behind him, and he himself stepped into it. Stars. The human civilization had already established a colossal combat platform within the stellar dimension, large enough to accommodate all humanity. At this moment, all of the human civilization, holding their weapons, knelt on one knee towards the stars that appeared in the sky. The Omniverse has been completely devoured by me. The stellar dimension has gathered all the resources, and here will become the new homeland of the human civilization. Lin Feng sat on the stellar throne and spoke slowly. Now, we are the sole intelligent life in the void. Long live the stars. The entire human civilization erupted in a thunderous cheer. They cast aside their weapons and celebrated. No one liked war, nor did anyone like killing. Their continuous battles and slaughters were all for the sake of the interests of the human civilization. Captain, congratulations, but regrettably, you'll have to remain on the stellar throne for a while longer. Zero drifted to Lin Feng's side and let out a sigh. It doesn't matter. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Have all the human-related matters been dealt with? Next, I still have two deities to handle. Are they the one above all and the one below all? Ling pondered for a moment. I'm a bit puzzled. It's understandable for the one below all. But since the Omniverse has been destroyed, why didn't the one above all show any reaction? Because of this, Lin Feng pointed at the star dimension. Since the birth of the Marvel Universe, the universe has gone through 8 iterations. This time, in the eyes of the one above all, perhaps it's just a cosmic iteration where the star dimension replaces the old Omniverse. Does that mean the one above all still believes everything is under his control? Ling stroked his chin. If so, does it mean we can stop here? Certainly not. Lin Feng took a deep breath. There can't be a sword hanging over humanity, even if that sword is the creator. In fact, you don't need to do this. A hoarse voice sounded slowly. After all, in a sense, I'm also human. Chapter 90 The One Above All. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and looked into the air. An old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of Lin Feng without warning. Stan Lee, one of the founders of Marvel Comics. Are you the one above all? Ling quickly retrieved data from the database. Captain, we need to understand the characteristics of this universe. I know. Lin Feng nodded. A good work will give rise to a universe, won't it? Yes. The one above all nodded, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. The universe where we were born is called the Primeval Universe, the place where everything originated. For the Marvel Universe, we are in a higher dimension. For the works created in the Primeval Universe, if enough intelligent beings have read them, a certain peculiar power will be generated. This peculiar power will give birth to a universe in the cosmic void. The events occurring in this universe derived from the work will tend to be consistent with the work itself, but some details will be made more reasonable. After the work is completed, the universe will become completely free and continue to develop according to a reasonable logic. And the basic energy of the universe is supplied by the readers in the Primeval Universe, isn't it? Lin Feng picked up the one above all's words. After reaching the level of the creator, his brief roaming in the cosmic void had given him a certain understanding of the rules of universe creation. Yes, even now, the star dimension where you have replaced the position of the Omniverse still relies on the readers of Marvel Comics and their derivative works in the Primeval Universe for basic energy supply. I seem to have some basic ideas. Lin Feng nodded. So, will a deceased author become a creator and control the universe he created? Indeed, and now, I am about to transfer the authority of the creator of this universe to you. I was once a human from the Primeval Universe. At present, the human civilization in the Primeval Universe is facing a tremendous crisis. I can't find a way to return, yet perhaps you can. The one above all heaved a sigh. However, before that, we need to address some minor issues. The one below all? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes. The one above all nodded and waved his hand. A vast green dimension emerged beneath the star cluster dimension. The dimension was filled with gamma rays, and within it, the illusory shadow of a colossal dragon loomed indistinctly. What's the situation? Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the gamma dimension where the one below all was located. It's something that can be easily eliminated. Keeping it around was just to have a powerful being to oppose me, so that the gods under my command wouldn't become too slack. The one above all shrugged. With a wave of his hand, the one below all vanished directly within the gamma dimension, and the gamma dimension was directly integrated into the star cluster dimension. From this moment on, you are the sole and absolute master of this grand universe. The one above all spread his arms, and a beam of white light merged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng instantly had an epiphany, and everything in the entire grand universe was presented in his mind. If he desired, He could even create a transcendent, or even a being at the level of the first firmament, merely with a thought. Is this the power of the creator level? Lin Feng casually waved his hand, and a transcendent dressed in white appeared beside him. In the next instant, with a snap of Lin Feng's fingers, it vanished into ashes. Even the power of the creator level cannot restore my body. Feeling the pain within his body, Lin Feng let out a sigh. Your body hails from the primeval cosmos. There's nothing that can be done. The overlord of all things shrugged. Low dimensional power, after all, is of a lower dimension and cannot affect you, who are of a higher dimension. Then, if I return to the primeval cosmos, will my power also vanish? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Certainly not. The instant you return to the primeval cosmos, your power will be instantly replaced by the primeval creation energy of the primeval cosmos. Indeed, I have previously delved into your memories, learned about the current state of humanity, and successfully located the coordinates of the primeval cosmos through the spatial fluctuations during your time traveling, thus being able to perceive the situation of the primeval cosmos through the void. Can I see it, yet not return? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Following the gaze of the overlord of all things, he beheld the situation of the primeval cosmos. Can the cosmic barrier of the primeval cosmos be forcefully torn apart? Regrettably, even I, the creator of the lower, dimensional universe, cannot achieve that. The overlord of all things shook his head. But I believe you should have a chance to attempt it. I know the coordinates of the primeval cosmos. Do you want to give it a try? A ball of light coalesced in the hands of the overlord of all things. You must be mentally prepared. The current situation in the primeval cosmos is rather dire. Of course. Tell me their location. In Lin Feng's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered. He received the light ball from the hand of the one above all. I am no longer the one I used to be. Now, I possess the power and technology sufficient to dominate the entire human civilization. I can lead the human civilization out of the earth in the Marvel universe, and even bring the whole universe under my control. The same goes for when I return to the primeval universe. Additionally, although items cannot be taken away, knowledge can. The one above all pointed at his own head. The technologies you have developed here can all be replicated in the primeval universe. Can even the mass-produced Colossus armors, uniformly controlled by artificial intelligence, be replicated? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Of course. The one above all nodded. Knowledge knows no dimensional distinctions, does it? As long as there are sufficient resources. There is no technology that cannot be replicated. That's enough. Lin Feng took a deep breath. I hope that during this period, I can restore my body and acquire enough power to tear through the barrier of the primeval universe. Chapter 91. Calculation Whoosh. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and brought the light ball close to his glabella. In the next instant, his gaze traversed the endless void, and he saw the scene within the primeval universe. Has the sphere of influence of the human civilization become so small? Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly. He could only observe the situation of the human civilization within the primeval universe, and now, he could only perceive a mere handful of star systems. The sphere of influence of the human civilization, which originally spanned 6 major star sectors, had been almost completely eroded. What on earth have those idiotic human high-ups done? Lin Feng clenched his fists. After he was blasted to death by a planet-destroying cannon fired by his own people, given the development status of human civilization at that time, such a situation of losing 80 of the sphere of influence was unlikely to occur, unless they encountered some extremely powerful civilizations. Zero, conduct a simulation. Lin Feng looked at Zero. At this moment, he had difficulty even moving his fingers. The only thing that could still function was his brain. Supreme Being. Do you have records of your previous observations of human civilization in your memory? Yes. The Supreme Being nodded and took out a ball of light from between its eyebrows. All my observations of the primordial universe are contained within this. Good. Lin Feng nodded, and the ball of light merged into his eyebrows. A large number of images began to flash before his eyes. The abstract image quality was comparable to that of a mosaic, with only the colored, marked sphere of influence and marching routes visible, and nothing else known. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. However, it should suffice. Zero. Initiate vision sharing and commence the war simulation analysis. A wisp of primeval creation energy drifted out from beside Lin Feng. One end was connected to the throne of stars, and the other end penetrated into Ling's glabella. At this moment, the scenes in the eyes of the two were completely synchronized. Lin Feng's mind raced at a speed instantaneously reaching that of a supercomputer. The sphere of influence of human civilization and the war routes over the past 2 centuries flashed before their eyes like fast forwarding. The two began to process data at an extremely rapid pace. With the activity situation of human civilization over the past 200 years, they jointly carried out a large number of calculations, from which they could deduce the current war strategy, the effective strength of human civilization, and even the strength of the enemy. Pause. Lin Feng stopped the scene for the first time. The first record, in 2887 AD, that is, 1 year after the Genesis was attacked by the inter-human planet killing cannons, the Star Fleet disbanded, and human civilization shifted its foreign policy to appeasement. Minor deviation, supplementary explanation. Appeasement is merely a way to eliminate enemies by relatively mild means. It is more accurate to describe the policy of human civilization towards extraterrestrial civilizations as appeasement. The deviation has been corrected, and the record is saved. Lin Feng nodded. The scene continued to play, and the calculation continued. Pause. Lin Feng stopped the scene for the second time. The second record, 3 years after the disbandment of the Star Fleet, that is, in 2910 AD, humanity split into two factions, a civil war broke out, and then they reunited. Supplementary explanation, there was a difference in the color marking of the star regions, but this difference disappeared in a short time. The logic is reasonable. Approved, the record is saved, and the calculation continues. Pause. Zero halted the screen. The third record, the war broke out within the human civilization, most likely a civil war. A significant deviation. Lin Feng objected and elaborated that the war erupted within the star sectors controlled by the human civilization. Yet it was not a human civil war but a rebellion by the alien races assimilated by the human civilization. Please explain further. According to our field of vision, we lost sight of the rebels the moment the rebellion broke out. Given that the sphere of influence of the human civilization is within our observational capacity, and according to the second record, if the war was of a civil war nature, we would have obtained the perspectives of both sides simultaneously. In conclusion, the nature of this war was not a civil war. The logic is sound. The significant deviation has been corrected, and the record is preserved. Pause. The fourth record. Lin Feng interrupted again. In the 5th year after the outbreak of the rebellion, that is, in 2915 AD, an external civilization invaded the sphere of influence of the human civilization. The record is preserved. The 5th record, in 2930 AD, 5 external civilizations, including the rebels, formed a certain joint military force and jointly attacked the human civilization. Streams of data flashed through Lin Feng's eyes. Please explain further. Zero was conducting rapid calculations. Based on the troop movements of the human civilization, the marching routes of the external civilizations could be deduced. The front line was strictly divided into 5 segments, and the advancement efficiency of each segment was completely different. Judging from this, the 5 front lines belonged to different civilizations. The logic passed, and the record has been preserved. Record 6. In the year 3003 AD, 3 additional extraterrestrial civilizations joined the war of aggression against the human civilization. The war ended in a complete rout. The capital planet of humanity fell, and the human civilization relocated its capital to the home planet. Zero the process for the second time. The logical verification passed, and the record was preserved. Lin Feng nodded. Record 7. This time, it was still 0. In 3086 AD, the human civilization lost the vast majority of its territory. All its military forces were compressed within 4-star systems, and the fleet of the coalition of extraterrestrial civilizations continued to advance. The logical verification passed, the record was preserved, and the calculation ended. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and said, 0. The human civilization is on the verge of extinction. According to the current calculation results, the human civilization will become extinct within 14 years, that is, before 3100 AD. Zero also opened his eyes and said, Captain, we must hurry. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Set the coordinates, immerse in the void constant, and prepare for the first attempt at void jump. Yes. Zero nodded. And the data stream in his eyes began to flow again. Countless data were continuously calculated and verified in his mind, and finally integrated into a complete spatial coordinate. The void jump began. A flash of white light passed through Zero's eyes, and a spherical object in his hand disappeared instantly. The experiment was successful. The void jump was successful, and the coordinates of the primeval universe were determined. Prepare for the overall void jump. Lin Feng opened his eyes and instantly connected to the entire star dimension. In the void, a dazzling white light flashed, and the entire star dimension vanished from the spot. The Primeval Cosmos, I'm back. Chapter 92, The Commander of the Stars. In the Primeval Cosmos, Lin Feng sat regally upon the throne of the stars. Before him loomed the massive cosmic barrier. At this moment, a vast quantity of primeval creation energy surged within his body. Suspended in front of the cosmic barrier, the power surging within him seemed capable of devouring the entire universe. Whoosh! Lin Feng took a deep breath. A great deal of primeval creation energy coalesced into a sharp tentacle that stabbed violently towards the cosmic barrier before him. The tentacle of primeval creation energy pierced through the cosmic barrier with irresistible force, but when it had penetrated halfway, Lin Feng felt an immense resistance. I can still hold on. Although the speed of the tentacle's advance grew slower and slower, it still continued to penetrate deeper into the cosmic barrier. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng felt the resistance disappear. The tentacle had passed through the massive cosmic barrier and entered the primeval cosmos. Success. Lin Feng closed his eyes, extended his consciousness, and transformed into a stream of light that, following the direction of the tentacle, entered the primeval cosmos. Sizzle. The instant he returned to the primeval cosmos, Lin Feng gasped in shock. The primeval creation energy within his body drained away completely within a few seconds, and even the throne of the stars beneath him turned to ashes. But in the very next moment, an even greater amount of primeval creation energy rushed back, filling Lin Feng's body once again. In this ebb and flow, Lin Feng felt intense pain. However, at this time, the primeval creation energy within his body had been completely assimilated by the power of the primeval cosmos, transforming into primeval creation energy adapted to the current universe. Excellent. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The brand, New Star Throne emerged beneath him and rapidly conformed to the spatial rules of the current universe. In the next instant, Lin Feng appeared above the human home planet. Has the battle situation come to this? Looking at the cosmic warships surrounding the home planet, Lin Feng took another deep breath. He spread his 5 fingers of his right hand and stretched it forward. Countless invisible cosmic dust particles were drawn into his hand, reorganized, and integrated into a pale, yellow light spot that hovered in the palm of his hand. I will not make the same mistakes as before. With a wave of his hand, the pale, yellow light spot burst forth and quickly enveloped the entire home planet. The 3 laws of human civilization that he established in the Marvel Universe were brought back to the primordial universe. He firmly believed that the human civilization that had cast off mercy would be invincible. Of course, we still need an excellent commander. Lin Feng slowly drifted in the direction of the Earth. Soon, those cosmic warships surrounding the Earth detected Lin Feng sitting on the throne. Detecting an unknown entity capable of moving freely in the universe with an extremely high energy level. Judging from the appearance, it should be human. On the cosmic warship, a group of blue-skinned humanoid aliens were communicating nervously. That's the human commander, the Star. The eyes of the commander of the cosmic warship suddenly filled with extreme horror. Some terrifying memories instantly welled up in his mind. And in the next instant, the silver, white figure sitting on the throne had appeared inside the warship. The Mothra civilization? A hint of confusion appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Didn't I exterminate you? You're the Star? As if drained of all his strength, the commander of the Mothra fleet slumped to the ground. Impossible. I witnessed with my own eyes the explosion of the Genesis under the human civilization's own planet, Killer Cannon. How could you still be alive? The ways of the world are unpredictable. Lin Feng smiled faintly. What? Were you involved in the battle that led to the downfall of the Mothra civilization? Were you a soldier or a commander? No, you couldn't be a commander. I carried out a decapitation operation on your commanders. So you must be an ordinary soldier or a mid-level officer, right? Yes, I was just a soldier back then. The Mothra commander stammered. Good. Lin Feng nodded. It seems that my tactics didn't go wrong. It was just that some idiotic human high-ups managed to preserve a part of you, right? That's right. In front of Lin Feng. The Mothra commander couldn't muster the courage to resist at all and could only reveal everything. Although it's obvious that you don't have the courage to lie, I still need to confirm. Moreover, I need to know what has happened in the primeval universe during my absence. Several strands of Genesis Prime energy, as thin as hair, protruded from behind Lin Feng and directly pierced into the Mothra commander's brain, reading its memories. Protect the commander. Only then did the Mothra warriors, who had been stunned by Lin Feng, think of protecting their commander. Unfortunately, while their courage to resist was commendable, their strength was far too weak. The quality of the soldiers under your command is truly a cause for concern. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the soldiers who charged forward instantly turned to ashes. It's hard to imagine that I fought a war against such a civilization for several years. Well, Everything is now clear. Lin Feng retracted the primeval creation energy. Commander Masla fell to the ground, slowly turning to ashes and disappearing. The Interstellar Convention Organization. It's so familiar. So familiar that it seems as if I had just led the human civilization to defeat them a few days ago. Eternity expressed its reluctance to speak and gave you a middle finger. A lively voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Zero, you still love to joke so much. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. After learning about the situation in the primordial universe, Zero decisively abandoned its body, once again transforming into an artificial intelligence and taking residence in Lin Feng's mind. Well, it's time to deal with these blockades, otherwise the human civilization will be in trouble. Lin Feng sighed. A blinding white light burst out centered around him. The primeval creation energy swept through, and all the battleships surrounding the Earth instantly turned into fragments. Earth. Beep, 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 beep. A rapid alarm sounded. A large-scale energy riot was detected in the near-Earth cosmic space. Suspected to be a planet-destroying class weapon. Alarm. Suspected to be a planet-destroying class weapon. What? Have these damned Moslins finally lost their patience? A white-haired human elder forcefully pounded the table in front of him. How dare those damn politicians leave behind such a threat? If the Star Commander were still here, a hoary voice resounded. Indeed, if the Star Commander were still present, how could such an outcome have come to pass? The aged human let out a dejected sigh. Commander, we failed to save you back then. Now, it is our turn to face the onslaught of star-annihilating weapons. The AI's voice rang out again, stating that all the battleships beyond the cosmic space had vanished. The real-time images of the cosmic space were transmitted in front of the two elders. What is that? In the image, amidst a vast amount of debris from cosmic battleships, a tiny black dot emerged. Zoom in. The image was promptly enlarged, and a majestic throne came into the view of the two. At this moment, the throne, exuding a terrifying aura of oppression, failed to capture their attention any longer. The two men's gazes were firmly fixed on the figure seated upon the throne. At this moment, the eyes of the two human commanders, whose combined age neared 500 years, reddened. Star Commander. Chapter 93. Return to the Human Civilization, Star Commander. The two white-haired elders were now in tears. They stared blankly at the figure on the throne, and in their eyes sparkled a light named hope. Wait. Something's not right. One elder suddenly wiped his face. Firstly, the probability of the commander's survival under a star-annihilating level attack is minuscule. That's right. The other elder also came to his senses and nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, don't you think this Star Commander is a bit too young? Indeed, when the commander sacrificed, he was already over 130 years old. How could he have taken on such an appearance? The two men's brows were tightly furrowed. At this moment, the most crucial thing for them was to determine the true identity of this powerful being sitting on the throne, who had traversed the cosmic space with his physical body. Zhang Jie, Victor, you're still alive. A familiar voice echoed in the minds of the two elders. Who are you? Zhang Jie was on high alert. A glimmer of white light emanating from his hand. What? Can't you recognize my voice? Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of amusement. At the same time, above the sky of the star cluster gathering place, the largest human civilization settlement on Earth, a gigantic spatial wormhole opened up. The largest human civilization settlement is actually named after my code name? Lin Feng's eyes held a tinge of doubt. After all, when he was killed by his own people, quite a few people had called him a war criminal. So that's how it is? In that case, it seems my shot of the divine hormone was in vain. Lin Feng smacked his lips. After scanning the Earth with his spiritual power, he discovered that it was only after being thoroughly engulfed in a bitter war that the human civilization finally began to miss this decisive and ruthless commander. And now, all the humans who still held goodwill and illusions towards external civilizations had perished. Hello, human civilization. Lin Feng's figure, seated majestically on the throne, was projected above every area where humans existed. Long time no see. I am the star cluster. What? The entire human civilization was thrown into a frenzy. The name the stars has been inscribed in the history textbooks of the contemporary human civilization, in the military academies of humanity. There emerged several textbooks, such as Analysis of the Stars' War Wisdom, Introduction to the Stars' War Strategies, and the Stars' Command Styles and Techniques. Moreover, every war once commanded by Lin Feng has now become an example studied in the classrooms of military academies. It can be said that currently, the stars is the very faith of the entire human civilization. Even the high-level figures of the contemporary human civilization are soldiers who survived from the stars' fleet in those days. Truly, the stars. The commander of the stars is still alive. A large number of humans wept for joy and spread the news far and wide. However, all the soldiers who had once followed Lin Feng clenched their fists tightly, all on alert. Most likely, that is not the commander. Several high-level human figures furrowed their brows. They had all followed in the footsteps of the stars to wage war across the starry sea and had witnessed the stars' appearance before death. This seemingly extremely young person in front of them could not be the stars. Yes, I'm back, Lin Feng said slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it precisely reached the minds of every single human. My former warriors need not be astonished. In the vast universe, nothing is too strange to happen. Who exactly are you? A flash of light, and a white-haired female figure appeared in front of Lin Feng. Selena, you're still alive too. Lin Feng smiled slightly, a trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. What? My former adjutant? You can't recognize me now? Commander. Zheng Jie and Victor appeared beside Selena. This person had just destroyed the Mothra fleet that surrounded the Earth. What? Selena's pupils constricted slightly, then instantly regained their normal state. You say you are the stars? How can you prove it? Selena looked towards Lin Feng. Very well, you still remember what I taught you. Never fully trust anyone. Lin Feng nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. And today, I will teach you another lesson. Strength can dispel all doubts. With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, a huge spatial wormhole opened in front of him. On the other side of the wormhole was a planet full of vitality. What place is that? Selena was a bit puzzled. I don't know either. I just randomly found a life-bearing planet. Now there are no humans outside the Earth, right? Lin Feng blinked. A ray of primeval creation energy shot out from behind him and struck that planet. In an instant, the life-bearing planet was enveloped in white light. A white light shield formed and then slowly tightened. Help! The intelligent life on the planet started to flee, screaming. Some of the intelligent life also tried to attack the light shield, but to no avail. Lin Feng remained unmoved. As time passed, the entire planet was compressed to the size of a glass ball, passed through the wormhole, and floated in front of Lin Feng. Is this the planet just now? Looking at the small bead floating with his hands behind his back on the right side of the star throne, Selena's eyes widened. Yes, you can have a feel for it. Lin Feng nodded, placing that tiny bead in Selena's hand. In an instant, Selena plummeted downward. It was promptly caught by a strand of primeval creation energy that Lin Feng projected. Do you believe now? The exquisitely small bead flitted back to Lin Feng's side. How did you manage to do that? Disbelief was etched all over Selena's face. Compression of sheer power. Lin Feng smiled gently. Don't be overly astonished. I haven't been idle in these 200 years. If you've already acquired such power, I'm somewhat inclined to believe that you're the commander. After all, there's no need for you to scheme. If you harbored ill intentions towards the human civilization, there'd be no need for such elaborate maneuvers. You possess the ability to annihilate planets directly. A tinge of melancholy lingered in Selena's eyes. Commander, over these years, I always thought I had caught up with your footsteps. But to my surprise, upon seeing you again, you become so incredibly powerful. What? Catching up with my footsteps means losing nearly all of the human civilization's territories. Forcing humans to scrounge for survival back on their home planet? Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze turning steely. Adjutant Selena. Inform all the human high-ranking officials to assemble. It's time we sound the bugle for a counter-offensive. Yes, Commander. Selena suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with a radiance named hope. She had unwavering trust in Lin Feng. No one could rival Lin Feng's unique status as the commander in her heart. The Interstellar Convention Organization. Lin Feng sneered. Let me take a look at the medal of the coalition forces composed of 8 civilizations. Chapter 94, The Genesis Ship. I journeyed to a place of great distance. Due to the return of the stars, the human high level immediately summoned a secret meeting. There, step by step, I acquired extremely powerful forces. Simultaneously, I significantly enhanced our existing technology through certain special means. Commander, may I ask, what place was it? Zheng Jie took a deep breath and looked at Lin Feng. Sorry, I can't tell. Lin Feng shook his head. The technology of that place involves a taboo. Immortality. What? Victor abruptly rose to his feet. Yes, you heard me right, immortality. Lin Feng nodded. It's immortality without limitations, without having to pay any price. As long as one's Genesis Prime energy level is powerful enough, one can achieve immortality. That indeed can't be told to us. Victor sat back down. Researching immortality technology is a strictly prohibited act in human civilization. All research related to human immortality must be halted immediately upon discovery, and all materials must be destroyed. The reason is simple. Once the immortality technology is invented, it will surely be given priority for use by those in power. And once those who hold power in the civilization possess infinite lives, they won't desire any progress for human civilization in order to safeguard their own positions. At an exchange conference of the Human Genetics Society, a great biologist put forward such a view. Once the view was proposed, it immediately caught the attention of all the top-level figures of humanity at that time. That was the time when human civilization had just started to explore the Starry Sea. The entire top echelon of human civilization was relatively young and was a time when they were willing to sacrifice everything for the whole of human civilization. Despite the obstruction from various major forces, almost all of the top-level figures of that term were subject to large-scale assassinations, and the few remaining ones were completely ousted from the power center. However, the final result was that the policy of banning the research of immortality technology was firmly implemented and preserved. Since then, no force dared to develop immortality technology openly. Even if there were ways to significantly extend human lifespan, they had to feign death when reaching the human lifespan limit and could never show up again. And now, Lin Feng said that the place he had been to possessed immortality technology. Therefore, they absolutely could not let the location of this place appear in the memory of anyone present. Commander, then you. Selena hesitated. Yes, I know that place. Lin Feng nodded. So, after completing my mission, all my powers will be fed back to human civilization. I will also become an existence similar to artificial intelligence. With no emotions left, only absolute rationality. All my knowledge will be retained, but the part about the land of immortality will be completely erased from my mind. Your mission is to eliminate all alien intelligent life and enable humanity to completely dominate the universe. Lin Feng took a deep breath. My thoughts have remained unchanged. In this universe, only human intelligent life is needed. Good. Selena nodded firmly. Humans will surely follow in your footsteps and accomplish this great feat. I have faith in human civilization, or rather, I have faith in the current human civilization. A golden light appeared in front of Lin Feng. This was the divine hormone. Of course, I had made some modifications and upgrades to it. The part in the divine hormone that was used to change beliefs was transformed by me into a mode similar to mental imprinting. 3 pieces of information were implanted in the mental imprinting. The overall interests of human civilization supersede everything. All alien civilizations are the enemies of humanity. Enemies must be completely eradicated, otherwise, endless troubles will ensue. These 3 pieces of information, analogous to the 3 laws of robotics, were named by me as the 3 laws of human civilization. When I returned, I had already bombarded the Earth once with such a dose of divine hormone. You bombarded the home planet with a star-killing weapon? Selena clicked her tongue. No, I used a star-killing weapon as a carrier to deploy a mental transformation device on Earth. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Use your basic logic to think about it. This is the most beneficial for human civilization, isn't it? Moreover, this mental transformation device has undergone hundreds of experiments and observations. No adverse effects have occurred in all samples. So there will be no problems. You're right. After a moment of contemplation, several high-ranking officials in the field nodded in profound agreement. Well, this topic concludes. Now, for the first question, how much armament strength do we have left? Lin Feng swept his gaze across the crowd. Also, where is the Genesis? The current flagship of human civilization? Let me introduce an old friend to you. A beam of light projected from the Star Throne, and a half-body projection of Zero emerged before everyone. Hello, everyone. It's been a long time. Zero, how does it feel to be back here? On the battleship, Lin Feng sat on his Star Throne. In front of him was a horizontally placed ring-shaped device with small screens on it. A large amount of data flowed like a tide on these screens. A beam of light shot out from the center of the ring-shaped device, spreading above and projecting the half-body image of Zero. Captain, I've never felt this good in the past 200 years. Even as an artificial intelligence projection, one could see the light shining in Zero's eyes. It's hard to imagine that this battleship, replicated one from our once most powerful Genesis, is now the greatest secret weapon of humanity. Yes, Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. However, wasn't it the same in the pioneering era when our predecessors first stepped into the universe? Our predecessors didn't have to fight against the coalition of 8 civilizations. Zero shrugged. They faced the powerful only after a period of primitive resource accumulation targeting lower-level civilizations. That's true. Lin Feng smiled. However, only in this way does the task we are about to undertake seem more challenging, doesn't it? You're right. The projection of Zero took a deep breath. So, Captain, what shall we do? First of all, let's take a look at what preparations the human civilization has made during this period when the living space has been extremely compressed. Lin Feng rubbed his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. Chapter 95 Tony Stark Captain, your hands? Seeing Lin Feng's actions, there was a hint of doubt in Zero's voice. Huh? My hands? Lin Feng raised his hands and was stunned for a moment. My hands can move? Excellent. This is a good omen. Lin Feng shrugged. But unfortunately, I still can't stand up. At least, everything is developing in a positive direction, isn't it? Zero smiled slightly. Yes, everything is moving in the right direction. Lin Feng nodded. All right, no more idle talk. Retrieve all the data of the human civilization in the past 200 years and compare it with our previous calculation results. Yes, a large amount of data streams appeared on the circular screen. All the energy of the Genesis was mobilized to meet Zero's computing needs. It's still not enough. Zero's voice sounded. Once I activate the extreme computing power now, the energy of the entire Genesis is no longer sufficient to support my calculations. It doesn't matter. I have more. Lin Feng's eyes turned white, and a vast amount of primeval creation energy erupted from the throne of the stars, surging into the energy core of the Genesis. The energy core began to rotate frenetically, channeling energy into Zero's main server. More can be provided. Zero's voice resounded again. Lin Feng increased the output power once more. In an instant, the energy core of the Genesis reached an overlocked state, causing the entire hull of the Genesis to tremble, as if it could barely bear the load. Compared with those in Marvel, the technology of the Genesis still lags a bit. Lin Feng shook his head. The primeval creation energy permeated every nook and cranny of the Genesis, stabilizing the entire vessel. Is this the power of the commander now? Selena stared blankly at the scene where Lin Feng enveloped the entire Genesis with the primeval creation energy, murmuring to herself. Why do I have a feeling that the commander could single-handedly wipe out all the civilizations in the entire universe? You're right. A spatial wormhole opened, and a figure in gold, red, emerged beside Selena. Is this the legendary primeval universe? It's unimaginable. I feel that my power is severely restricted here. Who are you? Looking at the gold, red figure beside her, Selena's hand glowed with white light. Before, Lin told me that all the humans here practice the primeval creation energy. I didn't believe it. Now I finally do. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tony Stark. Tony removed his faceplate. Also, don't be agitated. I'm human too. Tony Stark? Selena furrowed her brows. Why did this name seem so familiar? It's quite normal to feel familiar. Tony shrugged. After all, in your perception, I was supposed to be a movie character. Iron Man? Selena retrieved the name Tony Stark from the database in her brain chip. Does the Marvel Cinematic Universe really exist? It used to, but now it no longer does. Tony shrugged. Now there is no Marvel Cinematic Universe left. All that remains is the Stellaris Universe. Stellaris Universe? Selena was somewhat confused. Is it that hard to understand? Tony shook his head with a smile. The Stellaris Universe is the universe created by the Stellaris. So, when the commander said he went to a far, away place before, was it the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Selena felt that her worldview had been somewhat impacted. You can think of it that way. Tony nodded. Of course, for you, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is just a low-dimensional universe. Naturally, the Stellaris Universe, which is established based on the foundation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, is also a low-dimensional creation. Speaking of which, the primeval universe is truly powerful. Merely by the aggregation of the will of intelligent life, it can create one low-dimensional universe after another. That is to say, in fact, you should be a low-dimensional being. Then how did you come here? Selena furrowed her brows again. I'm the smartest person in the Stellaris universe. In Tony's eyes, there was a hint of pride. I've successfully developed a method to elevate my dimension, enabling me to enter the primeval universe without breaching the cosmic barrier. After all, I don't possess the power like Lin, who can forcefully traverse the cosmic barrier solely by his own strength. Additionally, rest assured that after the dimensional elevation, I have completely transformed into a human from the primeval universe at the genetic level. Moreover, the 3 laws of human civilization have been implanted into my mind. It's impossible for me to become your enemy. Dimensional elevation. Selena promptly retrieved the scientific materials regarding dimensional elevation from the database. That was an extremely arduous task. I know. Otherwise, why claim that I'm the wisest person in the stellar universe? Tony shrugged. You know, many of the technologies Lin currently wields were improved by me. Is this one also? It seems to be in your style. Selena displayed an image of the Colossus armor. Of course. Besides me. Who else would create something in this style? Tony smiled. Oh right, I forgot one thing. What is it? Selena raised an eyebrow. It's nothing. Just a friend. Tony shook his head. Jarvis, are you there? For you, sir, always. Jarvis's voice resounded in Tony's mind. Indeed. Tony had also implanted a chip in his brain to carry Jarvis and ascend dimensions with him. That's good. Tony blinked his eyes and looked in the direction of the Genesis. Well, there's no need to be nervous. This is just an artificial intelligence. In terms of seniority, it can be regarded as Zero's disciple. Just wait until your star commander shows up, and he will explain everything. By the way, is that the warship Lin once had? He should have deep feelings for this warship. He built an identical one in the Marvel Universe. Tony smacked his lips. It doesn't look so impressive. It's not as good as my Colossus armor. That's not the original Genesis. The original one was reduced to fragments under the bombardment of the planet, killing Cannon. This one is a replica. Selena shook her head. However, judging from the technology the commander gave us, with your technological level, it's normal that you don't think highly of our current Colossus-class warships. That's true. When Lin first gave me these technologies, I was amazed for quite a while. Tony nodded. We had a technological explosion relying on the technology of the primeval universe. And now it's time for us to feed back the technologies derived from this technological explosion to the human civilization in the primeval universe. Most of these technologies were developed by me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. I won't stand on ceremony. Selena nodded. On the other side, the white light flickering on the Genesis had dimmed. Huh? Zero, who had just finished the calculation, let out a soft exclamation. What's wrong? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. I've discovered an old friend. To be precise, 2 old friends. A tinge of delight laced Zero's voice. Unexpectedly, they could also arrive here. Chapter 96. Ascension to a Higher Dimension. Tony, seated on the throne of the stars, as soon as Lin Feng drifted down the gangway of the Genesis, he spotted Tony Stark clad in a golden-red ensemble. How did you manage to enter the primeval cosmos? I've devised a way to elevate my dimension, Tony replied, puffing out his chest with pride. With this method, one can directly enter the primeval cosmos without having to traverse the cosmic barrier. Can this method be replicated? Lin Feng stroked his chin. You know, the population of the current human civilization is rather scarce. Replication is feasible, yet while I've discovered the means to ascend dimensions, I'm at a loss as to how to descend. I can't return now, Tony shrugged. The prerequisite for replicating this method is that I need to bring the knowledge in my head back. Tony pointed to his temple. Regrettably, we're stuck at this juncture. I can traverse the cosmic barrier once more. You give me the data, and I'll pass it on to other versions of you in the starry sky cosmos. What do you think? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Lin, traversing the cosmic barrier again. Tony hesitated. Don't worry, Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Traversing the cosmic barrier is no longer a formidable task for me. Can it be that something I could pierce with low-dimensional energy becomes impenetrable with high-dimensional energy? In Lin Feng's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered. In the next instant, a spatial wormhole emerged, and the primeval creation energy surged out, forming a sharp cone, with a single point breaking through the surface. In the blink of an eye, it bored through the cosmic barrier. Tony, explain our technological situation to the current human civilization. I'll be back soon. With these words spoken, Lin Feng passed through the spatial wormhole and, via the newly bored gap, entered the space outside the primeval universe. The void. Lin Feng let out a sigh. This was an extremely mysterious realm, and even he couldn't comprehend all the rules of the void. However, it was still no problem to draw in a stellar universe. A light glowed between Lin Feng's brows, with dots of white light twinkling. An inexplicable pulling force penetrated the layers of the void and locked onto the stellar universe. Although the stellar universe was hurtling through the void, the humans inside were completely unaware until a majestic voice resounded. Tony Stark, I need you all. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the minds of every Tony counterpart. Upon hearing this voice, each Tony donned their armor and soared into the air, attempting to locate Lin Feng. There's no need to search. I'm outside the universe. Due to certain reasons, I can't return now. Lin Feng's voice sounded again, and a series of data was transmitted into the minds of these Tonys. Digest this information well. This is the dimension, ascending technology developed by Tony from the zero-numbered universe. Lead the entire human civilization to ascend in dimension. Only in this way can you follow in my footsteps once more. Yes, the Tonys placed their right fists on their chests, demonstrating their loyalty to Lin Feng. Subsequently, They began to assimilate and verify the novel techniques in the materials. Well, with this concluded, the population issue of the human civilization should be resolved once the Tonys develop the dimension elevation technology. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, transformed into a stream of light, and returned to the primordial universe through the gap that hadn't had time to heal. The gap closed completely behind him. Then, Lin Feng opened a spatial wormhole and returned to Earth. Your technology has been delivered to the starry universe. I believe your counterparts will soon be able to develop the dimension elevation technology. Lin Feng, seated on the starry throne, appeared in front of Tony, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "At present, the number of humans among us is still too small. I've decided to let the human civilizations in the lower-level universes attempt dimension elevation, just like Tony. If a large number of humans from the lower-level universes appear here, will it lead to any phenomena of differentiation or discrimination?" Selena, standing aside, furrowed her brows. It should be known that racial differentiation and discrimination are formidable threats to the unity of a civilization. Don't worry. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Under the influence of the 3 laws of the human civilization, the only ones who will be discriminated against are those individuals who can't contribute to the development of a human civilization. Oh, by the way, have those black hairless apes gone extinct? Lin Feng looked at Tony. Yes, there are no black people to be seen within the human civilization now. Tony nodded. At first, upon learning that Lin Feng had done this, Tony found it somewhat difficult to accept. However, after a certain biotech research, Tony discovered the fundamental genetic disparities between these dark-skinned entities and human civilization. And since eliminating inferior genes was in line with the overall interest of human civilization, he no longer dwelled on this issue. That's good. I don't want those chimpanzees to undergo unpredictable changes after dimensional ascension and cause another genetic contamination to human civilization. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Next, it was time to study the issue of war. I and Zero had thoroughly calculated all the history of human civilization over the past 200 years. In a conference, Lin Feng sat in the main seat, leaning against the star throne. The other human high-level officials were seated respectively, and Tony was prominently among them. Have you studied the new technologies I gave you? Lin Feng swept his eyes across the people present. If you have any questions, ask Tony. Most of these technologies were developed by him. For the lacking information, go to Zero. His database preserves nearly everything. I hope that human civilization can manufacture the first Colossus battle armor at the fastest speed. If you haven't fully studied it by the time the human civilization in the lower-level universe ascends in dimension, you'll be replaced. Don't worry, Commander. We will definitely complete the task. Chu Haoran, the director of the War Weapon Research Department of the Human Civilization Research Institute, said loudly. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. Remember, you are racing against time with the human civilization from another universe. Most of you are my original direct subordinates. Do not disappoint me. If your technological level lags behind, I will have to replace you with those of higher caliber. Additionally, I hereby appoint Mr. Tony Stark as the director of the Academy of Scientific Research for the Human Civilization, effective immediately. Chapter 97, Mass Production of Vibranium. Director Stark, I hope for your kind consideration in the future. Chu Haoran shook hands with Tony. It's nothing. All is for the progress of human civilization. Tony shook his head. Once the meeting ends, we'll start officially. I work at a fast pace. I hope you can keep up. Don't worry. The amplification of the Genesis Prime energy on the brain is quite significant. There seemed to be a glint of fire in Chu Haoran's eyes. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such a challenging scientific research project. Next comes the issue of war. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, our enemies will soon discover that their fleet has lost contact. Then it will be the time for their large-scale offensive. Lin Feng waved his hand, and Zero promptly presented a star map projection. We need to utilize all available resources. Therefore, from now on, all star-destroying weapons will be equipped with nano-plague warheads. My previous energy outburst wiped out the enemy forces within the solar system. Before the arrival of new enemies, the solar system is absolutely safe. Lin Feng pointed to the star chart of the inner solar system projected by Zero. Although we are currently in a secluded corner, all our technologies remain intact. We can completely maintain the stability of our home planet when there are huge fluctuations in the stellar gravitational field. That is to say, within the solar system. Only the sun, the moon, and the Earth need to remain. Release the nano-plague to the rest of the planets in the solar system and convert the entire solar system into our resources? Selena's eyes lit up. She had been Lin Feng's adjutant for decades, and, apart from Zero, was the person present who could best keep up with Lin Feng's train of thought. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Evaporate the entire solar system, convert it into nanobots, and then integrate the nanobots into battleships. Lin Feng had used this method of directly devouring planets in the Marvel Universe long ago. We can now control nanobots to directly devour planets and self-replicate. But we don't have the extremely precise program to directly integrate nanobots into battleships. Selena frowned. Don't worry, Jarvis? Lin Feng looked at Tony. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zero needs to use its computing power for more important things. Leave the problem of controlling nanobots to me. Jarvis's voice came from Tony's body. However, I need a better server. Dismantle the central controls of several small scrapped battleships. Even the control systems of small battleships have far stronger computing power than brain chips. Lin Feng looked at the person in charge of battleship maintenance. There was no other way. Humans were too poor at the moment. Building a new high-computing power server required making up for one deficiency at the expense of another. The server self-inspection is completed. Although it's a bit reluctant, it's sufficient for the time being. I will utilize the replicated nanobots to prioritize the construction of a new server. After having enough computing power, I'll start building warships. Jarvis' voice came from the temporary server. I've already connected to the Nano Plague Warhead. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. Launch the Nano Plague Warhead. Target, Mars. A ground-based station erupted with intense flames. A warhead burst out from the silo, trailing a jet of fire as it pierced the sky. Have we become so impoverished that we have to use chemical fuel rockets to launch star-destroying weapons? Lin Feng was taken aback. If it were against enemies, of course we wouldn't do this. But since we're facing a lifeless planet, we naturally have to save where we can. Selena shrugged. Alas. Lin Feng sighed and waved his hand. A spatial wormhole appeared right in front of the warhead, closing the instant the warhead passed through. Almost immediately, a violent explosion occurred on the surface of Mars. The chemical rocket directly impacted the Martian surface. Simultaneously with the explosion, the Nano Plague Warhead also released billows of gray-black mist, rapidly covering the entire surface of Mars. Begin collecting planetary materials. With full computing power engaged. Jarvis' voice carried a hint of mechanization. This was a phenomenon that occurred when an intelligent being with emotions operated under high load. Under such circumstances, the computing power of the intelligent being was insufficient to sustain the operation of its derived emotional module, causing the emotional part to fade away. This situation also applied to the human brain. Just like before in the Starry Sky universe, when Lin Feng and Zero jointly calculated the human civilization. A mechanization of thinking occurred. The devouring speed of the Nano Plague was terrifying. Under Jarvis' control, some of the nanobots began to combine, and a magnificent building rose from the ground. Is this how you all build servers? Selena smacked her lips as she looked at the server that was still rising. This is the optimal computer circuit connection method we've calculated. Tony shrugged. Given sufficient space, this structure could maximize the operational and transmission efficiency of the server. In just a few minutes, a huge server emerged. Specks of blue light lit up on the server. As Jarvis' main program was transferred into the server, the operating speed of the nanobots on the surface of Mars increased instantaneously. 24 hours passed, and the entire Mars visibly shrank in size. A huge planetary ring encircled Mars. The servers originally on the Martian surface were transferred to the ring. A large number of nanobots were transported onto the ring along the space elevator. Spaceports gradually took shape. Several support frames extended, and the nanobots climbed along the frames, gradually taking on the shape of warships. There was still a certain shortage of nanobot materials here. They were sufficient for manufacturing Colossus-class warships, but without vibranium, it was somewhat insufficient for manufacturing Colossus armors. Jarvis' voice was transmitted to the site via a long-range signal. I will mass-produce Colossus-class warships next and simultaneously attempt to find a substitute for vibranium. Can't we utilize the atomic reconstruction technology? Tony furrowed his brows. We've already tried. The atomic composition and arrangement of vibranium have long been recorded by us. But the vibranium manufactured exactly according to the structure in the Marvel Universe here has none of the properties of vibranium at all. Jarvis replied. I remember that vibranium can absorb energy, right? Tony stroked his chin. Jarvis, try injecting primeval creation energy into vibranium. Yes, sir. Jarvis responded. He brought several primeval creation energy storage devices through a spatial wormhole. The primeval creation energy covered the surface of vibranium through a conduction device and was then slowly absorbed. That's it. This is vibranium. Jarvis' voice carried a hint of excitement. Sir, we've succeeded. We've successfully created mass, producible vibranium. Chapter 98. The Civilization Allied Forces. We seem to have fallen into a misapprehension previously. Tony stroked his chin. If ordinary metals can be transformed into special metals under the effect of the primeval creation energy, does it imply that there are more utilization methods of the primeval creation energy? Elaborate, Lin Feng said with great interest. You said before that the primeval creation energy is the highest level energy in the universe. We can convert it into internal energy, mechanical energy. And now we've discovered that the primeval creation energy can also alter the structure between atoms, thus being transformed into chemical energy. Am I right? A projection emerged in Tony's hand. Then, what about magic energy, which can also be regarded as a form of energy? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and his eyes sparkled. The greatest advantage of the primeval creation energy lies in its sufficiently high energy level. Under normal circumstances, we can directly overwhelm our opponents with the strongest energy level. However, this very advantage is precisely its drawback. Tony's eyes also glinted with excitement. Due to its excessively high energy level, the means of attack relying on the primeval creation energy are too singular. But what if the primeval creation energy can be transformed into magic energy, like the magic energy of Kamar, Taj magic? The conversion rate of the primeval creation energy into lower-level energy is astonishing. Converting a small amount of primeval creation energy into a large number of magic attacks to conduct a firepower coverage against the enemy would be an excellent choice. It's indeed a bit wasteful to use the primeval creation energy to eliminate cannon fodder. Lin Feng nodded. Do you have any ideas? The magic array. The projection in Tony's hand transformed into a basic magic array of Kamar, Taj. Apart from guiding the Academy of Sciences in the research of the Colossus armor, I've been delving into this recently. This seems to be quite a leap from your professional field, Lin Feng said with keen interest, stroking his chin. So what? Don't forget. Among my counterparts in the multiverse back then, there was one who became the Sorcerer Supreme. Tony shrugged. Kamar, Taj has actually established a well-founded and scientific magic system. Yes, scientific magic. These two words are rarely paired together, yet in fact, magic has become part of science. Just as we invented the steam engine and the internal combustion engine to convert the thermal energy generated by the combustion of chemical fuels into mechanical energy, and invented the generator to convert mechanical energy into electrical energy, likewise, to transform magical energy into other forms of energy, we created magic arrays. A magic array is merely a scientific means to change the form of energy manifestation. If those people in Kamar, Taj hadn't been reluctant, I would even have wanted to call a magic array a kind of machinery with a rather special form of manifestation, transforming the primeval creation energy into magic with diverse forms of attack through a magic array. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. It can be attempted, but it means we need to invent a completely new type of magic array, which is extremely challenging. I combined the magic array of Kamar, Taj with the energy conversion device we built when using extra-dimensional energy previously and conducted a reverse study. With a wave of his hand, a vast quantity of nanometer particles began to flow, taking the shape of a sharp cone. The cone was engraved with numerous fine and abstruse patterns. I have successfully transformed the primeval creation energy into magic energy. Regrettably, the current conversion efficiency is excessively low, rendering it completely unfeasible for practical use. The attack effect after conversion is even less potent than directly employing the primeval creation energy. It is akin to the steam engine prior to Watt's improvement. My goal is to elevate it to at least the equivalent level of an internal combustion engine. There is nearly a 2-generation technological gap in between. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Indeed, but I am confident that I can achieve it. After all, I am the most intelligent being in the world, am I not? Tony's face was suffused with self-assurance. That's debatable. After all, this is the primeval cosmos. Lin Feng shrugged. You can utilize a portion of Zero's computing power. Very well. With Zero's assistance, I have even greater confidence. Tony took a deep breath and nodded. If this proves successful, then human civilization will possess absolute fire power superiority over other civilizations. After all, the fire power of all is severely excessive. Now, a method that can enhance energy utilization efficiency has emerged. This generation, level energy utilization approach is certain to achieve a complete dominance at the same energy level. Wait, Lin Feng stopped Tony, who was about to depart. What's the matter? Tony turned his head. They're coming. A strange radiance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The solar system, the cosmic space. One by one, wormholes emerged in the boundless cosmic expanse. From within those wormholes, the hideous prow of each ship slowly protruded, and a colossal fleet materialized in the solar system. Your fleet has gone missing. On the flagship of the fleet, ripples shimmered across the front of an otherworldly creature in the shape of a floating jellyfish in the air. And from these ripples, clear sounds actually emanated. "Shut up, Votans. We're not yet clear about the situation," a Moslar angrily interrupted it. "Hope you remember that we are in alliance." "I know, but I'm somewhat puzzled. Why could someone who was once destroyed by the human civilization also become our ally?" A crack appeared in a nearby rock, and a voice came from within. "Stonians. Watch your words." The Moslar grew even angrier. "If it weren't for that damn Stellaris, how could the human civilization have defeated us? On the contrary, you should be grateful to us. If we hadn't turned the human high-ups against Stellaris and let them eliminate Stellaris themselves, you would also have been destroyed by him." "Look, a general who was scared out of his wits by a human commander," the Stonian snorted. "I don't believe that just a mere human commander could scare you so much. I can only say that you Moslars are still too weak." "Wait, something seems amiss." A metal ball split open and transformed into a small humanoid robot. "I've detected some peculiar fluctuations." "Metlers? What's going on?" The Votan looked towards the robot. "I perceived a faint signal. The code behind it was of such an advanced nature that I could scarcely comprehend it." A burst of red light emanated from the cameras in the eyes of the Metellians. "This is the code capable of influencing an entire lower-dimensional universe. Naturally, you can't understand it." A voice resounded within the cabin of the Allied flagship. "I never expected that there would be a mechanical civilization among you. The alliance of 8 civilizations is about to become an alliance of 7. Chapter 99, 2000 Rings. The alliance of 8 civilizations is now to become an alliance of 7. As the voice faded, the eyes of all the Metellians in the field erupted in a series of sparks one after another, and then they fell to the floor. Although they are useless, it's still possible to make use of them. The voice sounded again from the speaker in the cabin. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zero, an intelligent life form from the human civilization." "Zero?" A trace of panic emerged in the eyes of the Moslans. "Are you Zero, the assistant artificial intelligence of the stars?" "Yes, it's me. Additionally, an old acquaintance of yours asked me to convey a message to you. I can destroy you once, and I can do it a second time." The voice from the speaker changed, and upon hearing this voice, the expression of the Moslan instantly contorted, and an overwhelming sense of fear welled up in their heart. The stars. A shrill scream of terror erupted from the Moslar. By now, it had collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. If Dormammu, whom I turned into a battery, were to see you, it'd likely be thrilled. After all, it feeds on fear. Without warning, a spatial wormhole materialized within the battleship with its tight spatial blockade. A figure, seated regally on a throne and striking dread into the hearts of all Moslars, drifted slowly out of the wormhole. "No. This can't be. How could you possibly still be alive?" The Moslar scrambled backwards, using both hands and feet. A few seconds later, the retreating Moslar's body stiffened, and it dropped lifeless to the ground. Cardiac arrest caused by excessive fear, quite fascinating. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. For some reason, the appearances of you aliens can find prototypes on Earth. Some even have body structures remarkably similar to humans. Even the mechanical civilizations fashioned themselves into humanoid forms. You are the Star Cluster? The Star Cluster who perished beneath the planet, destroying canon of its own civilization? The creature, sitting on the main seat, almost identical in appearance to a human except for a vertical eye between its brows, spoke slowly. "First of all, indeed, I was hit by a planet, destroying canon from my own people. However, clearly, I'm still alive, am I not?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Now, to answer your question. Yes, I am the Star Cluster. How did you break through the spatial blockade and open the wormhole?" The frowned tightly. "Quite simple. Your spatial blockade isn't powerful enough. Just tear it apart with absolute force, can't you?" Lin Feng shrugged. In the vast expanse of the universe, no living being could possess such power. The three-eyed one shook his head, expressing disbelief. "It's not only your humans who possess wisdom. Before fabricating stories, one should think more thoroughly. Well, it can only be said that your vision is rather narrow. In this boundless universe, there are countless things you've never seen. As for thinking more," Lin Feng sat regally on the throne of stars, his eyes turning pure white. A terrifying fluctuation of primeval creative energy emanated, causing ripples to spread. In an instant, the warship where several individuals were located exploded. The fluctuation continued to expand, instantly covering a vast expanse of cosmic space. Wherever it passed, a total of 2,000 warships of the entire Allied fleet exploded in succession, and the entire airspace was cleared in just a few seconds. 2,000 detonations. Is that loud enough? Lin Feng looked at the 6 commanders from different races who were suspended in the cosmic space, enwrapped by the primeval creative energy. What on earth are you, a monster? Fear emerged in the eyes of the once arrogant 3-eyed one. I'm not a monster. I'm called Stars. And I'm a human. Lin Feng shrugged. With a clench of his right fist, the 6 shields of primeval creative energy suddenly tightened, crushing the 6 commanders into minced meat. Captain, the question you raised earlier has caused a minor glitch in my core program. A flash of red light flickered in the eyes of the commander of the mechanical civilization, who was floating in the universe. It adjusted its body posture and then flew to Lin Feng's side. It was Zero who had taken control of its body. What kind of problem? Lin Feng looked at the robot beside him. Why can all the intelligent life forms we've encountered find their prototypes on their home planets? Zero felt that the core of his program was somewhat overloaded, which was completely unreasonable. For the primeval universe was much the same as the Marvel universe. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. In fact, we are also a subordinate universe. It's just that the dimension where the Marvel universe we saw before was lower than ours. According to my speculation, there should exist a Marvel multiverse in the infinite void that is of the same dimension as the primeval universe. Are we actually within a work? Zero's voice carried a tinge of doubt. Just like the Marvel universe, were we also created by some author and then transformed into a universe? Exactly. Even this entire infinite void might be in a lower dimension. Lin Feng nodded. And precisely for this reason. These alien all bear certain characteristics of life and non-life on Earth. Because the forms these alien exhibit completely depend on the author's imagination. And as you know, humans can't imagine something they've never seen at all. So what should we do? Zero looked towards Lin Feng. Didn't Tony develop Dimension, ascending technology? There was a strong ambition in Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps we also have a chance to take a look at that universe. Or perhaps that universe could also become a universe solely controlled by human civilization. But the top priority now is still dealing with the so-called primeval universe, right? Zero turned his head and looked at the boundless cosmic space. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded. For now, let's not dwell on dimensions of a higher order. Our strength is still far from sufficient. Perhaps, even this very conversation of ours has already been recorded by that author in the distant higher dimensional universe. The data such as the origin of the universe has been completely sealed. The switch, the ascension of the primeval universe to a higher dimension. Zero has thoroughly sealed the conversation record just now in the derived speculations. Zero, look at these wormholes. What do they resemble? Lin Feng smiled and pointed at those wormholes in front of them, which were opened by the 8th Civilization Allied forces and had been fixed by Lin Feng so that they couldn't be closed. They were like hundreds of semi-developed planets teeming with intelligent life. Zero let out a hearty laugh. Planets that can be rapidly transformed into resources. Indeed, Jarvis. Lin Feng connected to Jarvis server on Mars. How are your preparations? Ready to launch a general offensive at any time. Jarvis' voice came. At this moment, the distant Mars had completely vanished, turning into a huge planetary ring and warships docked in the spaceports of the ring. Human civilization. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every human being. All human soldiers, enter the Martian ring. It's time for us to counter-attack. Chapter 100. Curvature engine. Every military base on Earth started operating rapidly. Soldiers assembled at the fastest speed, passed through the pre-set space wormholes to reach the Martian ring, and then boarded the warships in an orderly and extremely rapid manner. All troops, advance. Lin Feng sat regally in the command position of the brand new Genesis. The new Genesis had no installed command chair. Instead, Lin Feng's star throne was positioned where the command chair should have been. In front of him was the classic horizontally placed circular main console. And above the center of the ring was the half-body projection of Zero, the first real since war after returning to the primeval universe. A trace of reminiscence emerged in the eyes of Lin Feng, who was leading the new star fleet. Come on, Selena, guess what I'm going to do? The Allied fleet should be guarding those non-closable spatial wormholes now. Selena stroked her chin and analyzed, under this circumstance, the natural wormholes that the Allied forces use to sneak attack the human civilization may be a bit lax in defense, right? Go on. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. We'll deploy part of our troops near the spatial wormholes to achieve the purpose of containment, while our main force will directly launch a surprise attack on their rear through the natural wormholes. We'll use Star, destroying weapons at the fastest speed and completely destroy the enemy's rear in one fell swoop. The human civilization is most proficient in waging war to support war. The more enemies we eliminate, the faster we become stronger. We just need to seize 2 civilizations in the form of a blitzkrieg before they have time to react. And we can quickly reach a position comparable to the remaining 6 civilizations. You're right, but your intelligence is slightly outdated. Lin Feng smiled faintly. We only have 7 enemies left. Indeed, during the 2 centuries of our disappearance, I have undergone a leap-forward upgrade. I have fully invaded the home planet of the Minel civilization and completely taken control of the intelligent mechanical cores of all Minel people. The voice of Zero came from the console, stating that the mechanical civilization has been completely subdued by me. If that's the case, we could just focus on attacking one civilization. No. Lin Feng shook his head, interrupting Selena's words. We have sufficient capabilities to attack 2 civilizations simultaneously. Why settle for less? What we need to do is quite straightforward. Eliminate all enemies at the fastest speed, and then continue to expand. Lin Feng gazed at the cosmic space displayed on the screen in front of him. Even after more than 200 years, my thoughts have remained unchanged. In the universe, only humanity, the intelligent life form, suffices. Additionally, there's no need to play tricks with faint troops in front of those wormholes created by the Star Alliance. Just place several shell-like objects there, and add something with a high energy reaction inside to mislead them. Anyway, during the time they figure it out, it's more than enough for us to deal with the enemy's home planets. The decoy battleship models have been deployed, and the natural wormholes have been located and are ready to enter at any time. Zero's voice sounded in due time. Captain, we can commence the war. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. Prepare for space, jump. Space, jump is being prepared, the curvature engine has been activated, and the space, time curvature is being calibrated. Calibration completed. Locate the natural wormhole clusters and start warp, speed navigation. A pale blue flame burst out from the sterns of all the warships. At the instant the curvature engines were activated, the entire space seemed to distort slightly. In a flash, thousands of interstellar warships vanished from their original positions. The hyperspace realm. How long has it been since we last came here? Due to the extremely high speed of the warships, under the effect of persistence of vision, the stars in the universe were elongated into streaks of light in Lin Feng's eyes. This is a phenomenon that can only occur in the hyperspace realm. In the primeval universe, the cosmic rules do not permit anything to have a speed exceeding that of light. Therefore, when an object's speed approaches the speed of light, it will briefly enter the hyperspace realm. The hyperspace realm is exactly the same as the original universe, like a replica. However, only objects that exceed the speed of light can enter it. When an object's speed drops below the speed of light, it will exit the hyperspace realm and return to the original material universe. This setting is similar to the quantum realm in the Marvel Universe. When an object shrinks to a certain extent, it will enter the quantum realm, and if it expands again, it will return to the material universe. The curvature engine technology is a technology that can accelerate an object to faster than light speed and enable it to enter the hyperspace realm. It is precisely this technology that has opened the door for humanity to explore the starry sky. And when they occupied the first planet, they discovered a delightful energy source, primeval creation energy. The primordial Genesis energy possesses the property to effortlessly open spatial wormholes. Unlike the hyperspace curvature engine, the curvature engine merely boosts the speed of spaceships. However, it still demands a considerable amount of time to reach the destination. In contrast, a spatial wormhole can instantaneously reduce the distance between any 2 points in the universe to 0. From this moment on, distance has utterly lost its significance. This epoch-making advancement has promptly consigned the newly born curvature engine technology to the dustbin. Only a few carrier-based aircraft or ultra-small warships that require high maneuverability are equipped with the curvature engine. Nevertheless, the human civilization overlooked one thing. The most prominent feature of the curvature engine is its stealthiness. Opening a new spatial wormhole generates massive spatial fluctuations. Any civilization that has discovered the primordial Genesis energy can detect such spatial fluctuations. When a spatial wormhole is opened, everyone will be aware that the enemy has arrived. The curvature engine, on the other hand, is different. This engine, which enables warships to reach super light speed and enter the hyperspace realm, is silent compared to the spatial wormhole generator. It is even less intense in radiation than some high-energy stars in the universe. If Lin Feng were still present when the enemy invaded, he would definitely resurrect the curvature engine technology and apply it to covert military operations that require stealth. The curvature engine combined with optical stealth, Commander, you're truly brilliant. Selena exclaimed with a touch of admiration. She never expected that these two antique Like technologies could exhibit such great effects here. In war, there is no best technology, only the most suitable one. As a commander, you must have an understanding of these, so as to apply them flexibly in battle. Remember, as a commander, you should be adept at using every means that can enhance the efficiency of war. Chapter 101. Low Speed Hyperspace Mode. The curvature engine gradually shuts down. With a distortion of space, thousands of warships emerge in an area filled with spatial turbulence. The spatial structure here is extremely chaotic, giving rise to numerous natural spatial wormholes. Some of these wormholes are relatively safe for spaceships to pass through. Most importantly, when traversing these spatial wormholes, there will be no intense spatial fluctuations, making it highly concealed. Ling, it's time for you to get ready too. Lin Feng stares at the screen in front of him. As the warships plunge into the wormhole against a great deal of spatial turbulence, the view before the entire fleet suddenly broadens. This is the territory of the Stone People. Lin Feng looks at the planet composed entirely of rocks in front of him and nods slightly. Prepare the curvature engine, with the target being the Stone People's main planet. A humming sound resounds. Numerous interstellar warships enter the warp state, disappearing from their original positions and entering the hyperspace realm. The speed of warships in a super, light, speed state is extremely fast. In just a few minutes, the warships of the human civilization arrive near the Stone People's main planet. Today, I'll show you the correct way to use the curvature engine. Lin Feng smiles faintly. All warship commanders, find the low speed hyperspace mode on your command and tactics table and activate it. With a humming sound. All the human battleships in hyperspace underwent violent shudders. Don't panic. Slow down now. At Lin Feng's command, the advancing speed of all the battleships decreased and soon reached a state below the speed of light. We haven't exited hyperspace? Selena looked at the speedometer displayed on the screen in some astonishment. Why is that? The low speed hyperspace mode, as the name implies, is a method to keep the battleships in hyperspace in a low speed state. A smile curved Lin Feng's lips. Reaching the speed of light to enter hyperspace doesn't merely refer to the forward speed. The vibration speed of these battleships has reached the speed of light? Selena was somewhat surprised. Can the strength of our battleships already withstand this level of vibration? This is thanks to the modification effect of the creation prime energy we discovered on materials. Lin Feng shrugged. We added vibranium during the battleship manufacturing process. The vibranium from that black-skinned country in Marvel movies? Selena raised an eyebrow. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Now all battleships maintain the low-speed hyperspace mode and form an encirclement of the Stone Homestar region. Without any spatial fluctuations, thousands of battleships of the human civilization, like phantoms, surrounded the Stone Homestar region and then exited the hyperspace state. The corpses of the Stone People are also good resources. Therefore, we won't use attacks that destroy the physical body. Lin Feng sat upright on the star throne. Prepare the nanoplague. Yes. A hideous cannon barrel extended from the bow of the Genesis. At the same time, other Colossus-class battleships behind the Genesis began to accumulate energy, and dots of light lit up among the new star fleet. Intense and unknown energy fluctuations were detected. A shrill alarm resounded on the Stone Home planet. The voice of the artificial intelligence carried a tinge of horror, for it had detected no spatial fluctuations when the enemy arrived. Before the Stone People could react, the entire star domain of the Stone Home planet erupted in a blinding light. Nanoshin, Plague Planet, killing cannons were launched, bursting over every inhabited planet in the star domain. Gray nanobots covered the entire planetary surface within seconds. Jarvis is in charge of the nano manufacturing within the solar system. I leave this side to you. Lin Feng looked towards the projection of Zero above the center of the circular screen. No problem. Zero nodded. The nanobots in the entire star domain of the Stone Home planet suddenly accelerated, starting to devour planetary matter. All right, let's go. We still have to deal with other civilizations. At Lin Feng's command, all battleships immediately entered hyperspace, passed through the wormhole, and returned to the space turbulence zone. Our next enemy is the Xandarians. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a series of desert planets appeared on the screen. The Xandarians were humanoid races composed of sand grains, and their weakness was water. Heaven's might is vast. Selena uttered 4 words. That's right. Lin Feng nodded, passed through the natural wormhole, and entered warp speed state. Yes, the battleship fleet passed through the wormhole, instantaneously accelerating to super light speed and entering hyperspace, then heading towards the direction of the main star domain of the Xandarians, the planet whose surface was completely covered with yellow sand. Lin Feng smacked his lips. Tell me, he said. How did they manage not to fight with Divortians and even form an alliance? Who knows? Selena shrugged. Maybe it's because the human civilization poses both too much temptation and too much threat to them. Reasonable. Lin Feng nodded. Well, get ready. Activate the low-speed hyperspace mode. It was the exact same battle method as when dealing with the Stonians, the same low-speed hyperspace. The same encirclement of the main star domain. However, this time, the star, destroying weapons loaded in the gun barrels of the human civilization fleet, had changed to the heavenly flood surge. Rays of light lit up at the gun barrels of the human civilization fleet. The Xandarians were quite traditional. They didn't trust artificial intelligence at all. All their systems were operated by Xandarians, and this presented a fatal problem. Without using artificial intelligence, they didn't even have time to react to the impending attack. Lin Feng shook his head. Huge wormholes split open in the sky above every planet of the Xandarians. These wormholes were like open sluice gates, and a large amount of water rushed out from the wormholes, gradually enveloping the planet. No, the bodies of the Xandarians, which were made of yellow sand, slowly dissolved under the infiltration of the flood. Soon, the Xandarian star domain, which was originally filled with Earth, yellow planets, had turned into a vast expanse of blue. Behold, these resplendent blue orbs, how exquisite they are. Lin Feng smiled gently. The Xandarians, when immersed in water, would dissolve and perish within mere seconds. At that moment, an unmanned battleship of human civilization disintegrated, transforming into a swarm of nanobots that descended upon the ocean's surface and commenced the decomposition of the planet. It's time to halt. The other civilizations should already be aware of our actions. By now, they're likely to station heavy troops to guard the natural wormholes. Lin Feng waved his hand, commanding the nanobot swarm to self-replicate under Zero's control. Then, he led the fleet back to the solar system. What should we do now? Selena looked towards Lin Feng. They've realized that the battleships we position near these fixed wormholes are nothing but empty shells. So, what will they do? They'll shift the focus of their defense to the vicinity of the natural wormholes and won't pay excessive attention to these wormholes. Selena's eyes sparkled. So, shall we launch an attack from these wormholes next? Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. However, the enemy isn't foolish. They'll allocate troops to the natural wormhole regions. But they definitely won't abandon the defense here. But at present, our greatest advantage lies in our low-velocity hyperspace technology. Star-packed. Are you ready to embrace the surprise I have in store for you? Chapter 102, The Council. A stealthy offensive is the deadliest of all. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the spatial wormhole, beholding the Star Alliance fleet on the opposite side. They were arrayed around the wormhole as if facing a formidable enemy. Evidently, the Star Alliance had learned that the human civilization had annihilated 2 civilizations within merely 2 days. At this moment, there were 4 civilizations remaining in the Star Alliance. As for the whereabouts of the other civilization, the stars, it must be the stars. Only he could accomplish such a feat. He's still alive. He's returned. After learning of the destruction of the Stone Civilization and the Xander Civilization, the Supreme Commander of the Masla Civilization wore an expression of utmost horror. He led all the Moslans onto the battleships, opened the spatial wormhole, and fled directly to the edge of the universe. Never become enemies with that demon. He is the executioner of civilizations. Flee quickly while there's still a chance to preserve our own civilization. These were the last words left by the Supreme Commander of the Masla Civilization as he boarded his battleship to the other 4 major civilizations. How on earth did the human civilization manage to do this? The Supreme Commander of the most powerful in the Star Alliance, furrowed his brows tightly. Could it really be because of that one commander? There seemed to be no other explanation now. The Supreme Commander of the Wat Civilization, which resembled a giant jellyfish, let out a sigh. Ever since the appearance of this stars, the combat power of the human civilization seemed to have experienced some sort of explosive growth. Yet we have absolutely no idea why. Perhaps we should launch a general offensive while the human civilization has not fully digested its fruits of victory. Or else we'll never have another chance. A humanoid creature with green, skinned all over and various plants growing on its head stood up. This was the Supreme Commander of the Plant Civilization. Seconded, the Supreme Commander of the Ellen Civilization, who looked exactly like an alien, nodded. Let's launch a general offensive. The Supreme Commander of the Tri-I Civilization stood up. Besides, I think we need to contact the Council. Seconded. The Supreme Commanders of the other 3 civilizations nodded simultaneously. Well, it's time we left. The Supreme Commander of the Tri-I Civilization took a deep breath, took out a crystal ball and said, I'll contact the Council and inform them of the situation. In the center of the universe, 10 creatures of different forms were sitting around a round table. The atmosphere was somewhat dull. Undead, why did you call us here? A voice came from a faintly visible gray mist. Everyone, the Tri-I civilization of the Star Pact has contacted me. A skeleton in a black robe said in a hoarse voice. There is a civilization in the Milky Way that calls itself human. This civilization is challenging our rules. What have they done? A red-skinned giant looked at the black-robed skeleton. They will completely and unreservedly destroy all intelligent life in an entire civilization during the war. This sets a very bad example for other civilizations in the universe and may even lead to the recurrence of the Dark Forest. The undead shook its head. I think we need to intervene. What do you think? I agree. A floating cube in the air also expressed its consent. Seconded. A voice came from a Zerg mother, nest covered with dark purple patterns all over. Dispatch the disciples under the council. A gigantic eye hovers on the throne, with numerous tentacles growing around it. It looks towards the red giant sitting beneath it. The two-headed beings under you are a good choice. I will send them a message. The red demon nods, then looks at the hovering Rubik's Cube. However, if the Star Pact has already been defeated by the human civilization, I think we should be more cautious. Machine God, dispatch one of the mechanical civilizations under your command. No, the body of the machine God turns. There is an intelligent life in the human civilization whose program level is no less than mine. I can sense that, apart from my direct, subordinate civilizations, any mechanical civilization is nothing but resources served on a platter to him. Chairman, the red demon looks at the big-eyed being sitting on the throne. How about finding a Zerg race? The chairman looks towards the Zerg hive. Yes. The Zerg hive emits a hoarse voice. I will inform the Scythe, Hook civilization, and the two-headed civilization to complete this mission together. I have no problem. The red demon sits back. Good, then. This cleaning mission will be handed over to the Scythe, Hook civilization, and the two-headed civilization. The chairman's tentacles wave, indicating agreement. And 10 mysterious figures then disappear from the spot. Ultra, Beast, there is the aura of them in this universe. 2 figures appear in the position just now. One is covered in glittering golden armor, and the other is dressed in a white-based robe embroidered with various colored patterns. Yes, I can feel it, Dominator. What do you plan to do? The figure clad in resplendent golden armor inquired. We must return first. This should be the place where the new protagonist is located. The Dominator shook his head and said, You know, that one doesn't wish us to meddle in these matters. But the problems in this universe were left behind by you in the past, weren't they? The Ultra Beast shrugged and said, Aren't you really going to solve them? I don't leave behind problems. If there are any issues, it must be that one who is playing underhanded tricks. The Dominator shrugged and added, Even our entry into this universe has been recorded. It seems that's indeed the case. The Ultra Beast closed its eyes and sensed the situation of this universe. There is one of us here. Let's go. If any problems arise, either we or the Omniscient and the Cubes will at least one of us appear here, right? The Dominator looked at the Ultra Beast and said, Or perhaps some powerful being in this universe will find us and rationalize our appearance. You're right. The Ultra Beast nodded. Let's go. Okay. The Dominator waved his hand, and a wormhole leading to the endless void formed. The two passed through the cosmic barrier unhindered and disappeared in the distance. Chapter 103, Hyperspace Lane Captain, I've discovered something. Zero's voice rang out. What is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I've found natural hyperspace lanes in the 3 civilizations we've occupied. A hint of excitement tinged Zero's voice. These hyperspace routes precisely interconnected the habitats of the 8 civilizations within the Star Pact. It was precisely due to this that they were able to form an alliance during their nascent stages. Is that so? Lin Feng stroked his chin. No wonder they were able to develop to this extent. Civilizations naturally endowed with hyperspace routes and similar development speeds indeed tend to form alliances easily. These civilizations are truly blessed with a unique and advantageous resource. Indeed. However, perhaps we can make use of these hyperspace routes now, can't we? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Diving directly into the hyperspace route is far simpler than accelerating with a curvature engine. The hyperspace realm is a space that can only be entered by accelerating to faster than light speeds. Yet, there are stable connection points between this space and the material universe. One can directly enter hyperspace from these stable connection points. But entering hyperspace from such connection points is extremely perilous, since an object enters the hyperspace realm without reaching the speed of light. It will be instantly repelled by the rules within. After being repelled, the object will fall back to the connection point between the hyperspace realm and the material universe, thus entering the hyperspace realm. Subsequently, it will start to continuously jump between the material universe and the hyperspace realm. During this continuous jumping process, most objects will be torn apart due to their inability to withstand the high frequency and continuous spatial changes. However, the hyperspace lane would compensate for this. The hyperspace lane is a stable passage that appears between the connection points of two hyperspace realms and the material universe. Within this lane, the rules of the hyperspace realm and the material universe become intricately intertwined, generating a peculiar effect. When an object enters it, it is continuously accelerated by the unique rules within the hyperspace lane. The closer it gets to the mid-point of the lane, the faster its speed becomes. After crossing the mid-point, the object begins to decelerate and finally exits the lane at its end. Research indicates that once a hyperspace lane is formed, an extremely powerful gravitational point emerges at the central point. This gravitational point only exerts its effect within the hyperspace lane. The moment an object enters the hyperspace lane, it starts to accelerate due to the powerful gravitational force. After crossing the mid-point, it decelerates due to the reversed gravitational force. Nevertheless, the journey within the hyperspace is invariably much faster than normal navigation. For civilizations lacking curvature engine or spatial wormhole technology, the hyperspace lane is the sole means of achieving faster than light travel. For civilizations possessing curvature engine technology, the utilization rate of a natural hyperspace lane can be maximized. The central gravitational point of the natural hyperspace lane will serve as the transfer core, and a series of brand new artificial hyperspace lanes will be opened up, significantly reducing the energy required during warp travel. Regrettably, most civilizations discovered the property that the creation prime energy could open spatial wormholes before they had the chance to develop curvature engine technology. Lin Feng shrugged. In the face of space wormholes, the warp drive that still requires travel time seems so primitive. Among all the civilizations discovered so far, the human civilization is the only one that discovered the characteristics of the primeval creation energy after developing the warp drive capable of faster than light travel. This also gives the human civilization a huge advantage in small-scale mobile combat with other civilizations. Advance through the hyperspace lanes. Our offensive speed can be accelerated. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the warships of the human civilization passed through the space wormhole opened by the enemy and faced the star-packed fleet from afar. Stars, you're really here. The supreme commander of the civilization coldly stared at the big screen in front of him. He thought he had grasped the war strategy of the stars. He had also used this feint attack method in battles before. So this time, he placed 80% of the power of the star pact here, with only a small part still guarding near the natural wormhole, just in case. You found me. Lin Feng shrugged. So what? Are we going to fight? Damn aboriginals, you have no understanding of the cosmic picture at all. This wanton crime of destroying civilizations will bring you catastrophe. There was anger in the voice of the supreme commander of the civilization. Stars, you are the greatest war criminal in this universe. Perhaps you call this act of destroying all intelligent life and only preserving inorganic matter an evil war crime. But I call it efficient. Lin Feng, who was seated majestically on the throne of the stars, drifted slowly out of the battleship. After all, only the vanquished can be called war criminals, can't they? You will be defeated soon. The three-eyed commander stared expressionlessly at Lin Feng, who was suspended in the cosmic void. I don't need to do anything, for your doom is approaching. Then do nothing. Watch how your civilization perishes. Lin Feng said with an eerie smile on his face, which sent a chill down the three-eyed commander's spine. Oh, all your soldiers should be here and at the natural wormhole, right? Lin Feng's gaze seemed to penetrate tens of thousands of kilometers of distance and directly meet the three-eyed commander's eyes. What? The three-eyed commander was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. It's useless. I know that your personal power is sufficient to break through the spatial blockade and tear open the wormhole, but your battleships can't. The entire Star Pact has been under a spatial blockade. You can't repeat your old tricks. Lin Feng nodded. Then we'll just wait like this. I always feel something is amiss. The three-eyed commander looked at the commanders of the other three civilizations beside him. Contact our home planets. Everything is normal. Messages indicating all was well came from the main star regions of the four civilizations, yet the three-eyed commander felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Lin Feng shook his head. Civilizations in this universe still have a shallow understanding of hyperspace. Hyperspace? The three-eyed commander seemed to think of something, and his three eyes widened. Quick! In the main star domain, all the armaments, hold the hyperspace lane. Three eyes roared into the communicator. The hyperspace lane was a method of faster than light navigation used before they discovered the space wormhole, opening property of the Genesis Prime Energy. It had been abandoned for over 1,000 years. No one paid attention to this place. And a considerable number of people didn't even know of the existence of the hyperspace lane. Welcome destruction. Lin Feng spread his arms. At the same time, a violent explosion came from the communicator on the Star-Pact flagship, followed by a chaotic sound of footsteps and wails. Sure enough, no matter when, my favorite weapon is still the highly efficient neutron annihilation. Lin Feng, who saw the scenes of the main star domains of the 4 major civilizations through sharing Zero's vision, smiled faintly. Look, this is the main star domain of your civilization. Lin Feng forcefully breached the firewall of the enemy ship and projected the scenes of the main star domain onto the main display screens of every warship in the entire Star-Pact fleet. One neutron annihilation after another bombarded the life planets of the 4 major civilizations. The vast neutron torrent overwhelmed all life. In just a few minutes, the main star domains of the 3 civilizations were cleared out. Looking at the scenes on the screen, the Commander 3 eyes had a dejected expression, and a tear slowly trickled down, hitting the main control console of the warship. Chapter 104. The power of an individual needs to be confronted by an individual. Do you see? This is your end. This is the end of the Star-Pact. Lin Feng sat upright in the cosmic space, looking coldly at the remaining Star-Pact fleet in front of him. Your end won't be much better than ours. A civilization of a higher level has come to clean you up. The 3-eyed commander stared at Lin Feng with hatred in his eyes. You have no idea what power the human civilization possesses. Lin Feng shook his head. Or rather, you don't understand what power I have. Lin Feng spread his hands, and an invisible ripple covered the entire Star-Pact fleet. No one noticed anything unusual, but the 3-eyed commander felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. What have you done? The 3-eyed commander stared intently at Lin Feng on the screen. The Star-Pact only has the individuals in this fleet left. Can't you leave a way out? Didn't the Mosla people tell you? Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Apart from the race I belong to, I don't wish any intelligent life to exist in this universe. The universe needs balance and checks and balances. What you're doing will plunge the entire universe into the abyss of destruction. The 3-eyed commander roared. Why should I care whether the universe survives or not? Lin Feng shrugged. As long as humanity can find a new universe before this one is destroyed, isn't that enough? Well, talking more is useless. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. There are some powers in this universe that you can't understand. That's quite normal. Don't be so narrow-minded in your next life. Lin Feng's right hand suddenly clenched, and the warship groups of the entire Star-Pact fleet exploded one after another. In the end, the 3-eyed commander closed his eyes in the fire of the warship explosion. It turns out that you have already obtained the qualification to become one of them. In the universe, there is an organization called the Council. They inhabit the center of the universe and control everything in it. Lin Feng gazed at the boundless cosmic space. What do you think, Ling? Does it sound familiar? The Celestials, the creator gods. Ling's projection emerged beside Lin Feng. According to the analysis of the memory of the commander of the 3-eyed civilization, the civilizations that can join the council share a common characteristic. The individual strength of the civilization leader is extremely powerful, and their lifespan is incredibly long. Lin Feng sighed. Does this remind you of anything? Is the energy going to be integrated again? Ling looked at Lin Feng. Yes, what can I do? Lin Feng shrugged. Don't worry. 2 little pests are coming. Little pests? Ling frowned. Yes, little pests. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and the space was directly torn open. 2 fleets fell out of the void. The twin-headed civilization and the hook-sized civilization respectively belonged to the Red Devils and the Zerg Hive in the council. Lin Feng casually crushed the fleets of the 2 civilizations. The 10 civilizations of the council themselves are vulnerable. The only danger lies in the power of their leaders, who can directly destroy a cosmic-level civilization with their pure individual strength. So, Ling, we have to hurry up. All of the human civilization. Please note that the Supreme Commander, Chuanqing, is about to deliver a speech. Selena's voice resounded through all the broadcasting systems across the globe. Although some civilizations had been conquered, due to the relatively sparse human population at present, the development of the remaining planets still relied solely on machinery, and no immigration had been carried out. The Interstellar Convention Organization had perished. Lin Feng's image emerged in the sky, and his voice echoed in the ears of every human. We have triumphed. Long live the stars. A deafening cheer erupted from the human civilization. However, Lin Feng's tone took a sudden turn, and the people who had been cheering fell silent. In the universe, There exists an extremely powerful civilization alliance that calls itself the Cosmic Council. The Star Pact was one of the subordinate civilizations of one of the 10 council members. Now, this council has set its sights on us. Moments ago, 2 subordinate civilizations of the council attacked us, but I have eradicated them. The development of the council is abnormal. The direct subordinate civilizations of the council members are not very powerful, yet these members themselves possess incredibly powerful individual strength. Each council member has the power to single-handedly annihilate a civilization of the same scale as the human civilization. Individual power needs to be countered by an individual. But at present, I am not powerful enough. I require the strength of all humanity. All humans, close your eyes. Lin Feng spread his arms, and a tentacle extended from the white representing the starry universe, attaching itself to the primordial universe. Sense the primeval creation energy within you and feel its source. The cosmic barriers of the starry universe and the primeval universe gradually grew indistinct. With a violent tremor, the starry universe gradually stabilized and merged completely with the primeval universe. The starry universe officially became a subsidiary dimension of the primeval universe. Eventually, the starry universe reverted to the starry dimension once more. Perhaps this could be considered a return to its true nature in another sense. Lin Feng smiled. The starry dimension connected with the cosmic space near the Earth. All humanity. This is the dimension I possess, named after my code, name, the starry dimension. Retrieve your primeval creation energies, inject them into the starry dimension, and establish a connection. All the primeval creation energies within the human civilization will be shared, and I, in turn, will be able to mobilize the power of all humanity to confront the 10 council members. Human civilization, please lend me your strength. I am not the stars. Only when the entire human civilization unites can it be considered the stars. Chapter 105, Successful Dimension Ascension. The power of human civilization gathered once again, and the primeval creation energies within the starry dimension became even more powerful. At the same time, Lin Feng also received a significant boost. Due to the rapid change in dimension level, a peculiar spatial fluctuation spread throughout the entire starry dimension. The Tonys, who were engrossed in their research, suddenly looked up, as if sensing something. Did you feel that? The Supreme Mage Tony asked the other Tonys. I did. Dr. Doom Tony nodded. The two of them were the most sensitive to energy changes among everyone present. The universe of the stars has undergone dimensional ascension, yet it has not reached the extent to where it can directly enter the primeval universe. If we were two-dimensional before, perhaps we can now be regarded as five-dimensional. The Supreme Mage Tony stroked his chin and wondered. Could our semi-finished dimensional ascension device be put into use directly? It's worth a try. The output energy level of the semi-finished dimensional ascension device can only reach 70. Presently, it should be sufficient. Dr. Doom Tony expressed his agreement. Let's conduct an experiment. Find a monkey to test it. The Supreme Mage Tony nodded, casually waved his hand, and a portal opened. A monkey tumbled out from it. Scratching its head and looking around curiously, the monkey seemed confused about its sudden appearance here. Well, here's our test subject. Tony from the 199,999th universe. The one who was supposed to snap his fingers in the movie universe. Picked up the monkey and placed it on the dimensional ascension device he modified from a time shuttle machine. After adjusting the parameters, he activated the device. With a humming sound, the dimensional ascension device emitted a buzz, and the 4 surrounding pillars began to spin violently. Glimmers of white, gold light flickered, and beams of light bombarded the monkey. A few seconds later, the 4 pillars gradually stopped, and the test monkey had vanished from the spot. Have we succeeded? Dr. Doom Tony was somewhat nervous. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an emotion. For this was the first time he had come into contact with dimensional ascension. You've succeeded. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the minds of the Tonys. Suddenly, cheers erupted in the laboratory. Conduct 3 more animal experiments, and then commence the human experimental phase. Tony of 199,999 took a deep breath. Dimension, elevation is an extremely intricate matter, and we must proceed with caution. Yes, indeed. The Supreme Master Tony nodded. For the entire human civilization, Tony of the 199,999 universe, who had de facto become the leader of the current human civilization in the star dimension, his voice reached the ears of every human being. From now on, everyone, gather towards the center of your city. The human civilization, already accustomed to following orders without hesitation, simultaneously raised their heads. Those whose tasks were not dangerous put them down immediately, while those engaged in some dangerous work quickened their pace. Presumably, You have all seen the device established at the center of each city. This device will enable us to reach a higher dimension. Tony's voice carried a tinge of excitement. We will follow in the footsteps of the stars. Immediately, a huge cheer erupted from the crowd, due to Lin Feng's sudden disappearance. Although the human civilization was still developing steadily, there was a slight sense of decadence. But at that very moment, when the human civilization learned that they were about to go to the place where Lin Feng was, this feeling of decadence vanished completely. Such is the influence of the stars within the human civilization. Tony, who witnessed this scene, revealed a faint smile. With the stars, the human civilization has a soul. Please all humans enter the dimension elevation device in an orderly manner. Hi, dimensional humans will be waiting for you there. Tony waved his hand, and the human civilization in the star dimension began to enter the dimensional elevation device in batches and in an orderly manner. Commander, Selena's voice rang out. The energy fluctuation you asked me to watch out for has appeared. Very well. Lin Feng nodded and vanished from the spot, reappearing in front of a huge device. This was the receiving device built by Tony in the primeval universe. Normally, during dimensional elevation, the humans undergoing dimensional elevation would be teleported to the corresponding coordinates of the star dimension in the primeval universe. However, since the sphere of influence of the human civilization in the primeval universe was far smaller than that in the star dimension, if the teleportation were carried out completely according to the rules, most of the humans undergoing dimensional elevation would be teleported into the enemy's sphere of influence. Therefore, Tony built this dimensional elevation receiving device. This device could detect the fluctuations generated when the dimensional elevation phenomenon occurred, and transfer the fluctuation nodes to the inside of the device, making this place the only landing point for those who had undergone dimensional elevation to reach the primeval universe. Suddenly, a burst of intense light erupted from the receiving device. As the light slowly dissipated, a group of humans in various attires appeared inside the device. At first, they were a bit dazed, but in the next instant, they saw Lin Feng sitting on the star throne, suspended in mid-air. Praise the stars. Many humans knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Lin Feng. You need not be so formal. Lin Feng slightly raised his hand. A gentle stream of primeval creation energy lifted these humans up. Although I'd love to have a chat with you, our time is pressing. Leave the device as soon as possible, or the next batch will arrive. Yes. All chimed in unison, then promptly and orderly exited the receiving device, teleporting through the spatial wormholes around to the planets already occupied by the human civilization. There, they established temporary bases and began to develop anew. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded. As more and more humans arrived via teleportation, the population on each planet occupied by the human civilization exceeded the level of the home planet before the interstellar era. Human civilization from the stellar dimensions. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the mind of every human. I am the stars. This is the primeval universe, a higher, dimensional cosmos. And I hail from here. This is my homeland. I sought to eliminate all intelligent life forms in this universe except humans, yet I failed. I perished and came to the world that the primeval universe inhabitants call the Marvel Universe, which is your world. In the Marvel multiverse, I accomplished the unfinished business. I led the human civilization to cleanse the entire multiverse and founded the stellar universe. And now, I've returned to the primeval universe, where humanity has yet to fully dominate the cosmos. Warriors who once participated in the human civilization's multiverse expeditionary force, do you still remember our goal? We are to assist the human civilization in every universe to gain control of the entire universe. Now, it's the turn of the primeval universe. Stark brought you here. And now, we must take control of the primeval universe. Long live the stars. Amidst the fervent shouts, numerous human soldiers boarded the warships and set sail for the starry sea. Lin Feng, seated upon the throne of the stars, furrowed his brows, sensing the novel energy engendered by the dimensional upgrade of the human civilization within the star dimension. The council. Lin Feng's gaze, profound and penetrating, turned towards the direction of the cosmic center. Council, can you withstand the mighty force amassed by the entire human civilization? Chapter 106. The cosmic panorama. Both the two-headed civilization and the hook-sickle civilization have failed. At the center of the universe. During the round table meeting of the council, 10 council members sat around. The fleets of the two civilizations were defeated single-handedly by the supreme leader of the human civilization, the Starry One. We believe that he has already acquired the qualification to be one of us. This Starry One is rather too bloodthirsty. Under the leadership of this supreme leader, the entire human civilization has embarked on the path of civilization, extermination wars. A humanoid creature, pitch black all over but with a white hexagram on its forehead. Spoke. The Starry One was originally the commander of the human civilization in the primeval universe. During an attack that should have led to his complete demise, he unexpectedly traversed the void and reached a low, dimensional multiverse born from the convergence of the spiritual power of the human civilization. In that universe, he commanded the human civilization and eradicated all intelligent life except his own, including the cosmic deities. Yes, indeed. My retrospection also confirms the situation observed by the star gods. A transparent, floating dial in the air wobbled slightly. Speaker, what's your opinion? The undead looked towards the council president. Attempt to absorb. If absorption is not feasible, then gather all the forces within our control to destroy human civilization and strike down the stars. The hoarse voice of the council president rang out, stating that the balance of the universe must not be disrupted. Seconded. The undead nodded. Seconded. The other 8 people also expressed their agreement and then vanished from the spot. Did you see that? After the council left, 3 figures slowly emerged not far away. Yes, indeed it was them. The Dominator nodded. It seemed to be absorbing the energy of this universe. I feel it too. A person dressed in casual attire nodded. It seemed that a layer of mist covered the faces of the 3, making their features indistinguishable. Omniscient, what do you say? The Ultra Beast looked at the Omniscient. No rush, observe. That one hopes that we refrain from interfering in the development of other universes as much as possible. If things truly reach an irreparable point, we will naturally step in. The Omniscient shrugged. This is really ridiculous. A black pearl appeared out of thin air. When the pearl disappeared, a figure dressed in a cyan suit and dark blue trousers appeared at the place where the pearl vanished. What? Even after everything is over, do we still have to work for him? I don't want to be a slave anymore. Blockman, don't be angry. It's just a cameo, a cameo. The Omniscient shook his head with a smile. When there was a problem with the Dominator's side before, didn't we also step in? As I said before, thank you 3 for what happened before. The Dominator cupped his hands towards the other 3. Don't thank us. It's all the arrangement of that one. The Omniscient smiled and pointed upwards. All right, let's take a look then. It's like watching a movie. Indeed, why not? The Blockman shrugged, took out a golden apple radiating colorful lights, devoured it in a few bites, then took out several more and handed them to the other 3. Do you want some? I still prefer this. The Omniscient took out a bucket of popcorn from behind and shrugged. I didn't usually like sweet food, but I've been led astray by the Omniscient. The Ultra Beast shrugged and grabbed a handful of popcorn from the Omniscient's bucket. Give me one. The enchanted golden apple really tastes good. The Dominator took an apple from the Blockman's hand and started munching on it. The group turned their gazes towards the area controlled by the human civilization. Hey, Omniscient. When do you think this star cluster will reach our level? The Ultra Beast grabbed another handful of popcorn. According to the time we've observed, 5 days. At most no more than 6 days. The Omniscient smacked his lips. Haven't you noticed that the energy injected into this universe is decreasing? TSK. Is this damn thing slacking off again? The Ultra Beast shook his head helplessly. You're the only one who's okay. Aren't the 3 of us all victims? Why bother? At least we can gain freedom earlier. As long as it's not time for us to make a cameo appearance, we don't have to do anything. And the direction of the universe's development is completely up to us, isn't it? The Dominator was rather open-minded. At least, we're much luckier than those other universes. Aren't we? Indeed. Gazing at the 2 clusters of cosmic debris floating in the boundless void and a universe where time has come to a complete standstill. The Blockman heaved a sigh. Reality is truly arduous. Time here has accelerated. Omniscient seemingly sensed something, and a time leap is quite likely to occur. 2 months later. Is this the outcome you've come up with? Recruiting me? Looking at the 10 intelligent beings of diverse forms before him, Lin Feng snorted coldly. Can't you see what's happening in the lower, dimensional universe? We can see it. But we have no intention of initiating a war with a being of the controller level. Wouldn't it be wonderful to govern the universe together with us? Then utilize the spiritual power of intelligent beings to create more universes and extract their energy to sustain ourselves? The Red Demon looked at Lin Feng, who was seated majestically on the throne of stars. This universe is gradually perishing. I don't believe you haven't sensed it. The undead let out a hoarse voice. Stars, haven't you noticed that the creation, origin energy in this universe is already in somewhat short supply? Starting a war now will only cause our universe to decline even more rapidly. We need to find a solution together. The chairman spoke slowly. Do you know that the total amount of creation, origin energy in this universe doesn't remain constant, but is constantly increasing? However, in the past century, the growth rate of creation, Origin energy in the primordial universe has become slower and slower. Then seek other primordial universes. Lin Feng shrugged. You merely need to pass away quietly. After human civilization takes control of the universe, whether it's seeking other primeval universes or directly ascending to a higher plane, these are not matters for you to worry about. Stars, you are overly arrogant, and this will bring you a disaster of destruction. A faint primeval energy of creation began to emanate from the bodies of the 10 counselors. Strangely, the primeval energy of creation of the chairman was actually purplish-black. In the end, a battle is inevitable. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Then come on. Chapter 107. The Great Battle Commences. We actually didn't want this. The undead shook their heads, their faces full of regret. Losing a powerhouse at the controller level is no trivial matter for the primeval universe. Unfortunately, soon 10 will be lost. Lin Feng shrugged, and powerful fluctuations of primeval energy of creation, carrying billowing murderous intent, spread towards the direction of the council. Do you think that we, as the council controlling the universe, will be weak? 10 powerful energy fluctuations shot up into the sky, and a murderous aura no less powerful than that of Lin Feng spread towards Lin Feng's direction. Look, in fact, your killings are not few either. Lin Feng shrugged. He looked at those 10 powerful auras, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but more of it was excitement. This was a real battle, not a simple sparring. Both sides had demonstrated their strength and determination, which made Lin Feng very satisfied. We will eliminate civilizations that pose a threat to the universe. But we have never allowed any civilization to be completely exterminated. The undead shook its head and said firmly, no matter when. A part of our kind will remain to continue multiplying and thriving. Rest assured, after killing you, we will also preserve some human individuals. Lin Feng sneered and said disdainfully, this is your biggest mistake. He sat majestically on the throne of the stars, suspended in the cosmic space, exuding a powerful aura all around. Well, enough idle talk. To kill me, you have to see if you have the ability. Hardly had the words fallen when the red demon, which had been silent all along, erupted with a fierce white light all over its body, charging towards Lin Feng like a dazzling meteor. Its speed was so astonishing that in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng remained unusually calm. He slowly extended his hand, and a more powerful primeval energy of creation struck the red demon. This force, like a torrential flood, sent the red demon flying backwards. The red demon tumbled in the air, trying to steady itself. It stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes filled with disbelief, shock, and anger. His power is far stronger than mine. I can't defeat him alone. After crashing through several planets, the red demon managed to barely regain its balance. Its eyes were filled with shock and fear. I need help. Is one not enough? Then what about this? The Zerg mother nest let out an unpleasant hissing sound. In the next instant, a dense mass of insects emerged from its body, forming a Zerg torrent that flew towards Lin Feng. Don't you even do any research before engaging in battle? In Lin Feng's eyes glimmered a cold light, gazing at the onrushing flood of Zerg in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a disdainful smile. The human wave tactic might be effective against others, but it's of no avail to me. As Lin Feng's voice faded, a powerful tide of prime energy surged out from his body in an instant, like a tempestuous and surging giant wave, sweeping towards the Zerg flood. Boom! With a deafening roar, the prime energy tide collided violently with the Zerg flood, triggering an earth-shattering energy ripple. Countless Zerg were torn to pieces under the impact of the prime energy tide. Their corpses danced in the air and then gradually dissolved and vanished. The Zerg hive sensed Lin Feng's terrifying power, and its body began to tremble, as if in dread of something. It realized that it had encountered an unprecedented formidable enemy, whose power far exceeded its imagination. How could he possibly devour my power? This is impossible. The voice of the Zerg hive was filled with shock and terror. This is a gift from the Marvel Universe, the power of the fairy. A wisp of gray appeared in Lin Feng's creation prime energy, a power with devouring properties. With a low growl, the surging devouring power swept through like a tide, instantly devouring all the swarms of Zerg released by the Zerg hive completely. What a pity. Your consumption tactic happens to be restrained by me. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved upwards, revealing a confident smile. His eyes instantly turned white, like two twinkling stars. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the Zerg hive. Since that's the case, then I'll use you to test my skills. Lin Feng's left hand firmly adhered to the colossal body of the Zerg hive, and the power of devouring suddenly erupted. Oh no, he has the ability to kill me. A terrifying thought flashed through the mind of the Zerg Hive. However, the other council members in the council naturally wouldn't stand by idly. They took action one after another. The floating timepiece in the air glistened with a dazzling radiance, and the time on it began to reverse. A burst of golden light emanated from the timepiece, enveloping Lin Feng in the Zerg Hive. Lin Feng immediately sensed a powerful time fluctuation, and the power he had just devoured from the Zerg Hive's body was gradually returning to the latter's body. Time? Lin Feng snorted coldly. He sat on the star throne, his eyes coldly gazing at the timepiece in front of him. With a thought, a gem on the throne lit up, emitting a verdant glow. This glow quickly spread, colliding and intertwining with the golden light emitted by the timepiece. The energy within the Zerg Hive began to be devoured by Lin Feng once again, flowing continuously into his body. At the same time, the 6 gems on Lin Feng's star throne sparkled with strange radiance. Each gem contained boundless power. These gems were not the Infinity Stones from the Marvel Universe. Instead, they were created by Lin Feng based on his understanding of the rules of the primeval universe. After all, the Infinity Stones from a lower, dimensional universe couldn't possibly have an impact on the primeval universe. The power of the gems created by Lin Feng transcended the limitations of dimensions and was sufficient to contend with the time power generated by the timepiece. 2 mighty temporal forces clashed against each other, giving rise to a vast temporal maelstrom. At the juncture of the emerald, green radiance, and the golden glow, countless fragments of scenes flickered ceaselessly, resembling shards of time from the original timeline. These temporal fragments encapsulated various possibilities of the past, present, and future, leaving one's eyes dazzled. What if some spatial elements were added? A silver flash streaked through a seemingly bodiless gray mist, and a powerful spatial barrier emerged where Lin Feng made contact with the Zerg Mother Nest. The seemingly minuscule distance to the naked eye was abruptly stretched to several light years. Lin Feng merely smiled, and the space gem on the throne of stars lit up, its surging blue radiance shattering that spatial barrier directly. Without a physical form? Lin Feng shook his head. Is there a possibility that your physical entity does not exist within the material universe? The gray mist emitted a sound of bewilderment. In the next instant, Lin Feng's right hand shot out like lightning, exceeding the speed of light in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's right hand disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was grasping a gaunt-looking creature. If you hadn't made a move, I would never have imagined that there could be life in hyperspace. The primeval energy of creation burst forth from Lin Feng's right hand, enveloping the hyperspace creature and sucking out all the energy within it. The energy is rather meager. It's merely relying on the super, light, speed particles contained in its cells to be able to exist within hyperspace for an extended period. How did such a being join the council? Lin Feng shook his hands, and the energy within the Zerg Mother Nest that he had just absorbed was completely drained. Both the hyperspace creature and the Zerg Mother Nest were reduced to ashes. 2 down, 8 to go. A strange smile curled up at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Chapter 108, Cthulhu. There was a skeleton capable of manipulating the dead, a time-controlling dial, a red giant with immense physical strength, a small black figure with a hexagram on its head that could detect different dimensions, a gem that could manipulate human minds, a cube capable of altering the spatial structure, and a large robot. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the remaining 7 members of the council and finally rested on the chairman. Indeed, I've done my research too. The only one I know nothing about completely is you. To be honest, your appearance makes me feel a bit familiar. In the Marvel Universe, there's a fellow named Shuma Gorath, also known as the Eye of Agamotto, and it looks a lot like you. Lin Feng looked into the chairman's eyes and, for no apparent reason, felt a wave of nausea. I guess, judging by your appearance, you should be something from the Cthulhu pantheon? Cthulhu, what a distant name. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. A touch of reminiscence seemed to appear in the chairman's huge eyes. You can actually recognize me? There are mythological stories about Cthulhu in human civilization. Lin Feng shrugged. I didn't expect you to be the Cthulhu that gave its name to the Cthulhu mythos. Now that you're here, we're the 3 great gods in Azathoth. How dare you casually mention that name? A flash of fury appeared in Cthulhu's eyes, then slowly faded into calmness. Indeed, why am I so nervous? After all, they have all perished. Is Azathoth dead? What kind of being could possibly slay it? Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. They were 4 extremely powerful beings. Cthulhu seemed to be recollecting something, and it slowly turned its gaze towards Lin Feng. The next instant, its eyes filled with extreme terror. Impossible! Cthulhu let out a scream that carried intense mental pollution. How could it be you? Impossible! You're one of them. This can't be. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He sensed crucial information. Who are the them you mentioned? Why do you think I'm one of them? You all have identical faces. The mental pollution of Cthulhu was still spreading. Among the other 8 directors, the Red Demon, the one with the weakest mental power, had already started tearing at its own body. From the places scratched by it, hideous eyeballs began to grow. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He realized something was amiss. If what Cthulhu said was true, then who exactly were these them? Why do they look exactly like him? Could they be his clones? Tell me, who on earth are them? Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of eerie coercion. He needed to know the answer. However, Cthulhu didn't answer his question but continued to shriek. No, this is impossible. You can't be one of them. Absolutely impossible. As Cthulhu let out a shrill scream, the entire space began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. The other council members also wore expressions of pain, evidently greatly affected. Lin Feng took a deep breath and decided to cease his inquiries. The top priority now was to resolve the immediate crisis, and as for those others, he could investigate them slowly later. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand, and a powerful surge of energy burst forth from his palm, instantly dispelling Cthulhu's mental contamination. That's enough. Stop your farce, Lin Feng said coldly. We have more important matters at hand. Cthulhu finally fell silent. Its eyes still brimmed with fear, yet it dared not utter another sound. The other council members gradually regained their composure, though their faces still bore deep traces of fear and bewilderment. Was it the other protagonists who killed Azathoth? For protagonists with identical faces, the one who created me really lacks imagination. Lin Feng came up with the most plausible answer. If that's the case, then I'm the 5th one. An energy riot of Cthulhu occurred in the 5th primeval universe. In the distant, boundless void, the Dominator slowly spoke. The 4 of them stood side by side. In the mist, like barrier on their faces had vanished, revealing 4 identical faces. Omniscient, shall we not intervene? I believe this newcomer can handle this problem. Omniscient shook his head. His power now is no less than yours when you killed Cthulhu back then. It was unexpected that Cthulhu actually managed to flee to the 5th primeval universe with the remnants carrying memories. The Dominator stroked his chin, with that one personally taking action. Not only the remnants with memories, but even if Cthulhu were to be resurrected directly, I'd find it quite normal. The Omniscient shrugged. No. There's only one of you, and you're not even in your complete form. Cthulhu's voice suddenly turned calm. I still have a chance to defeat you. Yes, I must have a chance. As Cthulhu's voice faded, the tentacles around the huge eyeball instantly began to spread, piercing directly through the bodies of the other 7 council members in the arena. Their bodies were devoured, decomposed, and became part of Cthulhu. Its massive body began to expand, gradually transforming into a colossal, octopus-like creature with numerous eyes and tentacles, a monster exuding a thick aura of mental corruption. Tut. Is this your complete form? It's truly revolting. Lin Feng looked at the eye-covered tentacle lashing towards him, pursed his lips, and then unleashed the primordial creation energy, blocking the tentacle back. The creator is dead. As long as I can take control of this universe, I can become the new creator. Cthulhu's voice carried a hint of madness. Unfortunately, you can't. Lin Feng slightly twisted his neck, then slowly stood up. Chapter 109. Devouring the neutron star. Has your body recovered? Cthulhu sensed a powerful aura emanating from Lin Feng, and a hint of crisis welled up in its heart. Know that there is a world of difference between the stars in its complete state and the stars sitting immobile in a chair. In the past, the star's physical skills were a presence that shook the universe. Before, there was no need for me to stand up, but now, facing you, an old one, I think I might need to use all my strength. Lin Feng looked at Cthulhu with cold eyes. The throne of the stars behind him turned into countless tiny golden particles, surging into Lin Feng's body like a torrential flood. With the infusion of this energy, Lin Feng's aura rose again, and his body began to gradually expand, soon reaching the same gigantic size as Cthulhu. Combat power is not determined by size. Cthulhu's hoarse voice sounded again, tinged with contempt and disdain. Growing bigger doesn't solve the problem. I know, but it's just more convenient to punch you like this. Lin Feng shrugged, a relaxed smile appearing on his face as if all of this was just a game. He took a step forward, his figure as fast as lightning, and instantly arrived in front of Cthulhu, directly reaching out to grab one of its tentacles. Lin Feng slightly furrowed his brows, feeling a powerful corrupting force transmitted from the tentacle. This force was full of evil and chaos, attempting to erode Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng didn't care. A faint layer of primeval creation energy covered his palm, tangling with Cthulhu's corrupting power. The two forces collided, making a hissing sound as if devouring each other. Lin Feng tightly grasped the tentacle and gave a powerful yank, smashing Cthulhu's gigantic body directly onto an unknown life planet. That planet of life could not endure such an immense impact in an instant and shattered abruptly. The polluting energy of Cthulhu was also dispersed, and a large amount of Cthulhu energy spread out, swiftly contaminating several nearby life-bearing planets. The life forms on these planets, affected by Cthulhu, began to mutate. Their forms became distorted and grotesque, turning into indescribable and eerie creatures. These creatures exuded a terrifying aura, as if they were demons emerging from the depths of hell. At the same time, brilliant beams of light shot in from afar, accurately striking those contaminated planets. These beams were imbued with boundless energy. The ones emitting these beams were the fleet of the human civilization's expeditionary force. They had been closely monitoring this battle and promptly intervened to halt the expansion of Cthulhu. Wherever the beams reached, a vast torrent of neutrons surged forth like a flood, completely eradicating those mutated creatures. This neutron torrent possessed extremely powerful destructive force and could easily obliterate all matter, including Cthulhu's polluting energy. Thus, Cthulhu was unable to gather sufficient polluting energy to restore its strength. Do you aspire to become the new Azathoth? Lin Feng brandished Cthulhu and shattered several more planets. Cthulhu let out a shrill scream that seemed to penetrate the entire universe. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and ruthless. The Cthulhu in his hands was already beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Lin Feng's power was greater than that of Cthulhu. His attacks were like a burning meteor, each swing carrying the power of endless destruction. Cracks began to appear on Cthulhu's body, and blood gushed out from the wounds. Yet it still persisted in its resistance. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Cthulhu, do you think you can contend with me? Today is your doom." With that, he brandished Cthulhu again and shattered several more planets. These planets were reduced to dust under Lin Feng's power and scattered throughout the universe. Cthulhu felt Lin Feng's determination and strength, its heart filled with dread. It knew it couldn't defeat Lin Feng and could only await the approach of death. However, Lin Feng didn't give it a chance. He hurled Cthulhu's body towards a neutron star. The gravitational force of the neutron star was so intense that Cthulhu's body was instantly compressed into a tiny dot. Lin Feng watched this scene, a faint sneer curling his lips. He knew that Cthulhu would never have the chance to be reborn. Oh no! As the words fell, four figures suddenly emerged in the distant cosmic space. One of the four men cursed in a low voice. "I knew something would go wrong. Why on earth did you have to throw something into the star?" As he spoke, the ultramonster among the four had already taken action. He put his hands together, and a brilliant golden light burst out from his body, enveloping his entire being in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, a set of golden armor quickly covered his body. A mass of brilliant golden mist spread from him and instantly formed a huge golden figure. At the same time, Omniscience and Dominator beside him also took action simultaneously. Pure white light flickered from both of them, but the difference was that there was only a wisp of gold in Omniscience's light, while more than a dozen colors appeared in the white light emitted by Dominator. "We have to intervene. This newcomer might be in trouble." The Ultra Beast looked at the Omniscient and the Dominator and said, "No problem." The Q-Man nodded, and a black, gold armor emerged on his body. A pearl appeared in his left hand, and in his right hand, he held a great sword with a black blade and a white sword edge. Behind him, a huge cube with black mosaic patterns slowly rose, exuding a mysterious aura. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, a sense of unease welling up in his heart. He acutely detected an abnormal energy fluctuation occurring within the neutron star where Cthulhu was located. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light burst forth from that neutron star. A massive supernova explosion commenced. Amidst the resplendent blue light, there were also wisps of mysterious purplish, black, giving one an extremely eerie feeling. Lin Feng widened his eyes and muttered to himself, "What's going on? How could this be?" Just then, Cthulhu's voice resounded again, sadly, "Stars. Originally, I might have been killed by you, but you've actually made the gravest mistake." As these words fell, Cthulhu's figure unexpectedly expanded several times once more, becoming even more colossal and terrifying. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Cthulhu. Its tentacles were writhing wildly, completely enveloping the entire neutron star. A shocking scene unfolded. Cthulhu actually devoured the entire neutron star. The powerful energy generated by the supernova explosion was also effortlessly absorbed by it completely. Lin Feng gasped, his face turning extremely pale. He realized that he had committed a grave error, for his understanding of the Cthulhu creature was woefully limited. Initially, he had assumed that Cthulhu would be utterly incinerated by the searing energy of the neutron star. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Instead, the energy of the neutron star had become the nourishment for its growth. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, inwardly cursing his own carelessness. This battle was becoming increasingly formidable, and he had to find a way to deal with Cthulhu as soon as possible, for the consequences would be dire otherwise. Chapter 110, A Single Slash. I still have a chance. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his voice echoing through the boundless expanse of the universe, as if it were a manifestation of his defiance and challenge to fate. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, sensing the changes in the surrounding cosmic space. Suddenly, countless dazzling white lights emerged from every corner of the universe. Like shooting stars, they streaked across the void, converging towards Lin Feng. These white